People often say, one cannot afford to lose at the starting line of life. As a child, one might not fully grasp this sentiment, but with maturity comes the realization that the competition begins even before one's first breath. However, it is universally acknowledged that the resources one acquires during their formative years are anything but equitable. Take, for instance, the privileged heir, Si Tsong, who requires no effort to succeed, as his starting position is already beyond the reach of most. The average individual typically begins their journey in elementary school, diligently studying and toiling throughout their lives, ultimately attaining a rather mundane existence, much like Qing. Conversely, some families prioritize their children's education from an early age, enrolling them in supplementary classes while still in kindergarten to nurture interests and identify talents. Yet, do the viewers think this is the pinnacle? They're gravely mistaken. For Qing, the competition began even in the womb. This was not the common understanding of prenatal education, but rather a genetic selection ability bestowed by the system. Thus, Qing wryly claimed that he had been embroiled in competition since the zygote stage. What is genetic selection? A child is the culmination of their parents' union. Some are fortunate enough to inherit their parents' strengths, drawing forth an SSR-level talent template. Yet, there are those whose parents' shortcomings are inherited like a toxic legacy. Qing was one such unfortunate soul. Despite his mother's beauty and his father's height, he found himself both short and unimpressive. Each year during family gatherings, relatives could only commend him with, "This child looks quite earnest." Those who understand do understand. This left a profound emotional scar on the young Qing. In this life, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Qing, with tears unshed, clenched his fists and vowed fiercely. To this day, he remembers the tragic life he endured in his previous existence. After repeating a year in a prominent province and finally gaining admission to a second-tier university in the South, he graduated and entered the tech industry. He initially believed that life would follow a predictable path, but the next year, the company announced cost-cutting measures. He became a victim of those cuts, and the desire to work a 996 schedule turned into a distant dream. Could it be that the 996 lifestyle is indeed a form of fortune? As this thought crossed his mind, Qing found himself smiling through tears. Suddenly, a phone call from his father back home left him in turmoil, unsure whether to answer or feign ignorance, fearful that his unusual emotions would be detected by his family on the other end. During this period of inner conflict, the phone rang to a halt, but the screen lit up once more. "Old Sue. Son, our house is being demolished for an airport. We're rich now." A wave of astonishment washed over Qing, akin to the euphoric moment of a scholar passing the imperial examination as he staggered back to his rented room. In that fleeting moment, he even contemplated how many wives he would take. Yet, joy and sorrow often coexist in a delicate balance. As he crossed an intersection, a red delivery truck barreled toward him, despite his adherence to traffic rules on the green pedestrian light. His phone was flung into the air, tracing a perfect arc before landing amidst a patch of inconspicuous foxtail grass. Its screen shattered. In the fading moments of consciousness, Qing vaguely heard the truck driver mutter, "Damn, who put a speed bump on the crosswalk?" If fate truly bestows different destinies upon each individual, Qing mused that perhaps he was simply not meant to enjoy life's luxuries. Fortunately, he had bound himself to the start-over system, granting him a chance at rebirth. While his physical form remained in his mother's womb, his spirit and soul eagerly began preparing for this new life. Before him floated a transparent panel imbued with a sense of technological sophistication, displaying data pertaining to his parents on either side. In the center lay a somewhat rudimentary sketch of an embryo, yet it was a beautiful sight nonetheless. The process of selecting genetic traits bore a resemblance to character creation in video games, rendering it both engaging and intuitively comprehensible. "I must choose my father's intellect, after all. He is a university graduate from the 90s. His intelligence must be commendable. As for appearance, I will certainly choose my mother, though I wonder if it might appear too effeminate." Yet upon reflecting on his father's looks, Qing decided that a touch of femininity might not be so bad after all. The post-2000 generation seems to favor that aesthetic. The host need not worry the style of appearance will be influenced by gender. Even if one were to inherit their mother's features entirely, hormonal changes will naturally guide the development toward a more masculine form. Reassured by the system's explanation, Qing felt at ease. He had no particular interest in becoming a little South girl. Height must be inherited from my father, a little over 6 feet, is just right. Goodness, how could his athletic prowess and physicality be so elevated? Could he have been an athlete sidetracked by academics? Reflecting on how he was once dubbed a second-class cripple due to his height, Qing internally chastised his father for leaving him with nothing of value. Artistic talent and dexterity must come from my mother. Not only is she skilled in playing the pipe and flute, but she is also adept at knitting and sewing, making this her forte. After much deliberation and comparison, Qing finally concocted a seemingly luxurious configuration. At last, he was no longer the unfortunate individual burdened with the shortcomings of many. He had become a being with talents flourishing in both the arts and athletics. Much like a player exploiting game cheats, Qing tirelessly refined and adjusted his parameters. This decision would shape the happiness of his next life, and every minute detail warranted utmost diligence. When he reached the point of having no further options to select, he clicked on the next interface, revealing a list of hereditary diseases. Fortunately, the display was predominantly gray, symbolizing absence, with the exception of a seafood allergy, which was the only debuff present. To eliminate this debuff, he would need to revisit the previous election screen and make compromises, as the two were interrelated. Avoiding excessive greed, Qing nodded in satisfaction and chose to skip this step. Upon reaching the final page, he was greeted by a plethora of talents to choose from. This interface was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of a mobile game he had previously played called Life Reopening Simulator. He suspected the system had skimped on originality in this regard. This system's actions fall within the reasonable scope of adaptation. It merely reflects whether you understand the system or understands you. The talents were represented by various colored indicators, some radiating golden hues, unmistakably exceptional, while others were shrouded in ominous black mist, featuring descriptors such as cross-dressing saint body, homosexuality, and permanent sage status. Qing instinctively recoiled, wary of accidentally selecting a black option that would undermine all his prior efforts. There are a total of 10 options, and Qing can choose 3 to install upon himself. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided on 2 golden and 1 blue talent, which are System Bank Golden. Have you ever experienced the heartbreak of having your New Year's money taken away by your parents? Do you suffer from the woes of lost pocket money? Then choose this. The System Bank is a treasure you deserve. Ability: freely deposit and withdraw money legally, with an annual interest rate of 10. Concealed and elusive. No traces will be left when money is transferred in or out of the bank, and outsiders will be unable to acquire any information. Attribute Enhancement Golden. Are you dissatisfied with the talents of your parents? Then select this. After choosing, all attribute talents will increase by 10, with a maximum limit of 100. Physique Reinforcement Blue. Your unique physique will be enhanced, ensuring that your desires to be slower, taller, stronger, and more robust are fulfilled. Emulating Lao Ace Wheel is no longer a dream. Qing admitted that his choice of physique reinforcement was tinged with a hint of selfishness, but who could resist such temptation? The selection of talents was the final step before his rebirth. After a brief silence from the system, Qing felt his soul merging with his body, and the only sensation he experienced was a heaviness in his body, an overwhelming desire to sleep. Oh no, why does it feel so similar to when he died? He felt a tinge of fear that perhaps everything now was merely a dream before his demise. Isn't there a saying about a final glimpse of life? What awaited him was not rebirth, but true death. Just kidding. Suddenly, he regained a sense of reality, feeling a chill as if he had returned to a primal state, exposed to the air. Before he could rejoice, his little bottom unexpectedly came under attack, leaving Qing bewildered. Who dares to harm me? The nurse in the delivery room stood frozen in her years in obstetrics. She had never encountered such an unconventional newborn. The child, seemingly lively, stretched his limbs but refused to cry. As Qing, wrapped in swaddling, moved his arms and attempted to open his eyes, he could only perceive a faint light, unable to discern anything clearly. He truly lived again, just as the system had said, transformed into a child. Newborns must cry to establish their respiratory system and ensure the lungs function properly. If Qing remained silent, it could be perilous. Although he appeared to be in no immediate danger, The nurse proceeded with the protocol. "I'm sorry, little brother, but this is for your own good." She raised her hand and delivered a few firm slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Even Zuss' father could hardly bear to watch. Zuss' mother, wearied, displayed a tender expression of concern. After all, this was her flesh and blood. At last, the stubborn Su Qing recalled something, pouting in silent indignation before finally letting out a loud cry. "Wah! I yield, I confess, but why not ask instead of just hitting?" Upon hearing the little Su Qing finally wail, the nurse revealed a relieved smile. She took pride in her decisive action that had saved this fragile new life. Truly magnificent, no words needed. "Congratulations, your child weighs 6 pounds and 9 ounces and is in excellent health." With the nurse's blessing, Zuss' father finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that something unfortunate had occurred as he watched Su Qing being spanked. This young man could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly approached to inquire. "Healthy, that's good. May I hold him?" "Of course. Just be sure to support the child's bottom with one arm and let his head rest against your other arm under the nurse's guidance." Zuss' father clumsily cradled the infant Su Qing, a broad smile lighting up his face as he beamed with joy, his rough hands gently playing with Su Qing's tender little fingers. "Ha ha, am now someone's father. Am a dad now, little Su Qing. Look, this is your mother." Zuss' father brought Su Qing over to where Zuss' mother lay. Her beautiful countenance now appeared quite pale, yet she mustered the strength to catch a glimpse of her child. Although Su Qing could not open his eyes to see his mother, he waved his arms and kicked his legs to exhibit his vitality, which was the only way he could respond to his parents at that moment. "Wow, is this my child? So wrinkly and ugly. No wonder I felt nauseous when I was pregnant with him." Instantly, the operating room fell silent at Zuss' mother's words, only for the next moment to erupt in laughter, the small room filled with a joyful atmosphere. System, what is happening in the outside world?" Thus, the system repeated Zuss' mother's words to Su Qing. Although this was against the rules, the system couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Su Qing's reaction upon learning this. Sure enough, the fun unfolded. The next moment, cradled in arms, Su Qing's brain ceased to think, and he burst into genuine tears. Wah wah wah. Chapter 2. The greatest crisis of infancy thanks to his rebirth and the system. Su Qing retained a clear mind even in his infantile state, though his memories were somewhat fragmented and muddled. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a luminous screen appeared in his consciousness, providing an explanation. If we were to compare the adult brain of the previous host to a supercomputer, the current underdeveloped brain of the host resembles a rudimentary learning device. If memories were to be indiscriminately crammed in, it would overwhelm the host, leading to a regression in mental faculties and a temporary fragmentation of consciousness. The first principle was straightforward, and Su Qing readily accepted it. However, the system's description felt rather peculiar, as if a massive freight truck had rolled over his face. He suspected the system was being facetious, yet he had no evidence to support this claim. In the second segment, Su Qing found himself pondering, speculating that the essence of the mind is shaped by intellect, memory, and experience. The term fragmentation likely implied a return to childishness. This notion was not difficult to grasp. Perhaps living with the thoughts of an adult among children could indeed be rather burdensome. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters was futile. His daily existence revolved around the basic acts of eating, crying, defecating, and sleeping. He wondered how long this arduous phase would persist. Congratulations, host. The system has officially loaded. As a reborn individual, your life's significance naturally transcends mere material pursuits. Experiencing a remarkable life is what this system aspires to witness. Thus, we shall now initiate the achievement task function. Achievements are categorized into 3 main sections: life achievements, emotional life, and personal breakthroughs. The system will automatically issue tasks upon the occurrence of events, hoping the host will proactively complete them and relish a fulfilling life. Wow, the system seems unusually verbose today. A sudden mischievous thought crossed his mind. With the monotony of infant life and lacking any conversational partners, perhaps he could engage in dialogue with the system to alleviate his boredom. However, after several attempts yielded no response, Su Qing realized the system had once again chosen silence, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Aside from the system's occasional whims, the only source of amusement during this time was the palpable growth and development of his body. It could be considered a form of solace for Qing, a sensation that, aside from himself, likely no one else had ever experienced. As the first month of his new life drew to a close, he underwent significant physical development, most notably in his eyesight and hearing. Upon awakening from a nap, he joyfully discovered that he could see the nearby objects with remarkable clarity, akin to someone with severe myopia. His hearing had also improved, albeit with a muffled quality as if he were wearing earplugs. Nonetheless, he was now capable of perceiving his surroundings, a monumental leap from nothingness to something. He applauded himself in celebration, an act that naturally drew the attention of his parents. "Wow, our little baby can clap already. How adorable!" they exclaimed. Most likely, it was merely a coincidence. Perhaps little Qing was simply hungry, and it was time for a feeding. At that moment, his father's large face suddenly loomed close to Qing, startling him and causing his clapping to cease instinctively. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes in response to the overwhelming stimuli. This tiny body was so sensitive that even the slightest provocation could elicit a profound emotional reaction. To stave off tears, Qing had to divert his attention. Truly, having such a well-behaved child was a blessing for his parents. Hey, don't hastily assign me a nickname. If you must, at least do so with a bit more consideration. The mention of little Qing instantly reminded Qing of the character from the legend of the White Snake. Yet, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to accept this endearing moniker. Qing's mother began to feed him, while his father made silly faces to amuse him. The three of them nestled together created a scene of warmth and joy, the feeling of happiness almost spilling over the borders of reality. In that moment, Qing seized the opportunity to closely observe his parents' faces. The couple had never been fond of photography, leaving Qing unfamiliar with their appearances at this age from his previous life. He was taken aback by the stark contrast between their current looks and the images etched in his memory. His father, a dashing young man, sported a hairstyle with bangs that obscured his brows, a far cry from the balding middle-aged man he would become. His mother, still undeniably beautiful, appeared to have significantly improved skin, with the crow's feet that once detracted from her beauty now vanished. He resolved to earn money in this life to buy her skincare products and encourage her to visit beauty salons. If those female celebrities could defy aging, surely his mother could too. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the iron door of the living room. Qing's mother, tidying her clothes, instructed his father to answer the door. This day marked Qing's full moon celebration, a customary occasion for his parents to host a grand feast, inviting friends and relatives to share in the meal. As the guest of honor, Qing naturally attracted the most attention. What was the first thing each relative did upon entering? Naturally, they presented red envelopes to the esteemed Qing. During the brief interludes of adult conversations, while his parents entertained their guests, Qing seized the opportunity to mischievously pocket some of the cash from the envelopes, amassing a total of 170 yuan. As the saying goes, money opens doors everywhere. Lacking funds makes progress impossible. Whether for preparing to accomplish the system's tasks or considering his parents' future, money was an indispensable prerequisite. He viewed it as a means of accumulating startup capital for future endeavors. After all, it was his own full moon gift. Thus, Qing felt no guilt in pocketing it. Shortly thereafter, a second wave of relatives arrived, and Qing was whisked away from the scene of his mischief. In his caretaker's arms, he donned a beaming smile to greet the friends and family, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired. Despite the throng of unfamiliar faces, Qing remained calm and unperturbed, which inexplicably earned him the admiration of his relatives. One uncle even remarked on Qing's apparent honesty. Upon hearing that keyword, Qing's expression shifted. He tilted his head and frowned at the blurry figure. To his surprise, this unmistakable display of disdain was misconstrued by the uncle as an invitation for closeness. Without a word, the man reached out to scoop Qing into his arms. Once closer, Qing could discern the man's features, recalling from his previous life the snide comments he had made about him. Without hesitation, Qing unleashed a stream of infantile urine upon the man, believing that a gentleman's revenge could wait for 2 lifetimes. The man, visibly infuriated by his new attire being soiled, realized he could not stoop to the level of a child. He could only seethe in silence as he returned Su Qing to his crib, exiting the room without a word. Su Qing proudly lifted his chin, embodying the essence of a top-tier version of himself, as long as he did not emerge from a dilapidated environment. His status as an infant granted him the leniency to act without consequence. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Qing's mother was taken aback. After all, Su Qing had always been a well-behaved child, rarely causing a fuss when utilizing the restroom. This marked the first time he had directly urinated on someone else. Xiao Qing, mischievous as ever, resolved to cry next time he needed to use the restroom, believing this would prompt his mother to take him. After all, an uncle had brought him a delightful canister of milk powder. As Su Mu held Xiao Qing and approached a vibrant, colorful gift, she pointed out a particularly eye-catching canister to him. All of this was intended to expose Xiao Qing to new experiences, encourage interaction with strangers, and allow him to listen to the conversations of others. Experts in newspapers asserted that such exposure was beneficial for a child's development and could aid in speech acquisition, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Squinting, Xiao Qing still struggled to discern the details and babbled, gesturing for his mother to bring him closer. Understanding each other's intentions, Su Mu moved a little nearer to the milk powder, allowing Xiao Qing to finally make out the words on the label. To his dismay, it was the infamous Sanlu milk powder. In an instant, Xiao Qing was overwhelmed with dread, babbling and frantically burrowing into his mother's embrace. Desperate to distance himself from the canister, one might think he had encountered something utterly terrifying. In that moment, Xiao Qing regretted that his earlier relief had been but a trickle. He felt he should have produced a more substantial result to alleviate his distress. Su Mu, startled by his sudden outburst, could only lead him away from the unsettling sight. Later, as Xiao Qing reflected on the incident, he recalled that the notorious Sanlu scandal erupted in 2008, and being in 1996, he should be safe from its repercussions. However, he was wary of the unexpected, resolving to rely on his wits to navigate this precarious situation. Thus, with his deliberate actions, every time his parents opened a new canister of milk powder, it would coincidentally coincide with an urgent need to relieve himself. Eventually, his parents abandoned the idea of formula feeding, opting instead for the wholesome goodness of breastfeeding. It must be said, natural milk far surpassed industrial alternatives. At least with breastfeeding, Xiao Qing need not worry about becoming a big-headed child. After a day filled with feasting, relatives began to depart, marking the end of a bustling day. Once the door was closed, the young couple wore mischievous grins, their expressions shifting faster than a player in a game of Naruto. Eagerly, they sat face to face on the bed, ready to engage in the thrilling and delightful ritual of unwrapping red envelopes. After all, hadn't they given away so many in the past? Indeed, hosting Xiao Qing's full-month celebration was secondary. The true objective was to collect gifts. Dear child, we shall save these envelopes for you to use when you grow up and marry. Su Fu chuckled, counting the money while also explaining the situation to Xiao Qing. I must thank you, he added. Xiao Qing, wearing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, thought to himself, indeed, if I remain silent, my parents will take that as agreement. It seems you're not all cut from the same cloth. The couple teased, playfully taking advantage of Xiao Qing's inability to speak. Such scenes had become routine among Chinese parents, and it was likely that many children had encountered similar situations. Thus, Xiao Qing felt little more than amusement at the exchange. In a mere 10 minutes, the couple had opened all the envelopes, yet they found themselves unable to tally the amounts correctly. To their astonishment, they discovered 3 empty envelopes among them. Su Fu exclaimed, "Who would be so inconsiderate? If you can't give, just don't. Stuffing 3 empty envelopes is just cruel." Lying nearby, Xiao Qing averted his gaze, silently pleading that they wouldn't suspect their precious son. The heist of the red envelopes had been a resounding success. Time passed swiftly, and Xiao Qing continued to thrive, reaching a significant milestone by the 8th month. My head. It feels itchy as if I am about to gain wisdom. It was as though the experience points he had accumulated had finally broken through a barrier, allowing him to ascend to the 3rd level of infant strength. Not only had his intellect advanced, but his vision and hearing had also sharpened, and his limbs felt stronger than ever. With newfound determination, he attempted to roll over and began to move independently for the first time since his rebirth. Chapter 3. The differences among infants. After the novelty of just a few days wore off, Qing seemed to enter a state of indifference regarding crawling, as if he had adopted a sage-like demeanor. Nonetheless, to maintain the strength in his limbs, he persisted in taking his father for a 2-hour stroll each day. If one were to track steps on WeChat, there would be no doubt that Su's father's daily count would surpass 10,000. Concerned that Qing might become so engrossed in crawling that he could inadvertently bump into table legs or walls and sustain injuries, Su's father took it upon himself to closely monitor and protect him, a task both mentally and physically taxing. In contrast, Qing bore no such worries. Whenever he grew tired from crawling, he would toddle over to his mother for a cuddle, nestling in her embrace to drink milk and drift into slumber. Thus passed another unremarkable day. 2 days later, Su's mother, observing Qing's seemingly boundless energy with a hint of astonishment, mused that he had grown somewhat, and perhaps was ready for an outing. As fate would have it, Su's father was finally relieved, for it was now time for Qing to be taken out by his mother. With spontaneity, the couple rummaged through the wardrobe for suitable attire. Qing's gaze fell upon a pink t-shirt adorned with an embroidered elephant, accompanied by a pair of split-crotch pants. Indeed, split-crotch pants. Thus commenced a spirited battle. Regardless of the adult's persuasive attempts, Qing adamantly refused to wear the pants, evading his father's grasp as he twisted and turned on the bed, clearly showcasing his resistance. He thought to himself that donning such an outfit would irreparably tarnish the illustrious name he had built in his past life. For someone as conservative as he, being paraded in public was simply too bold. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Su's father settled on dressing Qing in a diaper to cover his private parts, allowing him to reluctantly accept the split-crotch pants without further struggle. Off they went to enjoy their day out. Once the mother and son had left, Su's father finally experienced a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, he began to ponder the burdens of parenthood, realizing that raising a child was no small feat and lamenting the loss of precious time spent with his wife. Meanwhile, downstairs, the mood of Su's mother and son was the complete opposite, especially for Qing. This was indeed his first conscious experience of the world since his rebirth. The brilliant sunshine, flourishing greenery, and the melodies of cicadas and birds, although these sensations did not strike him as novel, they evoked a sense of nostalgia. At that time, society had yet to glorify the notions of remaining unmarried and childless. Rather, most people embraced early marriages and parenthood. Thus, as soon as Su's mother and Qing arrived at the park, they encountered numerous newlywed couples with children or grandparents playing with their grandchildren. Despite the economy still being in its infancy, the faces of the people radiated vitality. Who could say what was superior or inferior? It was a challenging assessment. Su's mother, being amiable and chatty, quickly integrated into a circle of young mothers, engaging in discussions about parenting insights, household matters, and local vegetable prices, among other topics. Qing, however, found himself growing drowsy amidst the chatter. He mused that it might have been better to stay home and watch television instead. Recently, he had developed a new hobby, diligently watching local news and a national news broadcast at the same time each day. He was astonished to discover how various policies and events aligned with the rise and fall of certain industries. The trends of the times and business opportunities were hidden within the unpretentious news reports. In his plans, he intended to persuade his father to venture into the internet CAF business around the year 2000. For now, he thought it wise to accompany his parents while watching the news to broaden his horizons and knowledge, perhaps to unexpected benefit in the future. However, it was evident that Su's parents did not share his perspective. They merely found it amusing to see their little one intently watching television. After all, to them, Qing was merely a child who could not yet speak. So how could he possibly comprehend what the news anchor was saying? They assumed he simply enjoyed watching television and joined him in viewing the news. Seemingly unconcerned about the potential harm to his eyes, perhaps they had simply forgotten about that matter. Suddenly, an unintelligible babbling sound disrupted Qing's reverie, rousing him from his daydreams. Indifferent, he chose to continue pretending to doze. A light smack landed on Su Qing's face, a playful yet insistent gesture that even the most tolerant uncle could not overlook. He angrily opened his eyes to find a bald infant gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, unblinking. The little one exclaimed, gesturing wildly as she attempted to communicate, but Su Qing found himself unable to comprehend the infant's language. The other child, however, dismissed his attempt at conversation with an eye roll, seemingly irked by Su Qing's disdain. Irritated, she retaliated by spitting in his direction, yet her efforts proved futile. Remembering that she had just slapped him, Su Qing contemplated how best to retaliate and suddenly devised a clever idea. He raised one arm, struggling to lift his middle finger. Success! Under the noon sun, that tiny finger stood out starkly, a testament to Su Qing's indomitable spirit at that moment. Su's mother, initially curious about her son's antics, could not help but burst into laughter, and even the attractive woman holding the little bald girl stifled a giggle. Neither adult suspected Su Qing's action was intentional. After all, he was merely a small child, devoid of any malicious intent. In truth, Su Qing was indeed being intentional, his lips curling into a sly grin. Although they perceived it as a humorous accident, Su's mother quickly pulled back Su Qing's arm, deeming the gesture inappropriate. His little middle finger was forcibly pressed down, and his hand was reshaped into a small fist. She even gave his bottom a gentle pat as a form of reprimand, declaring that such uncivilized behavior was unacceptable. Yet, Su Qing seemed unperturbed by the reprimand. Instead, he shot a provocative glance at the little bald girl not far away. However, she paid him no heed. The girl, with her small fist opening and closing, seemed to be attempting to imitate Su Qing's gesture, but unfortunately, there remained a disparity between infants. No matter how hard she tried, she could not manage to raise her middle finger independently. Each attempt resulted in her index finger or others inadvertently standing up alongside it. Su Qing erupted into laughter, and the frustrated little bald girl retreated into her mother's embrace, suddenly breaking into tears. Following this amusing yet absurd encounter, both the adults and children began to familiarize themselves with one another. As a natural progression, the parents began introducing their respective children. It was at this moment that Su Qing, eavesdropping with keen interest, discovered that the little bald girl was named Shui Miao Miao, a rather pleasant name. However, the characters in her name were quite intricate. He hoped she would not find herself in tears over her inability to write it when she started kindergarten. Eventually, Shui Miao Miao ceased her crying but continued to ignore Su Qing. She nestled in her mother's arms, fiddling with her fingers, perhaps feeling self-conscious about her inability to raise her middle finger. Su's mother, perceiving that Shui Miao Miao might be somewhat introverted and wishing for Su Qing to make an effort to befriend her, gently patted Su Qing's back. When Su Qing turned back in confusion, she pointed discreetly toward Shui Miao Miao and whispered softly in his ear. Your mother remarked on the resplendent gold bangle adorning the wrist of the lady, a comment directed at you, Xia Qing. You were perplexed as to why your mother steered the conversation toward Shui's mother. The subsequent utterance left you utterly speechless. Shui's mother possesses such beauty, undoubtedly. Her daughter will inherit that loveliness. If we secure a betrothal now, your mother shall luxuriate in opulence and grandeur. Indeed, it is acceptable to utter nonsense to a child as long as they are too young to understand. For a fleeting moment, you were on the verge of being exasperated by your mother's words. Had you not been reborn, you would have remained oblivious to the capricious nature of your mother's youthful mind. Despite your reluctance, your diminutive frame offered scant resistance to your mother's dominance. Thus, you ambled slowly across the bench. Upon reaching Shui's side, you settled down beside her. The diminutive bald boy across from you remained silent, engrossed in the manipulation of his fingers, lost in his own minuscule world. Though inwardly deriding Shui's clumsiness, you resolved to assist her. With deftness, you extended your thumb and forefinger, grasping Shui's tiny middle finger, gently attempting to pry it open. Yet, successfully assisting her in raising her middle finger proved more challenging than anticipated. Countless attempts faltered, either due to Shui's inadvertent exertion, causing her to raise other fingers, or her withdrawal, just as success seemed imminent. Fortunately, the tedium of recent months had fostered considerable patience within you. You confronted this monotonous and meaningless endeavor with equanimity. Indeed, this period of indolence had served as a crucible for your temperament. Seemingly bereft of patience, Shui began to resign herself to failure, though to you, it signaled her cessation of interference. With unwavering adherence to the principle of abandoning thought and relying entirely on your assistance, success was immediately achieved. Yiga-ga-ga-ga. Shui, as if in reverence, brandished her tiny hand with its erect middle finger, her mouth agape, seemingly astounded by this accomplishment. Simultaneously, like a mature and dependable elder brother, gently caressed Shui's bald head in encouragement. Tears of elation welled in your eyes, as if to say, my dear, foolish sister has finally done it. Lost in your soliloquy, you remained oblivious to the fact that, in the ensuing moment, the little girl, in her delight, was about to thrust her middle finger into your face as if to display it. It was practically an in-your-face display. Hey, are you returning kindness with malice? The two mothers watched this scene in astonishment. Is this appropriate? They exchanged glances, stifling laughter. Amidst these peculiar circumstances, you and Shui became peculiar friends. And this raised middle finger became a peculiar bridge between your friendship. The two mothers exchanged contact information, agreeing to arrange playdates for the children in the future. This is the first time I've seen so close to a child her age. Evidently, Shui had grown accustomed to the park environment, daring to leave her mother's embrace and crawl toward you. Then, she bit your cheek and began sucking on it, leaving your face covered in saliva. What do you think my face is? It's going to be red. Casting a pitiful gaze at your mother, who was enjoying the spectacle, she belatedly separated the frolicking pair. The moment her small mouth parted from your cheek, it emitted a popping sound akin to uncorking a bottle, indicative of the suction's intensity. After the chat, the lady glanced at the watch on her wrist, indicating her need to depart. Subsequently, your mother expressed understanding and rose to take you home. Unfortunately, Shui and her mother were merely visiting relatives temporarily and did not reside nearby, precluding frequent future encounters. You sighed, your small body making the gesture appear somewhat comical. It seemed that your friend experience card might soon expire. Wah wah wah. Wah 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 unfolded her mother's arms. Shui stretched out her arms toward you, seemingly reluctant to part ways, despite having only known you for a few hours. From afar, you smiled and waved goodbye to her. Uncomprehending, Shui's large eyes brimmed with tears, as if about to shed small pearls. She gazed at her tender, small palm, and then from afar returned a middle finger to you, giggling. Your fists clenched. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. You etched the name Shui into your memory, vowing that if you were to meet again, you would bestow upon her a resounding thump on the head. Chapter 4. The Wealthy Madam. Initially, I believed that after this parting, any chance of meeting again would be in a distant future. However, unexpectedly, just 7 days later, the lady extended an invitation for Su Qing to visit her home. Su's parents had no objections. One sought a respite from childcare, while the other wished for Su Qing to socialize with children of his age. Consequently, the next day, Su's mother, having dressed up, took Su Qing to pay a visit. It must be said that one should never underestimate the observational acumen of a homemaker. The lady truly possessed considerable wealth, and describing her as affluent felt entirely appropriate. Residing in a luxurious duplex apartment atop a central city high-rise, this abode was already a testament to opulence. Upon encountering Su's mother, who appeared somewhat astonished, the lady, with an unruffled demeanor, ushered her inside. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by an array of freshly washed fruits artfully arranged on the coffee table. Oh dear, I've been quite busy lately and had to rely on a hired nanny to look after Meow Meow. I was worried she might feel lonely, hence my hasty invitation. I hope I haven't disrupted any of your plans. The lady spoke with utmost politeness and grace, urging Su's mother to indulge in the fruits. Both mother and son were subtly curious about what Shui Meow Meow's father had been up to during this time. Yet out of courtesy and respect for privacy, they refrained from inquiring further. Su Qing, gazing at the strawberries, watermelon, and grapes swallowed hard, having subsisted solely on milk and baby food, he longed for something more. Let the little Su Qing have some too. An 8-month-old baby can begin to enjoy soft fruits. Really? At home, I've only been feeding him porridge and such, Su's mother replied. In the ensuing conversation, Su's mother lamented how rapidly Su Qing was growing, causing her arms to ache from carrying him daily. In line with the topic, the lady expressed her desire to hold Su Qing, to which Su's mother readily consented. Feeling the unfamiliar embrace and the distinct scent wafting around him did not instill fear in Su Qing. Rather, as he basked in the delightful warmth emanating from her back, he broke into a joyful smile. Could this be one of the perks of rebirth? Simultaneously, a fresh strawberry was presented to his mouth, a heavenly delight. Instinctively, Su Qing opened his mouth to take in the strawberry's tip, exerting all his strength to bite down, finally breaking through its defenses and swallowing the luscious flesh. While fruit puree would typically be recommended, this method helped babies develop their chewing skills. As the lady fed him, she imparted childcare tips, leaving Su's mother feeling like a novice in comparison. In this contest of maternal prowess, she was thoroughly outmatched. Indeed, boys tend to grow faster than girls. If Meow Meow were as hefty, I fear I would soon struggle to hold her, she chuckled. In truth, we initially hoped for a little girl, the lady added wistfully. Suddenly, she playfully pinched and tugged at Su Qing's cheeks, leaving him feeling a bit bashful. Now, just a hug will suffice. Please refrain from such liberties. Perhaps she was genuinely fond of Su Qing, for she gazed into his sparkling eyes for a long moment before suggesting, "Why don't I become Su Qing's godmother? And you could be Meow Meow's god." Just then, as if the heavens conspired to intervene, the half-closed door nearby erupted with the sound of raucous crying. The matter was thus set aside. Su Qing almost gained a new god-sister. Reluctantly, the lady returned Su Qing to his mother's arms, and the trio proceeded towards the room designated as the nursery. Upon entering, they were met with a plethora of toys and a soft carpet laid out meticulously, covering every inch of the floor. The lady explained, "At first, I bought numerous toys without knowing the baby's gender, and some can be taken home for Su Qing to play with. This carpet was added after Meow Meow learned to crawl, which is why it seems a bit mismatched." Su's mother nodded in understanding, though internally she was quite taken aback. Raising a child with such precision surely required a fortune that could have sustained 3 or 4 Su Qings. Hearing Meow Meow call for her mother, the lady's face lit up with joy as she hurried over to check the baby's diaper. Indeed, it was time for a change, and without hesitation, she began the task before everyone. This had become part of her routine, and after some time, it no longer felt repugnant. Su Qing, ever the gentleman, turned away, adhering to his internal compass of when to act like a child and when to be sensible. "Your Meow Meow can already talk. She's quite bright," Su's mother remarked. The lady, momentarily pausing mid-diaper change, turned with a puzzled expression. Has Su Qing not yet called out for his parents? Typically, by 4 to 6 months, babies begin to make sounds, and by 7 to 12 months, they start mimicking adult speech, clearly uttering mama and baba. If this is the case, I suggest you consult a doctor promptly to rule out any issues. Early detection is key. The lady was akin to a walking parenting manual, her knowledge flowing effortlessly, causing Su's mother to question whether there might be a problem with Su Qing. Even Su Qing appeared momentarily dazed, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. Oh no, how does she know when he should speak and when he shouldn't? Truthfully, without a reference point, Su Qing's infancy had been fraught with uncertainty. Mommy Su Qing had no choice but to mimic, determined that in future similar situations, he would act swiftly. Being perceived as slow-witted was far too embarrassing. If the roles were reversed, a simple declaration of genius would suffice, bringing him accolades and admiration. Why not bask in the pride of his parents? Oh dear, it seems our conversation has sparked Su Qing's interest in speaking. The lady clapped her hands in delight, pointing to her face. Little Su Qing, I am your aunt. You must call me Annie. Annie with a single phrase, Su Qing effortlessly won her heart. She even delayed changing Meow Meow's diaper, pulling out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket and placing it into Su Qing's hands. Annie hasn't prepared any gifts, so let's use this for your mother to buy some toys, all right? With each utterance of Annie, Su Qing received another 100 yuan, a delightful revelation to him. He had never before experienced such ease in earning money. Who could resist the charms of a generous and attractive aunt? Sue's mother, infuriated, twitched her lips as she pinched Su Qing's bottom, halting his incessant calling. She promptly snatched the substantial sum from him and returned it to the lady, silently chiding her son for being so easily distracted by wealth, especially since he had only called her mama once. Clearly, she was feeling a tinge of jealousy. Nevertheless, the lady left 100 yuan for Su Qing, insisting there was no need for repayment. Thus, the specter of Su Qing's supposed developmental delay faded quietly. Finally, Miao Miao ceased her wailing, her innocent gaze fixed curiously upon Su Qing, leaving one to wonder what thoughts danced in her mind. Does Miao Miao still remember Su Qing? That would be wonderful. The lady helped Miao Miao sit up in her crib and instructed Su's mother to place Su Qing at the other end. Miao Miao, look, this is your good friend from the park a few days ago. Su Qing was puzzled, wondering why this little brat was staring at him. Could it be that the mind with a 3-second memory could actually remember him? It wasn't until Xue Miao Miao raised her arm to display her expertly executed middle finger that Su Qing understood. This little child must indeed remember him. She giggled joyfully, though she didn't fully grasp the meaning behind the gesture. However, Su Qing found her reaction to his blushing expression utterly amusing. Miao Miao, we've already agreed not to do that. When he saw Xue Miao Miao being justly reprimanded by the lady and being put on the crib for a spanking, Su Qing felt a sense of psychological balance. You two must get along well and definitely do not fight. Miao Miao, share your toys with Su Qing and play together. After saying this, the lady and Su's mother left the nursery, returning to the living room for a chat. With the adults gone, Su Qing decided to abandon his pretense, plopping down on the bed and crossing his legs. He stared blankly at the mobile above the crib, which spun and jingled. The strongest instinct of young children is to imitate those around them. Thus the saying that family is a child's best teacher holds true. Last time, Xue Miao Miao had picked up a bad habit from Su Qing, which had caused some distress for the lady. This time was no different. She wanted to mimic Su Qing's leg crossing. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, her short left leg could not reach her right. Due to her previous ingratitude, Su Qing was disinclined to attend to this silly little girl again. Coincidentally, having had a poor night's rest, he felt a bit lethargic and decided to take a nap on Xue Miao Miao's bed. Seeing her playmate sleeping alone, Xue Miao Miao's face puffed up like a puffer fish in indignation. She gently shook his body, hoping to rouse him from his peaceful slumber, but he remained unresponsive. Realizing her efforts were in vain, the small Xue Miao Miao appeared quite troubled as she sat cross-legged beside Su Qing, deep in thought. The little tyrant CPU was about to overheat when she finally came up with a potentially effective method. Suddenly, in the midst of his dream, Su Qing sensed that he was submerged in an endless ocean, ensnared by a gigantic octopus. The tender skin on his face felt as if it were being vacuumed, rendering him unable to free himself, and sleepiness was quickly replaced by fright. Startled from his near-death experience, he sat up, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his back and forehead. At that moment, the culprit, Xue Miao Miao, had already hastily fled the scene of the crime. As he touched his numbed face and noticed the drool on his hand, Su Qing was genuinely furious. While others were still babbling incoherently, Su Qing had already surpassed them by leaps and bounds. Even now, his exclamation would be incomprehensible to anyone. Xue Miao Miao, innocently nibbling on her finger, looked utterly harmless, appearing nothing like a child who had just committed mischief and was fleeing in guilt. She's just a child. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? Little did he know that the boomerang planted in the 2nd and 3rd chapters had swiftly struck Su Qing in the 4th chapter, leaving him to ponder whether he regretted his naive thoughts at the outset. Now that I'm awake, I might as well play with her sigh. Indeed, Xue Miao Miao's life was rather dull. During her mother's absence, she was left with only toys and a stranger for company, a situation she despised. Today, she was finally able to play with her dear friend Su Qing, which made her so excited that she couldn't even take a nap. She eagerly presented her favorite plush toy, shaped like an airplane, to Su Qing. Without a doubt, this gesture was the highest form of friendship a child could offer. Reflecting on this, Su Qing felt a surge of happiness. He He had always envied the deep bonds depicted in novels about childhood friends or childhood sweethearts. In adulthood, even the closest colleagues could not share everything. If given the chance, Su Qing wished for a lifelong friend from childhood. Yet, such dreams remained just that. Events like moving or schooling could easily shatter a child's fragile friendships, something that could not be forced. Everything will unfold naturally. He reached out instinctively to rub Shui Miao Miao's bald little head, which felt delightful. As a seasoned player of both Hearthstone and Naruto Mobile, Su Qing had a peculiar obsession with head pats. It seemed that such simple gestures could elevate his mood. Emotional life task. Make friends. Newbie task triggered. In your past life, you existed alone in a vast city like a small boat adrift in an endless sea, yearning for a companion with whom to share your thoughts. Childhood friends must be nurtured from a young age. Befriend 2 peers before starting elementary school. Past progress. 1-2. Task reward. 2002 World Cup semi-final list. Basic calligraphy, elementary level. The World Cup list. Was the system compelling him to gamble? Su Qing firmly believed that gambling led to family ruin and disasters, and he wanted nothing to do with such matters. As for the yellow, let's talk about gambling and drugs instead. The host need not worry. The 2002 World Cup washout official lottery includes a semi-final lottery project. All actions are reasonable and legal. This system firmly adheres to the principles of wealth, democracy, integrity, and kindness. It will not recommend the host engage in any gray or black industries. It was evident that the system had a strong will to survive, given that the censorship authority loomed over every novelist like the sword of Damocles. A slight misstep could result in the destruction of both book and author. That being said, this was Su Qing's first encounter with the system's task release since it was activated. Could this little bald head truly be his lucky star? On account of the system, Su Qing felt more inclined to play with Shui Miao Miao. What began as a dull manipulation of plush toys gradually morphed into a playful battle, with pillows treated as weapons, ultimately resulting in them being thrown out of the crib and onto the floor. After tiring of the toys, the two seemed to share a thought and began rolling around in the crib together. To be honest, it was quite fun. After several rounds, the two, already low on energy, collided and came to a halt, deciding to lie back to back and take a nap. When the sun was about to set, the parents re-entered the nursery. Hearing no noise from within, they could already guess the situation. Indeed, they were asleep, and Miao Miao was even smiling her sleep. It seemed she had a wonderful time. Our Su Qing is the same. Children should truly play more with their peers. When Su Qing next opened his eyes, he found himself back in the all-too-familiar bedroom, slightly disheveled, and lying not on a luxurious crib. Lady, I wish to be your son too. Just as Su Qing was feeling a bit nostalgic, a large face full of anticipation suddenly appeared before him. Son, Kurme. I'm your father. It turned out that Su's father had learned that his son had finally spoken and called out for his mother, and had been eagerly waiting beside the sleeping Su Qing for several hours, just so he could hear him call out father upon waking. Sometimes, Su Qing found it quite absurd, having to appease his father right after waking up. Who could understand that? Father let him enjoy it. If he were not satisfied, he would likely continue to pester him for an indefinite period. The young Su Qing bore burdens far beyond his years, and he took a moment to mourn for him. Chapter 5. Farewell at the tender age of 1. Su Qing stumbled about, playing with his little shadow, Shui Miao Miao. By the time he reached a year and a half, he had already mastered the art of conversing with adults using complex sentences and could recite tongue twisters with ease. One day, Su's father found himself bested in a verbal spar by Su Qing, and though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed flustered. To preserve his image as a dignified father, which in truth he lacked, he unearthed a dusty copy of 300 Tang poems, seeking to extinguish Su Qing's increasingly audacious demeanor with the wisdom of the ancients. Do you think that merely watching the news can diminish your father's prowess? I will test you now. If you comprehend what I am about to say, I shall call you father. This was a bold assertion from Su's father, fueled by an unwavering confidence. No matter how brilliant Su Qing is, he cannot grasp knowledge beyond his comprehension. Indeed, I am certain of this. I am all in. This was a classic case of committing the folly of empiricism a mistake one should certainly avoid. Seated cross-legged on the couch, Qing cast a quizzical glance at his father, bemused by the antics of his rather unserious parent. Observing the poetry book in his father's hands, coupled with the smug smile plastered across his face, Qing surmised his father's naive intentions. Oh dear, does old Deng believe he can prevail today? It seems the divine infant must teach the arrogant elder a lesson. Alas, challenging a deity is an act of sheer folly. What is this? The prodigious youth dares not proceed. Does he fear defeat? In his futile attempts to provoke Qing, Su's father remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of his blunders. First, the sin of arrogance, and then forgetting everything else. As the new year approached, Qing pondered the implications of victory. Who would bestow red envelopes upon whom? Su's father begrudgingly conceded defeat in their banter, utterly bewildered at how his son had acquired such peculiar knowledge. Could it be that there exists an elderly sage in Qing's dreams, imparting wisdom to him? Surely, he cannot be a reincarnation. Perhaps I have read too many novels. Thus, Su's father dismissed the only plausible explanation. Over the past 2 years, the acquaintances of Qing merely regarded him as a naturally gifted prodigy. This misconception was further bolstered by countless media reports on child prodigies, providing a convenient cover for this reincarnated individual. During the early 2000s, a fever for prodigies swept through society, with numerous young talent programs springing forth. Instances of elementary students skipping grades to attend university became increasingly common. Consequently, Qing's modest abilities attracted little attention in such an environment. It was indeed quite absurd. I have a question, Qing declared, his voice resonating with authority, momentarily overshadowing his father's bravado. Ahem. This poem is titled Accumulated Rain. Accumulated Rain Car. Accumulated Rain Car at Chuanzhuang by Wang Wei. Upon expressing his confusion, it was not I who was at fault, but rather, I question your understanding. Approaching his father, he snatched the book away and pointed at the character, demanding he read it again. Accumulated Rain Car. The more he spoke, the less assured Su's father became. Was it not said that when encountering unfamiliar characters, one should read half of them to avoid errors? The character was pronounced Wing, and the essence of the verse alluded to the sparse trees after days of rain. Qing, akin to a seasoned language teacher, despite having no prior preparation, articulated the poetic meaning with precision. The more Su's father listened, the more awkward his expression became, resulting in a standoff. As the most knowledgeable member of the family and the first and only university graduate of the Su clan, Su Baoshan found himself rendered speechless by Qing's prowess. Upon returning home, Su's mother observed her husband, looking utterly defeated, and wondered what could have transpired to bring him so low. Drawing near, she could hear his murmurs. Had it been me in school, I could have answered correctly. I certainly could. I am university graduate. I am indeed a university graduate. From these words, one could discern Su's father's pride in his academic status. Su's mother chose not to intervene. Experience taught her that he would soon regain his composure. Sure enough, after just a few minutes, Su's father successfully employed the spiritual victory method of Q to uplift his spirits. I am Qing's father. My son's brilliance is a testament to my superior genetics. Therefore, my son's brilliance equals my own. Elated, he leaped about, rushing to the kitchen to embrace his wife, exclaiming the fact of their son's extraordinary talent. Our son is as gifted as the prodigies on television. Oh yes, indeed. Which university should our son apply to? Tsinghua or Peking University? Unaware of the disdain and insincerity in his wife's voice, he retreated to the bedroom, eager to solicit Qing's opinion. Son, Su Baoshan suddenly recalled his earlier boastful words, prompted by Qing's nudge. Regret washed over him. It was too late to retract his statement. His expression soured. If only he could turn back time to half an hour ago, he would surely slap himself for his impulsive bravado, which had led him to this awkward predicament. Yet, faced with his son, he could not afford to lie or evade responsibility. That would set a poor example for his son's upbringing. This truly put Su's father in a difficult position. Recalling his son's peculiar obsession with money, He attempted to entice Su Qing with a monetary bribe. A red envelope for the new year, plus an extra 200. Only 200? I remember you hiding your stash behind the wedding photo. Whoa. Before he could finish, Su's father activated the one-time-only emergency maneuver of the Su family, rushing to Su Qing's side and firmly covering his mouth. 200. No more. Su Qing suspected his father was scolding him, yet he had no proof, seeing that he had thoroughly exhausted his father's meager savings. The benevolent young Su Qing decided to relent, replying, "Deal," like the protagonist of a Japanese film caught in a predicament. Su's father could only endure and comply with Su Qing's demands, gradually descending into the abyss of financial ruin. "Please, no. Not this." Su's father knelt, covering his eyes in despair, unwilling to accept such a grim reality. "Farewell. I shall surely visit you again when the opportunity arises." The winter in Qing was particularly frigid. Despite being wrapped up snugly, Su Qing's exposed skin was still reddened by the biting wind. Perhaps even colder than the weather was the sorrow of parting. At the age of 2.5, Su Qing learned that Shui Miao Miao was suddenly moving to the directly governed city of Tianjin, reportedly due to her mother's flourishing business seeking better prospects there. In this same year, a profound bond formed between Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao, and he had undoubtedly gleaned a fair share of benefits from her. Endowed with extraordinary abilities akin to bullet time, albeit at the cost of considerable mental strain with prolonged use. The prospect of this remarkable task assistant vanishing was genuinely disheartening to Su Qing. "No, I don't." "Goodbye," Shui Miao stammered, rushing forward to embrace Su Qing tightly, reluctant to release her grip. Their mothers consoled them, assuring, "The two cities are in close proximity. You'll undoubtedly see each other frequently." Although the parents' words were not deceptive, Su Qing was acutely aware that despite Sangzhou and Jinmen appearing adjacent on the map, they were separated by a considerable distance of approximately 150 kilometers. Furthermore, with the underdeveloped transportation of the time and the absence of the internet for video communication, the likelihood of meeting again was slim. It was during moments like these that Su Qing yearned for the convenience of the internet, which undeniably bridged distances and fostered closer connections. In the realm of childhood, farewells were commonplace, and a seemingly ordinary goodbye could potentially signify a permanent parting. Su Qing couldn't ascertain when their paths would converge again after this particular farewell. Nevertheless, to Su Qing, goodbye was a solemn promise, a pledge that Shui Miao would remember him upon their next encounter. Chapter 6. Venturing into the unknown in the year 1999. 2 years later, Su Qing transitioned into the middle class of kindergarten. That same year, after much contemplation, Su's parents resolved to take a significant gamble, resigning from their jobs to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. "What? I am to transfer schools, and our entire family is relocating to Tianjin?" Su Qing exclaimed. "Indeed. Hasn't the discussion about opening an internet CAF been ongoing for the past year?" Su's father, seemingly exhilarated, paused to sip water as he elaborated to Su Qing. This gesture piqued Su Qing's interest, as it pertained to the family's prosperity. It is no exaggeration to assert that if they could successfully establish the internet CAF at this juncture, Su Qing would be free from the worries of sustenance. With the aid of his foresight into the future, living a carefree life as a wealthy heir would be effortlessly attainable. However, indulging in such fantasies was futile. It was paramount to first comprehend the tangible circumstances from his father's perspective. "I heard from a department head at the Tianjin Cultural Bureau that if one is determined to enter this industry, now is the time. Next year, to open an internet CAF, one would require an internet CAF license. Your mother's connections in Tianjin are quite robust, offering substantial assistance for our entrepreneurial venture." Su's father had long harbored thoughts of entrepreneurship, which had been thwarted in his previous life due to various reasons. This time around, bolstered by Su Qing's encouragement, he resolved to pursue it 2 years earlier than originally intended. In just 2 years, many changes could unfold. Furthermore, the educational resources in that region are superior, which would greatly benefit your future, Su's mother added. She held a rather indifferent view towards material wealth. Otherwise, she would not have been lured by Su's father, a rather foolish man, to move to Jishur province. Her utmost aspiration was to nurture Su Qing into a capable individual, which is why she agreed to return to Tianjin. Could it be that my mother hails from a prestigious family? The impromptu family meeting concluded, culminating in a symbolic inquiry into Su Qing's opinions. He suggested several considerations. I've heard internet CAFS can be rather chaotic. Might there be incidents of vandalism and looting? Su's father reassured him, fear not. We have acquaintances at the police station. And what are the computers? What configurations are you planning? Su's father responded, we have contacts at Tianjin port who can procure some affordable foreign computers for us to use initially. After this exchange, Su Qing was left speechless. It was evident that in the North, personal connections are paramount for entrepreneurship, transforming many potential hurdles into mere trivialities. During the voting segment, Su Qing wholeheartedly supported the entrepreneurial endeavor, firmly endorsing the Su family's traditional view of the male being the breadwinner and the female managing the household. Moreover, relocating to Tianjin held special significance for him. After a year apart, he missed Shui Miao Miao dearly. Being in the same city, in the same district, would make encounters effortless. What he initially thought would be a swift transition was postponed until the latter half of the year. Su's father would journey to Tianjin alone to undertake the tasks of locating a suitable venue, renovating it, installing computers, and conducting trial operations. Meanwhile, Su Qing and his mother would remain in Jishur province until winter, at which point they would move into the newly renovated residence in Tianjin. The day after this letdown, when Su Qing returned to the kindergarten playground, he found himself devoid of enthusiasm. Upon entering kindergarten, he had eagerly befriended a few superficial acquaintances, hoping to leverage these connections for system rewards. Unfortunately, the criteria for friendships set by the system proved exceedingly stringent, and all his attempts ended in failure, extinguishing his hopes of exploiting loopholes. As he attempted to shed his adult perspective and integrate with the youthful crowd, he was astonished to discover that these young children should not be underestimated. The age-old saying that humans are inherently good was fundamentally misguided. These little rascals exhibited a plethora of undesirable traits, such as fighting, lying, and forming cliques without exception. On one occasion, Su Qing observed a group of children encircling an ant, utterly perplexed. What could be so captivating? It wasn't he until a kind-hearted girl, blushing, explained the intricacies of their actions that he grasped the concept. The steps were as follows. First, they discarded leftover snacks on the ground, waiting for the passing ants to return to their nest. Second, just as the ant army was about to arrive, they swiftly retrieved the food. Finally, they could only watch the bewildered ants scurry about in search of their vanished treasure. Su Qing was left astounded. The ants, having been misled, found themselves isolated and ostracized by their colony. This experience made Su Qing realize that labeling these children as inherently good was an understatement. They were truly little tyrants. In light of their antics, Su Qing found himself increasingly nostalgic for the radiant Shui Miao Miao. Chapter 7. The Kindergarten Arbiter. At Binhai Kindergarten, Class 2, Senior Year, Su Qing, a transfer student, stood on the platform and introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Su Qing, and I hope we can all have a pleasant time together in this final year of kindergarten. It sounded quite ordinary. Su Qing hadn't prepared meticulously, as no one was listening. The arrival of a new transfer student could not assuage the sorrow of being separated from their parents. The classroom was filled with various whimpers and cries, creating a chaotic atmosphere that tested Su Qing's composure. He felt as if he had escaped one hell only to find himself in another. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, led him into the classroom and assigned him a seat before rushing off to comfort the students, leaving him largely unattended. Mommy, don't abandon me. I don't want to go to kindergarten. Wah! Xiaoming, aren't you a good boy? If you don't cry, the teacher will immediately reward you with a little red flower. Okay. Unfortunately, such tactics seemed ineffective. As soon as one child was pacified, another would begin to weep. Watching the beautiful Ms. Zhang's face reveal an expression of utter despair, Su Qing chuckled under his breath. How much meager compensation do you earn per month to be working so hard? His hushed remark seemed to cut through the noise, piercing Ms. Zhang's vulnerable heart. She stared blankly for a moment before regaining her composure, as if undergoing a transformation in a few seconds. Su Qing seemed to witness the birth of a slacker soul in a working person. He mourned the loss of yet another selfless early childhood educator. Amen. With about half an hour before class, Su Qing stared silently at the creaking ceiling fan. In his mind's eye, he envisioned it succumbing to the relentless exploitation of humanity, its support rod snapping and sending it crashing down upon the chattering children below, painting the classroom with a gruesome scene of carnage. If something like that happened, we in Oppos, do get a day off, right? Shaking his head to dispel the morbid thoughts. He felt that spending too much time in kindergarten was turning him into a deviant. One glance confirmed his suspicion. He was idle and bored. Just minutes before the first lesson, the children finally ceased their irritating wails. It seemed they were adjusting to their surroundings and returning to their usual school behavior. However, Su Qing's ordeal was far from over. The crying had subsided, but it was replaced by a cacophony of noise, which, to him, was hardly an improvement. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he saw a little girl with a bob haircut looking up at him. Hello, my name is Pei Xining. I'm very happy to be your classmate. Hello, my name is Su Qing. He flashed his signature smile, a tactic that usually made little girls more enthusiastic. A lesson he had learned from his previous kindergarten. Children are surprisingly perceptive about appearances, even more so than some adults, and they often express it openly. Therefore, those with appealing looks are more popular, and children tend to gravitate towards them. However, this time it didn't seem to work. The little girl, named Pei Xining, actually recoiled slightly. Is my smile scary? It couldn't be. It was usually foolproof. Su Qing was plunged into self-doubt, never imagining that he, a kindergarten charmer, would ever fail. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the many eyes observing them. Look, they're talking to each other. Ha ha, Blackie finally has a friend. Huh, a boy sitting with a girl? Do you think he's a sissy? As the chatter grew louder, Su Qing snapped out of his thoughts and realized he was the center of attention. My dad says boys should play with boys. Spending too much time with girls will sap your masculinity. Eventually, he'll become like a girl, fussy and nagging. Su Qing found such statements laughable. Why should friendship be divided by gender? He hoped that when these children were in their 20s or 30s and still single, their fathers wouldn't regret saying those words. And being single wasn't the worst outcome. What if one of them brought home a boyfriend? Haha, Su Qing had no comment, as people's preferences were their own. No, we can't be so hasty in our judgment. A chubby boy, clearly the leader of the group, stood up abruptly and slammed his hand on the table, silencing their baseless speculation. His use of flowery language piqued Su Qing's interest, and he wondered what he would say. The seats were assigned by Ms. Zhang, not chosen by him. I think we should give him a chance. The children looked at him with admiration, as expected of their boss, fairly pointing out their error. The choice is whether to continue sitting with Blackie or join our axe gang. Boss is wise. Su Qing realized he had overestimated these children. They were no different from his classmates at his previous kindergarten. The arrogant chubby boy approached Su Qing and Oppo's desk, startling Pei Xining, who lowered her head, afraid to look at them. The chubby boy seemed pleased with her fearful reaction, his smile becoming arrogant. Hey, what's your name again? Do you want to join our axe gang? We in Oppos. LL protect you. Yeah, one Oppos. That's so great about being with an Oppos. Blackie and Oppos. Join us. At the insulting nickname Blackie, Pei Xining and Oppos, as shoulders trembled. Su Qing, standing close to her, could hear her soft sobs. She seemed to be crying. Is this bullying? He was incredulous. He hadn't expected children so young to be capable of such cruelty. Although Su Qing had abandoned the notion that children were inherently good, this event exceeded his expectations. Even if these children didn't understand the harm that name-calling could cause, did ignorance excuse their actions? They deserved to be punished. Emotional life quest. Bullying triggered a novice quest. Recalling a time in school when you witnessed bullying but were powerless to intervene, you, as a reborn individual with extraordinary strength, should naturally step forward to prevent such an event from happening before your eyes. Progress, 0-1 reward. Basic boxing, basic badminton, passive skill, combat frenzy. Combat frenzy. Grow stronger with each fight and gain the ability of name-erasing edge, negating one fatal blow. Even without the system's prompting, Su Qing would not have stood idly by. He rose, moved around Pei Xining's chair and stood directly in front of the four children. "Ha ha, I knew boys should." Slap. He was cut off mid-sentence by Su Qing's slap. This time, Su Qing had put his full strength into it, leaving a clear red handprint on the chubby boy's face. The sharp sound of clapping naturally captured the attention of the entire class, prompting both the engaged and the indifferent to gather around and watch the unfolding drama. The plump boy, momentarily taken aback, found it hard to believe. He was accustomed to wielding power in this class, and it was the first time he encountered someone daring enough to resist him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. In the next instant, he fell to the ground, overwhelmed by emotion, and began to wail uncontrollably, utterly losing his composure. Chapter 8, Battle. Exhilarating. "Wow, how dare you strike me? You all, swiftly take revenge for me." The chubby boy, sobbing on the ground while covering his face, pointed at Su Qing and urged his 3 lackeys to avenge him. He was determined to make Su Qing pay. Someone had already dashed out of the classroom to report to the homeroom teacher, while a few boys, reveling in the spectacle, cheered for Su Qing. Go for it. I've long been fed up with them. Yet, no one dared to step forward to assist Su Qing. They could only muster words of encouragement. But to actually engage in a fight, they would never dare. Pei Xineng, one of the parties involved, was utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend why this newly acquainted desk mate would stand up for her. Yet, an inexplicable courage surged within her, compelling her to rise and approach Su Qing. There was no time to mourn for the fallen chubby boy. Now, it was Pei Xining's turn to take the stage. The trio of lackeys, self-proclaiming as the Ultraman Trio, seemed more akin to the 3 useless companions from Jackie Chan Adventures in Su Qing's eyes, for their abilities were far from commendable. Regrettably, the animated series had yet to air, and even if he voiced his thoughts, no one would grasp his humor, leaving Su Qing somewhat choked. Utilizing his bullet-time reflexes, Su Qing deftly evaded their attacks. However, with the sudden appearance of Pei Xining, he found himself needing to allocate more focus to protect her. On several occasions, Pei Xining dashed in front of him, attempting to block punches, prompting Su Qing to helplessly pull her aside, deciding to conclude the skirmish swiftly. After dodging one of the lackeys' charge, he pushed him down to the ground. As the lackey struggled to rise, Su Qing executed a precise elbow strike that incapacitated him completely. Truly, he was as weak as they came, just as he thought he had the upper hand. Lackey number 2 shouted from behind, "This is the power of our bond." This startled Su Qing into action, allowing him to sidestep what should have been a certain ambush. Skillfully, he followed up with a swift kick, leaving the lackey clutching his groin and collapsing to the ground, his face paling visibly. Su Qing had held back, lest he cause irreversible harm. The onlooking boys gasped collectively, contributing to the global warming with their astonishment. They mentally lamented, "This transfer student is ruthless. I hope Xiaoming's family jewels are unharmed." "You fool. If it's an ambush, why shout so loudly?" Even the chubby boy, hidden away while his lackeys charged, grew frantic, attempting to orchestrate their combat strategy from the sidelines. 7th, shift left 5 centimeters and unleash the Ultraman laser. "Don't worry, we have the advantage. 3 against 2. Unbeknownst to him, the count had shifted to 1 against 2, as 2 of his lackeys were already incapacitated. Witnessing his comrades fall, the 3rd lackey visibly faltered. Su Qing advanced step by step, as the boy trembled, retreating with a feigned smile. "Bro, just to clarify, no hitting below the belt. I'm my mother's only son. I'll go home and tell her we have a new daughter." As the 3rd lackey fell, the peculiar sounds of impact echoed, leading Su Qing to bizarrely associate it with the cries of wild beasts. "Oh my, what a stench!" Nevertheless, Su Qing had successfully subdued the 3rd lackey. Now, the chubby boy found himself utterly isolated, the last man standing. Observing his incapacitated lackeys, terror gripped him, and he retreated, pallid and trembling. Standing just a meter away, Su Qing, though not imposing in stature, appeared to Pei Xineng as if cloaked in a heroic aura. She had never truly grasped the notion of a valiant knight from fairy tales until today, as she witnessed a genuine champion emerge in reality. Due to her introverted nature and her darker complexion, Pei Xineng had remained friendless since kindergarten, becoming the target of ridicule in her class. What girl could endure such psychological torment, especially a child? Her silent suffering only escalated, evolving from mere teasing to isolation and even physical bullying. Thus, Qing's act of heroism against the bullies profoundly resonated with her, with tears welling in her eyes, recalling her own 2 years of torment. She felt a surge of emotion and rushed forward to slap the chubby boy across the face. It was as though a long-locked heartache had finally been released, and she wept both sorrowfully and joyfully, her emotions a tangled mess. Receiving another slap, the chubby boy, feeling wronged, began to weep unabashedly, disregarding his image. Did you think this was the end? Upon hearing Qing's voice, the chubby boy opened his eyes to see Qing raising his foot, aimed at every man's most vulnerable spot. No, please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was not genuine remorse that filled him, but rather the fear of impending punishment. Suddenly, the boy's pants grew wet, a testament to his overwhelming fright. Wow, he actually peed himself. The king of wetting his pants. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, marking the bully with a fitting title for his misdeeds. May this incident enlighten him to comprehend the feelings of Pei Sinung and amend his past transgressions. Mission: bullying completed. Congratulations, you have earned rewards. Basic free fighting, basic badminton, passive skill, combat exhilaration. Passive skills automatically equipped. Qing was quite envious of the combat exhilaration skill. It was a guaranteed reprieve from peril. Who wouldn't he be tempted? He was a person who valued his life. While he could forego a famous blade, he could not live without it. In tales, justice often arrives belatedly. As teacher Zhang entered with a stern expression, the lively atmosphere of the classroom vanished. The authoritative presence of a teacher rendered the previously boisterous children silent. Even Pei Sinung, the victim, hid behind Qing in fear. Qing, Pei Sinung, and the 4 of you, come with me to the office. The rest of you, sit tight and refrain from speaking. Understood? Why, yes, understood. Chapter 9, A Lifetime to Everyone's Astonishment. Qing, who appeared to be an earnest and innocent child, managed to create such a tumult on his very first day of transferring schools. At this moment, teacher Zhang felt an unsettling premonition. This seemingly harmless Qing might very well become the greatest challenge of her entire teaching career. With a furrowed brow, she sat in her chair, massaging her throbbing temples, feeling as if her blood pressure was morphing into Qing's very essence. Why is it so difficult to just relax? She sighed deeply, crossing her arms. The compression of her posture revealed deep creases across her upper body, showcasing an exaggerated display. Her lower half, encased in gray stockings, displayed her shapely legs crossed at the ankles, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, causing the few children with lower emotional resilience to tremble in fear. Finally, teacher Zhang spoke, her tone cold. You all, explain what just transpired. Why did you resort to violence? Although she was brimming with grievances as a professionally trained preschool teacher, she upheld strict ethical standards. Forcing a strained smile, she inquired about the incident from those involved. Teacher Qing hit me. Why, he is a bad guy, cried one child. Yes. We didn't do anything. He just charged at us, they pleaded, looking up at her as if she were the embodiment of justice. In their moments of bullying, they had been the epitome of bravado, but now, in front of teacher Zhang, they morphed into victims, adept at feigning innocence. Keep pretending, and I might just let you fly. Have you truly never encountered a delinquent? Qing's voice resonated with authority, silencing the room. The 4 children cast terrified glances at him, retreating behind teacher Zhang. Cough, Qing, do not intimidate them. Now it's your turn to speak. Please clarify the circumstances surrounding this situation. Teacher Zhang coughed twice to regain order. As the head of class 2, she was well aware of the mischief of these 4 little tyrants, and thus didn't take their words at face value. She turned her attention to Qing and Pei Sinung, hoping to piece together the truth through their accounts. In all honesty, there are few teachers as commendable as teacher Zhang, and Qing chose to trust her, nodding as he began his narration. First, I must assert that my actions were justified. I suspect they have been bullying my classmate, Pei Sinung, for 2 years. The moment the word bullying escaped his lips, teacher Zhang's demeanor shifted, her posture straightened, and her crossed leg dropped. This indicated her serious concern regarding the matter. In the absence of surveillance in the classroom, Qing employed a modicum of rhetorical finesse, slightly embellishing his actions while emphasizing the heinous behavior of a certainly Pang and his cohorts, as well as the dire consequences that could ensue. The more they listened, the more cold sweat dripped from Li Pang and his gang, as the realization of their wrongdoing dawned upon them. "Teacher," he asked, lying. Li Pang attempted to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, as upon reflection, every word Qing spoke rang true. Yet, the very truth that he articulated so skillfully absolved him of any wrongdoing, leaving him free from punishment. A lie constructed from truth is indeed the most cunning of deceptions. Finally, he delivered the final blow, asserting that the bullying could potentially ruin Pei Sineng's life, which shattered the last defenses of the four. They fell to the ground in tears, confessing their wrongs and vowing never to repeat their mistakes. Teacher Zhang frowned. Qing's account was coherent, and each detail was articulated with clarity, rendering the need for further deliberation unnecessary. She mused that if all her students were like Qing, the disparity between individuals would be more pronounced than that between man and dog. Enough. We must inform the parents. There is no room for negotiation. This incident marked the first time she encountered such a severe issue since becoming a preschool teacher, and it was imperative to learn from it. During her studies, she had learned about child psychology and understood the terrifying implications of such situations. Had Qing not intervened, Pei Sineng might have continued to suffer in silence, burying this issue deep within her heart. On the other hand, upon hearing that parents would be involved, the four children wilted like frostbitten eggplants, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they slumped to the floor, incapable of rising. Teacher Zhang was the first to notice that Li Pang's trousers were soaked through and needed changing. After warning them not to escape, she hurriedly took him to wash his pants. The others turned pale, for to call their parents meant disaster. They looked at Qing as if he were a monster. Not only was he formidable in a fight, but he also showed no fear at the prospect of involving their parents. He has quite the tough one. It seems the tides are turning at Binhai Kindergarten. Unbeknownst to them, Pei Sineng, the victim in this scenario, was also terrified of her parents being called. She forced a smile and began to comfort Qing. In the future, when faced with such matters, you must bravely inform your parents or teachers. Do not continue to endure such bullying. She reached out to pinch his cheek, which felt delightfully soft. The boys teased her about her complexion, yet to Qing, she appeared quite healthy with her sun-kissed skin. It was at this moment that he truly observed Pei Sineng's face for the first time, her delicate, upturned nose, her clear, glistening eyes, her slender, thick lashes, and after a gentle touch, he found her skin to be remarkably smooth. Truly, she was a beauty in the making. The boys, lacking an appreciation for such beauty, would soon regret their actions, wishing they had never bullied such a girl. It seemed that Pei Sineng, feeling shy under Qing's gaze, closed her eyes and pretended to be an ostrich, unable to muster the courage to escape. Realizing his behavior was inappropriate, Qing quickly released her. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Qing, and I will be your classmate and friend. Together, we will strive for progress in the coming year." Friend, this word carried immense weight for Pei Sineng, laden with memories of disappointment and pain. Faced with Qing, who was extending a hand of help, her timid nature found the courage to take the first step. The words that escaped her lips reflected her innermost feelings at that moment. "Can you be my friend for a lifetime?" "Aha, lifetime? That seems rather heavy." Observing Qing's hesitation to respond immediately, Pei Sineng's face fell, her eyes dulling as if the light had been extinguished. It was as if she were on the verge of fleeing. Qing quickly grasped her shoulders, earnestly stating, "Of course, without a doubt, we can be friends for a lifetime." Instantly, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she sniffled, moved to tears. She then embraced Qing tightly, nestling in his arms, repeatedly apologizing. "It's all my fault. Qing, you got into trouble because of me. I'm so sorry." Truly sorry, her words were not entirely coherent, coming out in fragmented phrases. Yet, Qing listened intently and patiently, gently stroking the little girl's forehead, attuned to her emotions. A tiny butterfly fluttering its wings in the Amazon rainforest may indeed instigate a tornado in Texas. This phenomenon is known as the butterfly effect. Perhaps this small act of courage could alter Pei Xining's life forever. This encapsulates the essence of rebirth. The two were enveloped in joy, while the trio of sycophants waiting for their teacher's return wore expressions of bewilderment, as if their mouths were stuffed with dog food. Are we interrupting you? Should we leave? Upon returning to the office, teacher Xiao Zhang, holding the chubby Li Peng, swiftly declared the outcome of the incident. Considering the hectic schedules of parents during the weekdays, teacher Xiao thoughtfully arranged for the parent-teacher meeting to take place after school, allowing both sets of parents to convene and thoroughly discuss the bullying incident. While this matter might seem trivial to Su Qing, it was a monumental disaster for the defendants, namely Li Peng and his companions. If summoning parents were akin to an immediate death sentence, then doing so after school resembled a prisoner awaiting execution in their cell, with dread gnawing at their hearts incessantly. All right, you may return to your classes. I have other matters to attend to. As they were released from the office, the expressions of the few returning to the classroom varied significantly. Su Qing and Pei Xining appeared relaxed and carefree, particularly the latter, who, having resolved a lingering concern, bounced with a spring in her step, revealing a rare smile in Su Qing's presence. In stark contrast, Li Peng and his companions were distracted during class, ignoring even familiar faces who attempted to engage them. Their minds were consumed by the prospect of facing the inevitable scolding from their parents later that evening, as a joint parental reprimanding seemed unavoidable. During the break, Su Qing and Pei Xining found themselves surrounded by peers, who hailed him as a hero for ridding them of their troubles, an act that brought great satisfaction to all. Many of these classmates had also been victims of Li Peng's bullying, and in that moment, Su Qing was celebrated like a champion. It was as if he had ascended to the throne, with his classmates proclaiming him the new leader of Class 2. Even Pei Xining's status within her class was elevated. At the very least, no one dared to mock her behind her back anymore. With Li Peng, the former leader, defeated, it was only natural that Su Qing would now take the helm of Class 2. Woohoo! Su Qing is the king, someone exclaimed, and a raucous applause followed, thrusting Su Qing into the limelight. Pei Xining felt utterly uncomfortable being the center of attention, shrinking behind Su Qing, wishing she could vanish into the floor. Su Qing, however, held no interest in the title of leader. In fact, following a tragic incident involving a basketball player, he could no longer regard such a term with reverence. Leader, leader, leader. Children, this is not amusing, Su Qing said, his expression growing increasingly stiff as he firmly rejected the title, dispersing the crowd. Once the throng had departed, the socially anxious Pei Xining gradually regained her composure, her speech no longer reduced to nonsensical murmurs. After class resumed, the two began conversing once more, revealing that her transition from social anxiety to normalcy took considerable time. During a quiet moment in class, Pei Xining leaned close to Su Qing and whispered, "Why are you reluctant to become a class leader? Isn't that a rather prestigious role? Such a title is utterly embarrassing. Only delinquents use it, don't you think?" Su Qing replied, twirling a 2B pencil. However, the logic of children diverged from his own. "I actually think it's pretty cool. Leader, Su Qing is the king. Please don't call me that. I beg you." Seeing him blush and fluster for the first time, Pei Xining found this side of Su Qing quite endearing. Chapter 10. The mother-in-law observes her son-in-law at the tender age of 4 or 5. Children often become a source of vexation and annoyance. Upon learning that their child had been summoned to the principal's office, the expressions of several parents betrayed their impatience. Among them, however, one stood out. Mr. Su wore a serene demeanor, even hinting at a smile. Reflecting on the years since Su Qing's birth, he had consistently presented himself as remarkably mature, leaving Mr. Su feeling somewhat disconnected from his role as a father. This call to the school, however, provided him with a sense of relief, as it seemed to align with the experiences of a typical father, rather than being perpetually outdone by his own son. In essence, it appeared that Mr. Su had suffered a degree of emotional withdrawal due to Su Qing's prowess. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by the sight of Su Qing casually sipping juice on the sofa, appearing utterly unfazed. Mr. Su fell silent. Where's the fear and anxiety that should accompany wrongdoing? Oh, Dad, you're here. Come sit over here. We're waiting for the show to begin. Su Qing gestured for his father to join him, effortlessly transforming Mr. Su's intention to admonish him into a mere moment of bewilderment. Instinctively taking a seat, Mr. Su quietly inquired about the situation. Are you not guilty of any wrongdoing? Be careful, or I shall inform your mother about today's events. The threat was blatant. Realizing that his stern demeanor did not instill fear in Su Qing, Mr. Su invoked his wife as authority. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed, retorting, "Isn't informing parents a tactic used by children? Perhaps you are mistaken. Let us observe how things unfold before passing judgment." With that, a knowing smile danced on Su Qing's lips, as if to declare, "Stand back. I'm about to impress." With Mr. Su feeling increasingly outmatched, the final parent arrived, a burly man with a straightforward demeanor. His thick local accent immediately revealed his intent. "I am Li Pongpong's father. What mischief has he committed to warrant a parent meeting?" It was evident that Li Pangpang was terrified of his father, lowering his head and trembling slightly. "You should know how formidable your son is. At such a young age, he has begun to conspire with classmates to bully young girls." Su Qing interjected, relishing the chaos. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated numerous scenarios, yet never imagined his son could engage in such disgraceful behavior. His hand rose, poised to strike, as he glanced towards teacher Zhang for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod, a look of resignation crossed his face, though, to Li Pangpang, it resembled that of a demon's grin. In the next moment, he yanked down Li Pongpong's trousers and began to administer a swift and loud spanking. Does that sound pleasant? A good sound indicates a well-deserved backside. Dad, I'm your son. Please stop." Li Pangpang desperately attempted to awaken his father's last vestiges of paternal love, but his pleas were in vain. The scene grew increasingly brutal, and even Su Qing found it difficult to watch. Surveying the room for an implement, he spotted a broom and hurriedly retrieved it, presenting it to Li Pongpong's father. "Sir, remember that the forces of action are reciprocal. With this, your hand will not ache." For a brief moment, the man was taken aback, accepting the broom with a bewildered thank you, before resuming his round of educational discipline. Surprisingly, the more he hit, the more invigorated he became. As a dedicated educator, teacher Zhang typically maintained a stern fa, but she could not suppress a smile, secretly giving Su Qing a thumbs up beneath her desk. She had long harbored grievances against these troublemakers, and Su Qing's actions were a cathartic release for her. Feigning disapproval, she interjected, "Oh dear, Mr. Li, one cannot simply strike a child. While Li Pangpang can be a bit mischievous and inattentive in class, he is still just a child." The two shared a knowing glance, a silent camaraderie forming between them. Meanwhile, Li Pangpang lay sprawled over the desk, feeling as though his dreams had been dashed. He glanced over to see Su Qing's jovial expression and felt a deep sense of despair. He could not comprehend why Su Qing, who had been responsible for their collective punishment, faced no repercussions and instead received accolades from both teachers and parents. Pacifier, hiding behind Su Qing, observed the unfolding drama with a mix of emotions. Her small hand clutched Su Qing's tightly, realizing that despite their similar fist sizes, it was this seemingly unassuming hand that shielded her from bullies. A smile crept onto her face as she silently resolved to be Su Qing's loyal shadow for life. The unfolding events were entirely unexpected, and Mr. Su, piecing together the fragments of conversation, began to grasp the situation. He regarded his whimsical son with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment, followed by a deep sigh. His son's actions were increasingly beyond his comprehension. Not only was he gifted, but now he had also played the role of a hero. What lay ahead for him in the future? Mr. Su dare not ponder. "All right, everyone, let me recount the events that led to this gathering, hoping that all parents will take heed and educate their children at home to prevent such incidents from recurring." The tale, though brief, moved Pacifier mother to embrace her daughter, tears streaming down her face as she realized the gravity of the bullying her child had endured. Previously, she had assumed Paicifier's reluctance to attend kindergarten was mere stubbornness. not realizing it stemmed from such malevolence. Overcome with guilt for not fulfilling her maternal duties, she repeatedly murmured apologies, while pacifier, usually timid and reserved, began to console her mother. "It's because I didn't tell the teacher that this happened. It's not your fault, Mom. Besides, Qing helped me and became my friend. Now I'm really happy." Sighing. "If you ever encounter such a situation again, you must tell me." The office was split in two. One side a scene of familial warmth, while the other faced turmoil, with Li Pangpang enduring a punishment that seemed relentless. The other accomplices fared no better, receiving stern reprimands from their parents, albeit discreetly, their fates sealed with ominous threats of retribution awaiting them at home. Mr. Su gently patted Qing on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. There are no weaklings in the Su family." With tears glistening in his eyes, Qing felt a swell of emotion. Every boy yearns for his father's affirmation, and he was no exception. Pacifier's mother and daughter duo approached Qing, bowing deeply in gratitude. "I must express my gratitude to you. Without the intervention of young Qing, I cannot fathom the extent of the bullying my daughter would have endured in kindergarten." At this point, Su's father could no longer remain seated. He hastily stood up and waved his hands in refusal. "No, no, no. This is what my son Qing should do. I have taught him from a young age to protect girls and to be a true gentleman." Upon hearing these words, several parents nearby felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly praised him for his exemplary parenting, eager to learn from him. This flattery greatly satisfied Su's father's vanity, filling him with emotional gratification. After an engaging exchange with Pei's mother, they were astonished to discover that both families resided in the same neighborhood, a serendipitous connection. The eavesdropping Pei Sinning seized upon the topic, inquiring whether she could invite Qing to play. Pei's mother readily agreed. Thus, the matter reached a temporary conclusion, and it was time for everyone to return to their respective homes. However, Pei Sinning stubbornly clung to Qing's arm, seemingly unwilling to part ways. Pei's mother scrutinized Qing with a discerning gaze, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable. Having been a 29-year-old chef in his previous life, Qing was oblivious to the intensity of a mother-in-law's scrutiny of her son-in-law. Now, at such a tender age, he was experiencing it firsthand. After a brief observation, Pei's mother nodded in satisfaction. The events of the day had significantly enhanced her impression of Qing. Even without knowledge of his family background, she found no fault in his education or character. Had Qing been privy to her thoughts, he would surely have broken into a cold sweat. Bemused by Pei's mother's forward-thinking perspective, wasn't it a tad early for a mother-in-law to evaluate a potential son-in-law? Ultimately, Pei Sinning could not withstand her mother's insistence and reluctantly bid farewell to Qing. As she traversed the few steps out of the office, she frequently glanced back with a pitiful expression directed at Qing. Yet, it was clear that her hopes would be dashed. Qing merely stood rooted in place, waving goodbye. Since both parties had already agreed to meet at the community sports facilities at 4 o'clock that afternoon, there seemed little reason for such reluctance. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang, who had been observing the scene, found it strikingly reminiscent of a recent idol drama, where a loving couple, thwarted by their parents, could only part with tears in their eyes. With a wry smile, Teacher Zhang realized he had succumbed to fanciful daydreams, conjuring a melodramatic scenario. Idol dramas certainly have a profound influence. Su's father playfully kicked his son's backside, chuckling as he teased, "Well, my boy, on your very first day at your new school, you've already emerged as a hero saving a damsel in distress. Your skills in charming the ladies rival my own from years past." Qing shot an unimpressed glance at his boastful father, aggravating him further. "What? You don't believe me?" As Qing settled onto the back of his father's old bicycle, the bumpy ride felt as though it could shatter a kidney stone. According to his recollection, it was only a few years later, with assistance from his grandfather, that his father acquired his first car, followed by a series of bittersweet memories. During the 2002 World Cup, unexpected fortune struck when a small lottery ticket altered the family's fate. Although the national team's performance was dismal, inciting Su's father's ire as he yearned to smash the television, they had indeed won a modest fortune from the lottery, amounting to over 100,000 yuan. This small windfall, however, became the catalyst for a business failure. Although Sue's parents were not ostentatious, word of their good fortune inevitably reached relatives, leading to the unwelcome attention of a covetous uncle. An industry that had been exaggeratedly lauded, coupled with a nebulous investment, resulted in financial ruin for Sue's parents. Their previously envisioned internet CAF venture was dashed, and the savings they had painstakingly accumulated evaporated. Reflecting on this, Su Qing silently vowed that if his uncle dared to scheme against their family again, he would not go unpunished. Yet for now, he needed only to prepare himself mentally for what lay ahead. As he hummed the famous ode to joy on the bumpy ride home, his mood gradually lightened. Unaware of his father's sharp intake of breath, Su Qing had unconsciously pinched his father's waist in irritation, causing genuine pain. No wonder those children were so frightened of him. Perhaps Su Qing possessed a natural strength. Thus, they returned home amidst playful banter. As they discussed the day's events, Su's father proudly puffed out his chest, as if basking in the glory of his son's achievements. Upon finishing his embellished tale, Su's mother, with a loving demeanor, praised Su Qing for his maturity. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she quietly inquired of her husband, "Do you think, having intentionally transferred him to Schwem Yao Miao's school, the two of them have yet to meet?" "Ah, dear, that was long ago. They haven't seen each other in years. Little Qing has probably forgotten her name by now," Su's father replied, taking a bite of a peeled apple. He continued with his conjecture. "Besides, children develop rapidly over the years. A single glance is hardly enough to recognize them." Su's mother sighed heavily. They had done their part, and now all they could do was leave the rest to fate. Chapter 11. The first lesson from Father Su. Forgetting one's roots, the new house bore little difference from the old one, save for the addition of numerous large pieces of furniture, including an antiquated computer with a substantial rear, occupying a corner of the living room. This relic was surreptitiously retrieved by Father Su from the internet CAF, accompanied by a rather plausible justification. As the proprietor and network administrator of a burgeoning internet CAF, how could I be ignorant of computer usage? In truth, the responsibilities of a network administrator had dwindled to mere bookkeeping and timekeeping. Repairing computers? Simply instruct the customers to employ the restart method. What? Restarting didn't work? Then, just switch to another machine. Father Su cleverly utilized this information gap as a FAAD, while Mother Su remained oblivious, believing he was diligently working at the computer. Curious, Su Qing began to explore this archaic computer, harboring a flicker of anticipation for the internet of the new millennium. In his previous life, he had only begun to use the internet frequently around 2011, missing the opportunity to witness its growth firsthand, which remained one of his regrets. With no recollection of how to dial up the internet, he reluctantly called upon his father for assistance. Observing his father's proud, yet helpless expression, Su Qing felt a twinge of discomfort. As time passed, while Su Qing pondered the inexplicably sluggish internet connection, Father Su had quietly commandeered the computer desk to indulge in a game of Counter-Strike. The single-player version. The first lesson of society, forgetting one's roots. He had assumed this was merely a humorous anecdote from the future. Yet today, Su Qing found himself enrolled in a lesson by his beloved father. Father Su, unperturbed by his son's antics, remained as stoic as a machine, fixating on his digital adversaries. It was a mystery to Su Qing why this was entertaining. Nonetheless, Father Su appeared thoroughly engrossed. Clearly, he had succumbed to the allure of gaming. Just days prior, while delivering a meal to his father at the internet CAF, Su Qing had witnessed him mingling with customers, engaging in local area network matches of Counter-Strike. Powerless, Su Qing could only sit aside and watch as his father maneuvered his character, often meeting his demise at the hands of bots, displaying a rather abysmal level of skill. With mealtime still a ways off, Mother Su emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of fruit, intending to nourish the father-son duo. Upon witnessing Father Su fiddling with the computer, this time accompanied by Su Qing, her frustration reached a boiling point. She lamented that she should never have consented to the internet CAF venture, as a modest clothing business would have sufficed. Just look at the state of things now. It might be time to consider a rehabilitation center for internet addiction. Su Qing envisioned his father undergoing electric therapy, suppressing a laugh that was decidedly unkind. Sensing an ally, he recounted his experiences of being let down, joining forces with his mother to lodge a complaint. Dad wants to lead me astray and teach me how to play games. Like a rusty robot in need of lubrication, Father Su turned his head. A sheepish grin plastered on his face, attempting to explain himself to Mother Su. In the meantime, he shot a glare at Su Qing, reprimanding him for his deceitful behavior. Mom, games are so much fun. I don't want to go to school. I just want to play games for the rest of my life, even if it blinds me. Upon hearing this, Mother Su's expression grew increasingly rigid, while Father Su nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Ultimately, there was no room for negotiation. Both Father Su and Su Qing were forcibly instructed to descend the stairs for some physical activity, not to return home until after sunset. Su Qing's initial intent to play a prank on his father had backfired, ensnaring him as well. In the stairwell, the two exchanged awkward glances, and Su Qing delivered a sharp kick to Father Su's calf. It's your fault for making Mom angry, and now I'm caught in the crossfire. Father Su scratched his face, squatting down to pinch Su Qing's cheek, eliciting a yelp of pain from him. How can you say that? It's all your fault for lying to your mother. You are the liar. At the end of the day, it's still your fault for stealing my computer to play. The father and son argued like children, their faces flushed with indignation. Unable to avoid the situation, Su Qing contemplated what to do next, deciding to wait until 4 o'clock to play with Pei Sinning. Downstairs, a multitude of children occupied the play area, most of whom were being supervised by their grandparents, making Father Su appear somewhat out of place. The waiting period was dull, and aboard Su Qing stood on the space walker, swinging his legs. Occasionally, children would pass by, and he would instinctively step aside to avoid collisions, eventually opting to stand idly. Father Su, meanwhile, diligently exercised on a waist-twisting machine nearby. Although it was unclear whether this contraption truly strengthened waist muscles, it was still beneficial. A healthy father would contribute to a harmonious family environment. Before long, Su Qing caught sight of a familiar little figure sprinting toward him. It was Pei Sinning. Upon reaching his side, Pei Sinning wrapped her arms around his, panting heavily. A strange man followed closely behind her, presumably her father, who politely nodded at Su Qing with a smile. However, Su Qing sensed a flicker of possessiveness in the man's gaze. Indeed, his intuition was correct. At that moment, Pei's father felt a pang of jealousy thinking about how excited Pei Sinning had been at home, coupled with her closeness to Su Qing. While I acknowledge that you protect Sinning, you think you could just whisk her away. It'll be at least 20 years before that happens. Most fathers are like this, especially when their daughters are particularly endearing. It seemed every boy approaching their daughter was merely a pig desiring to take the cabbage. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Pei's father, Su Qing's mind wandered to a rather audacious thought. In his imagination, he envisioned himself as a tattooed delinquent with bleached hair, cradling an older version of Pei Sinning. Oi, old dang. Here, that's the ultrasound of your daughter as pregnancy. I want to offer a penny as a dowry. And my house is a short-term rental in the urban village. Your family must provide at least $88,800, or I shan't marry her. Gazing at Pei's father, whose veins bulged and appeared ready to deliver a punch to Su Qing, he struck his final blow. By the way, old dang, is my ghostly ride parked safely downstairs? Ah, it's all good. Just wait for me to grab a knife from the kitchen. No, I'll fetch the dowry instead. Please don't go anywhere. The fantasy abruptly ended, and Su Qing burst into laughter. Facing Pei's father's bewildered expression, he sought an excuse to engage his father in conversation. Inquiring about the time, he learned it was only 3:30. Su Qing grew curious as to why the young girl had descended half an hour early. I was resting on the balcony when I spotted someone who looked just like you. I came down to confirm it was indeed you. Upon hearing this, Su Qing mused that a child's eyesight was indeed remarkable. Reflecting on his own future, where excessive computer gaming led to him wearing glasses at an early age, he admitted his fault but continued to indulge in the same behavior. The games he played were typically those favored by children, like house or sandcastle building. Fortunately, Pei Sinning was not a boisterous child. She remained quietly by Su Qing's side. Don't you find this boring? Before meeting Su Qing, Pei Sinning usually spent her afternoons at home, playing alone. Though she often observed her peers gathering downstairs, laughing and playing, Her solitude rendered her visits merely an exercise in loneliness, sliding down the slide or swinging alone, perhaps even subject to bullying. Gradually, her enthusiasm for playing outside waned. However, the presence of Su Qing changed everything. Although Su Qing was a boy of few words, his companionship was more than sufficient. "Why would you ask that?" she replied, seemingly anxious that Su Qing might misunderstand, hastily shaking her head and employing fervent gestures to affirm her sincerity. The adorable bob hairstyle, meticulously arranged by Pei's mother, became disheveled due to her movements, a few rebellious strands of hair playfully falling across her face, making Pei Xining feel quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, she reached up to tidy her hair, only to remember that her hands were covered in sand. Fortunately, Su Qing intervened just in time, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Pei Xining's delicate earlobe, eliciting a giggle as she exclaimed, "That tickles." Chapter 12. Sister Cixin. The sun illuminated the clouds at the horizon in a fiery crimson, casting its final glow. Realizing the hour was late, Su Qing decided it was time to return home, curious about the sumptuous meal his mother had prepared for the evening. Not far away, in a gazebo, Su's father and Pei's father were engaged in amiable conversation, their rapport quickly blossoming due to Su Qing's assistance to Pei Cixin. As Su Qing approached, he was met not with the chance to announce his departure, but rather with a handful of snacks thrust into his hands by Su's father, who insisted he take them to his sister Cixin. Su Qing, holding the plastic bag, found it amusing that while he addressed her formally, his father had already dubbed her as his sister. Turning back toward the sandpit, ready to share the treats with Pei Cixin, he was puzzled to find her missing. As he drew closer, he discovered her curled up in a corner, resembling a compressed file. "Oh dear, who turned my little sister into a zip file?" he exclaimed. "What art performance are you putting on?" Pei Cixin, accustomed to Su Qing's bewildering remarks, quickly darted behind him, trembling as she pointed at a small dog wagging its tail in the nearby flower bed. The dog looked at them with an open mouth, barking playfully, causing Pei Cixin to flinch each time. The little dog seemed to revel in the game, bounding closer to them, while Pei Cixin whimpered softly on the verge of tears. It was her first encounter with such a teasing creature. Su Qing, amused by the situation, retrieved a stick from the grass and playfully engaged the dog, reminiscent of a childhood game. The small dog, merely 4 or 5 months old, was easily toppled when Su Qing seized the opportunity. With its limbs restrained, the dog emitted a series of appeasing whines. After a few gentle scratches on its soft belly, Su Qing released it, with the perceived threat banished. Su Qing stood against the sunlight, while Pei Cixin, her vision blurred by tears, could only see him shrouded in a golden-red glow. The knight who had come to her rescue had reappeared. Nay, it would be more fitting to describe him as an angel or savior. In her eyes, Su Qing, though only a modest height, appeared grand and heroic. "Are you so fearful of dogs? They are quite friendly, devoid of malice," he reassured her. "I know, but it seems that little creatures all dislike me." Understanding her plight, Su Qing concocted a plan to shield Pei Cixin from the torment of small dogs. "How about this? When the new year arrives, I shall take you to play a mysterious game. I assure you, no dog in the entire neighborhood will dare to bother you, allowing you to exact your revenge. Can I play with Su Qing then?" she asked eagerly. "If you're still here during the new year, it is certainly a promise." Promise. Though it was only autumn, months remained until the new year. Pei Cixin did not mind the wait. She cherished the promise and eagerly anticipated the surprise Su Qing would prepare for her. After their playful escapade, they had neglected to enjoy the snacks, so Su Qing selected a few delectable pieces for her to take home. Hand in hand, they approached the adults in the gazebo, where darkness was beginning to descend. Su's father finally realized it was time to return home. The two men appeared as though they had known each other for ages, with Su's father clapping Pei's father on the shoulder, promising to visit his internet CAF for a game of CS in the coming days. Thus, a friendship between the men blossomed effortlessly. Pei Cixin felt a surge of joy witnessing this moment. She and Su Qing were friends, and now their fathers were friends too. How delightful it was to have such double happiness. Their bond of friendship seemed all the more unbreakable. Meanwhile, Su Qing remained speechless, pondering how his father might lead Pei Cixin's father astray. Upon returning home, they were met with Su's mother's scrutinizing gaze. She wrinkled her nose, declaring that both father and son reeked of sweat, urging them to wash up before dinner. Su Qing, resigned to the embarrassment, allowed his father to assist him in cleaning up, though, truth be told, he had grown accustomed to it over time. After their ablutions, they settled in the living room to watch television. Su's father attempted to switch to the sports channel to catch a football match, but Su Qing snatched the remote, tuning it instead to the evening news. The man sighed, a hint of resignation crossing his face, as he observed Su Qing's unwavering habit of watching the news for the past 4 or 5 years. Even for a reborn individual, acquiring wealth was not as simple as it seemed. Understanding the current policies and the evolution of society was indeed essential. Su's father sighed heavily, realizing he would have to forego the football match and accompany his son in watching the host recite the news with a formal tone. In just a few short minutes, phrases like WTO entry, enhanced competition, and breaking monopolies were repeated several times. The government had almost laid bare its developmental trajectory for the coming years. Yet, turning to his side, he caught Su's father idly picking his nose, flicking the remnants towards Su Qing's head. What a futile endeavor, he mused. Even when the answers were practically presented to him, his father remained oblivious. Dad, do you think our country's entry into the WTO will benefit our internet CAF? Su Qing inquired, perplexed at how the conversation had shifted to this topic. Just days prior, Su's father had been quite pleased with himself, boasting about how his CAF had nearly monopolized the clientele around District 2 Middle School. At this rate, he would recover his investment by early next year. However, as he pondered Su Qing's question, Su's father's casual demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he began to contemplate the matter. I understand the WTO. I've heard that tariffs will decrease, thus lowering the cost of hardware procurement. But you know the source of our computers, so the benefits might not be substantial. Yet, Su's father still displayed some business acumen, albeit with a limited perspective, focusing only on the surface implications. Now, it was Su Qing's turn to interject, using subtle suggestions to guide his father towards a more profound understanding, aiming to transform him into a savvy entrepreneur. Dad, they say that joining the WTO will make people wealthier, but not every household can afford a computer. Su Qing pressed, addressing the crux of the issue. The economic openness would spur consumption upgrades, inevitably leading to an explosion in internet demand among countless young people and professionals, making internet CAFs a necessity. As realization dawned upon him, Su's father's eyes lit up. A bold idea began to form in his mind. He would take the plunge. However, recognizing the gravity of the matter, he decided to discuss it further with Su's mother later that night, choosing to hold off on any announcements for the time being. After dinner, lounging on the sofa, the clock struck 9. Su Qing felt compelled to approach his parents with a serious request. Mom and Dad, I would like to sleep alone in the guest room. Su's father, exhilarated, eagerly asked if he was serious, seemingly ready to finalize the decision on the spot. Su Qing understood his father's emotions. As time passed and strength waned, one would eventually concede. However, it was well known that all minor matters in the Su household were dictated by Su's mother, while significant decisions were made jointly. Thus, Su Qing's request hinged on her approval. As for Su's father, he was merely a facilitator in the background. Su Qing's mother flatly refused, articulating her concern that at such a tender age, being alone in a room would pose a risk should any unforeseen peril arise. Don't exaggerate, Mom, Su Qing retorted. Ever since I gained control of my bowel movements, I haven't sold my pants once, you know. I was merely employing a figure of speech. Realizing that his mother's words were not entirely resistant, but rather held a hint of flexibility, Su Qing earnestly argued his case. He strung together a series of rather obscure pronouncements, such as how sleeping in his own room was a mark of manhood and that he, being older, deserved his own privacy. This elicited a burst of laughter from his parents, filling the living room with mirth. Eventually, with his father's encouragement, Su Qing secured his bedroom trial pass. The reason it was merely a trial was that his mother insisted on observing him for a period. Only if no issues arose would she grant her full consent. Su Qing was overjoyed, and, emboldened, he audaciously requested to bathe alone. This nearly resulted in his parents ejecting him from the room. Grinning, he entered the spare bedroom for a tour. It had been designed and intended for him since the initial renovation. He just hadn't expected to move in so soon. After repeatedly enjoining Su Qing not to stay up late and to go to sleep immediately upon returning to the room, the young couple eagerly retreated to the master bedroom to rest. Su Qing was speechless. Had it not been for the strict family planning policies of the time, he would have suspected that a younger sibling might soon be joining the family. It would be quite comical if the already strained family finances were further burdened by a hefty fine, leading to a disruption in their financial stability and the premature demise of his entrepreneurial plans. With a slightly jocular thought, Su Qing drifted peacefully to sleep. Chapter 13. Beset by an odd little girl. As everyone knows, kindergarten education emphasizes a relaxed and enlightening atmosphere. There is a considerable period of free time between breakfast and the first class, allowing the children to play as they wish. However, Su Qing's mood was far from cheerful, all because of the overly familiar little boy sitting in front of him. Initially, he seemed normal enough, merely hunched over, surreptitiously consuming the sweets he had brought from home. But once the sweets were gone, things took a turn for the worse. He began to pick his nose and eat the contents. He even offered to share with those around him. "My boogers are chocolate-flavored. Would you like to try some, boss?" Su Qing mustered an awkward yet polite smile, recoiling from the unsightly substance clinging to the boy's finger. He disregarded the boss appellation, too disgusted to correct him. Spurned, the little boy regarded Su Qing with an air of pitying condescension, musing to himself, "I intended to use this morsel to forge a friendship with the class's new leader. But alas, he is devoid of refined taste." Boogers are the epitome of masculine romance. The boy's deskmate had been eavesdropping on their conversation. As if he had finally found a kindred spirit, his eyes lit up, and he began to converse with the booger connoisseur, their topic decidedly unpalatable. "That's nothing. My boogers are menthol-flavored. My mom says it's because I eat too many lozenges, and they've marinated inside me." He seemed quite proud as he extracted a black glob of nasal mucus and presented it for all to see. What was there to be proud of? Su Qing thought, wishing he could gouge his eyes out. The two boys proceeded to exchange nasal delicacies, and Su Qing felt a torrent of nausea rising in his throat, unsure whether to expel it or swallow it down. He felt like the odd one out. Indeed, little girls are preferable, especially the well-behaved and adorable Pei Xining. Turning to catch a glimpse of the endearing Pei Xining to cleanse his eyes, he was dismayed to find her gazing at the two boys with envy, her fingers poised to delve into her nostrils. "No, please. My image of you is about to shatter." Su Qing swiftly intervened, admonishing her that this was not a proper habit. "Why? Are they allowed to?" "Because they lack hygiene, Xining. You wouldn't want to develop a pig nose and have constant nosebleeds, would you?" Well, the consequences weren't quite that dire. Su Qing was merely trying to frighten the little girl. Pei Xining only vaguely understood, but remembered that Su Qing disliked this behavior. So she resolved never to do anything that displeased him. "Wow, Meow Meow, you're finally back. Were you ill these past few days?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door, and it was evident that most of the boys in the class were becoming restless. Endowed with the innate Chinese ability to join in on any spectacle, Su Qing couldn't help but divert some of his attention to the situation. Concurrently, he softly inquired of the class veteran, Pei Xining, hoping she might shed some light on the matter. "Oh, that's Shui Miao Miao. She's quite the celebrity at our school." It was apparent that when Pei Xining uttered the name Shui Miao Miao, her eyes were filled with longing. Never would he have imagined hearing this name again from his little deskmate, stirring memories from the depths of Su Qing's mind. Pei Xining continued to speak, seemingly eager to impart all that she knew. Firstly, Shui Miao Miao was renowned throughout Binhai Kindergarten for two reasons. One was the incredibly luxurious Mercedes-Benz that chauffeured her to and from school. In the year 2000, even those unfamiliar with the brand would be intimidated by the imposing presence of the Tiger head Benz, fearing that even a minor scratch would lead to financial ruin. The second was her striking appearance and flamboyant personality. She would occasionally arrive at kindergarten in elaborate and beautiful Lolita dresses, as if she were walking a runway. The children and adults of this era were largely ignorant of Lolita fashion. All they needed to know was that it was beautiful elegant and expensive. In the bloom of youth, Shui Miao Miao, with her unique style, shone like a beacon in the eyes of the young boys, captivating their hearts and minds. As a result, Shui Miao Miao was dubbed princess by teachers and students alike. Listening to this, Su Qing felt a sense of displacement. Although he could simply step forward and reveal himself, he hesitated. 2.5 years was enough time for Qing to debut as a singing and dancing idol. Would she even remember their childhood memories? Nearby, Shui Miao Miao plastered a smile on her face as she dealt with the throng of boys and girls surrounding her. But inwardly, she was growing impatient. She was somewhat surprised that the pudgy boy she disliked the most hadn't come over today. Could it be that the sun had risen in the west? Upon inquiring, she learned that the dynamics of Class 2 in the senior division had shifted during her absence. A transfer student had arrived, protecting a girl named Pei Xining and easily defeating Li Peng and his cronies to usurp the position of class leader. Intriguing, she thought. What's the boy's name? Su Qing. His name is Su Qing. For some inexplicable reason, Shui Miao Miao found the name oddly familiar, even though they had never met. It seemed that her mundane kindergarten life had gained a spark of excitement. Shui Miao Miao directed the person beside her to recount the events of the previous day. Tell me everything you know. Yes, of course. The sycophantic child quickly agreed, as if afraid that Shui Miao Miao might change her mind. Others lamented their missed opportunity, vying for her attention, saying, I know a lot too. Let me tell you. Su Qing was speechless, wondering if the kindergarten was Shui Miao Miao's personal harem. Every one of these little brats had been hooked like a fish. After hearing about the bullying incident from the previous day, Shui Miao Miao found Su Qing to be an interesting boy. Su Qing seemed different from the boys who picked their noses and shared the contents, argued about whose boogers smelled better, didn't wash their hands after using the restroom, and occasionally had urine stains on their shoes, all of which made her feel physically uncomfortable. In other words, man, you've piqued my interest. Su Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed that while he was still hesitating, Shui Miao Miao had already set her sights on him. Chapter 14. Possessiveness. The little sycophant seemed to believe he had succeeded and, seizing the moment, sought to invite Shui Miao Miao to play a game together. Miao Miao, let us play house. I could be the prince, and you could be the princess. How does that sound? Maybe next time. I promise. She gently declined his invitation. And to everyone's surprise, Shui Miao Miao approached Su Qing. In their mutual gaze, they scrutinized each other's features. It felt as if some unseen force was drawing Shui Miao Miao closer to Su Qing, and upon seeing his face, she inexplicably felt an urge to reach out and pinch his cheeks. How peculiar. Having experienced merely 5 fleeting years of life, Shui Miao Miao herself could not quite grasp her own feelings, unable to discern the nature of this emotion. However, out of courtesy for their first meeting and a desire to maintain her carefully crafted persona, she restrained her instinctual impulse. Meanwhile, Su Qing observed Shui Miao Miao, noting not only that her hair had grown significantly longer, but also that she had become quite beautiful. He reminisced about the time when she was a little bald-headed girl, a memory he found oddly nostalgic. He pondered what kind of opening line would be fitting for their long-awaited reunion. Unexpectedly, the very next moment, Shui Miao Miao stepped forward, uttering words that left Su Qing in a quandary. Leave Pei Sinung and be my desk mate. At that moment, Su Qing's pupils transformed into a pie chart of confusion. 3 parts bewilderment, 3 parts doubt, and 4 parts sheer perplexity. The situation unfolded so simply and directly that he could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. You are different from others. You are intriguing, which is why I wish for you to be my desk mate. Upon witnessing Su Qing's bewildered expression, Shui Miao Miao took the time to clarify her statement. Not only Su Qing, but also Pei Sinung, seated beside him, had clearly heard her words. Instantly, her mind felt like a tangled mess. A grave crisis. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Pei Sinung was facing the greatest crisis of her life. Just yesterday, she had made a good friend, and now she was about to lose her to the bold girl with the yellow hair. No, just yesterday, Su Qing taught you to be strong, Pei Sinung. You must stand tall. It was as if a second persona, the resilient version of Pei Sinung, was encouraging the timid girl in reality. Gradually, the once cowering Pei Sinung clenched her small fist, her eyes suddenly filled with determination, as if she were ready to join a cause. Yes, this is how Pei Sinning should be. Don't lose face. Confront this arrogant Shui Miao Miao and declare that you are Su Qing's best friend. In the past, whenever Pei Sinning encountered the radiant Shui Miao Miao, she would feel a twinge of inferiority. However, this time was different. She managed to muster the courage to lock eyes with her, just for a full second. But then, like a deflated balloon, she slumped back down. She may have stood tall for a moment, but how could someone like her prevent Su Qing from gravitating towards someone better? Haha, a mouse like her should remain tucked away in the dark sewers. Teacher, it seems our Pei Sinning is about to perish. The weak Pei Sinning had indeed vanished, giving birth to an even more fragile version of herself. While it appeared that a great deal had transpired, it all occurred in the blink of an eye. Shui Miao Miao, too, was puzzled by Pei Sining's series of actions and her expressive face, feeling an inexplicable sense of confusion. Is this person a comedian? Su Qing was equally speechless. Perhaps there existed a peculiar telepathic connection between them, as he found himself able to decipher the meanings behind Pei Sining's various actions and inner thoughts. His feelings toward her timid disposition were nothing short of exasperation. As they were poised for battle, why did the minister yield first? Clearly, Su Qing had anticipated that Pei Sinning would step up and take the lead, but ultimately, he knew he would have to take charge of the situation. Faced with such an audacious request, even as old friends, Su Qing was resolute in his refusal. I'm sorry, Miao Miao, but I'm good friends with Sinning, and I find joy in being her deskmate. I have no plans to change that at this moment. Suddenly, Pei Sining's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had witnessed a ray of hope. Just where had her mind's little play been leading? Ah, yes. It was the vision of Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao together, while she remained in a shadowy corner, silently weeping into her handkerchief, lamenting, but I was here first. It should have been me. Phew. Thankfully, reality was the opposite of her fantasies. Pei Sinning exhaled deeply in her seat, while the rest of the class erupted in a frenzy. After all, Su Qing had publicly rejected Shui Miao Miao's invitation, a wish that many young boys harbored. They nearly ground their teeth in envy, casting admiring and jealous glances at Su Qing. The diligent mother, who believed in nurturing her daughter with affluence, had gone to great lengths to indulge her every request. This had fostered Shui Miao Miao's somewhat proud and headstrong nature. Additionally, the care from their housekeeper, chauffeur, and kindergarten teachers, along with her sycophantic classmates, had only exacerbated her demeanor. Su Qing's refusal stood in stark contrast to the behavior of her peers, which not only failed to repel Shui Miao Miao, but rather ignited her competitive spirit. It was as if Su Qing was employing a strategy of allure and retreat, gradually leading the Na-ve Shui Miao Miao into a trap. Observing the situation unfold, Pei Sinning felt a mix of joy and disappointment. Su Qing was her first and only friend, yet it appeared that he could have more than just her as a companion. Faced with the exceptional Shui Miao Miao, Pei Sinning felt utterly devoid of competitiveness. Though forming friendships should be a positive endeavor, Pei Sinning found herself reluctant to allow Su Qing to forge new connections. She was perplexed by this sentiment. If she confided her feelings to Su Qing, he would undoubtedly provide her with clarity. This, dear child, is possessiveness. Chapter 15, The Shawshank Redemption Versus. The redemption of kindergarten during lunchtime at the kindergarten with a multitude of students and only a handful of kitchen staff. It was inevitable that the quality of the meals would decline as she gazed at the plate before her. Filled with a lackluster stir-fry of celery and meat devoid of any oil, Shui Miao Miao felt an urge to snap her chopsticks in frustration. This, of course, was a hyperbolic expression, vividly illustrating her discontent. In reality, even as her small hands bore the imprint of the chopsticks, they inflicted no damage upon them. The food was unpalatable enough, but to her dismay, there was not even a trace of minced meat. She stirred her meal vigorously with her chopsticks, her mouth full of disdain. Unlike previous occasions when she could force down the kindergarten fare, today she found herself devoid of any desire to eat. In a fit of anger, she stormed towards the teacher's office. Upon entering, she was taken aback to find her teachers, who had just recited the poem Plowing in the Midday Sun, happily slurping instant noodles. It was noteworthy that, at that time, instant noodles were considered a rare treat. A wave of indignation washed over her. Was this not a blatant double standard? Why were they exempt from the unappetizing cafeteria food? Without hesitation, she approached Teacher Zhang's desk and voiced her grievances about the unsatisfactory lunch. Teacher Zhang, unable to ignore the situation, set aside her fragrant bowl of noodles and listened attentively to Shui Miao Miao's complaints. While she appeared calm, internally she was on the brink of panic. Her noodles were cooling. It was the very individuals responsible for such unappetizing meals who wasted food. This assertion left Teacher Zhang speechless, her words faltering as she struggled to respond. She pondered how children had become so difficult to manage nowadays. Awkwardly, she attempted to placate Shui Miao Miao, suggesting that she be patient. My dear Miao Miao, while we are not dismissing your concerns, the matter appears complex and requires thorough investigation. Teacher Zhang's elaborate rhetoric, though seemingly extensive, conveyed little of substance. Yet, it effectively left Shui Miao Miao bewildered, her mind spinning in confusion. To cut a long story short, however, Teacher Zhang continued to drone on, leaving Miao Miao utterly exasperated. Seizing the opportunity, Teacher Zhang took her hand, and Shui Miao Miao was led out of the office in a daze. Wait, before she could finish, the office door swiftly closed behind her, clearly a premeditated move by Teacher Zhang. Fuming at the realization that she had been brushed aside, Shui Miao Miao stomped her feet in frustration at the office door. As she walked back to the classroom, her anger only intensified, culminating in tears by the time she reached the entrance. Yet, in an effort to maintain her composure and dignity, she wiped her tears and feigned nonchalance as she re-entered the classroom and returned to her seat. The sight of her now cold meal only deepened her aversion. As she sat there, her eyes red and puffy from crying, Qing, passing by, contemplated engaging her in conversation to inquire about what had transpired. After much deliberation, he decided to comment on her meal, saying, "Little princess, you mustn't waste food. If you don't finish it, you won't earn your little red flower." Unbeknownst to him, Shui Miao Miao despised being called princess. With her mood already sour, Qing's comment struck a nerve. Like a detonated bomb, she erupted. Qing, bewildered, was met with silence instead of the friendly exchange he had anticipated, only receiving a glare filled with resentment. Tears welled in Shui Miao Miao's eyes, threatening to spill. Yet she held them back and shouted, "You're just like them, a fool." With that, she bolted from the classroom, leaving behind her unappetizing lunch and a stunned Qing. Confused by the unexpected outburst, Qing returned to his seat, pondering what had gone wrong. It was then that his astute deskmate, Pei Sineng, offered insight with a single phrase. Though Pei Sineng had few friends, she possessed a keen awareness of the happenings in their class, seemingly privy to every detail. Qing felt a twinge of apprehension at Pei Sineng's perceptiveness. However, after her explanation, he learned that Shui Miao Miao deeply loathed the title of princess. Despite this, her classmates continued to use it with abandon. Over time, unable to alter their perceptions, Shui Miao Miao had feigned indifference. After all, boys of their age often expressed affection through teasing, hoping to gain the attention of the girls they liked. Unaware of the backstory, Qing had instinctively joined in on the nickname, never imagining it would lead to such a fallout. Just yesterday, he had consoled Pei Sineng, who had been hurt by the same moniker, only to find himself transformed into the perpetrator. Though innocent of wrongdoing, the feeling was undeniably unpleasant. The advantage of adulthood is the ability to recognize and rectify one's mistakes promptly, unlike the immature children who stubbornly refuse to admit fault. After expressing gratitude to Pei Sineng for her invaluable insight, Qing sighed, "It seems I must go comfort the weepy girl. Sineng, please wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing Qing's words, Pei Sineng felt a twinge of jealousy. However, after a moment's contemplation, she raised her tiny fist in encouragement, saying, "Good luck. Miao Miao is truly a lovely girl. You mustn't argue with her." "Understood, I assure you," he replied. In truth, Shui Miao Miao had defended Pei Sineng on several occasions when she was bullied. Although they were not close friends, Pei Sineng held a mix of admiration and gratitude towards Shui Miao Miao. If possible, she wished for Qing to avoid any misunderstandings about her. Meanwhile, Su Qing scoured the expansive kindergarten in search of Shui Miao Miao, a feat not easily accomplished. Thanks to his well-honed physique, he dashed between floors without feeling any discomfort, merely breathing a bit heavily. He searched meticulously, even checking the boys' and girls' restrooms on each floor, relieved not to encounter anyone within. Ultimately, he arrived at the playground and scanned the area, finally spotting Shui Miao Miao hiding in a corner by the kindergarten's wall. He had no doubt that she was an adept player of hide-and-seek, making her a challenging target to locate, intentionally slowing his pace and regulating his breath. He observed her movements as stealthily as a tiger stalking its prey. He watched as she maneuvered through the sparse grass and pushed aside a tattered cloth, revealing a section of railing missing a vertical post. Su Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, "The kindergarten is rather negligent. The gap in this railing seems ample enough for a child to slip through." Suddenly, an ominous thought arose. Shui Miao Miao wouldn't be contemplating truancy, would she? The Shawshank Redemption? No, it should rightly be the redemption of Binhai Kindergarten. Chapter 16. Apology. Acknowledging mistakes makes one a good child. What one thinks, one manifests. Thus, Shui Miao Miao surprisingly emerged halfway from the middle, just as Su Qing had envisioned. Su Qing felt a rush of alarm. It was exceedingly perilous for a child to leave the kindergarten unattended. In the year 2000, surveillance cameras were not ubiquitous on the streets, and the frequent news reports on human traffickers instilled in Su Qing a foreboding sense of dread. He had been raised on tales from his parents warning him of the horrors of being sold into the mountains by traffickers, never to see his mother and father again. Acting on instinct, Su Qing sprang forth like an arrow, intent on halting Shui Miao Miao's next move. At that moment, the system issued a mission. Emotional life mission. Redemption of the kindergarten. Mission description. In her previous life, Shui Miao Miao fled the kindergarten in a fit of temper post-meal and was unfortunately captured by a roaming trafficker in Tianjin. This event quickly ascended to the forefront of news, with the kidnapper demanding a ransom of 1 million yuan, becoming a hot topic of conversation among the populace. The outcome was that Shui Miao Miao vanished without a trace, leaving her mother in deep despair. Perhaps Shui Miao Miao's fate has never changed, or perhaps it has already altered. The opportunity to save her is at hand. What will your choice be? Mission progress. 0-1 mission reward. Lucky attribute 0.1. List of bull stocks from 2005 to 2007. Skill. Golden finger. Golden finger. Enhance your dexterity. Engage in prolonged activities without fatigue. Typing speed 200. Agility 200. Never tire. These are hands even Kato Takashi would envy. There was no time for Su Qing to critique the system's absurd skill description. With dual focus, he quickly absorbed the mission details, and soon, cold sweat began to bead on his brow. In an instant, he found himself in the thicket by the railing, where Shui Miao Miao, upon hearing footsteps, seemed to hasten her actions. Yet, she appeared to be stuck. She twisted and turned, struggling, only to realize she could neither advance nor retreat. With a sorrowful expression, it became clear that her escape plan was doomed. Lacking alternatives, she now sought external assistance. Turning back with a pitiful gaze, she was startled to see Su Qing's head emerging from the bushes. Startled, she trembled, causing her small head to collide with the iron railing, producing a sharp sound. Was it melodious? It certainly was amusing to Su Qing, who couldn't help but laugh at the comical scene, teasing Shui Miao Miao without restraint. Ha ha ha, uninterested in banter. Shui Miao Miao's gaze was filled with hope as she looked at him. If one overlooked the tears streaming down her face and the snot threatening to spill into her mouth, she truly resembled a sweet and obedient little girl. She raised her arm, her delicate hand waving weakly at Su Qing, uttering a faint plea, "Help me, help me." A bubble of snot comically formed in her nose and popped with a soft sound. "Don't worry, I'll pull you back," Su Qing said with a chuckle, swiftly and gently extricating her from the railing without causing her harm. The thought of Su Qing's earlier laughter made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. They shared a moment of silence, their eyes locked. Upon seeing Su Qing's cheerful face, Shui Miao Miao grew indignant. With a pout, she fiercely pinched him and Su Qing. Not retaliating, allowed her to act as she pleased. I've decided. I'll use your sleeve to wipe my nose. Oof, how wicked of me. In a daze, she rubbed her nose against his sleeve. Qing did not resist her actions. Afterward, she displayed a rosy nose, forcing a fierce expression as she threatened Qing. I warn you, you must never tell anyone about this, or else I'll keep wiping my nose on your clothes. Like an adorable kitten trying to appear fierce, she failed to instill any fear in Qing. All right, just as we escaped danger, Shui Miao Miao immediately turned her back on him. Qing had yet to learn his father's first lesson in life, forgetting one's roots, but Shui Miao Miao had already stealthily grasped it. In any case, I must apologize for this. I'm sorry for calling you by your nickname without knowing if you were comfortable with it. Shui Miao Miao, with a haughty turn of her face, refused to look at Qing, her voice laced with a sob as she declared she forgave him. I accept. Yet the next moment, she hastily retracted her words, adding, unless you become my friend, then I might overlook your mistake. From Qing's perspective, he could see her profile flush slightly, the tips of her small ears peeking out from her hair, blushing a bright red. What on earth? Shui Miao Miao did not resemble a princess at all. To Qing, she seemed more like a proud child reluctant to express her true feelings. Please let me be your friend, all right? Sniffling, Shui Miao Miao glanced around before finally relenting with her signature haughty tone. Then I shall reluctantly accept your request. Qing extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Shui Miao Miao grasped it. The two solemnly made a pinky promise, sealing it with a thumbs up. Though it was a promise devoid of any binding constraints, it was treasured. This was the essence of childhood friendship. With danger averted, Qing began to reflect on the entire incident. Shui Miao Miao clearly acknowledged her misstep, shyly whispering an apology to Qing. The teacher made me angry, yet I took it out on you in class. I'm sorry, Qing. Unlike the teachers who often exhibited double standards, she promptly recognized her faults and sought to amend them. I forgive you. In truth, he had always been perplexed. Why had she contemplated fleeing from kindergarten? This was Qing's greatest mystery, and Shui Miao Miao's response was utterly nonsensical. Well, my home is right next to the kindergarten in that apartment building. I wanted to go home and eat the food made by Annie the nanny. Qing was rendered speechless. Indeed, such was the whimsical nature of children who acted on impulse. Throughout the journey back, he coaxed and reassured her until he finally led Shui Miao Miao back to the classroom. The sight of them holding hands rendered the entire second grade class momentarily silent, only to erupt like a spark igniting a flame. Countless little boys yearned to rush forward to compete with Qing, but recalling the scene of Li Peng and his friends being easily outmatched by Qing, Qing, possess a modicum of martial prowess. Upon reflecting on this, the group of boys unanimously shrank back in apprehension. They could only silently watch as Qing and Shui Miao Miao held hands. Was this not a form of betrayal? At last, the lunch period concluded, and Shui Miao Miao dined on instant noodles from the teacheress office. The poor teacher Zhang could only weep internally, feigning generosity as she offered her meager supplies. Upon returning to the classroom, the staff member distributing small red flowers to children participating in the Clean Plate campaign encountered Shui Miao Miao, the representative of the naughty children, who had a large plate of leftovers. Naturally, she received no red flower as a reward and was verbally reprimanded by the staff member. Shui Miao Miao turned her head away, muttering, I won't listen, you old tortoise reading scriptures. In truth, she yearned deeply for the red flowers. Qing, feeling generous, offered her his own red flower. Shui Miao Miao pretended to decline modestly before ultimately accepting Qing's kindness. Her cheeks flushed. Soon, several others attempted to mimic Qing's gesture to win Shui Miao Miao's favor. Yet, none succeeded, only serving to irritate her further. After dispersing the crowd with a wave of her hand, Shui Miao Miao stood in silence, her arms crossed over her chest, pondering how immature the other boys, aside from Qing, seemed. Eventually, the two found their homeroom teacher during the break and led her to the broken railing. From that point onward, the matter was beyond the purview of the two children. They could only await the school authorities to summon a repairman. Qing let out a sigh of relief, considering the day's actions to be a commendable deed. Chapter 17. You're only thinking about yourself. The first class of the afternoon was mathematics. Ms. Zhang, the homeroom teacher, also served as the mathematics instructor. During this particular lesson, she wore an unusually stern expression, conveying an air of seriousness. The authoritative presence of an adult in a position of power instantly silenced the entire second-grade class, leaving the students in a state of hushed anticipation. It seemed that Ms. Zhang was quite pleased with the reaction from her pupils, nodding her head with a smug expression. Once, she too had been intimidated by teachers like this, and now it was her turn to wield that power. Was this not akin to the slayer of dragons becoming a dragon herself? Setting aside her whimsical thoughts, Ms. Zhang instructed the children to clasp their hands behind their backs to help them focus and prevent fidgeting. She began with a weighty admonition. The final year of kindergarten is a pivotal time in your lives. Soon, you will face the entrance exams for elementary school, which will determine your admission to a prestigious institution, such as experimental primary school. The gravity of that statement hung in the air, as she emphasized the significance of this transitional year. In her eyes, every subsequent grade from 1st to 6th and through the early years of secondary school was equally critical, encapsulating the entirety of a Chinese child's educational journey. As a seasoned student, Su Qing had grown desensitized to such rhetoric, while Ms. Zhang's naturally sharp tone made it difficult for him to take her seriously. Next, she announced that the lesson would cover mixed operations of addition and subtraction. The children gasped in astonishment. What? This is a fusion of addition and subtraction problems. How could we possibly tackle such advanced material? Only a genius like Princess Meow Meow could manage this. With the increasing birth rate in China, primary schools began to expand their admissions. Consequently, classes swelled to accommodate 40 to 50 students, making it quite cramped, and teachers could hardly attend to every individual. This approach aimed to compensate for quality disparities through sheer quantity. Of course, experimental primary school was the exception, known for its rigorous selection process. To enroll, one must first pass their preliminary assessments, an indication that even elementary school admissions had become fiercely competitive. Ms. Zhang, with a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, had grown weary of indulging the children's playful antics. Teaching mathematics was her true calling, and she was ready to unleash the fury of numbers upon them. Her laughter echoed ominously, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, sending shivers down the spines of the children, who feared she had finally been driven mad by their antics. Pei Sineng had little understanding or concern regarding the upcoming entrance exams, and it seemed the rest of the class shared her nonchalant attitude. Despite Ms. Zhang's repeated emphasis on the importance of studying, they remained largely indifferent to its significance. Finally summoning her courage, Pei Sineng turned to Su Qing to whisper, an act she considered quite mischievous. However, upon glancing back, she found Su Qing lounging with his legs crossed, far from the obedient student she had hoped to see. Su Qing, quickly clasp your hands behind your back. Otherwise, the teacher will punish you, and it will hurt. Her worried expression conveyed genuine concern for his well-being. Patting her on the head, Su Qing prepared to discuss the rationale behind the teacher's instruction to keep hands behind their backs. Let us be practical, Sineng. Do you think this will help you learn? Perhaps. She hesitated, but he swiftly countered, no, absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismissed her answer. All right, that's not helpful. Sineng, lacking conviction, meekly retracted her statement, appearing quite pitiful. One might think Su Qing was bullying her. The purpose of keeping hands behind their backs was to help children concentrate and refrain from engaging in unrelated activities during class. However, Su Qing was confident in his understanding of the material and felt no need to comply with such restrictions. He elaborated at length, leading Pei Sineng to struggle with the logic of his argument. Yet, she managed to grasp a few key points, concluding that Su Qing was indeed a remarkably clever child. Su Qing, are you really good at math? Would you teach me? She asked earnestly. Of course, my friend. Math is just one of the 10 subjects I excel in. Although she didn't fully comprehend his confidence, Pei Sineng admired Su Qing even more. Their loud conspiratorial whispers had not escaped Ms. Zhang's notice. However, owing to the favorable impression Su Qing had made the previous day, she chose to overlook it. Little did she know that her repeated leniency would only embolden them further. All right, Su Qing, come to the front and solve this problem, she commanded, presenting the equation. 43:3 to 27? Suddenly called upon. Su Qing was taken aback, as were the other children. The problem on the board was clearly beyond their capabilities, seemingly designed to challenge Su Qing unfairly. The equation involved basic arithmetic within 50, which was straightforward for early elementary students, yet insurmountable for these kindergartners. A hush fell over the classroom as they silently mourned for Su Qing, who appeared destined for failure in this mathematical battlefield. Meanwhile, there were those who reveled in his plight, including Jiang Jie, a devoted admirer of Xue Miao Miao. Ever since Xue Miao Miao had ignored him to chat with Su Qing the day before, Jiang Jie had harbored jealousy. Now, witnessing Su Qing's predicament brought him inexplicable satisfaction. In the front row, Xue Miao Miao anxiously turned to Su Qing, hastily calculating the answer. She began gesticulating wildly, signaling, 19, 19. Ms. Zhang frowned and called out Miao Miao. Sit down. Do you think you're helping Su Qing? You're actually hindering him. Unfamiliar with the complexities of moral obligation, Xue Miao Miao felt chastised, her lips pouting in indignation as she resolved never to be on bad terms with Ms. Zhang again. To further challenge Su Qing and instill a sense of responsibility for his inattentiveness during class, Ms. Zhang decided to upgrade the difficulty of the next problem. Introducing multiplication. 9 by 3, 12 to 7. What? Multiplication? I heard from my older brother that multiplication is tackled only in the later stages of elementary school. How can Su Qing still be smiling? The author mused that perhaps it was time to engage a tutor for Su Qing's family. With a calm demeanor, Su Qing approached the challenge confidently, thinking, this is simple. Allow me to solve it. His composure transformed the atmosphere in the room. Each step he took to the front radiating confidence. Seizing the chalk from Ms. Zhang's hand, he inscribed the numbers on the board with remarkable precision. In mere strokes, he demonstrated his exceptional talent. Ms. Zhang's hand trembled as she instinctively swallowed hard. The answer Su Qing presented was undeniably correct. 32. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. And in that fleeting moment, Ms. Zhang contributed to the phenomenon of global warming with her astonished intake of breath. The elder of the sect regarded Su Qing with fervent admiration, gently supporting him as he attempted to leave the stage. Promise me you will diligently study mathematics. If you manage to gain admission to the experimental primary school, I will assist you in every way possible. The experimental primary school is the finest institution in Tianjin. It is no exaggeration to say that the chances of a kindergarten student advancing to this esteemed primary school could be heralded as a prestigious accolade. As teachers, they would receive significant bonuses for nurturing such outstanding students. It was this allure of monetary reward that led teacher Zhang to so eagerly kneel before Su Qing. One could say her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Now the focal point of the entire class, Su Qing remained impervious to her enticements and calmly stepped down from the stage. Oh, teacher Zhang, your thoughts are entirely self-centered. The audience erupted in applause, welcoming Su Qing as if he were a conquering hero. Even Xue Miao Miao gazed at him with admiration. There is a saying that while personal failure is painful, the success of a rival is even more heart-wrenching. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated Jiang Jie's current emotions, to the point where he felt as if he might shatter his baby teeth in frustration. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, one of his slightly wobbly front teeth was indeed bitten off. Experiencing a trickle of blood, Jiang Jie burst into tears. Soon he was gasping for breath, and in his distress, he accidentally swallowed the fallen tooth. The chaos of Jiang Jie's dental mishap interrupted the lesson. Teacher Zhang, once filled with ambition, now found herself deflated and rushed to console him. Internally, she reassured herself that it was all right. Fortune and misfortune coexist, for had she not discovered this little genius? Su Qing? At least a bonus seemed within reach. Teacher, am I going to choke on my tooth? Jiang Jie whimpered. Teacher Zhang was at a loss for words. If he were truly choking, how could he still speak? The disparity between people is indeed vast, far exceeding that between man and dog. Suddenly, Su Qing, who had been quietly observing, chimed in. You one-tea choke, but you might suffocate. Both a child and an adult turned to Su Qing, curious to hear what he might elaborate upon. Just imagine if a tooth gets stuck in your rear, and it only goes in without coming out. Wouldn't that lead to suffocation? Teacher Zhang couldn't help but laugh at Su Qing's clumsy fib, suddenly reminded of the mythical creature Pixiu. However, the foolish Jiang Jie took it to heart, crying more pitifully than before. Teacher Zhang's smile faltered as she pointed a trembling finger at Su Qing. "You little rascal, you've caused me no small trouble." This was Su Qing's subtle revenge for her earlier antics. He waggled his index finger at her, conveying that it would take a millennium for her to outsmart him. Ultimately, the lesson was not completed, and Su Qing had successfully become an obstacle to the progress of the kindergarten students at Binhai. When Pei Sineng saw Su Qing return, her wide, sparkling eyes were filled with wonder. Initially, when they had just been assigned seats, she worried that Su Qing might be difficult to get along with, fearing he would bully her like Li Peng and his friends. However, after spending a couple of days together, she discovered that Su Qing was not only kind and helpful in resolving her long-standing troubles, but they also became friends. He was considerate, engaging, and exuded a sense of masculinity. Now, he had transformed into a mathematical prodigy, surpassing even the little princess Shui Miao Miao. Pei Sineng was utterly intrigued by the surprises Su Qing might unveil. "Coach, I want to learn mathematics." Much like the character Mitsui Hisashi imploring Coach Anze in a manga, Pei Sineng earnestly made her request to Su Qing. "Child, have you ever seen Tianjin at 4 in the morning?" Su Qing's words seemed to awaken a realization in Pei Sineng, as if she had grasped the underlying implication. "I understand now, little Qing. You want me to rise early every day to study, secretly competing to amaze everyone." She was quite pleased with herself, but the next moment, Su Qing playfully flicked her forehead. "Silly girl, as a child, you should focus on getting to bed early and rising early. If you encounter any difficulties in kindergarten, feel free to ask me. I'll gladly tutor you. But you're just a kid too. What a nuisance." Thus, the first study group at Binhai Kindergarten was born. Shui Miao Miao, who had been quietly observing the two from a distance, furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. These two are having such a good time together. How infuriating. Why does Su Qing have to be so close to Pei Sineng? Consumed by jealousy, Shui Miao Miao resolved to approach Teacher Zhang and request a seat change. "Yes, it's settled. The three of us sitting in a row with Su Qing sandwiched in between is just perfect." Chapter 18, Mother. You cannot compete with me, for Su Qing. As evening approached, the time for school dismissal, one would expect an exhilarating atmosphere. However, the children in the classroom were uncharacteristically subdued, their usual vivacity replaced by a heavy silence, as if foreboding an unpleasant event. Upon the arrival of their homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhang, she clapped her hands to capture the class's attention and began to announce the details of the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. The students had been informed 3 days prior that they would be dismissed later than usual and would return home with their parents only after the meeting concluded. In childhood, there is a fear of mischief being discovered by one's parents, and in adolescence, a fear of academic performance being scrutinized. The very mention of a parent-teacher meeting seems to instill a sense of dread in students, regardless of their age, inviting everything from mild admonishments to stern reprimands. Even the typically spoiled little princess, Shui Miao Miao, bowed her head in silence. In stark contrast, Su Qing remained calm and composed, prompting a quiet nod of approval from Ms. Zhang, who recognized his exceptional nature. This child was not ordinary. With such temperament and remarkable mathematical talent, Su Qing was destined for greatness. What astonished Su Qing was that his classmate, Pei Sineng, displayed no signs of fear whatsoever. In fact, he noticed her stifling laughter behind her small hand. Was this little girl so unbothered by the impending meeting that she found it amusing? "Sineng, why are you laughing?" Upon inquiry, Su Qing learned that Pei Sineng's parents were too busy to attend the meeting, which prompted her secretive giggles. It was sheer schadenfreude. As the parent-teacher meeting was about to begin, Pei Sineng, Shui Miao Miao, and Su Qing played together on the kindergarten slide, with Su Qing acting as a mediator. The two girls had forged a friendship. "Miao Miao, where's your mother? Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Su Qing's voice carried a hint of anticipation. The impression her mother left on him was quite profound. Shui Miao Miao pretended to check an imaginary watch on her wrist and looked up at the sun, as if calculating the time. By my estimations, she should be here shortly. Pei Sinong was perplexed, thinking that Miao Miao, like Su Qing, often used words that were beyond her comprehension. How cool, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in encouragement, which caused Miao Miao to blush adorably. Covering her mouth with her fist, she coughed to mask her shyness and then inquired about Pei Sinong's parents. My mom and dad went to uncle's house to play mahjong, so they won't be coming today. Shui Miao Miao nodded, saying, I've seen mahjong being played, and I'm really good at it. Throughout this conversation, Miao Miao avoided eye contact with Su Qing, her voice diminishing as she spoke. Su Qing reasonably suspected she was boasting, but out of consideration for the atmosphere, he refrained from calling her out. Otherwise, Miao Miao would surely retaliate with her tiny fists. The topic of mahjong was not well understood by the children, so it was quickly brushed aside. However, Su Qing couldn't help but ponder a pressing question. Sinong, who will take you home? Dad asked Uncle Su to drop me off on his way, she replied. Su Qing's lips twitched. Logically, it should be his mother attending the meeting. He wondered if his unreliable father had informed her about this. Soon, they began sharing amusing stories from kindergarten and their daily lives, with Su Qing occasionally chiming in. His casual anecdotes from the future had both girls in fits of laughter. Suddenly, while the two girls were engrossed in play, Shui Miao Miao was momentarily blinded as a familiar yet unknown voice emerged from behind her. Guess who I am? Su Qing also recognized the strikingly familiar woman. She playfully winked at him and Pei Sinong, signaling them not to give away her identity to Shui Miao Miao. She was a true beauty, her voluminous hair styled in waves that were quite avant-garde for the present day, clad in a sleek black suit that accentuated her slender figure. She exuded an air of success. Even though she deliberately lowered her voice, Shui Miao Miao instantly recognized her. Mom, you're here. Su Qing observed that the now older Shui Miao Miao resembled her mother almost identically, particularly with the beauty mark at the corner of their lips, which enhanced their attractiveness while adding a unique charm. After a playful exchange between mother and daughter, Shui Miao Miao suddenly remembered they were in kindergarten and began introducing them. Mom, this is Su Qing. He is a super interesting boy, unlike all the other boys. The simplicity of her language belied the sincerity of her admiration, and the repetition of super underscored her high regard for Su Qing. Su Qing humbly dismissed her praise, complimenting her mother on her youthful beauty, likening her to an older sister. Flattered by Su Qing's sweet words, her mother instinctively covered her mouth with her left hand as she left. Su Qing, you may have forgotten, but I once held you in my arms when you were little. Huh. Su Qing showed no surprise, while Shui Miao Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on, Mom? Her mother wore a knowing expression, prompting Shui Miao Miao to ponder the implications of this revelation. No, Mom, you're already a 29-year-old adult. You cannot compete with me for Su Qing. Chapter 19. The Target Experimental Primary School. One cannot fathom the peculiar thought process that led her to such bizarre conclusions. The corners of Mrs. Shui's mouth twitched, and in an instant, her gaze towards Shui Miao Miao turned perilously sharp. She firmly grasped Shui Miao Miao's cheeks and threatened, Miao Miao, did I not tell you that a woman's age is a secret? How could you blurt that out everywhere? Please stop pinching my face, I was wrong. After administering a fitting reprimand for her nonsensical chatter, Mrs. Shui resumed her dignified demeanor from memory. Shui Miao Miao remained crouched on the ground, tenderly caressing her reddened cheeks, muttering to herself, violent woman, unwanted. She then cast a pitiful glance at Su Qing, seeking help, intimidated into silence by Mrs. Shui's fearsome stare. Ever since this unfamiliar adult had approached, Pei Xining had reverted to her previous shy self. She silently clutched Su Qing's hand, hiding behind him while observing discreetly. It was the first time Su Qing and Pei Xining witnessed Shui Miao Miao in such a vulnerable position, silently acknowledging, indeed, what goes around comes around. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Su Qing endeavored to introduce a new topic. I still remember Annie. My mother mentioned her, and I even visited her home once. She gifted me many toys. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Shui was immediately transported back to years past and began to recount tales of yore to the captivated audience. Shui Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had it not been for Su Qing's prompt, she would have never realized that they shared such a connection. So, Su Qing and I have been friends since infancy. This revelation placed Pei Xining in a rather unfavorable light, as if she were merely a trivial obstacle in Shui Miao Miao's quest for Su Qing's affection. As the saying goes, one's loss is another's gain. While Shui Miao Miao relished the stories, Pei Xining felt increasingly disheartened. It dawned on her that prior to her friendship with Su Qing, Shui Miao Miao had already claimed him as her first friend. Crying, of course, this first referred to their initial friendship. With a guilty conscience, she took a moment to reflect in silence. Mrs. Shui, following the flow of conversation, praised Su Qing's eloquence and pretended to sigh wistfully. If only Su Qing were my child, for Miao Miao's emotional intelligence is rather lacking. Unbeknownst to her, Shui Miao Miao felt no sense of being scorned. Instead, she beamed with joy. Shui Qing has a nice ring to it. Mommy, I want Su Qing to be my little brother. Mrs. Shui and Su Qing exchanged glances, both sharing a mutual understanding that seemed to convey, "You've done well caring for my daughter at school." Mrs. Shui sighed deeply, acknowledging the challenges of raising Shui Miao Miao. Oblivious to the underlying sentiments, Shui Miao Miao cheerfully interjected, "Oh, I haven't introduced you to my mom yet. This is Pei Xining. She's super cute and easy to bully." As Shui Miao Miao described her, Pei Xining lowered her head shyly, her mind filled with the thought, "She thinks I'm cute." She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Her cheeks flushed, and without much contemplation, she added, "Yes, Annie, I'm easy to bully." As if being easily bullied were a commendable trait, she puffed out her chest proudly. "Wait, are you saying Miao Miao would bully you?" Fearing another reprimand from Mrs. Shui, Shui Miao Miao quickly retreated behind Su Qing, seeking refuge, exclaiming, "Mommy is a bad egg. If you bully me again, I'll call the police." Mrs. Shui wore a mischievous smile, her gaze devoid of maternal warmth. "Haha, if you're going to call the police on me, I must share a little story about you, Miao Miao. Back in kindergarten, when no girl in the neighborhood wanted to play house with you, you bribed them with 100 yuan to be your friends. But they took the money and made you play the house pet instead. In a fit of rage, you locked yourself in your room and cried all day." Shui Miao Miao's expression shifted to one of horror, shaking her head in a plea for Mrs. Shui to stop. Su Qing, trained to maintain a stoic demeanor, found it hard to suppress a smile. Even Pei Xining, nestled behind him, couldn't hold back, her little face buried in his back as she stifled her laughter. In nursery school, you secretly brought a toy from home, only to have a boy snatch it from you. The teacher confiscated it, and you didn't dare admit it was yours. You ended up locking yourself in your room and crying all day. In an instant, Shui Miao Miao and Appo's facade crumbled. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She grasped Mrs. Shui's hand, pulling her towards the classroom. Having had her fill of teasing her daughter and reuniting with the long-missed Su Qing, Mrs. Shui was thoroughly satisfied. She waved goodbye to Su Qing and Pei Xining before turning to enter the dimly lit building. When Shui Miao Miao returned, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Su Qing could see the tips of her ears peeking through her hair, flushed red. An hour passed, and the exhausted trio sat in the enclosed space of the slide, waiting for the parent meeting to conclude. "Su Qing, which primary school are you aiming for?" Since the parent meeting primarily revolved around this topic, the three children inevitably engaged in discussion. "What is the difference?" asked the adorable Pei Xining, raising her hand. Before Su Qing could respond, Shui Miao Miao eagerly began to explain. "You can think of it this way. If you want to stay with Su Qing in the future, you must attend the same primary school. I want to go to the same primary school as Su Qing. I want to be with him always," she declared. "So, Su Qing, which school are you going to?" "Ahem, I'm not trying to imply that I want to go to the same school as you, so don't misunderstand." The conversation took a turn yet returned to its original point. Su Qing's answer was straightforward, as if he had already set his sights on a goal without any indecision. "Of course, it's the experimental primary school." "How wonderful. Ahem, what a coincidence. That's my goal too." Containing her excitement, Shui Miao Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Then I will also aim for the experimental primary school." With utmost seriousness, Pei Xining clenched her fists. Since her two closest friends had clear objectives, she naturally did not wish to be left behind. Out of encouragement, Qing affectionately ruffled her hair, the silky feel of it making him reluctant to stop. Qing closed her eyes in delight, allowing Qing to tousle her hair, even if it became messy. Now you must study hard with me. I will do my best. Among the children playing on the playground, only a few were like them, while most were anxiously peering into the classroom. Many had pressed their ears against the door, eavesdropping, silently praying that the teacher wouldn't report them to their parents. Amen. In less than an hour and a half, the meeting concluded, and some parents could be seen tugging their sons' ears as they exited the school. Others wore displeased expressions, but out of respect for appearances, refrained from causing a scene. Clearly, Teacher Zhang had shown no leniency. Finally, the trio arrived at the classroom door to find Teacher Zhang conversing with Qing's mother and Mrs. Shui. The kindergarten has established an experimental class specifically designed for admission to the experimental primary school. Both of your children are exceptionally gifted, and this opportunity is worth exploring. The lady remained composed, knowing that Shui Miao's weekend tutoring sessions were not in vain. As for the experimental primary school, it was hardly surprising. In fact, she had considered enrolling Shui Miao in a private institution. It all depends on Miao's wishes, she stated. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged, influenced by Qing's earlier impression as a child prodigy. She had even once fantasized about her son directly participating in the college entrance examination for Tsinghua University. Bending down, she affectionately ruffled Qing's somewhat prickly yet pleasantly textured buzz cut, preparing to inquire about his thoughts. Do you wish to enroll in this experimental class? Or would you prefer to take the examination directly later on? In her mind, it seemed effortless for Qing to gain admission to the experimental primary school without any preparation. This unspoken arrogance was striking, causing even the lady to scrutinize Qing from head to toe with surprise. If Miao and Xining are going, then I will go too, Qing declared. Hearing this, Shui Miao promptly raised her hand to affirm, if Qing goes, I will go. Teacher Zhang, smiling brightly, filled out the signature section of the enrollment form and subsequently handed it to everyone, including Pei Xining. This experimental class required no additional tuition fees. It was merely a supplementary activity organized by the school. As if receiving an exceptionally important task, Pei Xining solemnly folded the enrollment form and placed it into her backpack. Finally, they could return home. Su Mu and the lady, having not seen each other in a long time, still exhibited the same intimacy as before, showing no signs of estrangement. When the two middle-aged women began conversing, it seemed endless, without Shui Miao's urging. Returning home would not be a quick affair. As Qing watched Shui Miao board that luxurious vehicle, he felt a twinge of envy. Goodness, the lady's business had flourished immensely over the years. Wait, at this rate? If he could just enjoy the benefits of Shui Miao's success. No, Qing, was a dignified reincarnate. A man of his stature should not remain beneath others. He had not returned to this life merely to rely on someone else. Emotional life task. Redemption of kindergarten. Task progress. 1-1. Completed. Task reward. 1 luck attribute point. List of major A-share stocks from 2005 to 2007. Skill. Golden finger. He almost forgot about the existence of the system task. Why is this reward being given so slowly? Returning to the host. The task completion is only recognized when the host personally delivers the target individual to their mother. You're quite meticulous, aren't you? Thank you for the compliment, host. Who is complimenting you? Chapter 20. The Online Literature Project Kindergarten. The Birth of a Genius. Elementary School. The Terrifying Genius. Middle School. An Ordinary Being. High School. The Fallen Genius. University. No trace found. Vocational College. Here I am, as a reborn child endowed with supreme talents and the chosen one of a system. Such a terrifying tale could never befall Qing. Any concerns he harbored stemmed entirely from the two unreliable childhood friends surrounding him. One appeared somewhat dull-witted, yet was earnest and eager to learn, while the other, though intelligent, lacked meticulousness. When it came time for examinations, unforeseen errors were likely to arise, and carelessness would probably lead to lost points. In summary, neither instilled much confidence. It seemed imperative to implement the study group plan, necessitating regular supervision at kindergarten. He could not afford to fail the entrance examination to primary school. The embarrassment would be unbearable. Amidst this contemplation, Su Qing was distracted by the relentless gunfire emanating from the computer, where his father was engrossed in a solo game of Counter-Strike. The cacophony made it impossible for Su Qing to concentrate on serious matters. He implored his father to mute the game, but to no avail. His father muttered something about secretly honing his shooting skills at home, eager to astonish everyone at the Internet CAF in a few days. In a bid to address his father's gaming obsession, Su Qing shamelessly sought his mother's intervention. The next moment, he witnessed her brandishing a rolling pin, ready to confront his father, who bore an expression of betrayal. His eyes conveyed a mix of confusion, mild disdain, and barely suppressed fury. Finally managing to send his father away, Su Qing naturally took a seat at the computer and initiated the dial-up connection. With an exceptional memory, he effortlessly recalled the steps from observing his father. After an excruciating day of waiting, he finally accessed the ancient realm of the Chinese Internet. The turn of the millennium marked the dawn of a new era, replete with countless notable events. For instance, the Internet bubble had already burst in the spring, and despite the vast ocean separating them from the Eagle Nation, this monumental event had, to some extent, impacted China. Many forum discussions were fervently debating this occurrence. The glow of the computer screen reflected in Su Qing's eyes as he read. At this juncture, Internet users generally harbored a pessimistic outlook on the development of the Internet, fearing that the bubble's collapse would result in widespread business failures, leading to a stagnation of 3 to 10 years for China's Internet industry. Even the infamous Evil Penguin was nearly sold for a mere $600,000 at the year's end, due to an inability to find profitable methods. Nevertheless, Su Qing held no illusions about the Penguin and Oppos. As fate, it was a venture initiated by a wealthy heir, and the only concern was whether he wished to continue. Ultimately, with familial support, he was introduced to the Li family in Hong Kong, securing a much-needed investment, all occurring after the Internet bubble had burst. With countless Internet enterprises collapsing, why would anyone consider investing in him? Speaking of the Evil Penguin, one must inevitably discuss another figure, Jack Ma. He single-handedly established Alibaba, but Su Qing found him to be rather peculiar and had no desire to engage with him. It seemed all too easy to incur losses when dealing with him, only to end up counting his profits. After much contemplation, Su Qing realized he lacked programming skills, and the only viable avenue to earn money online at that moment was through writing web literature. In his previous life, he had attempted to pen a few pieces, but they were all abysmal failures. By leveraging the well-established tropes of web literature from the future, he believed he could achieve commendable results. With this resolve, Su Qing opened the most renowned web literature site, Rongshuxia. The online literature market at the turn of the millennium was in its infancy, with approximately 4 million users at that time. Those with the means and leisure to surf the web were either successful elites or internet-addicted youths and artistic souls. The novels produced by these individuals often exhibited a pretentious style, epitomizing one of the major pitfalls of web literature: overly flowery prose devoid of substance, often featuring numerous infidelities. After a tedious search, Su Qing finally stumbled upon an urban novel that mirrored the writing level of elementary students and began reading. To his astonishment, after merely 5 chapters, he found it abruptly ended. Indeed, web literature at this time was not only rife with clichés, but also notably subpar. An author who managed to update a few thousand words monthly was considered diligent. The absurdity reached a point where weekly updates would garner praise akin to that of a mythical creature. Su Qing slammed his fingers against the keyboard, unable to contain his expletives. Damn, have you all never tasted fine grain? How can this be published? I could do it too. He suddenly felt invigorated and was ready to unleash his talents, intending to write 20,000 words to enlighten these primitive readers. However, just as he created a new text document to commence his writing, his mother's furious voice snapped him back to reality. Su Qing, what are you doing at the computer? What if you break it? Computers are precious. His mother often covered the monitor with a cloth to protect it from dust. Seeing Su Qing so careless, even striking the keys, ignited her fury. Mom, I'm just typing on the keyboard. Su Qing scratched his head in explanation, but in his mother's eyes, the keyboard seemed to be part of the computer as a whole. Thus, she seized his ear and dragged him away, making him kneel beside his father for a stern lecture. Upon seeing his dejected son, Su Qing's father couldn't help but chuckle. What goes around comes around. Su Qing felt a deep sense of frustration. His ambitious plans for online literature had been thwarted before they even began. In the dead of night, unable to sleep, Su Qing discreetly turned on his desk lamp and sat before a blank notebook, lost in thought. Perhaps being interrupted by his mother was not entirely detrimental. He realized that success could not be achieved hastily. With restless hands, he decided to draft an outline for his novel on paper, believing that having a framework would alleviate future writer's block. Thus began Su Qing's journey in online literature with that humble notebook. As he meticulously penned the title Cursed Sky, Rebirth in Sugar Mountain under the pseudonym Tang Jianshan, he couldn't help but chuckle. This book would innovatively incorporate elements of rebirth, systems, and spells. He even planned to introduce a daily update concept, envisioning that a consistent 2,000-word daily contribution would astonish the current readership. If only he were not so young, and if his mother were not so stringent. Su Qing would have shown them what a true dimensionality reduction strike looked like, daily updates of 10,000 words. At that moment, he remained unaware of the monumental impact this peculiar fusion novel would have on the online literature scene in China. Countless authors in the future would find themselves living in Su Qing's shadow. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire Chinese web literature landscape would take on his shape. Simultaneously, his commitment to daily updates would lead to a tarnished reputation in the writing community, earning him the moniker of the immortal of internal competition, the first beast of the web literature realm. However, these were tales for another time. That night, with the aid of the system's golden finger skill, Su Qing peacefully slumbered after drafting a 2,000-word outline. Chapter 21. The humiliating breakfast shop. Despite being reincarnated as a child, the fate of early mornings was inescapable. A child in the midst of growth is often prone to slumber, so the notion of staying in bed certainly was not a matter of Su Qing's self-discipline. Indeed, it was not. Su Mu, with little mercy, delivered a smack to his backside while flinging open the bedroom window. The brisk autumn breeze swept over Su Qing, sending shivers across his skin. Forcing himself to awaken, Su Qing mustered the energy to head to the bathroom. A splash of cold water on his face jolted him into full alertness. As they made their way to school, they stopped by a quaint breakfast shop. The myriad of familiar flavors left Su Qing in a quandary of choices. There, he fortuitously encountered Xue Miao Miao and her mother, who approached Su Mu for some pleasantries. Su Qing noticed the unmistakable glimmer of surprise in Xue Miao Miao's eyes, though she managed to suppress it, merely greeting him with a reserved good morning. Unsure of what game this young lady was playing, Su Qing responded in kind and proceeded to claim a luxurious, outrageously spicy pancake filled with an array of toppings before settling at an empty table. Xue Miao Miao seemed to take offense, deliberately pulling her mother to a distant table, far from Su Qing. Imagining the fried dough sticks before her as Su Qing, she viciously tore into them with her tiny canines. It had been noted that a Xue Miao Miao's bite force was a mere 0.06 times that of an adult tiger, a true beast to be approached with caution. Throughout the meal, Xue Miao Miao cast furtive glances towards Su Qing's table, frequently uttering nonsensical remarks that hinted at her desires to sit closer to him. Comments like "This place is too noisy, the air is terrible, and it's too hot, I wish we could sit by the door," were veiled invitations to join Su Qing. Yet, her mother feigned ignorance, enjoying the unfolding drama, as if it were a riveting idle drama. Xue Miao Miao's cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish, her small feet swinging restlessly beneath her chair, a clear outlet for her frustration. It was an arduous task to coax her stubborn self to approach Su Qing. Meanwhile, her mother found the whole situation utterly amusing, relishing the sight of her daughter's vexation. As the shop began to fill, Su Qing found himself sweating profusely. No wonder the lady preparing the pancakes had regarded him with the eyes of a warrior. The chilly oil in the shop was indeed fierce. For an adult Su Qing, it might have been tolerable, but this frail body struggled with such heat. Resolutely, He pushed the spicy dish towards Su Mu and began sipping on soy milk to alleviate the burn. When that proved ineffective, he hurried to the counter for a bottle of milk. Scientific research suggests that casein in milk can bind with capsaicin, thereby diminishing its heat. Unbeknownst to him, outside the shop, a cute little head peeked in, scanning the room. Upon realizing there were no available seats, a look of disappointment crossed her face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had spotted something significant. As if to ensure she wasn't imagining things, she rubbed her eyes and scrutinized the scene. "Wow, is it a steamed mud duck?" she exclaimed. "Who dares to speak ill of my brother?" As a loyal fan of her brother, Su Qing instinctively turned to survey the crowd, attempting to locate the source of the voice. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was still the year 2000, and his brother was but 2 years old. Surely, the voice belonged to one of his few friends, Pei Sinning. It was remarkable how fate had conspired to gather both talent and potential in such a small establishment. After the initial surprise, Pei Sinning reverted to her usual gentle demeanor, speaking softly and slowly. In a noisy environment, Su Qing had to lean in closely to hear her. This simple act caused Shuem Miao Miao, who had been watching from a distance, to slam her hands on the table and rise abruptly. "Mom, look at them," she reported to her mother. Yet, her mother, relishing the drama, remained unfazed, munching on her snack as if the unfolding scene were more entertaining than any soap opera. Shuem Miao Miao's frustration was palpable, her eyes practically blazing with indignation. At that moment, her mother, acting as a cunning strategist, posed a piercing question. "Miao Miao, what is your relationship with Su Qing?" "Of course, we're just friends. He is my good friend," Shuem Miao Miao proudly declared, her face beaming with self-importance. Yet, her mother's words struck a nerve. "Yes, you are merely friends. There is no rule stating one can only have one friend." But he is my only friend," Shuem Miao Miao protested, her spirit visibly deflating. Her mother, sipping her mineral water, calmly replied, "You may feel that way, but you cannot impose your desires onto others. Freedom is paramount." In that moment, Shuem Miao Miao resembled a deflated balloon, slumped over the table, exuding a gloomy aura that seemed to repel those nearby. Even the once proud tuft of hair atop her head drooped, mirroring her demoralized state. "Cheer up." Suddenly, her mother shook her shoulders, pulling her back from the brink of despair. "It is not too late. Let us go join Su Qing at his table. The Miao Miao, I remember, is not one to back down from challenge." Upon hearing there was still a chance, a spark reignited in Shuem Miao Miao's eyes. With her spirits lifted, she surprisingly took the initiative to carry her tray towards Su Qing's table. Her mother, watching this transformation, pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, wishing her daughter could grasp the well-intentioned advice that pride often leads to downfall. Meanwhile, Su Qing was observing Pei's father, a man he had met merely 2 days prior. The man's demeanor was far from healthy. Dark circles and bloodshot eyes hinted at sleepless nights, and his unkempt stubble suggested neglect. The faint scent of smoke clung to him, likely a consequence of excessive smoking. Pei Sinning, happily devouring a large meat bun, animatedly recounted the plot of an animated series she had watched the previous night. It was only when Shuem Miao Miao approached with her tray that she noticed her, greeting her with surprise. Having sat in the corner, she had been oblivious to Shuem Miao Miao's presence until now. However, sensing the tension, she offered only a perfunctory greeting to Pei Sinning, leaving her feeling disheartened. Shuem Miao Miao, however, was wholly focused on Su Qing, her foremost concern being how to prevent him from being stolen away. The fantasy of Su Qing being her sole friend was alluring, yet impractical. As her thoughts spiraled, she glanced towards her mother for support, but her mother was engrossed in conversation with Su Mu, leaving Shuem Miao Miao in a state of panic. Seeing her remain silent, Su Qing grew restless, reluctant to waste time in silence. He casually pulled a piece of the neglected spicy pancake from his tray and offered it to the bewildered Shuem Miao Miao. The expressions on Shuem Miao Miao's face transformed from confusion to helplessness, ultimately culminating in surprise as she performed the traditional Chinese art of face-changing before Su Qing. In her heart, she mused, "Indeed, boys will be boys. Su Qing must like me too." Were Su Qing to uncover her innermost thoughts, He would undoubtedly tease her for being a typical girl, an amateur, relishing the sweet taste of victory. Shui Miao Miao was suddenly overwhelmed by a fiery sensation as if countless chili peppers were dancing upon her tongue. It was unbearably spicy. Gazing at Su Qing with disbelief, her little pink tongue instinctively began to suck in air, hoping the coolness would alleviate the heat, but to no avail. Su Qing, finding her predicament amusing, handed her a bottle of milk. Shui Miao Miao stared at the milk, which had a straw inserted and was clearly previously consumed, perplexed by Su Qing's intention. Drinking milk can alleviate spiciness, he explained. Without further ado, she seized the bottle and gulped down a generous mouthful. Ugh, is milk supposed to taste this bad? I never drink this at home. Be good. Milk helps you grow, Su Qing replied. I won't drink it, she retorted playfully, making a silly face. She teased Su Qing, who in turn playfully pinched her cheeks, prompting them both to engage in a light-hearted face-pulling contest. My mother has never done this to me, she exclaimed, touching her reddened cheeks in indignation. This statement was clearly a fib, as Su Qing had witnessed her being pinched by her mother just the day before. So what? I won't indulge you, he countered. You lack gentlemanly manners. When did I ever claim to be a gentleman? Su Qing's retort left Shui Miao Miao momentarily speechless. Yet this playful banter was precisely the kind of friendship she yearned for. Deep down, she felt immense joy. So how's the chicken chop? How dare you bring that up? It's awful. I'm practically dying from the spice. Su Qing nearly changed the subject, but Shui Miao Miao, quick-witted as ever, bit down lightly on his arm, leaving a mark. It's all your fault for embarrassing me. Hey, don't unjustly tarnish my reputation. I merely wanted you to experience something new. So, do you enjoy spicy food? Well, I'm not too sure, but it feels okay. By the end, she herself lacked conviction. According to dubious experimental research, spiciness is merely the sensation of pain triggered by capsaicin irritating the nerves. Thus, in essence, spiciness equates to a burning pain. It is widely recognized that those who enjoy pain are categorized as masochists, leading to the bold assertion that those who relish spicy food are masochists. A bold claim indeed. Meanwhile, Pei Xining had been quietly observing their antics, feeling a twinge of envy. Stealthily, she poked Su Qing and Appo's aside while Shui Miao Miao was busy complaining to her mother about Su Qing and Appo's mischief. Xiao Qing, I want to eat too. But this is quite spicy. Do you wish to try? Su Qing responded, suggesting she could help herself if she desired. However, Pei Xining shook her head, mimicking a doctor's throat examination by opening her mouth and making an ah sound. Su Qing quickly realized that the little girl wanted to be fed. Perhaps she felt a pang of jealousy witnessing him feed Shui Miao Miao the chicken chop. Since they were all good friends, Su Qing couldn't show favoritism. He carefully selected a piece of chicken chop with minimal chili sauce and offered it to Pei Xining, but she still gasped for breath from the heat. Fortunately, it was not overwhelmingly spicy, leaving only her cheeks slightly flushed. Ultimately, Pei Xining took the initiative to grab the milk beside Su Qing and gulped it down, earning his praise. Look at Xining, taking the initiative to drink milk. She'll surely grow taller and more beautiful than Miao Miao in the future. Suddenly feeling like someone else's child, Pei Xining blushed, modestly stating that Shui Miao Miao was the more exceptional one. I should learn more from Miao Miao. As time wore on, Su Qing needed to focus on his meal, otherwise he would be late for kindergarten. Meanwhile, the two latecomers had finished their meals and began chatting. Shui Miao Miao occasionally cast sly glances at Su Qing, wearing a mischievous smile that suggested she was up to no good. Pei Xining, in contrast, appeared to be the type of child who grew anxious before engaging in mischief, as evidenced by her frequent avoidance of Su Qing's gaze, a clear sign of guilt. Yet, Su Qing remained unfazed. The schemes concocted by Shui Miao Miao and Pei Xining were hardly concerning. This unexpected bout of embarrassment earlier in the morning was effortlessly diffused by Su Qing. He personally escorted the two girls to their classroom, where their camaraderie was evident, leaving no trace of the earlier Cold War. Choosing to take a moment to compose himself in the restroom, he unexpectedly collided with a little boy at the entrance. The boy said nothing and ran off, leaving Su Qing bewildered. Perhaps he had just washed his hands, as evidenced by the dampness on his clothes. Su Qing could only inwardly lament his misfortune. The morning ritual of using the restroom was a refreshing break, clearing his mind. After finishing, Su Qing washed his hands out of habit and hygiene. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the location of the sink. Why was the little boy's hands wet if he hadn't exited the restroom? Could it be? Oh no! In that instant, Su Qing's body trembled. He felt unclean. Chapter 22. The jealous Xuan Miao Miao today was destined to be anything but tranquil. The first class passed without incident. But upon returning from a brief trip to the restroom, Su Qing found himself once again under the intense scrutiny of his classmates. What was the cause of this renewed attention? Feeling quite uncomfortable under their gaze, he scanned the classroom for any changes and soon discovered the source of the commotion. His desk had been graced by an unexpected guest, Xuan Miao Miao. It was unclear what underhanded tactics she had employed to persuade Teacher Zhang, but she had effortlessly secured a change of seat. Where was the fairness, the integrity, the morality in this? As he made his way back to his seat, Su Qing stole a sideways glance at Xuan Miao Miao, who wore a face brimming with excitement, as if her expression were shouting, "Come ask me." In an effort to indulge the girl's desire for attention, Su Qing obligingly posed the question she most yearned to hear. "Oh, how did you end up sitting here?" With a peculiar laugh, Xuan Miao Miao's little nose seemed to rise to the heavens. "I asked Teacher Zhang to switch seats. Am I amazing or what?" Indeed, you're incredible," Su Qing replied in a tone devoid of genuine enthusiasm. Yet, this was not Xuan Miao Miao's true intention. Initially, she had envisioned forming a trio with two girls flanking Su Qing, sandwiching him in between. However, Teacher Zhang had dismissed her proposal outright, leaving her attempts to negotiate utterly futile. Naturally, Su Qing remained blissfully unaware of this. The day unfolded in a rather ordinary manner, as Su Qing had no intention of becoming a sycophant simply because of Xuan Miao Miao's seat change. He did not approach her in search of conversation. Instead, she sat there with her cheeks puffed up, doodling a stick figure in her notebook, stabbing it repeatedly with her pencil. This was not how she had imagined it would go. Nearby, the boy who had previously made an appearance, referred to as Nose Goblin, was practically glowing with delight since Xuan Miao Miao's arrival had left him blushing furiously. He pondered how he might leave a flawless first impression on the girl of his dreams. You should try my nose, but despite his past failures, he intended to use his nasal antics as a social tool. It was evident that his efforts would not yield the desired outcome. Before he could finish his sentence, Xuan Miao Miao shot him a glare that silenced him instantly. The booger he'd been holding fell to the floor, rolling away out of sight. Xuan Miao Miao had little time to concern herself with her indifferent deskmate. She gnawed on her thumb, feeling conflicted, unsure of how to initiate a natural conversation with Su Qing. She had a tendency to remain still when others did not take the lead. And so, the two waited until class resumed. Another session of mathematics awaited them. It seemed that since entering the larger class, the core subjects had multiplied. Not to mention, with Su Qing and his friends enrolled in the experimental class, their leisure time would surely diminish even further once they switched classes next month. "Xiao Qing Gij, I didn't understand the problem the teacher just explained. Could you go over it with me again?" She poked Su Qing's arm with her tiny finger, her voice soft and timid, fearful that she might disrupt the lesson. She pushed her notebook to the center of their shared desk and leaned closer to hear Su Qing's explanation better. As their relationship blossomed, the nicknames evolved from calling each other by their names to Xiao Qing and now Xiao Qing Gij, coupled with her gentle, sweet voice. It was enough to make Su Qing's heart melt. He glanced at the problem, a mixed arithmetic operation that the teacher had covered previously, and patiently broke it down for her. "Oh, I understand now. It's so simple. Su Qing, you're amazing. You explain even better than Teacher Zhang." The girl's flattery was sweet, though Teacher Zhang might have been furious if he had heard, but Su Qing reveled in the praise. With a proud smile, he presented Pei Sinian with a similar problem to test her understanding. This time, the little girl answered correctly with ease. Su Qing rewarded her with a gentle pat on the head, and the sense of accomplishment from learning something new, combined with his encouragement, made Pei Sinian squint her eyes in delight, savoring his touch. "You're so noisy. Don't lose focus during class." Xuan Miao Miao finally could no longer contain herself. She turned around, her face stern, her gaze fixed on Su Qing. The intensity of her stare was unmistakable. If looks could kill, Su Qing would have surely been obliterated. Sorry, meow meow. We're trying to keep our voices down. We're just discussing the arithmetic problems, Pei Sinian explained in a hushed tone, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She remained blissfully unaware of the underlying meaning in Shui Meow Meow's words. Oomph. It was as though her words fell upon deaf ears, and Shui Meow Meow's lips twitched in frustration. Truly, she was a na-ve sweetie clashing with an aloof tsundere. As lunchtime arrived, the fidgety nose goblin finally seized the opportunity to leave his seat and join his friends for a meal. He had gone an entire morning without uttering a second word to Shui Meow Meow. Once the distractions departed, Shui Meow Meow turned to face the two of them, and they began to bond over their mutual distaste for the unappetizing food, tomato and scrambled eggs. Where's the egg? This is practically just tomato. Exactly. And this seaweed and egg soup? There are bits of tomato skin in it. It's practically just dishwater. With tear-filled eyes, the two lamented their culinary misfortune, wishing they could swear brotherhood in their shared misery. Meanwhile, Pei Sinian was enjoying her meal, an easy child to please. She set her chopsticks down, picked up her soup bowl, and prepared to take a sip, only to have her chopsticks roll off the table. Bending down to retrieve them, she noticed a bit of dust. But what did children care about such trivialities? She picked them up and was about to continue using them when Su Qing stopped her. Here, use my spoon instead. Always remember to wash utensils that have fallen on the floor before using them again. Shui Meow Meow. The unfolding events were clearly beyond her expectations. Why could Pei Sinian use Su Qing's utensils? After all, she hadn't used them. Confused, Shui Meow Meow felt an unexpected sourness in her mouth. Okay, I remember, Pei Sinian declared, scooping up a spoonful of the seaweed and egg soup with Su Qing's spoon and taking a sip. After drinking, she patted her belly, her face a picture of satisfaction, as though she had just feasted on a gourmet meal. There was soup on her lips. From his pocket, Su Qing pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped her mouth. You must keep clean, or else you won't be adorable. Creak, creak, what was that sound? Oh, it turned out to be Shui Meow Meow, gritting her teeth, so that was nothing to worry about. Su Qing, how could you let a girl use your used utensils? This is... My mom always said that there are differences between boys and girls. It shouldn't be like this. Her face flushed crimson as she stumbled over her words, spouting incomprehensible notions about how boys should love themselves and how such intimacy could lead girls to misunderstand. This outburst elicited laughter from the others, and the air around them became lively with joy. Chapter 23. The Mischievous Cat. With the arrival of the winter break, the experimental class courses of Su Qing and his companions came to a temporary halt. Just as they anticipated a leisurely holiday, one fateful day, a little girl knocked on Su Qing's door. Brother Xiao Qing, I've come to play. I brought my homework. The bashful Pei Xining hid her body behind the door, revealing only half of her adorable face. Clearly lacking confidence about her unexpected visit, she stood there, hesitating to step inside without Su Qing's permission. Can I come in? Of course, please do, Su Qing replied, momentarily taken aback. The little girl had evidently made an effort to present herself. She appeared much cuter than before. Her rare hairstyle, a bun, made Su Qing's hands itch with a desire to see how it felt to touch. Hearing the commotion at the door, Su's mother, naturally concerned, came to investigate. Upon recognizing it was one of Su Qing's classmates, and a lovely girl at that, she greeted her with warmth. Ah, I remember you, Xining, right? Did you come alone? No, my mother brought me downstairs, and I took the elevator up by myself, Pei Xining explained earnestly, fearing Su's mother might misconstrue her as a mischievous child. Well, little ones should never sneak out to play alone. I know. She led Pei Xining to the coffee table in the living room and invited her to share the KFC family bucket that Su's father had brought home. One must wonder, what child could resist the allure of Colonel Sanders? Even the shy and introverted Pei Xining's eyes lit up at the prospect of sharing a meal. Swallowing hard, she clearly displayed her eagerness, yet she hesitated to take any food on her own. She would only eat what Su Qing offered her. As Su Qing attended to Pei Xining's meal while preparing to indulge himself, the doorbell rang once more. Su Qing, could you get the door? I'm washing the fruit. All right. He reluctantly set down the fried chicken leg, wiped his greasy hands, and hurried to answer the door. Surprise! A familiar voice exclaimed before the door fully opened, accompanied by a burst of excitement. That must be Shuem Miao Miao. When he swung the door open, Shuem Miao Miao stood there, holding a small party popper and grinning mischievously, ready to give Su Qing a fright. With a twist of her small hand, the popper emitted a crisp sound. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the popper exploded in the opposite direction, showering Shuem Miao Miao's face with confetti. Su Qing was momentarily dumbfounded. This mishap was the result of her holding the popper incorrectly, leading to an unexpected and startling reaction. Pei Xining, who had been sitting comfortably on the plush sofa, happily munching on her crispy chicken leg, could no longer contain her curiosity upon hearing the laughter and cries from the entrance. She peeked around the corner, her cute little head emerging to observe the commotion. Seeing Shuem Miao Miao in tears, Pei Xining's attention was instantly captured. Trembling, Shuem Miao Miao pointed a shaky finger at Pei Xining, accusing Su Qing with a tone of betrayal. Why is she here? The two girls often came to Su Qing's home under the pretense of studying, humorously dubbed their study group. Cloaked in this noble guise, they spent most of their time playing, much to Su Qing's delight, and their academic performance steadily improved, culminating in a total score exceeding 160 in their language and math assessments. How joyous it was! However, today was somewhat exceptional. Su's mother had decided to supervise their studies closely. With her presence, the three of them gathered around the study desk, diligently working on their exercises in both language and math. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, punctuated only by the sound of pencils gliding across paper. I'm done. Brother Xiao Qing, could you help me correct it? Let me see. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of Su's mother, Shuem Miao Miao felt immense pressure as she furiously scribbled her answers. After finishing, she attempted to hand her paper to Su Qing as usual, only to have it intercepted by Su's mother halfway. With a distressed expression, Shuem Miao Miao cast a pleading glance at her friends, silently begging for help. But they could only shake their heads in sympathy. This question ugh. Pei Xining was meticulous in her work, always efficient and accurate in math. However, she struggled with language. For instance, when faced with the prompt, use principal, grandfather, and danced in a sentence, her response was, the principal danced for my grandfather and me. For a moment, Su Qing thought her answer was not entirely incorrect. However, in an examination, logical reasoning did not suffice. Only the standard answer would earn points. Thus, he had no choice but to mark it with a large red cross. Pei Xining, observing quietly, felt a tremor of anxiety, perceiving Su Qing as a true teacher, exuding a formidable aura. The next question was, use while in a sentence. Pei Xining's answer was, I thought of Su Qing while writing the paper. At such a tender age, her words were quite captivating, and Su Qing felt a fleeting flutter in his heart. This answer could be deemed acceptable, but he knew Pei Xining's style of answering language questions could easily lead to deductions by a strict grader. The entrance requirements for the experimental primary school mandated a total score of over 180 in both language and math. As long as they performed adequately, both girls should find admission within reach. Yet, humans are inherently greedy. If they could easily enter the regular class, why not aspire to reach the thresholds of the advanced classes? At that time, schools were keen on establishing accelerated classes, gathering the brightest students into special groups. Such classes typically received more educational resources and numerous hidden benefits. Through the grapevine, it was revealed that the experimental primary school was even more affluent than anticipated. The top scorers in midterm and final exams could earn tuition waivers, scholarships, and meal cards as rewards. Indeed, it was a lavish establishment. No wonder it ranked first in the entire city. In contrast to the cheerful scene at Su Qing's home, Su's mother was growing increasingly agitated as she graded papers. Meow meow, what does this question mean? With her delicate fingers pointing at a complex math problem, her brows furrowed, her anger making her look even more striking. You bought a toy for 15 yuan and snacks for 30 yuan, and you had a total of 65 yuan. How much change should the cashier return? 5 yuan. 65 minus 45 is clearly 20. Where did you get 5 yuan from? Mama, are you foolish? I only need to give the cashier 50 yuan. 50 minus 15 minus 30 equals 5. I am not wrong. In that moment, the silence in the room was deafening. One could not deny that, in reality, Shui Miao Miao's reasoning was correct, yet it missed the crux of the problem. The lady fell silent, and it was Su Qing who stepped forward to explain to Shui Miao Miao. Miao Miao, do not perceive the problem as a story. Simply focus on the relationships between the numbers. The approach to this problem is... The tearful Shui Miao Miao nodded in grievance, yet her words remained defiant. This mathematics is utterly illogical. The lady, feeling somewhat out of her depth, managed a sheepish smile before exiting the room, finally releasing a breath of relief. Teaching children truly is a formidable challenge. Su Qing bore the brunt of it. The trio spent their time immersed in a sea of problems, enduring the trials of various conundrums. From the classic chicken and rabbit in the same cage to the complexities of swimming pool drainage, leaving the two little girls seemingly devoid of their former sparkle. There existed a fleeting beauty of knowledge that flickered in their minds. When Su Qing clapped his hands to announce the end of the study session, the girls appeared momentarily unresponsive, mumbling, "Haha, I must report this foolish administrator for wasting water resources. Me, too. Why would the farmer keep chickens and rabbits in the same cage? How strange." Su Qing found himself genuinely concerned that the two children might have become bewildered by their studies. Is such a situation truly normal? Just as he stood pondering this, he let his guard down. Without a moment's notice, a cushion suddenly struck his face. What a lack of chivalry. Who dares to ambush this seasoned 5-year-old? He crouched down to retrieve the cushion, wielding it as a shield. Indeed, it was Shui Miao Miao who had instigated this playful skirmish. Her earlier demeanor, merely a ruse to feign vulnerability, thus commenced a lively pillow fight. Meanwhile, Pei Xining, still sprawled on the bed, became a target of the flying cushions. Her mind was utterly blank, devoid of any thoughts of retaliation. She had truly lost her wits. "Su Qing, where are you? Come to my aid. Our dear Pei Xining has perished." Chapter 24. Public execution. Shui Miao Miao's audacious attempt to challenge the divine was inherently reckless. In the midst of Su Qing activating bullet time, he effortlessly evaded an array of airborne pillows, plush toys, and blankets. With her hands empty, Shui Miao Miao appeared to have exhausted her ammunition, and her smile gradually turned strained. Brother Xiao Qing adopting Pei Xining's manner of speaking, her voice took on a cutesy tone, attempting to charm Su Qing into sparing her. However, as a Sigma male, Su Qing was impervious to such tactics. Thus, under Shui Miao Miao's tearful gaze, he raised a plush pillow, his smile growing increasingly wild. "Don't, please." The atmosphere turned tragically comical. Pei Xining huddled in the corner of the bed, performing a French salute, trembling as she waved a makeshift white flag crafted from toilet paper and disposable chopsticks, praying not to be caught in the crossfire. Practice makes perfect. If you can't handle the defeat, don't play. The victor must humiliate the vanquished. Su Qing struck the iconic crab claw gesture, mocking the pitiful Shui Miao Miao, who was buried beneath a mountain of pillows and blankets. Like a Sun Wukong, trapped under the Five Fingers Mountain, only her flustered little head peeked out, appearing both adorable and ridiculous. Having tired of his triumph, Su Qing announced, "I'm going to the living room for a drink. I'll be back shortly." He exited the room first, leaving the two young girls exchanging bewildered glances. Shui Miao Miao, drenched in sweat from her predicament, realized that this situation was unsustainable. With Su Qing holding all the power, she pondered when she might reclaim her position and ride upon his shoulders, so to speak. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she resolved to employ a strategy of distant alliances and direct assaults. She would first cultivate a rapport with Pei Xining, enlisting her aid in the rebellion against Su Qing's tyranny. "Xining, don't you think Su Qing has been rather arrogant lately?" Shui Miao Miao seduced, akin to a witch ensnaring a princess into moral decline. Pei Xining blinked in confusion, her lips moving soundlessly, caught between the urge to retort and the fear of inciting Shui Miao Miao's ire. She stood there, unsure, avoiding Shui Miao Miao's gaze, quietly absorbing her words. "Would you like to know Su Qing's secret?" Although they had spent considerable time together, Shui Miao Miao understood that their bond was merely superficial. When the time for true conflict with Su Qing arrived, Pei Sineng would be unreliable, perhaps even stabbing her in the back. Yet, the innate curiosity about the unknown was a fundamental trait within everyone, and even Pei Sineng could not resist. Together, they would engage in mischief, drawing her onto the proverbial pirate ship. And once Shui Miao Miao held leverage over Pei Sineng, wouldn't she be able to manipulate her for a lifetime? Ha ha ha, how clever I am. Su Qing's secret, indeed. Predictably, Pei Sineng bit the bait, and Shui Miao Miao revealed a scheming smile. In her eyes, the pure and naive Pei Sineng resembled a little rabbit, pliable and easily molded. Are you not curious about what distinguishes a boys' room from ours? Due to the one-child policy, both girls were the sole heirs of their families. A boys' room represented an entirely alien domain to them, thus igniting their curiosity. Especially since it was Su Qing's bedroom, the excitement began to bubble within Shui Miao Miao. This might not be appropriate. Before Pei Sineng could refuse or consent, Shui Miao Miao had already set her plans into motion. Ultimately, she found herself reluctantly trailing behind Shui Miao Miao, her thoughts conflicting. Initially, they found nothing until they discovered a large box beneath Su Qing's bed. Inside lay an orderly collection of books and notebooks, dust-free and obviously frequently perused. Upon seeing this, Shui Miao Miao felt as though she had stumbled upon a legendary treasure, eagerly lifting the top notebook to examine it. The cover read diary. Who writes diaries, after all? Yet, as fate would have it, Su Qing was no ordinary person. Miao Miao, we shouldn't do this. Only bad children engage in such activities. Since we're here, are you sure you don't want to take a peek? As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. The phrase seemed to carry an odd enchantment, even causing Pei Sineng to waver. Gazing at the thin notebook, her head began to spin. Her face flushed crimson as she murmured, "How about just one glance? Then I shall open it." As Shui Miao Miao flipped the pages, Pei Sineng, feeling guilty, covered her eyes. Yet, the gaps between her fingers did little to hinder her from reading the diary's contents. July 28th, sunny. Today is yet another day of kindergarten, and I wish to skip. I played house all day with the adorable Pei Sineng. She played the mother, and I the father. But then Shui Miao Miao barged in, insisting on being my girlfriend. Wasn't that cheating? I firmly refused. However, she cried, threw a tantrum, and told the teacher, leaving me no choice but to relent. Being too handsome can be a burden. The little girl's limited literacy skills hampered their reading. Even the clever Shui Miao Miao stumbled over the words. Yet, upon seeing her name in Su Qing's diary, she felt a sweet rush of joy. It seems Su Qing really does like me. As she set that aside, a black notebook hidden beneath it became visible. The two exchanged knowing glances. Anything so carefully concealed by Su Qing surely held secret. With hearts racing and hands trembling, they flipped to the first page. To their astonishment, they found Cursed Sky, Rebirth at Sugar Mountain, oblivious to the chaos unfolding in his room. Su Qing leisurely sipped his water in the living room, unaware that his hidden identity had been discovered by the two girls. The shameful outline of his first novel was being scrutinized in detail. Even when they encountered unfamiliar words, they meticulously consulted a dictionary, determined to unravel every detail. Finally, after addressing his physiological needs, namely drinking and using the restroom, Su Qing returned to find his bedroom remarkably quiet. It is well known that when children are silent, they are either up to mischief or preparing to cause trouble. He quietly turned the doorknob, pushing the door slightly ajar to stealthily slip into the room, intent on discovering what mischief they were up to. Though he was the rightful owner of this space, he felt like a thief. The two young girls remained oblivious to any disturbance, huddled closely at the desk, engrossed in whatever they were reading, their heads almost touching in secrecy. What were they whispering about? Su Qing leaned in to listen. In a previous life, the master of Sugar Mountain had unexpectedly reincarnated in a realm known as Cursed Sky, where people possessed innate cursed soul abilities. Yet, he had been detected as possessing the rare dual cursed soul, with aspects of both Shou and Lanin. In that moment, Su Qing wished he could regurgitate the water he had just swallowed, sprinting at breakneck speed to snatch the novel's outline from their hands. Was this a humiliating initiation into the Illuminati? At that moment, the two girls turned to Su Qing, regarding him with knowing, enigmatic expressions. A sudden surge of premonition sent shivers down his spine, as if portending an impending calamity. Su Qing, you wouldn't want this to become public knowledge, would you? Despite being from a modest workshop, the narrative was compelling, proving that domestic creations could possess remarkable storylines. Young Shui Miao Miao's saccharine demeanor was rather intense and needed to be toned down a bit. Conversely, Pei Xining, who rarely watched animation, found Su Qing's writing somewhat perplexing. Under Shui Miao Miao's persistent prodding, Su Qing had no choice but to candidly reveal the truth, including his endeavor of writing a novel. I want to see it. I want to see it now, Shui Miao Miao exclaimed excitedly, volunteering to use the computer to immediately delve into Su Qing's literary creation. Su Qing, are you an author? That's amazing. Please, don't say any more. It's too embarrassing, such is the plight of an online novelist. When relatives and friends heap praise upon you as a great writer, inquiring about the title of your book, it's enough to make you want to burrow into the floor. The blush on a young man's face obviated the need for lengthy explanations. Can I abstain from watching? Su Qing implored, attempting to negotiate with Shui Miao Miao. However, the little girl, oblivious to his predicament, insisted, if I can't see Su Qing's novel, I'll simply perish, resembling a prisoner being led to the gallows. Su Qing's every step towards the living room computer was laden with trepidation. Are you all playing a game? Su Qing's parents had gone out to buy groceries, leaving only his aunt at home. Intrigued by the sight of the three youngsters engaged in some activity, she eagerly joined in. Auntie, you're going to forfeit my affection. Meow, meow, meow. The aunt tilted her head, perplexed by Su Qing's vehement reaction. Thus, under the scrutiny of Pei Xining, Shui Miao Miao, and his aunt, Su Qing logged into the author's backend. It was akin to a public execution. The computer screen displayed the document, and with each click of the mouse wheel, Su Qing grew increasingly uneasy. Xiao Qing, did you really write this? His aunt's tone was incredulous. As an avid internet user, she was no stranger to online novels. However, she had never encountered a web novel with such fluid prose and exhilarating plot twists. Had Su Qing not personally logged in, she would have been unable to believe that such a work originated from the mind of a young boy. Is this the unfathomable realm of genius? It's remarkably written. Why are you reluctant to share it? Assuming that Su Qing lacked confidence, his aunt stroked his neatly cropped hair, offering encouragement. Especially the part where Nailin Xiaowu breaks off the engagement. It's incredibly, I don't know how to describe it. Exhilarating? Satisfying? Invigorating? Su Qing blurted out. Although the term had not yet become a popular expression, it simply means exceptionally gratifying. Haha, Xiao Qing, that's a perfect summation. It's indeed invigorating, exceptionally gratifying. The aunt's eyes lit up, finding Su Qing's assessment remarkably astute. She discreetly noted the website address and the title of Su Qing's novel, resolving to savor it in detail later, and perhaps even reward Su Qing with a small token of appreciation. Chapter 25. The Fragrance of Tea, Pei Xining's Stealthy Escape. As January unfolded, the new year approached with eager anticipation. Life proceeded steadily, and the internet CAF business flourished splendidly. Just days ago, Mr. Su mentioned the grand opening of the 10th branch in the city center, where they had hosted a CS competition following Su Qing's suggestion. Regardless of skill level, age, or profession, any group of 5 could register to participate. Remarkably, with a modest prize of merely 1,000 yuan, the event garnered immense popularity, establishing the white whale internet CAF's reputation among students. Rumors even circulated that the CAF's owner was a professional CS player, relegating the CAF to a mere side venture while competition was his true calling. Thus, the enigmatic owner of White Whale became the stuff of urban legend, drawing countless gaming enthusiasts eager to catch a glimpse of him. It was all part of Su Qing's masterful promotional strategy. Mr. Su was initially bewildered upon hearing this tale, pointing to his own face and then glancing at the dismal score of 193 on the computer screen. He wore a befuddled expression, as if saying, I'm the one who plays poorly. In any case, organizing a competition proved to be far more cost-effective than Mr. Su's previous flyer strategy. Henceforth, he entirely abandoned his dignity, consulting Su Qing about various promotional issues, treating him almost like an external brain while he merely needed to act as the frontline soldier. Today, he arrived early at the new store, eager to commence operations. Watching customers enter felt like witnessing the arrival of silver coins, filling him with uncontainable joy. It's just that manually keeping accounts is a bit cumbersome, and there are always customers who take advantage and refuse to leave. I'll have to ask Su Qing if there's a solution to this problem. Returning to reality. Children always exhibit boundless enthusiasm for festivities. So the trio had planned to visit the morning market to purchase New Year supplies, even though it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. The two little girls had already arrived at Su Qing's doorstep. Knocking on the door, Su's mother wondered who had come. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of two delicately beautiful little girls, and she welcomed them warmly. "Good morning, Auntie," chirped Shui Miao Miao, who had long adopted this familiar address for Su's mother. With her natural charm and delightful demeanor, she quickly endeared herself, causing Su's mother to prefer her over Pei Xining. "Hello, Auntie." In stark contrast, Pei Xining had won Mr. Su's favor. Perhaps it was because men typically favored the more obedient and demure types. On several occasions, Mr. Su had jokingly remarked to Su Qing, "With Pei Xining around, you need not worry about finding a wife." Each time, he would face a lecture from Su's mother. The couple even began to squabble over Su Qing's romantic prospects, almost coming to blows. Truly, it was a spectacle. Pei Xining sat quietly on the sofa, sipping the juice Su's mother had served. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao, unable to contain her restlessness, scanned the room, searching for Su Qing's presence. "You both arrived quite early. Xiao Qing is still sleeping in. Hasn't he woken up yet? Well then, we shall be responsible for waking him," Shui Miao Miao declared, taking Pei Xining and Appo's hand and boldly entering Su Qing and Appo's bedroom without a second thought, appearing entirely at ease. Su and Appo's mother contemplated intervening, as such behavior seemed inappropriate. Yet, considering they were just children, she decided to let it be. When they grow older and become aware of the differences between boys and girls, they will naturally learn to be more reserved. Xiao Qing Gidge, it's time to rise. The sun is shining on your backside." The sweet, honeyed voice of the little girl echoed in Su Qing and Appo's ears. He appeared to be lost in a beautiful dream, smacking his lips and sinking deeper into slumber. Realizing that mere words were ineffective, they resorted to nudging his body, yet he remained as still as a corpse. Frustrated at being unable to rouse the slumbering Su Qing, Pei Xining found herself at a loss. However, Shui Miao Miao devised a clever plan. She removed her shoes, stood on Su Qing's bed in her pristine white socks, and proclaimed, "Watch this. Here comes the way to Mount Tai." With a gentle leap, she landed squarely on the bulging quilt. Ugh! Su Qing could not suppress a soft groan. Yet he remained motionless. "Su Qing, if you keep sleeping, you'll turn into a pig. Hurry and wake up," she exclaimed, reaching into the covers to tickle his waist. Despite such a playful assault, Su Qing showed no sign of awakening. It was Pei Xining who first sensed something amiss. Glancing at Su Qing's face, she noticed he wore an exceptionally serene smile, as though he had passed away. "Xiao Qing Gidge, please don't die." Upon hearing this, Su's mother rushed to open the door and entered. The sight of the two little girls kneeling beside Su Qing's bed created an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. In an instant, Su's mother found herself speechless. Before the new year, is this really the time for such antics? She approached and swiftly yanked back the covers, delivering a sharp smack to his backside. Unsurprisingly, the fainting Su Qing could not help but flinch, just a second before the slap landed. He rolled skillfully to evade the blow, sitting up in one smooth motion, rubbing his sleepy eyes and letting out a long yawn. He feigned ignorance of the situation, asking, "Huh, Mom, Xining Miao Miao, why are you all in my room?" His eyes sparkled with pure innocence, more genuine than nicotine itself, lending credibility to his words. But who was Su's mother? The moment he shifted his hips, she knew the boy was not being truthful. Naturally, she did not believe a single word of his explanation. Still pretending it? You're asking for it. Thus, a lively exchange ensued between mother and son, circling around the small bed like a playful dance. Shui Miao Miao, who had almost been frightened to tears, burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, Pei Xining, tears welling in her eyes, approached Su Qing, tugging at his shirt with a pitiful expression. Woo-woo, Xiao Qing Gidge, please don't scare me like that anymore. Xining was so worried about you. Shui Miao Miao could no longer sit still. What is this overwhelming aroma of tea? Pei Xining, you've run away again. Like a dejected little pup, Shui Miao Miao stood there, grinding her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Su's mother furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Why was her beloved Shui Miao Miao suddenly facing such a downturn? Chapter 26. Squeeze-dry mother Su stood with her arms crossed, leading the 3 children to obediently wait at the crosswalk. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Standing on the zebra crossing, Su Qing instinctively felt a twinge of fear, worried that another large cargo truck might suddenly appear and knock him down again. Sensing Su Qing's trepidation, Shui Miao Miao's eyes sparkled as she covered her mouth with her cold, reddened hands and stifled a laugh. Su Qing, you were afraid to cross the street? Oh dear, you're still just a child. Rain has nothing to do with you. There's really no way to deal with you. Let your sister Miao Miao hold your hand and guide you across the street, putting on a facade of a reliable big sister. Shui Miao Miao intertwined her fingers with Su Qing's and, when the red light turned green, confidently strode across the road. In truth, she was quite afraid of crossing streets herself. As the new year approached, the morning market became increasingly vibrant. The loudspeakers in the square played the popular song, Visit Home Often, setting the festive mood for the upcoming celebrations. It would still be 4 years before the well-known song Congratulations and Prosperity by Lu Tianwang made its debut, a time when no one could have imagined the future dominance of a song in the realm of New Year's music. After filling their stomachs at a breakfast stall, the quartet truly began their shopping. They browsed through snacks, dried fruits, and fresh produce, all necessities that would be hard to find during the new year. However, the children were evidently uninterested, as their attention had already been captured by something else. In the absence of environmental regulations, various fireworks and firecrackers were the true stars of the morning market. After all, which child could resist the allure of beautiful fireworks? Su Qing observed a nearby stall where the fireworks vendor, cigarette in mouth, sat on a small stool scribbling notes, presumably tallying accounts. Beside him, a small mountain of firecrackers loomed. He genuinely worried that one might accidentally ignite, leading the vendor to wish everyone a happy new year prematurely. Dangerous behavior. Do not imitate. Mother Su picked up an orange from a fruit stall and peeled it for Su Qing to taste. It had become customary for regular customers to sample before purchasing. How is it sweet? This is fresh stock from Jilin province that just arrived this morning. It's excellent. Then, let us get 3 or 4 Jin. All right, I'll give you a discount. Make sure to continue supporting our business next year. Absolutely. Watching his mother converse with the vendor, Su Qing shared half of the orange with Pei Xining and Shui Miao Miao. Surrounded by the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, Su Qing mused that this was what one referred to as the vibrancy of life and the essence of the new year. As he walked through the cold winter morning breeze, he shivered and pulled his cotton jacket tighter around himself. His dark circles were evident, and he yawned repeatedly, prompting his mother to voice her concern. What have you been doing all day, boy? Were you up late again last night? Her tone was clearly disapproving as she scrutinized Su Qing, as if trying to discern any hint of guilt in his eyes. You just moved the computer into your room a few days ago, and now your true nature is revealed. Of course not. I stayed up all night studying English. Really? Mother Su's gaze remained skeptical, but she chose to trust Su Qing, letting the matter drop with only a few mutterings about the importance of learning English and the benefits of picking up a foreign language. Confess, and you'll be lenient. Resist, and you'll be punished during the new year. Su Qing certainly could not reveal the truth to his mother, not to mention that writing web novels was his greatest secret. Moreover, if he were to tell her the truth, the computer would undoubtedly be moved back to the living room, subjected to her constant scrutiny. That would be disastrous. As for why Su Qing had stayed up all night writing, it all began with a mysterious reader. Even now, he would grind his teeth at the memory. Qing had consistently maintained a daily update schedule, delivering 2,000 words without fail. However, such a pace had delighted readers to the point of absurdity, leading them to chant that the heavens did not give birth to him. The web novel world is as long as the night. Simultaneously, other authors faced a deluge of criticism in their comment sections, with no exceptions being spared from the onslaught. Consequently, Qing's book naturally gained popularity, climbing to the top of the new authors list on the Sycamore Under platform, receiving substantial recommendations. As the new year approached, the news of this calamity left other authors seething with resentment. When will this fierce competition end? Why are you working so hard for a few coins? Their sentiments were not without merit. At this time, web novels were essentially powered by passion, until a publisher took notice. Authors had no income aside from reader donations and the occasional promotional event. Thus, Qing devised a scheme to increase his earnings. For every 100 yuan donated, he would add an extra chapter, ensuring daily updates. With a stockpile of 200,000 words, he felt fearless. Just a moment ago, he had been reveling in his success. But the next moment, a nightmare unfolded. A donation of a full 10,000 yuan meant Qing would have to produce 100 chapters. This was outrageous. It drained his entire stockpile of manuscripts, leaving him with 10 chapters still owed. That night, he nearly smashed his keyboard in desperation. Had it not been for the system's golden finger coming into play, with his frail body, he surely would not have been able to endure. In summary, it was a bittersweet dilemma, yet Qing found no joy in it. The theory of smiles suggests that a smile does not vanish into thin air, but rather transfers to another's face. Meanwhile, on the other side of the computer, a lady was overjoyed, rubbing her hands in glee. 100 chapters worth of updates would keep her entertained for an entire day. This is the power of money. Should I reward Qing with a little something more? I simply can't get enough. Little did Qing know that he would be squeezed dry by a lady in a different sense. Qing Gij, are you cold? Let us share a scarf. Pei Sining's words pulled Qing from his painful memories back to reality. Before he could respond, she had already untied the red plush scarf from her neck and wrapped it around both of them. Due to the scarf's limited length, they had to walk shoulder to shoulder. Once adorned with the scarf, the cold wind ceased to seep into their clothes, and a delightful warmth enveloped them. With each breath, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into his nose. It was the same scent as that of Pei Sining, a combination of soap and a distinct milky aroma. Cheerfully walking ahead, Xue Miao Miao was busy selecting fireworks from the stall. She wanted sparklers, spinning tops, and firecrackers. Stricken by indecision, she prepared to consult her two companions, only to freeze in place at the sight before her. What are you two doing? The two had their red scarves intertwined, their heads close together in an intimate manner, causing Xue Miao Miao to feel a pang of jealousy. Forgetting about the fireworks, she rushed forward, pointing her trembling finger at their scarf. No, you arrived just in time. Before Xue Miao Miao could say more, her cold, icy hand was seized by Qing, who promptly tucked both their hands into his warm pocket. Xue Miao Miao's face flushed instantly, unsure whether it was from the cold or embarrassment. Thus, Qing, with a yellow strap in his left hand and a blue one in his right, strolled through the morning market, accompanied by two little girls. Passers-by invariably cast curious glances at their peculiar ensemble. These were all benevolent gazes, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the innocent friendship shared by the children, reminiscent of the youth that faded beneath the setting sun. Chapter 27. The Snowball Incident and the Miserable Pei Sining approached a stall where couplets were being written. The proprietor was a jovial, portly man who had set up a modest yet inviting booth. A long strip of red paper lay on the table, accompanied by brushes, ink, and other writing essentials. Crafting couplets on the spot was indeed an art, one that required immediate sales. Throughout the bustling morning market, many stalls offered similar services, but only this one had formed a lengthy queue. This indicated the proprietor's remarkable calligraphy skills, which drew a steady stream of customers amidst fierce competition. Stay close. Don't wander off, Xue Miao Miao urged, displaying her impatience as she tugged at Qing and Pei Sining, leading them on a meandering exploration. Eventually, when their turn arrived, the trio returned to the queue, meticulously examining the displayed samples. Dear madam, we have a little promotion today. For half the price, children can experience writing couplets. Would you like your child to give it a try? The proprietor exhibited a keen business acumen. Acknowledging that his workforce was limited and that he could only earn a fixed amount regardless of effort, he innovatively introduced activities to create additional revenue streams. Sumu, not one to mind the small expense, found the idea quite amusing. She turned her gaze toward the three children, inquiring about their thoughts. Absolutely. I've never used a brush to write before, Shui Miao Miao exclaimed without hesitation, while Pei Sinung felt a wave of trepidation. Writing with a brush, she thought, would undoubtedly cost money, and she had already received considerable kindness from Su Mu. Her introverted nature made her reluctant to take advantage of the situation. The thought of being scrutinized by a crowd in the lively market as she attempted to write with a brush was overwhelming, nearly causing her to faint at the mere notion. Su Qing, standing nearby, exhibited no desire to write couplets. He merely wished to return home for a nap. Thus, the two reticent souls, Su Qing and Pei Sinung, became the playthings of the sociable Shui Miao Miao, who unceremoniously dragged them to the small stools in front of the table. Without needing to observe closely, Su Qing noticed Pei Sinung trembling beside him. He grasped her small hand under the table, providing a sense of security. With Su Qing's encouragement, she managed to endure the current ordeal, nearly on the verge of fleeing. Su Qing, look at how well I wrote, Shui Miao Miao called out, holding her couplet high. Fortunately, her position on the stool prevented the couplet from dragging on the ground. Heaven and earth harmonize, bringing wealth to the family. Peace and prosperity bless the many. Most of the characters were beyond Shui Miao Miao's writing capabilities. She had merely followed the proprietor's model, painstakingly recreating each stroke. In some places, the ink had blotted into large dark spots, while in others, the strokes fused together, rendering the characters nearly illegible. Nevertheless, Su Qing applauded her enthusiastically, offering immediate encouragement. Marvelous. Truly impressive. Since you admire it so much, I shall reluctantly give it to you, thank you. Su Qing replied, genuinely grateful. When it was Su Qing and Appo's turn, he felt no anxiety, buoyed by the skills imparted by his system. After contemplating the content for a moment, he shifted his demeanor, and his brush began to dance elegantly across the paper. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though Su Qing was writing with great finesse. However, the knowledgeable proprietor was astounded. The quality of Su Qing's calligraphy suggested the mastery of someone who had practiced for at least a decade. Wait, how old is this child? Surely not old enough to have graduated from kindergarten. Suddenly, a sound akin to something shattering caught the proprietor's attention, yet he found nothing amiss. It dawned on him that the shattering was, in fact, his own expectations. Wow, this little one writes beautifully. This is astonishing. The murmurs of admiration from the onlookers filled Su Qing with a sense of pride. Yet, the immense pressure began to overwhelm the next contestant, Pei Sinung. Noticing her distress, Su Qing stepped in to assist. Sinung, I'll hold your hand. Let us write together. She was on the verge of tears. In her slightly blurred vision, she allowed Su Qing to guide her hand. To her astonishment, such beautiful brushwork emerged under her touch. When Su Qing released her hand, she felt a lingering sense of longing. Let us show everyone. Under Su Qing's encouragement, Pei Sinung sheepishly raised the couplet, and the crowd erupted in applause. Once she registered the attention, she immediately lowered her head, retreating behind Su Qing, unwilling to show her face. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao stood atop the stool, and upon noticing her stillness, Su Qing was reminded of a song lyric. I should be beneath the car, not inside. Seeing how sweet you all are not wanting to linger any longer, to disrupt the proprietor's business. Su Qing handed over 20 yuan and took the two little girls to rejoin Su Mu. Shui Miao Miao appeared annoyed, but remained silent. Don't ask, just guess. Fortunately, the thoughts of young girls are easily discerned. Su Qing, persistently engaging Shui Miao Miao in conversation, soon had her laughing joyfully again. Ha ha! Miao Miao, didn't you notice all the people looking at you? Of course, it's because I'm so adorable, she replied, unabashedly self-assured. Su Qing concurred that she was indeed a remarkably cute girl, which explained why the boys at Binhai Kindergarten couldn't forget her. Yet, her charm alone could not account for the attention of so many strangers. The reason was you've got ink on your nose. It's all black. What? She quickly covered her little nose, her face flushing a deep crimson, as if steam might escape. Su Qing retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, dampened it with water from his cup, and began to wipe her nose. Shui Miao Miao squeezed her eyes shut, her brows furrowing. Su Qing had to apply a bit of pressure, otherwise the ink stains would not budge. Her nose reddened slightly from the friction, but thankfully it was clean now, preserving Shui Miao Miao's image. Su Qing, thank you. For a moment, he was taken aback. If you didn't hear me, I want to say it again. She poked Su Qing's nose with her finger, playfully squishing it into a pig-like shape. Although she had caused the mess herself, Shui Miao Miao could not suppress her laughter as she scampered away. She ran. He chased. She was not so easily escaped. Eventually, Shui Miao Miao halted, crouching down. Su Qing sensed something was amiss and stopped as well. Sure enough, Shui Miao Miao twirled around, flinging the snowball she held high into the air, inadvertently hitting Pei Sinning, who was watching nearby. Headshot. Diamond 1. Pei Sinning, caught off guard by the snowball, was momentarily dazed and fell onto her bottom. Shui Miao Miao and Su Qing rushed over to check if she was hurt. Her long eyelashes fluttered like fans, glistening with sparkling snowflakes. Snow clung not only to her scarf, but also nestled within her hat. Su Mu, witnessing the scene, hurried to help Pei Sinning clean up and promptly led the 3 children home. Quick, take a bath. You mustn't catch a cold. You can wear Su Qing's clothes for now. They should fit well. Chapter 28. The sudden downpour before the 2 little girls could voice their opinions. Su Qing feigned shyness, saying, is that really appropriate, Mom? I might feel embarrassed. Yet his eyes betrayed him, glancing eagerly towards the bathroom, his impure thoughts evident. Clearly, he still believed he was to join the little girls for a bath. Stay put in the living room, Su's mother retorted, sending him away. Grasping the hands of the 2 little girls, she entered the bathroom, leaving behind the remark, just right, since you wish to be independent. You can bathe by yourself from now on. Su Qing stood in a daze, staring at the wooden door as it slammed shut with a resounding thud. No way. Even my own son is being kept at bay. Hearing the regret and reluctance in her son's voice from outside, Su's mother couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, pondering. I wonder whom he inherited this from. At such a tender age, he behaves like a little lecher. The door seemed to separate 2 worlds. In contemporary homes, the soundproofing is notoriously poor, allowing Su Qing to hear the playful banter of the 2 little girls within the bathroom quite clearly. Ha! Look at all the bubbles from the shower gel. Ning. They look just like Grandpa's white beard. Don't open your eyes. Ning. The shampoo will sting if it gets in. Upon hearing Su's mother's words, Pei Ning froze in place, becoming as still as a statue. Shui Miao Miao, meanwhile, was blissfully submerged in the warm bath, feeling pleasantly drowsy from the comfort. Girls take their time in the bath. It was the first time Su Qing truly understood this phrase, given that he had been single his entire life. At that moment, his trash can was overflowing with orange peels and sunflower seed shells, yet the bathers had yet to emerge. After a full half hour, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Shui Miao Miao was the first to burst out, now dressed in Su Qing's t-shirt and shorts, scampering over in her slippers. Playfully twirling around, she showcased her outfit. Su Qing, look, I'm wearing your clothes. It feels just like a little dress. Just out of the bath. Shui Miao Miao was still enveloped in a light mist of steam, her fair skin appearing even more delicate and refined. In contrast, Pei Ning had donned Su Qing's spare pajamas, which were a tad oversized, completely covering her small hands. Unlike the exuberant Shui Miao Miao, she quietly settled beside Su Qing. A mere turn of her head revealed her damp hair, with a droplet of water clinging to her cheek. Feeling Su Qing's gaze upon her, Pei Ning felt a wave of self-consciousness. Brother Qing, do I seem strange? No, not at all. In fact, you're quite adorable. Teasing the little girl and observing her blush brought Su Qing a sense of amusement. However, Shui Miao Miao was not pleased. leaning closer with her face almost touching Su Qing's. What about me? Su Qing, you big silly pig. Why do you only praise Xining? What about me? Human nature is indeed repetitive. Shui Miao Miao incessantly repeated her plea, nearly biting her tongue in the process, yet she seemed to revel in it. You're very cute, and everyone thinks so too. Isn't that a consensus? I'm not that great. Easily flattered, Shui Miao Miao began to float on air, playfully scratching her head. Even if you flatter me, I want to thank you. Huh? Why didn't you say so? After a pause of 2.5 seconds as her mind processed his words, Shui Miao Miao finally grasped their meaning. She then glared at Su Qing like a disgruntled kitten, exclaiming, Su Qing, you're tricking me again, as she bared her sharp little teeth. Su Qing knew trouble was brewing. Sure enough, the next moment, she sank her teeth into his arm. Regardless of his attempts to placate her, Shui Miao Miao remained unyielding. Ouch! Once Shui Miao Miao vented her frustration and released him, Su Qing could see the clear bite mark left on his arm, feeling both exasperated and tearful. Am I a fool for provoking her? It turned out that when people are riled up, they can be their own worst critics. After some playful tussling, the three of them noticed Su's mother approaching with a hairdryer, calling to the two little girls. Come on, let's dry your hair. It must feel uncomfortable being all wet. As she plugged in the hairdryer, the two little girls lined up to dry their hair. Taking this opportunity, Su Qing retreated to the bathroom for his own bath. He pondered a question. Isn't bathing merely a matter of getting wet, washing hair, applying shower gel, and rinsing off the foam in 4 simple steps? He truly could not comprehend why girls lingered for so long. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Pei Xining had just finished drying her hair, while Su Qing had already completed his bath and nonchalantly exited the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his hair. His gaze met Pei Xining's in the living room. Surprised, Pei Xining jumped back, but once she recognized Su Qing's face, she relaxed. Then curiosity filled her expression. Brother Qing, you're so quick. What nonsense is that? Su Qing, neglecting his own hair, sternly admonished Pei Xining from now on. You're not allowed to describe me as quick, understood? Pei Xining, confused but obedient, held up her small hands and in shape in front of her mouth, signaling her vow of silence on the matter. Very good, very good. This is our childhood pact, and breaking it means swallowing 1,000 needles. A pact. I will definitely keep it. As afternoon approached and the sun began to set, the sky was initially illuminated by a faint glow, soon overshadowed by a thick blanket of dark clouds. Accompanied by flashes of lightning and distant thunder, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Instantly, the two little girls, who had been laughing and playing just moments before, fell silent, rushing to Su Qing's side, clutching his arm in search of comfort. The weather, much like a woman, is capricious, and forecasts are as unreliable as men. This morning had promised a sunny day, yet the reality was a torrential downpour hammering against the windows. Unmistakably not a minor rain. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was entirely off the mark. The howling winds seeped through the cracks of the window, resembling the cries of some monstrous creature. In a scene reminiscent of a horror film, the sudden deluge disrupted the power supply, causing the bedroom lights to flicker and die with a crack. Peering out the window, all that met his gaze was an abyss of darkness. It seemed the fierce storm had led to widespread power outages. Su Qing was accustomed to this. Such infrastructure often resulted in sporadic power cuts. He firmly shut the window, silencing the monstrous wails. Yet the two little girls were far from calm, letting out simultaneous shrieks. Ah, wah. Both crouched down, one hand pressed against their ears to muffle the thunderous roars from outside, while the other clung tightly to Su Qing's leg. With such shackles, he found himself unable to move. Hud, hud, hud. What is that sound? Pei Xining, hearing strange noises from outside, spoke with a quivering voice, clearly on the brink of tears, quickly reporting to her companions. Shui Miao Miao swallowed hard. She often accompanied her wife in watching horror films, which immediately sparked a plethora of terrifying plot developments in her mind. Subsequently, Shui Miao Miao frightened herself to tears. Oh no, please don't eat me. I'm just a child who doesn't like vegetables. I'm not tasty at all. Please don't eat me. The doorknob twisted, and it seemed the monster was about to burst in. In a moment of desperation, the two girls with tear-filled eyes sought to drag Su Qing into the wardrobe to hide. However, Su Qing resolutely refused, infuriating them. Su Qing, you are going to get us killed. Woo-woo, Su Qing. Quickly hide. The monster is about to come in. Su Qing, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, you two are quite the dramatists. She then calmly greeted her mother, who was opening the door. Mom, you've come to bring candles. Mom. At that moment, the two terrified little girls dared to glance back. Upon seeing Su's mother standing at the door with a candle in hand, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ooh, thank goodness it's Annie. We are saved. Su Annie, the power is out. Ignoring the tears and snot on their faces, the two little girls hurried towards the solitary, flickering flame. As they drew closer, suddenly, Su's mother let out a sinister laugh. Who says I'm Aunt Sue? Sensing something amiss, the two girls, like wind-up dolls, abruptly halted, their expressions frozen in fear, the earlier relief evaporating into sheer terror. Hee, are you referring to that woman? I've already devoured her. Whoa. Chapter 29. Why do you want to speak like Pei Sinning? Annie was wrong. She should not have frightened you. Do not cry anymore. Auntie is the bad one. I will not be friends with her. Scolding people, sobi. One reaps what one sows. While it is delightful to tease children, the aftermath of comforting them is equally burdensome. However, Mother Su expressed that if given another chance, she would still scare them. Su Qing was speechless. He had already guessed the subsequent developments when Mother Su wore that peculiar smile, clearing his throat to capture the attention of the three children in the room. Su Qing prepared to share some good news to uplift their spirits, as it was evident that comforting the two weeping little girls would take some time. Due to a power outage, the streetlights remained lit, and Su Miao's mother would surely not be able to come. She would have to stay at our house for the night. Hooray! Wait, Aunt Su, you are not deceiving me, are you? Clearly, in Su Miao's heart, Mother Su had lost her trust. With a stiff expression, Mother Su had to repeatedly assure her before Su Miao finally transitioned from sorrow to joy, laughing heartily. How wonderful it is to be able to stay with Su Qing. A sleepover, especially at a good friend's house. Whether it is sleeping on the floor, playing games, or chatting late into the night, just thinking about it filled her with anticipation. At this moment, the exuberant Su Miao did not notice that Pei Sineng was gazing at her with envy. Such matters can be both a source of joy and a cause for lament. Pei Sineng was suddenly overwhelmed with sadness, clinging to Su Qing, and for the first time, spoke boldly. Woo, I don't want to leave. I also want to stay with Brother Qing. I don't want to go. Upon witnessing this scene, Mother Su slowly spoke. Of course, I haven't finished yet. Sinning can also stay at our house for the night. It was not as thrilling as she had imagined. With her ears flushed red, Pei Sineng still nestled in Su Qing's embrace, refusing to look up. Auntie has a wicked heart. Why didn't you say so earlier? Her voice was faint, audible only to Su Qing, who was closest. There are no extra beds, so you two girls will have to make do with sleeping on the floor, all right? Although phrased as a question, it was evident that there was no room for negotiation. Oblivious to the atmosphere, Su Miao raised her hand to inquire. Why can't we squeeze in with Su Qing and sleep on the bed? No, absolutely not. All right. Ever since Su Qing made that remark before his morning shower, Mother Su had gained a clearer understanding of her son's precociousness. Although, by common sense, Su Qing had not yet developed such functions before reaching puberty. She grew increasingly vigilant regarding Su Qing's interactions with the two little girls. How about this? You two girls can sleep on the bed, and Su Qing will take the floor. No, no refusal allowed. It's settled. In the Su household, Mother Su's authority was unassailable, leaving Su Qing with no room to argue, and he could only acquiesce. The small candle flickered, casting a dim light in the bedroom. Su Qing sat cross-legged on the floor, while the two little girls perched on the bed, brainstorming their evening activities. How about we don't sleep tonight and stay up late? Su Miao proposed a notion she deemed brilliant. Yet, clearly, the other two were not enthusiastic about it. Isn't that inappropriate? Staying up late is quite a thing. Su Miao clapped her soft little hands on the plush mattress, lacking any force but managing to intimidate the easily bullied Pei Sineng. Don't you think it's cool? Both Pei Sineng and Su Qing shook their heads in denial. Su Qing, are you going to betray me too? How can this be termed betrayal? You are overreacting, right? But upon being met with Su Miao's pitiful gaze, Su Qing quickly surrendered. Really? Will you accompany me no matter what I do? Ah, yes, yes. Then, let us have a ghost story contest. Upon hearing this suggestion, Pei Sining immediately buried her head under the covers. Oh, are you serious? Su Qing was genuinely surprised by Su Miao's audacity in proposing something that even intrigued him slightly. Of course, I am resolute in my word. Su Miao patted her chest, which felt as sturdy as armor, assuring everyone of her bravery. As a child who frequently accompanied her mother to watch horror films, she believed herself quite courageous, wanting to triumph over Su Qing, that arrogant little boy. Since their friendship began, she had faced numerous humiliations, and today would mark the moment she, Su Miao, would redeem herself. The goal was to scare Su Qing so much that he would be afraid to go to the bathroom at night, and thus it was settled. I'll go first, in a spring outing. Having only uttered the beginning, Pei Sining curled her entire body into the blanket, trembling as she clung to Su Miao. Ha ha ha. Sining, what are you doing? Don't tickle me. Suddenly bursting into laughter midway through telling ghost stories completely shattered the atmosphere. Not to mention that her story wasn't frightening to Su Qing at all. All right, it's your turn to tell a story, Su Qing. Let me think. The story I want to tell is called The Endless Stairs in the Kindergarten. This tale was improvised by Su Qing. The essence of a ghost story lies in its immersive quality, so Su Qing deliberately set the scene in their most familiar kindergarten. The effect was immediate. Even Su Miao, who prided herself on her bravery, was left trembling in fear. However, she would never admit her fright. Well, it's just SOSO. You don't think that can scare me, do you? Her little feet had retreated into the blanket, as if some ghostly rule protected her from being caught while under the covers. What? You ask about Pei Sining? She had already fainted from fright. Sining, it's your turn to tell a story. 10 seconds of silence passed, but there was still no movement beside Su Miao. Since Sining has fallen asleep, there is no choice but to sleep. Su Qing proposed, and Su Miao could only follow suit. To be honest, she didn't wish to continue playing anyway. Why is Su Qing so skilled at telling ghost stories? At this rate, not only would she fail to scare him, but she might end up scaring herself to the point of wetting her pants. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet, with only the sounds of rain and thunder filling the air. Time passed, and it was unclear how late it had become. Su Miao, lying on the bed, still had no intention of sleeping, her mind filled with thoughts of the endless stairs in the kindergarten. Suddenly feeling the urge to urinate, she tentatively extended her little foot out from under the blanket. The cold air brushed against her, causing her to instantly retreat. What should I do? What should I do? I'm so scared. But I really want to go to the bathroom. I can't. Wet the bed for the first time at Su Qing's house. No way, no way. Amidst this turmoil, she finally mustered her courage, climbed down from the bed, and approached Su Qing's sleeping area. Seeing his carefree, sleeping face, Su Miao felt a surge of frustration. He told such a terrifying ghost story, and yet sleeps like a pig, silly pig. On the surface, she gently nudged Su Qing's body, and when he stirred awake, she whispered, "Brother Qing, I'm scared. I don't dare to go to the bathroom. Who are you, and why are you trying to speak like Pei Sining? Stop pretending. Monster! I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Where have you hidden the real Su Miao?" Chapter 30. The Overpass, the Maybach, and the Forgotten Su Father in the Rainy Night in the Dead of Night. A weeping girl is illuminated by a flash of lightning, casting a haunting glow upon her profile. This scene, reminiscent of a horror film, greets Su Qing as he awakens from his slumber, leaving him to grapple with the enormity of his psychological turmoil. His pupils constrict in terror, and cold sweat quickly soaks his thin nightgown. Ghost. Is it a ghost? Wah. Xiao Qing Gij, please stay with me, I'm scared. The soft, plaintive voice stands in stark contrast to the terrifying atmosphere, offering Su Qing a moment of solace. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he finally discerns the figure beside him. It is none other than Xuan Miao Miao, whose innocent doe-like eyes now plead for Su Qing's protection, devoid of her usual princess-like demeanor. In this moment, she resembles a small, abandoned puppy weeping in the rain. Realizing that this predicament is of his own making, Su Qing sighs and forces himself out of the warmth of his bed. With a dazed mind, he gently takes Shui Miao Miao's small hand, accompanying her to the restroom. I hope this goes quickly. Upon reaching the restroom door, Su Qing halts, understanding that following her inside would be inappropriate. Shui Miao Miao glances into the darkened restroom, attempting to flick the light switch with no success. She then looks at Su Qing, who leans against the wall, on the verge of dozing off, exuding an unreliable aura. Hesitation grips her as she stands rooted in place, recalling her mother's warnings about the necessity of modesty, particularly when it comes to privacy in restrooms. In her internal conflict, she devises a compromise, saying, "Can you wait for me at the door? Once I'm done, we can go back together. Please, I'm begging you." It is a rare sight to witness the usually assertive Shui Miao Miao adopting such a demure demeanor, her voice laced with a charming sweetness reminiscent of her mother. For Su Qing, who is susceptible to gentleness, this plea is irresistible. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesces. How could such an adorable girl harbor any ulterior motives? The winter night is bitterly cold, further exacerbated by the pouring rain, causing the indoor temperature to hover around 20 degrees. Dressed in his thin nightgown, Su Qing shivers and sneezes, rubbing his goosebumps in concern for catching a cold. Although he is robust among children, he is not immune to illness. "Su Qing, are you still there?" The soft voice emanates from within the restroom. Su Qing, leaning against the wall, is too drowsy to hear. Su Qing, don't scare me." After a prolonged silence without response, panic seizes Shui Miao Miao, who hurriedly pulls up her pants, neglecting to wipe, and rushes out. Upon seeing Su Qing still resting in place, relief washes over her. It appears that the ghost stories have truly frightened her, to the point where she cannot bear to be alone in the restroom. "Su Qing, what is it? Have you finished?" Su Qing stir, his mind reluctant to leave the warmth of his bed. "No. I called for you, but you didn't respond. I thought you had been taken by a monster." "Hey, do you think I'm Tang Sung? Why would I be taken by a monster for no reason?" Su Qing retorts, somewhat exasperated. "This time, I promise to answer any questions you have, so hurry and use the restroom. Don't wet your pants." "Okay, but you better keep your word." Casting a skeptical glance at Su Qing, Shui Miao Miao returns to the restroom, leaving the door ajar. This slight opening grants her an added sense of security, as if Su Qing could rush in to protect her at any moment should any mishap occur. Fortunately, Su Qing remains oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would commend her cleverness. Faint sounds of splashing water can be heard, but whether it is the rain outside or something else remains uncertain. Su Qing, however, is too disinterested to ponder it further. Such contemplations seem trivial and somewhat creepy. Noticing that the rain continues unabated into the night, he suddenly feels that something significant has slipped his mind. What could it be? It is illogical. He possesses a top-tier account, which should correlate with exceptional memory. Thus, anything that does not come to mind immediately must be unimportant. Certainly, that must be the case. Bored, Su Qing indulges in aimless musings. Gazing out at the rain, he recalls a popular line from Douyin. How can one describe a heavy downpour without using the word rain? The overpass, the Maybach. From Dragon Tribe to Private Equity Jiangnan, to Chu Zihong, Chu Tianjiao, and finally, Su Father. After traversing this convoluted train of thought, Su Qing finally remembers what he had forgotten. Right, where's my father? Since their brief exchange that morning, Su Father had ventured to the internet CF, or rather, he had set off to survey his establishments like a lion patrolling its territory. Of course, this is merely a euphemistic portrayal. The underlying intent is well understood. In such heavy rain, is my father all right at the internet CAF? After a brief moment of sympathy for the unfortunate Su Father, Su Qing quickly dismisses his concerns. After all, what harm could befall a grown man? Unbeknownst to him, several kilometers away, Su Father languishes in the newly opened internet CAF number 10, utterly bored. With the power out, the computers remain dark, stripping him of his only source of entertainment. Reduced to a lifeless state, he slumps against the bar, feeling the pangs of loneliness without his wife and child. If given another chance, he would never sneak off to the internet again. With no warm blankets to envelop him, he finds himself curled up on the sofa, akin to a homeless soul beneath a bridge. Surely, my wife and child must be worried about me. Haha, I shall return home at dawn to reassure them. With this comforting thought, Su's father gradually succumbs to sleep, unaware that his beloved son has completely forgotten him. Hey, pass me the peanuts. Meanwhile, back at home, Shui Miao Miao's physiological needs have finally been met, alleviating her concerns about wetting the bed. Su Qing, are you there? Please respond. I received you. Like a weary employee finishing a long day, Su Qing is akin to a salaryman finally clocking out at 9 o'clock, ready to unwind for a few hours on Douyin before bed, when suddenly a notification from his superior jolts him from his reverie. The little girl, ever meticulous, washes her hands after using the restroom, diligently scrubbing with soap, circling her hands with care. Diverting her attention, she gradually ceased to feel so anxious. Lifting her head, she casually glanced into the mirror. Oh, the reflection revealed her with a bizarre smile, an illusion. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Su Qing, help me. Her voice crescendoed, surpassing even the thunder outside. Unsurprisingly, the four individuals within the room were all abruptly awakened. In unison, Su's mother and Pei Xining simultaneously opened their doors, rubbing their sleepy eyes, and beheld the two standing before the bathroom. One girl was crying inconsolably, while a boy gazed up at the ceiling in disbelief. After a brief explanation, Shui Miao Miao bowed apologetically to the two who had been disturbed from their slumber. I am truly sorry. I am so very sorry. It's all right, as long as there was no danger. Su's mother, relieved that no mishap had occurred, offered a few words of advice before returning to her master bedroom to continue her rest. Back at his room, Su Qing finally returned to the sanctuary of his loyal bed. He slipped his little hand under the covers, only to find it cold. Damn, Shui Miao Miao, you've caused such trouble. With no other choice, Su Qing had to burrow back in, using his body heat to warm it anew. Just as he began to drift back into a peaceful slumber, an unexpected interruption arose. At that very moment, much like the previous one, Pei Xining mustered the courage to leave her bed, her legs fidgeting with hesitation as she contemplated whether to wake Su Qing. Ultimately, fear triumphed over shyness. She knelt before his bedding, gently nudging his body to rouse him. Little brother Qing, I need to use the restroom, but I'm too scared to go alone. I truly owe you all. The air after the torrential rain was exceptionally fresh, and the sun shone brilliantly, a rare, beautiful day. Yet, Su Qing found no joy in this, as he lay drowsily on the dining table. Little brother Qing, you must try my fried ham. Pei Xining, ever attentive, expertly lifted a slice of ham with her chopsticks and brought it to Su Qing's lips. Like a contest of sorts, Shui Miao Miao, unwilling to be outdone, mimicked her with a spoonful of tofu pudding, offering it to Su Qing. Try mine. My tofu pudding is delicious. A pair of chopsticks and a spoon danced around Su Qing's drowsy mouth. Finally, overwhelmed by the indignity, he slammed his hand on the table, furiously consuming the offerings presented to him. Is this amusing? Everyone's breakfast was purchased from the same stall. How could there be any difference in taste? Extracting a tissue, Su Qing wiped his face, now a mess of grease and tofu pudding remnants. The two little girls exchanged a glance, sticking out their tongues in a playful plea for Su Qing's forgiveness. Before long, the families of the two little girls arrived to take them home. Pei Xining's mother, having met Su Qing and his father previously, expressed her gratitude for Su's mother's care towards her daughter before departing swiftly. In contrast, Shui Miao Miao was picked up by a familiar face, her mother. She even brought Su Qing a gift, an authentic Leo Ultraman transformation device imported from the Neon country. While it may seem just right for children, it felt rather childish for Su Qing. Quite the contrary. This was Leo's lion's eye ring, incredibly cool indeed. What boy wouldn't he adore it? Thank you, Annie, I absolutely love this gift. Please take good care of our Miao Miao. She truly never misses an opportunity to support Shui Miao Miao. However, it was evident that the little girl did not comprehend this goodwill and was, in fact, hindering her efforts. Miao Miao, hurry over, you haven't said goodbye to Su Qing yet. Su Qing waved, saying goodbye. We shall meet again after the new year. Watching her daughter dash out of the house, her mother felt exasperated by her emotional intelligence. To let such a splendid opportunity to build rapport slip away just like that? Such a failure. Don't dare say you're my daughter when you go out. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and tranquility returned to the house, though it felt somewhat amiss without the presence of the two little girls. Busy. They all seemed busy. Perhaps that was for the best. Sighing, rubbing his heavily shadowed eyes, Qing prepared to return to his bedroom for a nap. Yet, he was called back by his mother. Today, we shall conduct a thorough cleaning. You need to sweep and mop your room while I clean the windows. Truly, misfortune seemed to follow one after another, leaving Qing speechless. A sudden, unexpected knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. As he pondered whether Shui Miao Miao had forgotten something, he found himself turning the doorknob. What met his eyes was a weary man, bloodshot and fatigued. "Oh my, Dad!" After a brief moment of shock, Qing recalled, "Oh, right. I almost forgot you didn't come home last night." Chapter 31. The irresistible wife, due to various reasons, such as the rise of internet cafes. The Su family decided to keep things simple this year and did not return to Hebei province for the New Year celebrations. On New Year's Eve, after enjoying a reunion dinner, the three of them settled on the sofa, engaging in conversation while watching the Spring Festival Gala on television. Qing was particularly impressed by this year's show, not only because of the presence of Grandpa Zhao, but also due to the skit titled Selling Crutches. Unlike the emotionally charged and educational performances of the future, which culminated in everyone making dumplings together, this one had them laughing heartily, embodying the essence of the festive season amidst the sounds of fireworks crackling outside. One might wonder, where has the festive spirit of future China gone? As the clock approached 11, Qing noticed his father had yet to appear. In previous years, they would have already finished setting off firecrackers and prepared to enjoy dumplings at this time. Feeling the weight of sleepiness, Qing found it increasingly difficult to keep his eyes open. "Son, let us go downstairs and set off some firecrackers." Finally, his father emerged from the bathroom, a routine he always followed before heading out, often taking an unusually long time. Waiting for him felt eternal. The wind howled fiercely outside, and with the recent snowfall, Qing's mother bundled him up like a zongzi, wrapping him in layers. He wore thermal pants, woolen pants, and cotton pants, making it challenging to move. In contrast, his father donned a pajama set under a long down jacket, leading Qing downstairs. His mother did not intervene, believing that experience would teach him. His father carried a large bundle of firecrackers, claiming it was a 10,000 sound pack, though it was generally lacking in quantity. Qing had advised him, "Dad, the so-called 10,000 sounds just means spending 10,000 yuan for a noise. Let us buy something more ordinary instead." The shopkeeper's awkward expression suggested he had heard similar sentiments before, as other customers began to turn away and opt for cheaper alternatives. Despite the shopkeeper's glare, Qing remained unfazed, while his father sheepishly purchased the most expensive option, perhaps to atone for his son's earlier comments. Upon reaching the community park, where residents could set off fireworks in a designated area for easier cleanup, Qing's father immediately regretted his decision. It was freezing. Qing took charge of unrolling the firecrackers while his father, the adult, handled the lighting. After completing his task, Qing moved a safe distance away, waiting for his father to ignite the firecrackers. As expected, misfortune struck again. The strong wind extinguished the lighter's flame almost instantly. After several frustrating minutes, his father finally managed to light the firecrackers, and the air filled with the scent of gunpowder. As the firecrackers exploded, illuminating the night sky and releasing plumes of smoke, the new year felt truly complete. Upon returning home, his father quickly filled a basin with hot water to wash his hands and soak his feet, not wasting a moment. He muttered, "My wife is so wise. In this cold winter, one should dress warmly." After this little interlude, Qing finally reached the most thrilling part of the new year, the surprise gift from his parents. "Little Qing, this year our family earned quite a bit, so we prepared a big red envelope for you." His mother produced a bulging red envelope from her pocket, so thick it seemed ready to burst if any more bills were added. Qing hesitated, fearing his parents would change their minds. However, his clever mind sensed something was amiss. Why would his usually frugal parents suddenly shower him with riches? His father's mischievous grin from the sofa almost revealed the ruse. He placed his hand on the envelope but refrained from taking it. Detected, 242. 6 yuan. Will it be deposited in the system bank? Indeed, he had anticipated the couple's trickery. This envelope was likely filled with loose change, a playful attempt to tease him. Suddenly, the amused expressions of his parents turned stiff, surprised that their well-planned scheme had been so easily unraveled. His father, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to salvage the situation. "Little Qing, what are you saying? This is your New Year's money. How could your mom and I possibly trick you?" His mother quickly chimed in to support him. Su Qing accepted the envelope and opened it in front of them, spilling a cascade of green bills onto the table, accompanied by the clinking of coins, creating an unintentionally humorous scene. His parents were left speechless. Doesn't little Qing know that opening a red envelope in front of someone is quite rude? They lamented, urging him to embrace their playful teasing. His mother explained that they had learned about Southern red envelopes, which emphasize sentiment over monetary value, often containing small denominations. Su Qing, however, firmly believed that Southern customs should not taint the Northern traditions regarding red envelopes, asserting that they would not reap any rewards from their mischief. He hoped that when he grew up, he could bestow red envelopes upon a younger generation, spreading the Southern customs for a mutually beneficial outcome. As the New Year festivities unfolded, with the anticipated joy seemingly eluding them, Su Qing's parents began to complain about him, as though he were the one lacking in festive spirit. "Are you children, or what?" Provoked by their teasing, his father could no longer sit still. He reached into his pocket and produced another red envelope, clearly prepared in advance. "Look at this. Do you want it, son?" His father, seemingly irritated by something, demanded a proper response. "Give me the red envelope." Su Qing's father insisted, insisting his son adopt the right demeanor to receive it. "Come on, give me a bow, and I'll reward you. Men kneel for gold. How could I bow for a mere red envelope?" His father praised Su Qing's courage, recognizing him as a true man. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he thought back to his younger days when he would have eagerly bowed for a red envelope, perhaps hoping for even more. However, bowing to his father was not shameful. It was an honor to receive a gesture of respect from his son. With that, Su Qing suddenly produced a large metal basin and began to bow vigorously, announcing with each bow, 100 for each bow, no negotiation, 100, 200 in an instant. Su's father's eyes nearly bulged out. Could it be that this rascal intends to drain the meager savings of his old father? "Quickly, please rise." Seeing Su Qing remain unfazed, persistently bowing with enthusiasm, Su's father became flustered and hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. What does this mean, my child?" Su's father lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Whispers from Su Qing reached his ears, seemingly intended to evade Su's mother's notice. The toilet tank behind the wedding photo, the air conditioning remote. To an outsider, these words might seem utterly disconnected, but for Su's father, the implication struck like a bolt of lightning. For Su Qing was divulging the very locations of his hidden stash. No, how could he possibly know everything? Su's father believed he had concealed his treasures well. Yet the truth was that Su Qing had everything under his dominion. Ha, you mischievous child. When caught in a moment of embarrassment, one often feigns busyness. Su's father stretched lazily, yawning widely, the aroma of the freshly consumed chive dumplings still lingering on his breath. 2,000, perhaps? 2,000? Why not just rob a bank? At that moment, the scene unfolded with a peculiar absurdity. The audacious leader, the helpless wife, and the oblivious husband, with merely a slight furrow of his brow. Su Qing easily maneuvered Su's father into submission, who, albeit reluctantly, withdrew cash from his wallet to hand over to him. Save it carefully. This was just the pocket money your mother gave me. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it." Su Qing advanced mercilessly, attempting to snatch the red envelope and the 2,000 in cash right from Su's father's hands. Yet his grip was as tenacious as iron, unwilling to release his hold. "Let us negotiate. Leave me a little." Not chance. As the money was gradually extracted, Su's father felt as though his very soul was being siphoned away along with the bills, his spirit gradually fading to a pallid hue. It seemed that with a mere whisper of wind, he would disperse like a pile of ashes. Perhaps he had been utterly consumed. The child simply needed to focus on bowing for the red envelope, while the adults, who dispensed the gifts, bore the weight of far more considerations. Chapter 32. She's really got me. On move this year, maybe the most leisurely Lunar New Year that Qing has ever experienced. Although he didn't have to make New Year's calls, which meant he missed out on a large sum of lucky money. The 2,000 yuan he wheedled from his father more than made up for it, having stayed up late last night to see in the new year. He didn't go to bed until after 1 o'clock, so he slept in today, not rising from his bed until 11 in the morning. Groggy, Qing got up and heard the clicking of a mouse and the tapping of keyboard. Has Dad come in to use the computer? Opening his eyes, he discovered that it wasn't his father's tall figure occupying his desk, but two familiar little girls. It was Pei Xining and Shui Miao Miao. Although he had expected them to be eager to come over and play after the new year, he didn't expect it to be so early. These two little ones are really becoming more and more at home. Now, they even enter his room without even saying hello. He used to have to help them operate the computer, but now, since they learned how to turn on the computer and connect to the internet themselves, Qing has been completely abandoned. He was curious about what the two little girls were playing on the computer. So, while the two little girls were focusing on the computer, he quietly got out of bed and walked behind them to observe. It turned out that they were registering QQ accounts and had even taken the liberty of logging into Qing's QQ account and adding themselves as friends. How did these two little girls know his account and password? Ding, ding, ding. This was the sound of a QQ message notification. Qing's father was an old netizen who had registered several accounts during the OICQ era, all of which were 5-digit numbers. The one Qing was using now was one of the accounts inherited from his father. What are you doing? The little girls were startled. Shui Miao Miao subconsciously wanted to close the page, but she was so nervous that her hands were shaking and she couldn't click the tiny X in the upper right corner. Seeing this, Qing suddenly remembered his own experience of watching videos in his youth. There were a few times when his father opened the door without warning, and he was almost caught. Their subconscious reactions were similar. You, how come you don't make any noise when you walk? You'll scare people to death. Seeing that she couldn't hide it, Shui Miao Miao had to change the subject. At the same time, she winked at Pei Xining. But Pei Xining didn't seem to understand what she meant, but she still nodded blankly, her eyes shining with brilliance. As if to say, don't worry, I'll take care of it. We're adding ourselves as friends on little Qing's QQ account. Shui Miao Miao was dumbfounded. What kind of criminal would tell the victim about the crime? Like a pardoned criminal, Shui Miao Miao was relieved. She was afraid that Qing would be annoyed that she had secretly remembered his account password, but fortunately, he wasn't petty. Then, Shui Miao Miao showed Qing the accounts they had just registered. One was called Water King, which was obviously Shui Miao Miao's account. But when he saw the other account, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Pei Xining's QQ account nickname was Pei Xining. Does anyone really use their real name online? Xining, it's best not to use your real name on the internet. It will leak your privacy. But I can't think of what to call myself. She seemed troubled by this. Sitting on the wooden chair, her body swayed like a tumbler. Little Qing, can you help me think of one? Of course. Just don't dislike it. No, how could I dislike little Qing? After thinking for a moment, Qing subconsciously thought of the fruit lemon. So he asked, what do you think of the nickname Lemon? Unsure if the little girl was satisfied, he still gave her the decision. It sounds so cute. I'm going to call my QQ account Lemon from now on. Little Qing gave it to me. I'll never change it. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Shui Miao Miao immediately became angry. At the same time, she looked at her own nickname, Water King, and couldn't stand it anymore. With an impulse, she deleted it directly. Qing, I want you to give me a name too. After doing this, Shui Miao Miao shook Qing's shoulders, wanting him to help her too. Water King is a good name. I don't think it's necessary to change it. I just want you to give it to me. So, Qing entered the 4 words Water King into the nickname bar again and clicked confirm. It was the same nickname, but Shui Miao Miao immediately turned from sorrow to joy. It had been almost half a month since they had last met. But the relationship between the three of them didn't seem to have changed at all. They became enthusiastic again in a few words. Qing took the lead in asking about Shui Miao Miao's holiday. Miao Miao, didn't you go traveling? How come you're back so soon? Traveling. That's great. Did anything interesting happen? Pei Xining was also very curious about traveling, and she looked at Shui Miao Miao with shining eyes. This topic was exactly what Shui Miao Miao wanted to talk about, and she immediately opened the chatterbox. She also had a little desire to show off. Because I missed you. Traveling is so boring. I've been climbing mountains. It's better to come and play with you. I'm telling you, don't travel around the new year. There are more people than trees on the mountain. Since Shui Miao Miao had come, it meant that her mother must have come too. He couldn't be rude, so he naturally had to pay a New Year's visit. And most importantly, he could get a red envelope. The persona of the lady is one of elegance and grace. The red envelope she presents will undoubtedly be generous. Just the thought of it fills one with excitement. After a brief adjustment to his attire, he stepped out of the room. With Su Qing's absence, the bedroom fell into a profound silence, and the two little girls ceased their computer games. Ning, I wish to venture into the living room. Would you care to join me? Shui Miao Miao could no longer contain her eagerness. It seemed that the prolonged absence of Su Qing during their 2-week journey had filled her with longing, making her reluctant to part from him even for a moment. Pei Ning surveyed the room, hesitating before shaking her head. Miao Miao, you go ahead. I'll stay here for a while. All right, I shall go first. As the door closed behind her, faint sounds of laughter and merriment drifted from the living room. Life is not easy, Ning sighed. She removed her shoes and, clad in soft cotton socks, ascended Su Qing's bed, speaking to herself. Little Qinggu is truly too messy. I shall help him tidy up his bedding. With determination, she set to work, laboriously folding the quilt and smoothing out the wrinkled sheets. Once everything was in order, she gazed at the now pristine little bed, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Only then did she leap off the bed, put her shoes back on, and scampered out to join Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao in their playful activities. Truly, I could weep with joy. What more could one desire than such a delightful and endearing childhood companion like little Qing Mei? Chapter 33 in the past. Chun Deizai had used 20 yuan. Auntie, Happy New Year. I wish you eternal youth and flourishing business. Over here, Su Qing uttered auspicious words, while over there, the lady retrieved a large red envelope from her bag. The thickness of it hinted at the lady's heartfelt intentions. Su Qing swiftly checked with the system bank and discovered that it contained a generous sum of 1,000 yuan. It was clear that the lady would not be like Su's parents, who would merely present a handful of 1 yuan notes to appease a child. Delighted, Su Qing accepted it and began showering compliments on the lady, indulging in a plethora of sweet words. Su Qing was indeed a sycophant. Suddenly, Shui Miao Miao scolded him. But curiously, Su Qing felt no trace of annoyance. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. Could you perhaps scold me a bit more? I find it quite delightful. He. However, he certainly could not voice such thoughts with so many adults present. If he did, he would undoubtedly be labeled a little pervert, which was unacceptable. Where did you learn that? It makes no sense. The concept of a sycophant was only introduced in the era of short videos. Of course, it was from you. I overheard you speaking ill of Jiang Jie back then. Oh, now it makes sense. Su Qing nodded, finding this reasoning quite reasonable. But then he thought, wait, doesn't that mean you're insulting me by calling me Jiang Jie? Clearly, in Su Qing's mind, being compared to Jiang Jie was far more hurtful than being called a sycophant. Although Shui Miao Miao covered her mouth with her little hand, her mischievous giggles still reached Su Qing's ears. You deserve it. Who told you to curry favor with my mother? She ran, and he chased, filling the living room with lively commotion. Although the lady did not understand what Jiang Jie meant, she speculated it was some secret language among children. However, the term sycophant was quite comprehensible and vividly illustrative. She secretly thought Su Qing was indeed a genius. To be able to craft such a popular and engaging novel surely indicated a unique understanding of the art of language. Let us reward him again when we return. I wonder if he will continue to update. Ever since that incident with the reward, Su Qing hastily deleted the update notice, fearing a repeat occurrence. He was still young, and being drained, referring to his stockpile of writings, not to be misunderstood by the censorship deities, would be detrimental to his health, referring to late nights. When Pei Ning exited her room, the first scene that greeted her was Su Qing pinning Shui Miao Miao to the ground, her little legs kicking and her body writhing in futile resistance against Su Qing's overwhelming strength. Seeing that force wasn't working, she decided to try a softer approach. Little Qingga, please forgive me. Futile, today you are doomed. Mommy, Save me. Su Qing is bullying me. Su Qing's smile took on a sinister edge. Within Shuem Miao Miao's terrified gaze, he showcased his dexterous fingers. It was the tickling attack. Each time the two little girls misbehaved or angered him, Su Qing would employ this method to punish them. As a mere plastic sister, Pei Xining merely hid on the sidelines, quietly observing Shuem Miao Miao's punishment, harboring no intentions of intervening. At most, she would silently mourn for her for 3 seconds, which was already a great act of compassion. Su Qing, the great demon king, was truly terrifying. All right, little Qing, stop bullying Miao Miao. Seeing that Shuem Miao Miao was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, Su's mother could no longer sit back and stopped Su Qing's actions. Ha ha ha, ahem, Su, you are still the one who loves me the most. Like finding a shield, Shuem Miao Miao scampered behind Su's mother, poking her little head out to make faces at Su Qing. The rain had cleared, and suddenly Shuem Miao Miao felt emboldened again. You can't hide behind my mom for an eternity, Shuem Miao Miao. With a shiver, understanding the implication, the little girl forced a smile and apologized to Su Qing. I know I was wrong. Su Qing, you are the most handsome and clever. I like you the most. Su Qing felt speechless at Shuem Miao Miao's sudden flexibility. Was this too cowardly? He hadn't been particularly angry, and seeing her act cute, he decided to forgive her. I forgive you, come here. Really? The girl was wary, fearing this might be a feigned weakness to lure her in. She had been tricked by Su Qing's numerous tactics before, leading her to develop a subconscious defense. Su Qing relished teasing her, although she didn't dislike it. She found it somewhat enjoyable. How could I deceive you? The two sat together on the sofa, affectionately stroking Shuem Miao Miao's head as if petting a large cat. Thanks to the lady's guidance, Shuem Miao Miao's hair was never greasy and was well maintained. The faint scent of shampoo combined with its silky texture made Su Qing reluctant to let go. Since they had agreed to set off fireworks together in the evening, the lady naturally intended to stay at Su Qing's home until nightfall. Thus, the bored adults decided to engage in a game of do di zhu to pass the time. No money was involved, but points would be counted and everything would ultimately be returned. A purely recreational gathering. I'm not very good at this. The lady tapped her lips with her green fingers, appearing somewhat troubled, catching a glimpse of Su Qing out of the corner of her eye. A brilliant idea sparked in her mind. If she was poor at playing, why not hire someone to play for her? How about you help me play, little Qing? Whatever you win, Annie will reward you with the same amount. How does that sound? She patted her bulging chest, assuring him. Are you serious? Of course. My words are never empty. Thus, the little Su Qing took his seat at the card table, facing his two closest relatives, his expression inscrutable. Armed with the lady's trust, he vowed to himself, I absolutely cannot lose. Su's mother and father raised an eyebrow, sensing that things were beginning to take a strange turn. The two little girls, hearing the commotion, found the situation quite amusing and gathered around Su Qing's sides. Although they did not understand the rules, they still watched with a vague sense of confusion. During the game, they served him tea and water, tending to him with meticulous care, while he appeared utterly at ease. The lady observed the match intently, and Su Qing truly surprised her. Relying on his exceptional memory, it was as if he had an inbuilt card counter. Coupled with his already decent card skills, he easily outmaneuvered the inexperienced couple, winning over 10 yuan in no time. Su's father felt a peculiar sensation, as if every round was under Su Qing's control. He couldn't tell if it was merely his imagination. He was correct. During the game, he had intentionally lost a few rounds. Otherwise, Su's parents would have long since fled the table in frustration. You little rascal. Do you even know how to play? Su's father began to employ underhanded tactics, pressuring Su Qing with words, demonstrating a lack of sportsmanship. Look, I'll play an old king. Do you dare to respond? Looking at his hand, Su Qing remained as calm as ever, not swayed in the slightest. Ha ha. 3 of a kind, and I only have 3 cards left, while you still have 17. 17 cards can obliterate me. You can obliterate your father, and I'll just eat this coffee table right here. Are you serious? His smile grew increasingly audacious, with the corners of his mouth twisting into a Nike swoosh. Sitting behind him, the lady caught sight of his hand, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Su's father lost his confidence, but still insisted on putting on a brave front. Stop bluffing. Just play. Two kings first. You can't do anything about that. And no. At this moment, Sue's father's voice trembled slightly. Flight, I'm done. In a moment of profound awkwardness, Mr. Sue sat motionless in his chair, fixated on the coffee table before him, swallowing hard. He genuinely did not come to partake in a mere feast. Ha ha, Su Qing is won. Uncle is left with the coffee table. Uncle is left with the coffee table. Shui Miao Miao, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, laughed as she spoke, intensifying Mr. Su's embarrassment. Father, you may not comprehend the significance of turning 100 yuan into 280 yuan. We typically use just 2 words to describe such individuals. Landlord, a classic phrase that has endured through ages. I recommend memorizing it in its entirety. Chapter 34. Guess who wasn't invited to the party? In February, the days grow dark early. By 5 o'clock, the sky is already dim. Originally, Mother Sue intended to serve leftovers from the previous day for dinner, but with guests arriving, it seemed a bit unpresentable. Thus, for the sake of appearances, she decided to dine out instead. Local restaurants remain open during the new year, and the festive meals are indeed their peak business season. Su Qing, benefiting from the presence of 2 little girls and their mother, felt it was merely a temporary relief. The refrigerator filled with leftover food was daunting to contemplate, an experience that likely haunts many children in China, particularly after 3 or 4 days. The amalgamation of various dishes was enough to deter anyone. In an era devoid of takeout, reputable restaurants thrived even more, especially during holidays when securing a table became a challenge. Fortunately, Sue's father knew the restaurant owner, and they were able to skip the queue and secure a private room. They had a rapport as both online acquaintances and business partners. Old Sue, you must be treated well when you come to my restaurant. I'll arrange a private room for you and throw in a bottle of wine. No, today is just a family meal. That won't do. If you don't drink, I'll send it home with you. The portly owner, patting his belly, looked at Sue's father with gratitude. He recalled how, when he first started his business, if it weren't for Sue's father discussing potential collaboration, he might have faced bankruptcy. Fortunately, he ventured into boxed meals for internet cafes, which helped him stabilize his finances. You are being too modest. Without your takeout business, I'd probably be back to farming in my hometown. Sue's father scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. The so-called takeout business was not his idea. There were clearly unseen hands orchestrating the situation. All right, I'll accept your kindness, and we shall continue our collaboration next year. Let's make a fortune together. Watching the 2 men jovially embrace, Su Qing couldn't help but reflect on the vast changes over the years. The mother raised an eyebrow at the scene, having overheard their conversation. Takeout, huh? Thus concluded the small interlude. Following the owner's request, the waitress swiftly escorted them to the restaurant's most luxurious private room. Unlike their peers who required parental supervision, the 3 children exhibited remarkable independence. Upon encountering the revolving dining table, the 2 little girls' eyes sparkled with curiosity. Characteristically, Shui Miao Miao immediately began experimenting, effortlessly rotating the distant utensils to her front and distributing them among the adults. Su Qing, this is yours, and Xining, here is yours. However, in the unfamiliar environment, Pei Xining appeared rather timid, sitting upright in her chair with her small hands resting on her lap, as if she were attending a lesson in kindergarten. All right, take a look at the menu and choose a few dishes you like. The mother passed the menu to Su Qing, and the 2 little girls gathered around to see what the adults had ordered. Sweet and sour tenderloin. This is delicious, sweet and crispy. I love it. I like sweet and sour shrimp. Pei Xining raised her hand as if answering a question. Although peeling shrimp was somewhat troublesome, the taste was both fresh and sweet. I'll order everything. Indeed, children's preferences gravitate towards fried foods and sweets. Su Qing was not picky and felt that the dishes on the menu were sufficient. The prices were moderately high, but for Sue's father, in his current affluent state, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Moreover, seated with them was a wealthy lady. Auntie, I think this is enough. All right, we'll go with these. In total, they ordered 6 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 staples, more than enough for 3 adults and 3 children. The dishes arrived promptly, and the portions were astonishingly large. possibly due to Su's father's connection with the owner. Su Qing, try this. With chopsticks, a piece of crispy tenderloin coated in vibrant orange sauce was lifted, and the little girl mimicked how her mother once fed her. Shui Miao Miao wants to be Su Qing's mother. On the right, Pei Ning faced a bit more difficulty, as peeling shrimp required time. The bright red shrimp were dipped in sauce before she hurriedly offered them to Su Qing. This truly is a delightful dilemma. Eat mine first. I offer it to Su Qing first. With Pei Ning's pleading eyes upon him, it was a difficult choice. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his contemplation, opening his mouth wide to accept the food from both their chopsticks. Su Qing, what are you doing? It will taste mixed. The mixing of flavors was merely an excuse. In truth, Shui Miao Miao was dissatisfied with Su Qing's choice, wondering why he did not eat what she offered first. Meanwhile, Pei Ning continued to happily peel shrimp for Su Qing. The adults nearby wore bemused smiles, particularly the mother, whose gaze towards Su Qing was quite complex. It became evident that a triangle is the most stable shape. Amidst their mutual feeding, they had consumed a significant amount of food, and time had passed. At last, the white rice was brought to the table. The sequence of serving dishes in the restaurant was peculiar, and Su Qing had never understood why the staples were always served last. Come on, everyone, let us have another bowl of rice. Mother Su encouraged the children, filling their small bowls to the brim. Meow Meow, don't just eat the sweet and sour tenderloin. It's too sweet. Here, have a piece of braised pork. As she spoke, the mother placed a piece of fatty pork on a Shui Miao Miao's plate. The little girl's distaste was evident, as she despised greasy meat. During kindergarten, she often avoided it, quietly passing it to Su Qing to handle, and he would turn a blind eye. However, under the watchful eyes of the parents, such tactics were clearly impractical. Shui Miao Miao poked the dark red piece of pork with her chopsticks, its jelly-like texture eliciting no appetite. In reality, Su Qing found the braised pork tender and flavorful, the fat melting in his mouth, far from the dreadful experience Shui Miao Miao had imagined. Prejudices are indeed monumental. Brother Qing, could you secretly help me eat this piece of meat? In moments of trouble, she would call him Brother Qing, yet usually referred to him simply as Su Qing. He had seen through her intentions. All right, yay. Carefully maneuvering her small hands with chopsticks, she began transferring the braised pork to Su Qing's plate while casting furtive glances at the mother, praying not to be discovered. Meow Meow, what are you doing? Startled, Shui Miao Miao dropped her chopsticks, and the pork fell onto the table, bouncing slightly and leaving sauce on the tablecloth, clearly inedible. Are you trying to be picky? The mother scolded Meow Meow. Look at Su Qing and Pei Ning. They are enjoying their meal without any fuss. The classic comparison to other people's children made Shui Miao Miao lower her head, pouting as if on the verge of tears. Despite being generally cheerful, the mother did not hesitate to discipline when necessary. But when fatty meat enters my mouth, I feel like vomiting. It's as unpleasant as taking medicine. Moreover, the fatty meat is quite rich, and what should I do if consuming it leads to weight gain? If I am no longer beautiful, Su Qing may cease to like me. When it comes to correcting a child's poor habits, one cannot merely scold them incessantly. If you wish to cultivate the child into a certain kind of person, you must first embody that ideal yourself. This is Su Qing's perspective on education. As a parent, if you spend an entire day engrossed in your phone, it is rather fanciful to expect your child to study diligently. Such a notion is excessively hypocritical and naive. Educating a child necessitates leading by example. Children should be encouraged to be adventurous and not picky eaters. In truth, not all fatty meats are unpalatable. With that, Su Qing picked up 2 pieces of braised pork, placing one onto Shui Miao Miao's plate and the other on her own. If one finds it too greasy, it can be paired with some cold dishes. Su Qing was the first to take a bite of the braised pork, savoring it with evident delight. Nonetheless, Shui Miao Miao felt somewhat uneasy. If you obediently finish this, I shall take you to a mysterious event with Pei Ning tonight. Upon seeing Shui Miao Miao's bewildered expression, Su Qing suddenly envisioned a scene in her mind. Oh, isn't that Shui Miao Miao? It has been a few days, and look how you've fallen behind. Tonight, we shall host an extraordinary party where all the prominent figures will be present. But guess what? Only one person did not receive an invitation. Ha ha. If you do not eat this piece of fatty meat, you may as well go home and get back to your homework, bro. What kind of American bullying is this? Chapter 35, Shui Miao Miao. This is my friendship fee for the week. Please be my friend. A mysterious activity? Even pay C and amp. Oppos. Ning and amp. Oppos. S mind was filled with a large question mark, unsure of what Su Qing was referring to. Her little head worked hard to recall, and memories that had been buried in the corner of her mind resurfaced. It turned out to be the agreement made in Chapter 12. After so much time, Pei Xining had almost forgotten. Oh, right. Little Qing promised me a long time ago. What? You guys are having fun without me. Alas, Shui Miao Miao's perspective was so unique that Pei Xining was momentarily speechless, blinking her eyes and subtly signaling Su Qing to come to her rescue. Never mind that. Just tell me if you want to participate. Oh, Su Qing, you're so overbearing. The aggrieved Shui Miao Miao didn't want to be abandoned by the two of them. How could the eternal trio be complete without her? She wouldn't give up on being with Pei Xining and Su Qing. No worries about meals. Just eat Miao Miao's secret mini burgers, braised pork, and jellyfish salad with lemon. Brothers, let's do this. She closed her eyes, opened her mouth, and with a pained expression, stuffed the piece of fatty meat into her mouth and began to chew. Chew, chew, chew. She thought she would feel nauseous and want to vomit, but the taste was surprisingly good, much better than she had imagined. See, if it were really disgusting, how could so many customers buy it? Enjoying the braised pork with steaming white rice, Shui Miao Miao was delighted. This was the so-called true fragrance law. But the fatty meat in kindergarten was so awful. Why? It was so strange. The truth came to light. The kindergarten cafeteria, Aunt was to blame. It was no wonder Shui Miao Miao was picky. First impressions are important, and her severe stereotype of fatty meat was all due to the terrible food in kindergarten. I'm full. She held up her empty bowl, not a single grain of rice left, to show Mrs. Su. Seeing her daughter change for the better under Su Qing's influence, she was more than happy to see it. Su Qing was truly an amazing child. Pei Xining, on the other hand, was the least worrisome child. Su Qing adored this type of child. He even had the idea that one should have a daughter like Pei Xining. No one could possibly dislike this type of child. She was simply lovable. After finishing her meal, Pei Xining let out an adorable little burp. Noticing that Su Qing had noticed this unladylike behavior, she blushed. He smiled, took a few napkins from the restaurant supply, and wiped the soup from the little girl's mouth. The adults chatted about adult topics, mainly their children's lives and business matters. Oh, by the way, I just heard about delivery services. Is it your innovation? Hearing this, Mr. Su, having drunk several bottles of liquor, became energetic. Without any intention of keeping it a secret, he began to explain endlessly. You know how internet cafes often have young people addicted to online games all night? When they want to eat, they have to go to the snack street a kilometer away from the school. That's where I discovered the business opportunity. Listening to Mr. Su's serious bragging, Su Qing nearly lost it. You're really taking all the credit. Do you have any idea whose idea this was? But in the end, he didn't expose his old man. Teenagers have limited purchasing power. Internet fees are already a major expense, so it's not easy to squeeze money out of their wallets. Although he was just a small business owner, Mr. Su's entrepreneurial spirit was already beginning to shine. So I went to each restaurant to discuss cooperation, and finally found this one to start a box lunch business together. Don't underestimate the cheap box lunches. There's a lot of profit in them. And we're not just doing business with internet cafe customers. Recently, many students from nearby schools have also been ordering delivery services. It's mainly because the school cafeteria is too awful. The kids are the flowers of the motherland, and they'd rather eat boxed lunches than cafeteria food. Sigh. Those people's consciences have been eaten by dogs. Mrs. Su had been listening the whole time, but Mr. Su was gradually going off topic. From boxed lunch deliveries to students. He eventually started talking about national affairs and policies. Finally, Mrs. Su couldn't take it anymore and patted Mr. Su's shoulder, saying, "Stop bragging. Are you full? Let's go home. The kids are waiting to play with fireworks. Don't forget the main event." "Oh, right, let's go home quickly. The kids are still waiting to play with fireworks. Don't forget the main event." He took a sip of cold water, and the alcohol-filled brain of Mr. Su gradually cleared up. He waved his hand and said, "Waiter, check. Please. Sir, our boss has already paid the bill for you." The waitress took out 3 red envelopes, saying, These are New Year's red envelopes that our boss has prepared for the young masters and young ladies. He asked me to wish you all a happy new year. To say nothing else, the boss really knew how to handle people. At least Mr. Su felt very comfortable listening to these words. He showed off his wealth smoothly. In the end, he still paid for the meal, as he wouldn't take such a small advantage. Little Qing, I can't accept this red envelope. I should give it to you. Pei Xining curiously opened a red envelope and found that there was actually 600 yuan inside. It was too much. She had never received so much money before. Just keep it since they gave it to you, and if your mom and dad ask for it. Don't give it to them. Why? Mom and dad said they want to save it for my college tuition. The innocent Pei Xining blinked her pure, innocent eyes and said something very naive. Heh, you'll understand when you grow up. Just listen to me. You won't go wrong. Okay, I'll listen to little Qing, then I'll just keep the money with little Qing. That way, mom and dad definitely won't take it. I'm so touched. How can there be such an obedient and adorable child? Okay, I'll keep it for you and give you interest. You can come to me anytime you need pocket money. Okay, I'll remember. Ugh, you two, don't ignore me and whisper to each other over there. Shui Miao Miao was about to stomp her feet in anger. She handed her red envelope to Su Qing, saying, take mine too. Okay? You're not allowed to not talk to me. Holding Shui Miao Miao's red envelope, Su Qing was full of question marks. What was this supposed to be? A friendship fee? Chapter 36. Behold, the dog bowl soars through the sky. Amidst the crackling of firecrackers, the old year gives way to the new. A year has elapsed, and even the most ferocious dog in the neighborhood has gradually shed its youthful naivety, finding a partner and transforming into a mature canine. As a noble, domesticated dog, even during the New Year festivities, Dog Dan diligently fulfills his duty of guarding the home. He gazes at the steaming remnants of meat and bones in his bowl, then glances at his mate nestled not far away in the doghouse. An indescribable joy fills his heart. Each time he sees his fellow strays braving the bitter winter, surviving by rummaging through garbage, he acknowledges his own fortune in comparison. Thus, he is profoundly grateful to his human owner for providing him the blessing of a stable life as a guardian. A mature dog must learn to self-encourage. In an instant, he feels a renewed vigor as he stands his watch. Yet, no matter how hard his walnut-sized brain tries to comprehend, he cannot foresee the dire consequences that would arise from an immature action taken in his youth. That day, he recalled the fear instilled by Su Qing. All the fireworks were ignited, and among them was the Tsar #1. Counting the pile of fireworks amassed at home, Su Qing was exhilarated. In previous years, being too young meant he had to abide by the ban on fireworks. Now, after many years, he could finally indulge in his desire to explode them at will. Let us go, let us set off. For this mysterious event, Shui Miao Miao, who was invited last minute, was brimming with excitement, her enthusiasm even surpassing that of her companion. Pei Xining, with great effort, she carried a large plastic bag filled with an array of fireworks, and behind them were 3 parents, ever watchful. Each child was a treasured only child, and no mishap could be permitted. Can you handle this? Behind them, Su Qing confidently requested a lighter from his father. However, due to the inherent dangers of igniting fireworks, it was not something to be entrusted to a child. Playing with fire could lead to disastrous consequences. Attempting to frighten Su Qing with this feeble excuse, his father was met with a gaze that conveyed either foolishness. Reluctantly, he smiled awkwardly and handed over the lighter. Thus commenced a lengthy lecture on safety, to which Su Qing feigned attentiveness, before dashing to the front of the line to join the 2 girls. Hey, you child learning from the previous failure when they struggled to ignite the firecrackers. Su's father had upgraded to a windproof lighter this time. This made things easier for Su Qing. His mother would no longer worry about him being unable to light the fireworks. Along the way, the 2 girls each held boxes of snap pops. The flowers and grass by the roadside suffered greatly, with nearly all of them falling victim to Pei Xining's mischief. As for Shui Miao Miao, no doubt, she was even worse. Seizing every opportunity when Pei Xining was distracted, she would toss the snap pops at her feet, making the little girl jump. Then she would feign innocence, blinking her sparkling eyes and saying, Miao Miao didn't do it. It must have been Su Qing's trick. Thus, under Pei Xining's suspicious gaze, she momentarily gained her trust. Once was effective, twice sowed seeds of doubt, and by the third time, the victim caught her red-handed. Meow meow, you're so despicable. The two, bundled up like little zongzi, chased each other, the snap pops exploding like gunfire, turning their playful skirmish into a solo battle. As their energy waned, both soon found themselves panting heavily, instinctively squatting down to establish a brief truce, all while remaining wary of being caught off guard. Suddenly, taking advantage of their fatigue, Qing joined the fray. The two girls hardly resisted and immediately surrendered with exaggerated French military salutes. Thus, the first snap-pop battle came to a close, with Qing emerging as the ultimate victor, having observed the chaos from a distance. Ah, your games are far too childish. Would you like to try something more thrilling and exciting? Qing initiated a new topic, his tone shrouded in mystery, piquing the girls' curiosity. What will we play? Having just run and jumped, the girls' cheeks flushed red, their breaths visible in the chilly air. Shui Meow Meow was particularly eager. The weather was indeed frigid, but that did not deter the girls and Appo's desire for fun. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation as they awaited Qing and Appo's grand idea. You all seem quite clueless. Clueless about what? If you want to know, I have something delightful in my bag. Delightful? Is a new game? A game? Oh, it's even more exhilarating. And it can make you feel absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic? The odd phrasing struck a familiar chord in Shui Meow Meow's mind, evoking a fleeting thought of Qing. No. Yet, the words lodged in her throat, unutterable. Before she could grasp the situation, Qing had already taken her by the arm. He pulled out the Zarno, one from his bag, and headed towards the nearby apartment building. Qing, you've gone the wrong way. This is Building 9. Our home is in Building 11. No mistake, just wait and see. Arriving at the greenery in front of the building, they found a doghouse nestled in a small patch of grass, housing a male and female dog cuddled together in blissful contentment. Qing solemnly handed a grenade-like firecracker to Pei Sinning. They stood before the doghouse of the notorious dog Dan. Oh, clearly, she remembers the numerous transgressions committed by this dog. Pei Sinning instinctively shrank behind Qing, seeking protection. The once tiny creature had inflicted profound psychological harm upon her. But today, Qing was there to help her seek revenge. Oh dear, I didn't expect the little dog to find a mate. Glancing at the scene inside the doghouse, Qing raised an eyebrow, revealing a wildly triumphant grin akin to that of a character in an NTR manga celebrating a victorious conclusion. The dog, momentarily confused, had just enjoyed a hearty meal of leftovers with his mate. Suddenly, he noticed a human male regarding his partner with an unusual gaze. Could it be his small canine brain swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation? Oh no, is he after my wife? Naturally, this was merely his fanciful imagination. Qing was hardly desperate enough to covet a dog. His true target was the iron bowl in front of Dog Dan. Vwif, 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 vwif. Human, do not harm my family. I alone shall bear the consequences of my youthful folly. Woof woof. Do not lay a hand on my wife. She is innocent. This was the essence of his canine protest, conveyed through barks. Chained by a collar, his mobility was limited, yet he mustered all his strength to block the entrance of the doghouse, preventing Qing's nefarious hands from abducting his beloved. In truth, Qing had no interest in the dog's mate whatsoever. Seizing the moment when the dog bowl was unattended, he swiftly snatched it away. As the humans seized the dog's food bowl, Dog Dan found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. He did not even muster a flicker of resistance. In that instant, Ning resolved to utilize the Tsar #1 for the sake of her former self. Upon hearing this, the mischievous Shui Meow Meow instantly grasped the implication of Qing's words, a sly smile spreading across her face. How delightfully cunning Qing was, devising such a scheme, almost too clever for his own good. Meanwhile, Qing's words struck a chord within Pei Sining's heart, prompting a strange expression that danced between sorrow and a smile upon her face. She crouched down, gently placing the Tsar #1, awaiting Qing to ignite the fuse. The two coordinated seamlessly. Qing flicked the lighter, igniting a brilliant flame that set the fuse ablaze, emitting a faint hissing sound. Pei Sining's heart raced as her trembling hands finally resolved to upend the dog bowl, covering it completely. In the next moment, an explosive sound erupted from the lawn in front of the doghouse. With a resounding bang, the gunpowder exploded, causing the confined air within the bowl to expand rapidly, resulting in a surge of air pressure. The powerful shockwave propelled the metal bowl skyward. Oh, whoa. It may be difficult for many to fathom the significance of a food bowl to a free-range dog. It is akin to a boy's attachment to his well-worn underwear, imbued with memories. Yet now, it helplessly watched its shiny bowl soar into the heavens, side by side with the moon. At the apex of its flight, it lost momentum, followed by a swift descent. Upon striking the frozen ground, it emitted a clattering sound, echoing the bowl's anguish cry. Upon closer inspection, its interior was marred with remnants of gunpowder and scraps of paper. It was undoubtedly unusable without a thorough cleansing. Dog bowl, speak for me. In that moment, for reasons unknown, despite the inability to comprehend canine language, everyone could sense the profound sorrow in those few barks. Why were there tears in its eyes? Because it harbored a deep affection for its iron rice bowl. Congratulations! Much like the applause bestowed upon Shinji at the conclusion of Eva for achieving completion, Su Qing applauded Pei Xining, who had transcended her shadows. She smiled, relieved, and stepped forward to embrace the boy warmly. Thus, only the dog remained in its realm of misery. Ha ha! The solemn atmosphere did not linger for long, as Shui Miao Miao soon lost her composure. It was not her fault for finding humor. The dog's antics were so absurd that even the adults nearby couldn't help but chuckle. I want to play too. Su Qing, the Tsar #1 lacks sufficient power. Do you have anything more formidable? I do, Miao Miao exclaimed. I have 9 more firecrackers like the Tsar #1. Following this, a series of mischievous glances were directed towards the dog bowl cradled in Dog Dan's embrace. It froze in place, aghast at the impending onslaught. Are you all demons? In the community, there existed an unspoken rule. Keeping dogs was permissible, but if a dog bit someone, it must be relinquished. Having witnessed the fate of a friend sent to the dog meat restaurant, Dog Dan dared not retaliate against these little devils. This was truly a dire predicament. Thus, like a victim succumbing to a relentless assault, it could only feign bravery with a few futile barks, which did nothing to deter the children, but rather incited their excitement further. Bring it on. Shui Miao Miao easily snatched the dog bowl, followed by a barrage of firecracker assaults, and Pei Xining and Su Qing reveled in the chaos. Finally, only the most potent little boy bomb remained, entrusted to Shui Miao Miao for placement, with Su Qing responsible for lighting the fuse. The dog bowl was once again propelled into the air, spinning and leaping. A sudden gust of wind diverted its trajectory, and it landed near the doghouse. It was a delivery of sorts. Duong. By a stroke of luck, it crashed directly onto Dog Dan's head, producing a crisp and resounding sound. The impact was just sufficient to startle it without causing harm. Mistakenly believing it had been ambushed by humans, it scrambled back to the safety of its doghouse, peeking out to find no one nearby, only to discover the all-too-familiar iron rice bowl on the ground. The joy of retrieval clouded its senses, and it eagerly prepared to seize it and return to the doghouse for a nap, determined to prevent the wicked human children from snatching it away again. Yet, upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. Why did this bowl only have a top, with no bottom? Indeed, due to the overwhelming power of the little boy's firecracker, the metal bowl had been blasted open, creating a large, gaping hole. As though all vitality had been drained, the dog sat in its doghouse, eyes vacant, as if it had attained enlightenment about the world. The iron bowl rolled away, coming to rest in a forgotten corner, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, the instigators remained indifferent to the dog's plight. It had brought this upon itself for scaring Pei Xining in the past. The explosion of the dog bowl was a source of endless amusement. The only thing that could rival it was the explosion of cow dung, an experience only available in rural areas. And let us not forget, never attempt to ignite a latrine in pursuit of a momentary thrill, especially one that has not been cleaned in years. The sight of ignited methane would be nothing short of catastrophic, as old excrement rained down indiscriminately within a 10-meter radius. Such a scene would be too beautiful to behold. Moreover, one could certainly expect a subsequent round of mixed-gender retaliation. How do I know this? Let us just say, I have a friend who has played such games. In conclusion, children should never attempt this lightly. Chapter 37. Oh no, please don't let this happen. At the end of February, on the first day of kindergarten, despite the clock striking 7 in the morning, Qing remained motionless in his small bed, as if some peculiar force were entrapping him within the warm confines of his blankets. He simply could not muster the energy to rise. In the muddled haze of his mind, only one thought persisted. How could 2 months of winter vacation have passed so swiftly? I want to drop out. Just as he was on the brink of a second round of delightful slumber, an unbearable pressure suddenly descended upon him from behind, infiltrating his limbs. Could this be the fabled phenomenon of sleep paralysis? Surely not. After all, he was ensconced in the invulnerable realm of his blankets, and it was broad daylight. What audacious spirit would dare to disrupt his peace in such a manner? With half-closed eyes, he squinted through a narrow slit, shifting his body slightly to turn over. It was then that he finally discerned the creature that had been pressing down upon him. Little brother Sue, if you don't get up soon, the sun will shine on your bottom. Ah, so it was not a ghost, but rather Pei Sinning. In that fleeting moment, Qing's brain short-circuited, and he promptly lay back down, muttering to himself, "You truly are my dear little sister." She remained perched on his blanket, a veritable mountain pressing down upon him. Unfazed by Qing's sardonic remarks, Pei Sinning mistakenly interpreted them as compliments and cheerfully giggled. I'm not that wonderful." She even bashfully scratched her head, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Qing's words. "Fine, as long as you're happy." At times, Qing couldn't shake the notion that Pei Sinning was somehow exerting control over him. Moreover, at least a fourfold intensity. Is this the legendary combination of a sweet, Na'vi girl and a scheming intellect? Before he could ponder further, she forcibly dragged him out of bed, leading him to the bathroom to freshen up. Indeed, on the sink in Qing's home, Pei Sinning's toothbrush and towel had already claimed their place. If Shui Miao Miao were to discover this, she would undoubtedly become envious, perhaps even throwing a tantrum demanding Qing prepare a set for her as well. Lost in these thoughts, Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Though Shui Miao Miao was not present, her presence lingered in the hearts of both children. "Little brother Sue, you bought new toothpaste and it's strawberry milk flavor. It smells so good," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, squeezing the pink and white toothpaste on her brush before diligently starting to brush her teeth. Qing, a traditionalist at heart, preferred mint-flavored toothpaste. The strange sweetness of the strawberry milk paste made him grimace in distress. This concoction was excessively sweet. Could it truly cleanse the mouth? Sticky and overly saccharine, it was slightly nauseating. He finally comprehended why traditional smokers often despised the newfangled electronic cigarettes. Such things were heretical. With diligent strokes, the toothbrush danced in and out of his mouth, leaving no crevice uncleaned. Pei Sinning, who was beginning to lose her baby teeth, cherished her new ones dearly. Having indulged in too many sweets in the past without proper dental care, she had already suffered 2 cavities at such a young age, experiences she wished never to relive. Suddenly, the peculiar flavor of the toothpaste, mingled with tap water, proved too enchanting. It was akin to sweet nectar, and before she knew it, Pei Sinning had inadvertently swallowed some. Gulp! It was as if she had imbibed some divine elixir, and as she savored the moment, a wave of concern washed over her. "Oh, little brother Sue, I accidentally drank the mouthwash," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with alarm. Qing, spitting out mouthwash himself, was momentarily perplexed. What was she so frightened about? Gradually piecing everything together, a mischievous smile crept across his face. "Really? You didn't just drink the mouthwash, did you?" He feigned shock, deliberately alarming the already anxious little girl. "Didn't your mother tell you about the dreadful consequences of swallowing mouthwash?" And no, I didn't know. Having gotten too immersed in the act, the little girl's eyes welled with tears. Realizing he may have gone too far, Qing quickly adjusted his approach, ready to reveal the truth. "Well, let me enlighten you." Pei Sinning perked up, her ears attentive as if in a classroom, fully engaged. "Drinking mouthwash is akin to consuming." "Mouthwash?" For a moment, she echoed him, But suddenly, she realized something was amiss. Her large, innocent eyes blinked in confusion, gazing up at Su Qing. Noticing his barely contained laughter, Pei Sinning swiftly transitioned from despair to delight, playfully thumping his chest with her tiny fists. "You tricked me again. If you keep this up, I won't play with you anymore." Pei Sinning was well aware that Su Qing loved to tease her, and her feelings were a tumultuous mix of annoyance and amusement, leaving her uncertain of how to reconcile her emotions. "How about this? I'll give you 3 more chances." Involuntarily, Pei Sinning mimicked Shui Miao Miao's Tsundere response. This was not a trait to be admired. After all, Tsundere characters were destined to be the underdogs. As the two families grew closer, Pei Sinning often accompanied Su Qing to school. Due to the time spent in the bathroom, they encountered numerous children their age already carrying small backpacks on their way to kindergarten. Most bore expressions heavy with unspoken burdens, as though they had the phrase, "I don't want to go to school," written on their faces. This was clearly a case of the back-to-school syndrome. What is back-to-school syndrome? It manifests as emotional instability, irritability, and melancholy on the first day back to school after a holiday, often accompanied by symptoms such as headaches, diarrhea, dizziness, and loss of appetite. However, most of these symptoms were feigned. Surely, everyone has experienced a time in their youth when they pretended to be ill to avoid school, right? In stark contrast to this group of sullen children stood Su Qing and Pei Sinning, a peculiar duo. The little girl bounced along, her smile unwavering. Occasionally, she would walk backward with her hands clasped behind her back, causing Su Qing to worry for her safety. "Please don't fall. Hee, with you looking out for me. I'll be just fine." Pei Sinning shot him a cheeky smile, entirely placing her safety in Su Qing's hands. To be honest, the feeling of being trusted brought Su Qing joy, but the Tsundere attitude seemed to be contagious. He, too, had caught the Tsundere virus from Shui Miao Miao, responding with mock bravado. "So you feel invincible now, huh? Just know that I won't be watching you every moment." "What does invincible mean?" Pei Sinning asked, bewildered. Having spent more time with Su Qing, Pei Sinning had clearly picked up some mischievous traits. She could now playfully joke in front of familiar faces. No longer the shy child who had once been reticent. Truth be told, Su Qing found this transformation rather peculiar. It was as if a father were watching his wayward daughter finally grow up, a sentiment of pride swelling within him. This must be considered a positive change. After a while, Pei Sinning seemed to tire of her antics. She turned back to walk obediently alongside Su Qing, but she still found ways to express her true nature. At times, she would hug his arm, claiming she was tired and needed a break. At times, she would take off her backpack and playfully ask him to carry it, only to be resolutely declined by Shi Goma Su Qing. How incorrigible! One must tend to their own affairs. Oomph! Her sulky little lips puffed up like an inflated pufferfish, compelling Su Qing to instinctively reach out and pinch them. "After all, it was I who roused you from slumber this morning. Little brother Qing has no grounds to admonish me." TSK. In the midst of their banter, they arrived at a corner near the kindergarten. At that moment, Su Qing could already hear the cacophony of shouts from that direction. A sense of foreboding washed over him. His sixth sense proved accurate. Upon reaching the kindergarten entrance, he was afforded a glimpse into the vast tapestry of human nature. There were children dressed as monkeys, clinging to the branches of a large locust tree, refusing to budge from their perch. Others, masquerading as negotiators, lay sprawled on the ground, haggling with their parents, insisting they would not attend school without a bag of snacks. Ignoring the commotion, Su Qing waved goodbye to his mother and took Pei Sining's small arm, leading her toward the kindergarten building. Su's mother observed the mischievous children around her and then gazed proudly at her own son, who comported himself like a little adult. In stark contrast, her heart swelled with pride, until, that is, the chorus of Big Brother reverberated, jolting Su's mother back to reality. "Good morning, Big Brother. Have you eaten? I have a bag of snacks to share." "Big Brother, did you complete yesterday's picture writing assignment? Please let me copy." "Big Brother, what time are we battling class 1 today? We've been itching to confront them. What is happening here?" Rebirth. My son is the gang leader in kindergarten. In an instant, even the rowdy children paused their cries. The name Su Qing resonated like thunder, seemingly possessing the power to quell the nocturnal wails of infants. Even Sue's mother was momentarily dazed, feeling the curious gazes of those around her, as if seated on a bed of needles. She shot Su Qing a glare, seeking a reasonable explanation. In this critical moment, Pei Si Ning stepped in, as it was she who had inadvertently sparked this confusion. Seemingly reminiscing about delightful memories, she sweetly explained to Sue's mother. Thus, Su Qing narrowly escaped being mistaken for a gang leader by his own mother. Fortunately, the peculiar misunderstanding was resolved. However, Sue's mother continued to cast a discerning gaze upon him. This boy, we cannot overlook moral education simply because he is a gifted child. It appeared that she harbored some lingering doubts about his character. Just then, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz came to a halt not far from the school gate. Many parents, upon sighting the opulent vehicle, instinctively turned their heads to stare. This had almost become a staple spectacle at Binhai Kindergarten. The car door opened slowly, revealing a stunningly attractive woman with an air of sophistication stepping out from the back seat. Yet, it seemed that an unforeseen circumstance had arisen, as someone in the passenger seat was reluctant to disembark. Meow meow, didn't we agree? We're having McDonald's tonight, but you must go to kindergarten first. I don't want to go. I absolutely refuse. She stomped her little feet and waved her arms, her eyes reflecting a determination akin to that of a fervent activist. Today, even if I were to starve to death outside, I would rather leap from this car than set foot in that school for even a second. Yet, how could Meow Meow possibly defy her mother? Ultimately, she reluctantly clutched her teddy bear and hopped out of the car. Her little nose quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers could hardly contain their amusement, for the urge to observe was ingrained in their very being. Just imagine, the typically proud little princess sobbing over her reluctance to attend kindergarten. What a delightful contrast. How utterly adorable. Meanwhile, Shui Meow Meow was rapidly adjusting her emotions. Thus, the two observed as the previously timid glimmer in Shui Meow Meow's eyes transformed into a newfound resolve, standing tall like a cute cat, trying to appear fierce. Meow Meow, look, Su Qing and Pei Xining are watching you. Huh? Initially, she had felt elated, but the recollection of her earlier embarrassment made her wish to sink into the ground. No way, no way. They can't have seen that, can they? Oh no, please. Not this. Chapter 38. Jiangjia. Oh no, my raft. Daily life often drags on in a monotonous and repetitive fashion, and there is no need to elaborate further. Let us shift the timeline to the eve of Children's Day, specifically May 21st, 2001, a Monday. This day seemed unremarkable, as it ought to be. Yet, the tranquility of the day was shattered when Teacher Zhang announced to the entire class the upcoming Children's Day celebration. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement, filled with animated discussions about the performances they would present. Why such exuberance? After all, this was Children's Day, a holiday dedicated solely to the young. It also marked the day of their kindergarten graduation, adding to its significance. On that day, the kindergarten would host a grand open house for parents, where all the children would don costumes and perform for their parents and teachers. Faced with such novelty, the children were brimming with enthusiasm. Moreover, as Teacher Zhang mentioned, those who excelled would receive coveted certificates as rewards. Much like a leader painting an enticing vision, she captivated the little ones with mere scraps of red paper. They became electrified, eagerly vying to sign up, except for Su Qing. With her scheme successful, Teacher Zhang wore a sly smile on stage. Gathering the program list was effortless. In the experimental class, Su Qing found himself sandwiched between two girls, much like a slice of cheese caught between two pieces of bread. Influenced by the fervor around them, Pei Sining and Shui Miao Miao also fell under Teacher Zhang's spell. They began fervently discussing what talents they might showcase for the Children's Day celebration. I want to sing, and I want to perform with Su Qing. Sinung, you can't take him from me. However, the competition for Su Qing was evidently not governed by a first-come, first-served principle. The once timid Pei Sining had transformed, emboldened by her idol. Now, she could even maintain eye contact with Shui Miao Miao for a full 3 seconds. This was a significant improvement from the initial second. It was perfectly fine. Even the shy Pei Sining was adorable, and Su Qing would never disdain her. No, you can't decide for Su Qing. We must compete fairly. Thus began the fierce contest over Su Qing. charged with rivalry. The brief 3-second gaze share between the two girls sparked electric tension, neither willing to yield. As always, they found themselves ensnared in this delightful dilemma, truly a blissful burden. And by the way, it was decreed that all children must participate, and those lacking talents need not fret, for the class would organize a group singing project for everyone to join. Each child was required to partake in at least one performance, with no restrictions on multiple sign-ups. Just as she was about to leave, Teacher Zhang returned to elaborate on the specific rules of the Children's Day performance. Upon hearing that they could sign up for multiple acts, the eyes of the two girls lit up like a 100-watt light bulb. Immediately, they transformed from rivals into allies, redirecting their focus on his Su Qing. "Little Qing, why don't you join one act with both Sinning and Meow Meow?" They chimed in unison. If we each get one act, I might reluctantly accept." The two girls simultaneously grabbed Su Qing's arms, pulling him in opposite directions, and at such a young age he experienced the sensation of being torn in two. On stage, Teacher Zhang smiled at Su Qing, and as their eyes met, she raised an eyebrow with an expression that was almost mischievous, as if to say, "Dear Su Qing, be sure to express your gratitude for this wonderful opportunity. No need to thank me." However, Su Qing clearly did not appreciate the gesture, harboring no gratitude in his heart, and even felt the urge to retort, "Thanks a lot." Teacher Zhang departed as softly as she had arrived, leaving Su Qing with a mess to clean up, which left him gritting his teeth in frustration. Wait, I know you're all eager, but please hear me out." Since Teacher Zhang had shown no mercy, Su Qing decided not to be unjust himself. Due to Su Qing's considerable esteem within the class, the children quieted down to listen to what he had to say. "Let us ponder this. Children's Day is ostensibly our holiday, yet we are required to perform for the adults. What sense does that make?" Rising to deliver his impassioned speech, Su Qing felt a tingling sensation as if he were sprouting a little mustache. As he gestured animatedly, the others seemed to catch his fervor, with some even rising in excitement to echo his sentiments. With his goal achieved, Su Qing continued his oration. "Do you know how many children participate in a Children and AMP Oppos Este performance? For classes totaling 167 children. There isn't even enough space on the stage for us all." At this moment, the atmosphere reached its zenith. "The elder speaks true. This is all a scheme devised by the adults. We refuse to perform. Otherwise, let's boycott the event." The children awakened to this realization, and Su Qing sat back down, contentedly retreating into the shadows of anonymity. "Go forth and spread the word. But when trouble arises later, do not mention me." Though he may have spoken a bit harshly, Su Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. However, not everyone felt at ease. In a corner of the classroom, Jiang Jie, who had just been preparing to report to the teacher, found himself in a quandary. Damn it, having Su Qing show off is more unbearable than death. But if I tell, what will my mother say? The young Jiang Jie found himself caught in the dilemma of protecting his mother versus avenging his rival. For a moment, his mind was engulfed in deep contemplation, nearly overheating. Chapter 39. There's mischief afoot. As the saying goes, walls have ears. After much deliberation, young Jiang Jie chose to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good, betraying his accomplice. A ruthless decision, demonstrating a level of filial piety that defies description. Thus, Su Qing and his band of merry pranksters' nefarious scheme was brought to the attention of the teachers. Upon learning of this, Ms. Zhang's face darkened, and she denounced him as a charlatan, exclaiming, "Seize him, revoke his awards, strip him of his school uniform, and bring him to my office." She promptly dispatched several loyal lackeys to apprehend the ringleader, Su Qing, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Like Zhuge Liang lamenting the early demise of the late emperor, Su Qing bemoaned the presence of informants among the masses. Yet his ideas, like the enduring flame where leaves dance, quietly spread throughout the kindergarten. In the office, facing Ms. Zhang's unwavering resolve, Su Qing immediately confessed, stating, "My intentions were noble, but those who carried them out misunderstood." However, Ms. Zhang paid no heed to his excuses, as Su Qing's actions were particularly egregious. It was one thing for him to be intelligent, which she could overlook as long as they coexisted peacefully. But leading others to be clever was unacceptable. This was Ms. Zhang's reign of authority in Binhai Kindergarten. Ms. Zhang, don't be swayed by the wiles of this deceiver. What's between us? Don't you know me? Su Qing declared with unwavering resolve and a resonant voice. My loyalty to Class 2 is as clear as day and night. How could I possibly do such a thing? Ms. Zhang gained a newfound appreciation for Su Qing's talent for fabrication. She admitted that she was almost convinced. She had harbored some doubts herself. Would it be too authoritarian to reprimand Su Qing based solely on the words of a few children? After all, there was no concrete evidence yet. As a teacher, she should strive to love each child equally. Why not give Su Qing a chance to explain? Meanwhile, Su Qing, seeing his seemingly sincere but ultimately deceitful defense taking effect, was ecstatic. He was already celebrating victory in his mind. Then, as fate would have it, an unexpected event unfolded. Ms. Zhang, look at the mess your students have made. All the students in my class who signed up for the show have withdrawn. A voice preceded its owner, filled with emotion. However, the soft, delicate tone rendered it harmless, even inviting further conversation. Without so much as a greeting, the office door was thrown open, revealing the visible frustration of the unfamiliar female teacher. Instantly, Su Qing's facial muscles froze, and his smile became strained. They say a child named Su Qing is spreading rumors. Ms. Zhang, you know, these kids are getting smarter and smarter. In an oppos, it's really hard to fool them, because partitions blocked the view between workstations. She couldn't see the tiny Su Qing from the doorway. It was only when she got closer that she realized the child was already being scolded. She had every reason to believe that this was the infamous Su Qing, the mastermind behind the boycott. Ms. Zhang's serene smile faltered. She had almost fallen for the little rascal's lies. Teachers, hear my explanation. As we all know, rumors are always exaggerated in various ways as they spread. Seeing that denial was futile, Su Qing decided to change his approach, hoping to minimize the damage. I admit I did spread the word, but I don't know how it turned into this. I'm innocent, boo-hoo. As he spoke, he employed his well-honed acting skills, squeezing out a few crocodile tears. His innocent appearance and adorable features caused a pang in the hearts of the two female teachers. The kindergarten charmer began to work his magic. The new teacher was immediately captivated, thinking, he's so cute. How could he possibly do anything wrong? Of course, I forgive him. Ms. Zhang, having known him longer, had developed some resistance and quickly regained her senses, eyeing the endearing Su Qing with suspicion. Something's not right at all. Don't act. It's all part of your plan, isn't it? Her knowing tone made Su Qing's heart skip a beat. Realizing Ms. Zhang was bluffing, Su Qing flashed a radiant, innocent smile. Teacher, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ugh. Su Qing was disgusted by his own pretense, but endured it for the sake of the situation. Ms. Zhang, I also think Su Qing is innocent. Don't suspect him like that. The young teacher, who had arrived with such force, pulled Su Qing into her arms, seemingly forgetting her original purpose. Crouching down, her figure pressed against the back of Su Qing's neck, leaving him bewildered. This woman is too easily fooled. Has she become my tool? Seeing the situation suddenly turn into 2 against 1, Su Qing, with his newfound protection, perked up. Ms. Zhang wore a look of disgust, silently lamenting, "What is this young woman doing? Don't be fooled by this little devil." With a sigh and a shake of her head, she decided not to dwell on the matter. All right, I an amp, oppos, LL let you off this time. But we can an amp, oppos, T deny that this has become a big issue, right? Su Qing nodded stiffly, realizing that punishment was unavoidable. This has made things difficult for me, as the organizer of the event. What kind of compensation can you offer? I can volunteer for 2. Su Qing said, observing Ms. Zhang's expression. Seeing her dissatisfaction, he quickly amended his statement. I can volunteer for 3 shows and participate in a class chorus. He wore a pitiful expression, as if he were at a great disadvantage. In reality, he was already planning to perform in 2 shows with Pei Xining and Shui Miao Miao, so he was only adding 1 more event. Thus, the teacher and student completed their shady deal in front of the new intern. After the bargaining ended, Ms. Zhang remembered the new teacher beside her and introduced her to Su Qing. Oh, let me introduce you to our new music teacher, Ms. Yuan, a graduate of the Music Academy. You can call her Teacher Yuan. You'll have music class in a few days, and she can even help you rehearse your shows. Okay, I'll ask for your help if I have any difficulties. Emmy, the novice teacher, with a charming naivete, gestured towards her face with delicate fingers, as if to ask, "Is it me who will confront Sukuna?" It was perplexing. She had intended to deliver a report, yet her workload had inexplicably increased. Was there a deviation in the unfolding narrative? Music teacher? Outside the door, two young girls, deeply concerned for their childhood friend's well-being, pressed their ears against the office door, attempting to eavesdrop. Upon hearing the news, Pei Xining was somewhat bewildered. The kindergarten had not previously offered this subject, so it was an unfamiliar domain to her. Compared to her peers, Shui Miao Miao was undoubtedly more worldly and promptly enlightened her on the nature of music class. In essence, it's a subject that teaches everyone to sing. I understand. During their conversation, they had evidently relaxed their vigilance in monitoring the office's activities. Consequently, the door was abruptly flung open. Caught off guard, the two girls stumbled forward, collapsing on his Su Qing. An unsuspecting victim, Su Qing was also knocked to the ground, though fortunately, his robust constitution prevented any serious harm. "You lot, get up now." Having served as a cushion, Su Qing had absorbed the majority of the impact, leaving the two girls unscathed. "We were just worried about you." Su Qing. Little Qing, you weren't beaten, were you?" Seizing the opportunity presented by their close proximity, Shui Miao Miao began to examine Su Qing for any injuries, her hands flitting about. It resembled a scene from a risque anime. She had been forced to watch helplessly from the classroom as her beloved Su Qing entered his superior's office, unable to intervene. Her heart ached with worry, fearing that something untoward might befall him. Su Qing's eyes still have a sparkle. He should be all right, just as she was beginning to breathe a sigh of relief. A strange woman approached Su Qing. Even Shui Miao Miao had to concede that she was a stunningly beautiful woman of a certain age, with a remarkable figure to boot, and she seemed to be on familiar and intimate terms with Su Qing. Instantly, her philandering cat radar began to blare with a warning. Even the little cowlick on her head stood on end. Crisis. Major crisis. "Oh, Su Qing, are these two little girls your friends?" "Yes. I'm planning to perform with them for Children's Day." "I see. Don't forget to come to the music room to see me, okay? I'll give you private lessons one-on-one." It was a perfectly innocuous exchange, yet seemed to take on a different meaning in Shui Miao Miao's ears. This is a date, isn't it? This detestable adult is trying to steal Su Qing from me. Shui Miao Miao had reached her limit. She could tolerate Pei Xining vying for the title of Su Qing's best friend in the world, but now a teacher was joining the fray. One boy, three girls. Wasn't that a recipe for discord? All right, I haven't been to the newly renovated music room yet. Su Qing had so readily accepted this woman's invitation. Shui Miao Miao's eyes now glazed over. He's being cuckolded. Chapter 40. Absolute pitch a few days later. The little children attending their first music class were filled with an insatiable curiosity for everything within the classroom. Its decor was decidedly more opulent than that of ordinary classrooms, with seats adorned with cushions and armrests, not to mention the rare projection equipment and the upright piano situated beside the podium, a far cry from a mere electronic keyboard. It was evident that the kindergarten had invested significantly in this endeavor. Since this was a temporary classroom, there was no seating arrangement. The children naturally took the initiative to form small clusters, gathering in groups of 2 or 3 according to their familiarity with one another. Su Qing and his companions arrived a bit late, and by the time they chose their seats, only the first 2 rows remained. Sitting here meant they would be closely scrutinized by the teacher, rendering these seats the unspoken bad ones that no one else selected. With no other choice, they awkwardly settled into the first row. The 2 little girls, naturally, clung closely to Su Qing's side as if they were shadows. Ding, 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 the bell rang, signaling the start of class, and teacher Yuan Ziding, who had been waiting outside, stepped into the classroom. She had spent the previous moments psyching herself up, repeatedly reassuring herself not to be nervous. As a new teacher on her first day, she dressed to impress, hoping to leave a perfect first impression. However, her entrance was far from graceful. She stumbled over the threshold, nearly losing her balance in her heeled shoes. Fortunately, Su Qing was close enough to catch her just in time, and with teacher Yuan managing to regain her stability. She avoided making a fool of herself in front of the students. Thank you. Oh, it's you. Little Su Qing, we meet again. Her eyes lit up in surprise. She had not anticipated encountering the young student she had briefly met in her office just days prior in such a manner. Witnessing their seemingly intimate interaction, Shui Miao Miao's eyes nearly sparked with jealousy. The little girl's possessiveness surged, and feeling outnumbered, she resolved to enlist her plastic friend to confront this perceived rival. After all, as the old saying goes, to fend off external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Xining, look at them. Little Qing is about to be taken away by this teacher. She whispered conspiratorially into Pei Xining's ear, wary of Su Qing overhearing her. Otherwise, she would surely receive another lecture from him about political conspiracy and rebellion. Meow Meow, you're overthinking it. The music teacher is already in her 20s. How could she possibly compete with us for Su Qing? 20, an old woman, seemed utterly at odds. Yet for the two little girls, it made perfect sense. Cough, cough. Having prepared her speech in her mind, she completely forgot it after the moment of near embarrassment. Teacher Yuan first offered a slight bow to the students, then began her self-introduction. My name is Yuan Ziding, but you can call me Teacher Yuan. I am a recent graduate from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. As this is a new course for the semester, and you're all about to graduate, I will only have the pleasure of spending the last month with you. I hope we can leave each other with wonderful memories. Thank you, everyone. Her etiquette was appropriate, and her demeanor poised. Aside from the initial misstep, her introduction was undoubtedly a success. When it was time for the students to introduce themselves, she listened attentively, striving to remember each child's name and appearance. Whenever she made eye contact with a child, she would flash a perfectly timed smile to convey her warmth. However, the children, particularly the boys, did not share her confidence. When they met her gaze, they would shyly lower their heads, their prepared introductions becoming stammered and awkward. Yuan Ziding, standing at the podium, felt a pang of frustration, wondering if her role as the teacher intimidated the children. This is a daunting task, Ziding. But don't worry, you will surely connect with them. You can do it. When it was Su Qing and Appo's turn, he exuded confidence and poise. Even under teacher Yuan and Appo's watchful gaze, he met her eyes without hesitation, his words flowing smoothly. Very well done, little Su Qing. The teacher has high hopes for you. Thank you, teacher. After returning to his seat, he was met with an eye roll from Shui Miao Miao, who mimicked his words in a teasing tone. Thank you, teacher. This reminded Su Qing of a popular internet meme from a later era. Arigato, Mei Yang Yang saying. The jealous expression of the character Fei Yang Yang in the video was strikingly similar to that of Shui Miao Miao at this moment, causing Su Qing to chuckle. Beginning with the familiar tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, even this simple melody commanded the children's full attention. They were remarkably respectful, with no disruptions to the decorum thus far. It must be said, the girl playing the piano exuded a remarkable grace from the moment her fingers danced over the keys. Su Qing and Appo's gaze remained fixed upon her, unwavering. Was this infatuation? No. He was merely appreciating the artistry. The creaking noise beside him pulled Su Qing and Appo's attention away. He turned to see Shui Miao Miao, gritting her teeth. He had grown accustomed to her jealous antics, as she seemed to be a little vinegar jar, unable to go a day without feeling envious. Little did he know, it was in this moment that Shui Miao Miao resolved to learn the piano. Amusingly enough, it was such a peculiar motivation that would once again alter the course of this little girl's future. For now, however, it was Su Qing's surprise that Pei Xining also appeared troubled, her brow furrowed in concern. Influenced by Shui Miao Miao's sentiments, a sense of crisis stirred within her, worrying that one day the wicked music teacher might indeed steal Su Qing away. Thus, the first collaboration between Shui Miao Miao and Pei Xining was forged, historically known as the First Si-Miao Alliance against Yuan. Meanwhile, teacher Yuan continued to play, transitioning seamlessly into Penghu Bei and began to sing along. Music transcends borders and knows no age or gender. Some children who knew the song began to sing along, and even those who didn't were swept up in the atmosphere, humming along to this impromptu chorus. Only Su Qing, sitting closest, Notice the enchanting smile that involuntarily graced teacher Yuan's face. Who said the front row was undesirable? It was absolutely splendid. Clapping enthusiastically once the performance concluded. Teacher Yuan stood to express her appreciation, her emotional energy palpable. You all were fantastic. Let me share a little secret. If you sing as beautifully on Children's Day, you will surely earn a certificate, for I am one of the judges. Her ability to connect with the children was commendable, and upon hearing this exclusive tidbit, their enthusiasm soared. Now, we will officially commence the lesson. I have prepared a little game for you all, so listen carefully and learn well. After briefly introducing the musical notes, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, she initiated the game. Now, everyone please stand. I will play a note, and those who recognize it will remain standing, while those who do not will sit down. Keep an eye on each other. There are no prizes for being the last one standing, so don't feel compelled to remain standing if you're unsure, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, every child sprang to their feet without hesitation, eager to participate in the game. Are you ready? Then let the assessment begin. Ready? In the beginning, the melody began with do, and soon a few students settled down, all exhibiting honesty. Satisfied, teacher Yuan continued to play another note, me, as she played several consecutive notes. The enthusiasm of the children waned, leaving only two remaining competitors, Su Qing and Xue Miao Miao, in the front row. Observing their skill, teacher Yuan felt a rush of excitement, recognizing the musical talent in these young ones. Suddenly, she had a bold idea and decided to teach them some advanced material. She played a few notes and informed them of their corresponding names. What note is this? She inquired, striking the keys. Su Qing quickly answered, sharp do. Teacher Yuan's excitement peaked at this moment. And this one? Middle do, she continued, her expression transforming into one of disbelief and sheer exhilaration, almost overwhelming her. In her excitement, she descended from the stage and kissed Su Qing's cheek. Oh my, what incredible fortune! I never anticipated discovering a musical prodigy on the very first day at kindergarten. Both Su Qing and Xue Miao Miao were taken aback, as was Pei Xining. They were astounded, realizing they were witnessing a rare talent. You possess perfect pitch. Huh. This is a gift that only one in hundreds of thousands may have, a coveted trait among music students. It was akin to a scene from a martial arts novel, where an elderly master, upon encountering a young prodigy, instinctively wishes to take them under their wing for nurturing. Teacher Yuan's thoughts mirrored this sentiment as she expressed her envy, inviting Su Qing to visit her during free time for one-on-one instruction at no cost. Others may seek my attention, but I want to entertain them. You are indeed fortunate. Amidst her joy, teacher Yuan remembered Xue Miao Miao, sitting beside Su Qing. While not as gifted, her talents were undoubtedly commendable. Furthermore, it was said that perfect pitch could be cultivated over time. Thus, she resolved to include Xue Miao Miao in her lessons as well. What about me? Su Qing, please don't leave me behind. Pei Xining timidly raised her hand. Teacher Yuan waved her hand grandly and declared, come, all three of you are welcome. Chapter 41. Su Qing. I have never found joy in choir the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the air. It is a well-known fact that music teachers often enjoy a relatively light workload, a coveted position envied by many of their primary subject counterparts for its generous pay and minimal responsibilities. However, the newly employed teacher Yuan was not yet adept in the art of idleness, leaving her feeling somewhat out of place. In this unfamiliar city, she had few acquaintances, and most of her time was spent in this dimly lit classroom, leading to a growing sense of emptiness. At this moment, she found herself aimlessly pacing around the room, tidying the arrangement of the stools with an obsessive precision, fully aware that they would soon be disordered again after the next class. Occasionally, she would take a seat at the piano, attempting to play a few notes, yet she struggled to focus, often drifting into daydreams mid-performance. For instance, at this very moment, by the time she regained her awareness, it was already lunchtime. How could it be? Su Qing, that little rascal, had promised to come and learn music with her, yet he had left her waiting in vain. Despite their few encounters, teacher Yuan believed she had established a rapport with Su Qing after that one lesson, considering herself his informal mentor. It was only natural that he should at least show up once. How infuriating. Today's youth seem utterly oblivious to the respect owed to their teachers. Were they perhaps contemplating a rebellion against their mentors? The group had originally agreed to gather in the music classroom whenever they had free time to rehearse. Yet, as she waited, the absence of the three little ones left her feeling increasingly despondent. With her talents going unrecognized, her stomach began to protest, urging her to eat the bland lunch provided by the school. As everyone knew, the culinary offerings at Ben High Kindergarten were far from satisfactory. The unappetizing meal only served to sour her mood further, and she couldn't help but direct her frustrations towards Qing. Fuming, she bit down on her chopsticks, using them as a means to vent her displeasure. In her mind, she vowed that if he did not show up within 10 minutes, half an hour, or even by the end of the week, she would simply disregard him. Moments later, the classroom door creaked open slightly, stirred by a gust of wind. Instantly, Yuan Ziding's eyes brightened with hope. Perhaps the three had finally come to their senses and decided to embrace the joys of learning music. Meanwhile, she discreetly adjusted her attire and pushed her black-rimmed glasses up her nose, adopting a serious expression. However, the reality was that there was not a single shadow of a person outside. Her little performance had been for naught. A wave of disappointment washed over her. What was she doing? Was she truly acting like a clown? Suddenly, feeling a surge of madness, she clasped her head with both hands and shook her body in a frenzy, overwhelmed by embarrassment at her own hopes and fantasies. She imagined a round, red nose perched upon her face. Forget it. I never really wanted to teach you music anyway. You're all rather mediocre, quite laughable, really. Did you think I would be bored without you? Qing, you really are quite pretentious. I know many who are far more talented than you. Originally, she intended to silently berate the three untrustworthy youngsters in her mind, but it seemed her inner clown was taking over. Teacher Zhang, I need to discuss something. I want to withdraw from the class choir. At that moment, as everyone had just finished lunch and was preparing to rehearse, a wave of confusion washed over the group at Shui Miao Miao's unexpected announcement. Let's sit down and talk about this. Teacher Zhang was the first to regain composure. Although the withdrawal of one individual would not cause a significant disruption, it would require some adjustment. As the reigning queen of leisure, she was reluctant to complicate matters further. But Shui Miao Miao's firm rejection of any negotiations proved troublesome. Why? Has something happened? We can always make improvements. No, it's due to personal reasons. But singing together is such a joy. Isn't it? Qing, surely you think so too. Come, help me persuade Miao Miao. Seeing her persuasive attempts falter, Teacher Zhang quickly sought outside help, believing Qing, as Miao Miao's closest friend, could convince her to stay. Her hopes were high, but reality was harsh. Seated by the window with a guitar in hand, sunlight filtered through the leaves and cast a dreamlike glow upon his face. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept over the room, and his words emerged devoid of warmth or emotion. I have never found joy in choir. Despite his expression being stoic, Qing's heart was brimming with delight. He had longed to deliver this line, and with the perfect timing, he could finally toy with the emotions of those around him. It was a matter of utmost urgency to disrupt the group's dynamic. I disagree. Jiang Jia, who had been slowly savoring his meal, slammed his fist on the table, causing the soup to spill across the surface. His table mates recoiled in disgust. The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone present. It was no wonder he was so agitated. This was his one chance to perform alongside Shui Miao Miao. And they would even capture the moment with a photograph, an emblem of cherished memories. He had awaited this moment for so long. Now, to hear that Shui Miao Miao planned to withdraw? Absolutely unacceptable. Jiang Jia, what are you going on about? Shut up. I'm thinking. Thinking? All I can see is your soup splattered on my clothes. You're washing it. Aside from Jiang Jie's outburst, no one paid him much heed. Teacher Zhang furrowed her brow in a deep frown, realizing there was no turning back now. She had no choice but to negotiate with Shui Miao Miao regarding her solo performance. I'm sorry, teacher, but the program that Qing and I signed up for requires rehearsal in the music classroom and the timing conflicts. So I've decided to withdraw from the group performance. Given that she had presented a reasonable explanation, Teacher Zhang decided to let the matter rest. Although she had hoped to persuade Shui Miao Miao to stay, things did not go as planned. Jiang Jie's eyes dulled, devoid of light, as he slumped lifelessly to the floor. Teacher, Jiang Jie seems to have fainted. Tap, tap, tap. Unable to bear the silence any longer, Teacher Yuan took the initiative to intervene. She approached the classroom door, determined to retrieve the 3 wayward students she had recently taken under her wing. Hu Qing, Bi Sining, Shui Miao Miao, come out and see me. Yuan T need to attend class this afternoon. This was her prerogative as a teacher. After all, kindergarten courses were not of great importance, allowing her the freedom to excuse the 3 from class. Her fierce gaze locked onto Su Qing, sending shivers down his spine as he feared her intentions. Was she planning to drag him into that dark classroom for some sort of nefarious purpose? After all, wasn't that how they portrayed it in those neon-lit dramas? Ultimately, the 3 followed teacher Yuan obediently. As they departed, their classmates looked on with envy. How delightful it is to contemplate a day without classes. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang Jie beheld a figure departing. A poignant scene of Shui Miao Miao clasping Su Qing and Appo's hand as they exited together. The pain was excruciating. His mind involuntarily began to replay the melancholic tune of Yijian Miai, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. True heartbreak is not manifested in loud quarrels, but rather in profound silence. Following this harrowing experience, Jiang Jie remained mute throughout 3 consecutive classes that afternoon. Yet, after this ordeal, the devoted Jiang Jie underwent a transformation. He resolved within himself that he would no longer harbor feelings for Shui Miao Miao. Half an hour later, Miao Miao, when will you return? How can I possibly survive without you? Miao Miao, much like a dog's inability to forsake its nature, Jiang Jie might be destined to remain this way for eternity. A steadfast presence among the devoted, a pillar within the realm of jesters, the mascot of McDonald's, the paramount figure of Gotham City. Some believe Heath Ledger was the quintessential Joker, while others argue that Joaquin Phoenix's portrayal surpasses all. Yet we all recognize that in the grand tapestry of characters, Jiang Jie, a little friend from Class 2 of the senior kindergarten at Ben High, you, my friend, are the unparalleled jester, without exception. Chapter 42. Your clown nose has fallen off. Shao Qing gazed into the camera as a contestant set to perform 3 shows today. Do you have anything to say to everyone? Early in the morning, Su Qing was roused from his slumber by the boisterous antics of his aunt, who burst into his bedroom without so much as a greeting, brandishing a camera in her right hand and using a banana as a makeshift microphone, thrusting it towards Su Qing's mouth, demanding answers to her inquiries. His drowsy mind had yet to awaken, leaving him bewildered by his aunt's antics. Was she cosplaying as a reporter? The red light flashing on the back of the monitor indicated that recording had commenced. Fortuitously, he was clad in pajamas, sparing him the embarrassment of being captured in an unflattering state. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to call for assistance. Annie, this is my room. Do I not have any privacy? You ought to knock first. Oh. She complied with Su Qing's request, seemingly rewinding like a tape and retreating from his room. However, she gently knocked twice on the door and, without waiting for Su Qing and Appo's consent, promptly re-entered. What is the difference, may I ask? An elder with such a personality left Su Qing feeling both affection and frustration. While they could engage in playful banter, he found himself at a loss for how to handle her when she was irate, as she always held the upper hand. Realizing resistance was futile, he resolved to embrace the situation. Su Qing surrendered to the moment, sitting up to find 2 little heads peeking from the doorway, grinning mischievously as they observed the happenings in his bedroom. It was difficult to believe that they had no part in orchestrating this little scene. Su Qing was thoroughly convinced otherwise. Digital cameras were quite trendy at the time, though their storage capacities were generally limited, filling up quickly during recordings. Thus, his aunt paused the filming after a brief session. Shao Qing Gidge, it's time to rise. Today is Children's Day. How can you sleep in? Get up, get up. I need to rehearse again before the performance. I certainly do not want to embarrass myself on stage. With a tug here and a pull there, Su Qing managed to complete his breakfast and morning routine amidst the incessant chatter that buzzed in his ears, which grew more irritating by the minute. Yet, He understood the excitement and anticipation that filled their hearts. Not wishing to be a dampener on their spirits, he endeavored to engage in their discussions. During the graduation ceremony, parents naturally turned out in droves, and Qing had the rare opportunity to reunite with Pei Sineng as parents. Thus, the three families divided into two groups, traveling to the kindergarten together. Qing and his two companions rode in his aunt's luxurious Mercedes, while Pei Sineng's family took a newly purchased imported Toyota Camry, which, at the time, could be considered a modest luxury vehicle. In preparation for the parents' open day, the kindergarten had evidently invested significant effort, hoping to enhance its reputation and attract more enrollments for the following year. The decorations were impressive, featuring rows of fluttering streamers and small flags, with balloons adorning the fences. Qing recalled the sight of teacher Zhang laboriously inflating balloons just days prior. One could only wonder if the kindergarten had compensated her for these extra duties, though it was likely not the case. The performance stage, temporarily erected beside the teaching building, boasted a large banner proclaiming, "Graduation is both a farewell and a beginning," wishing everyone a joyful children in Appos Day. At that moment, Qing felt a twinge of nostalgia. How swiftly the day of kindergarten graduation had arrived. Time seemed to have flown by more rapidly than he had anticipated. The playground, vast and spacious, was lined with small benches arranged by class order. The school had instructed students to gather in their classrooms for photographs first, while parents were invited to find seats and rest. Upon entering the classroom, Qing discovered it already brimming with his classmates. They certainly hadn't arrived late, but perhaps their eagerness for the day's events had compelled them all to arrive early. Teacher Zhang playfully remarked, "If you all had this much enthusiasm for studying, you would all be attending experimental primary school." Mentioning studies on such a joyful occasion felt rather deflating. The atmosphere became momentarily awkward before being swept away by the sounds of lively chatter. The children soon began to wonder who had yet to arrive. "If we don into Appos, take the picture soon. It will be too late. Teacher, Jiang Jie hasn't come yet." After waiting a while, it became evident that Jiang Jie was the only one missing. Teacher Zhang glanced at her wristwatch, noting they were already 10 minutes past the scheduled time, and decided not to wait any longer. After all, there were 50 students in the class. If each wasted a minute, an entire lesson would be lost. Is it just a missing? Fine. Everyone line up and prepare for the photo. They were instructed to arrange themselves by height. However, Pei Sineng and Shui Miao adamantly refused, insisting on standing next to Qing for the photograph. With no alternative, they eventually found themselves in the back row, even climbing atop tables to pose. This resulted in the two little girls appearing disproportionately tall in the photo, flanking Qing like his loyal guardians. 3, 2, 1, cheese. The photographer invited by the school captured this moment, immortalizing it as a cherished memory for the trio. Just a few minutes after the photographer departed, the tardy Jiang Jie pushed the door open and entered, looking somewhat pale and out of breath from climbing 3 flights of stairs. Yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. "Teacher, the photographer hasn't left yet, has he? I want to take a picture." This morning had not been kind to Jiang Jie, as he had been unwell from eating something bad. In haste, he had rushed to school, only to hear the delightful news of the group photo. It felt like a ray of hope had pierced through the gloom. He had thought he might finally fulfill his dream of having a photograph with Shui Miao. Teacher Zhang regarded Jiang Jie with a mix of emotions, unsure how to respond or explain the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, she bore no responsibility for his tardiness. However, as a compassionate educator, she felt a twinge of sympathy. With a sudden inspiration, she took the little boy's hand and, without explanation, led him outside, leaving Jiang Jie looking utterly bewildered. "What are you doing?" Thus, Jiang Jie completed his very first graduation photo with the children of Class 8. In the picture, he wore an expression as though he might burst into tears at any moment. This is nothing like I imagined. Though teacher Zhang's intentions were noble, she was perhaps a bit premature in her actions. The hallway was a chaotic scene, with everyone rushing to change into performance costumes and apply makeup. It certainly appeared rather professional. Qing brushed past the dazed Jiang Jie when suddenly a fuzzy red ball tumbled to the ground. As a well-rounded child excelling in all aspects, Su Qing kindly bent down to retrieve the fallen item. Look, Jiang Jia, your clown nose has fallen off. Chapter 43. The renowned music matriarch Yuan Ziding. Fantasy. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warmed. Thank you. Grateful for you. The world is more beautiful on stage. Su Qing, standing at the forefront as the lead singer, was struggling to suppress laughter. Countless times he nearly went off key, but fortunately, his professional training allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure, despite his lips curving into a Nike swoosh. This song was conceived and choreographed by Su Qing, with teacher Yuan responsible for the lyrics and composition. Through their collaborative efforts, this future-famous internet song had been birthed 2 decades ahead of its time. Truly, it was a mischievous act of wickedness. After the performance, the audience of parents erupted into enthusiastic applause, and even Yuan Ziding, who was responsible for the announcements, joined them on stage, clapping her hands. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction as she gazed at everyone. The hard work over the past month had culminated in this moment, proving not to be in vain. Her gaze towards Su Qing, however, burned with an even greater intensity. Given the performance's effect today, her previous assessment of Su Qing as a rough gem had been far too conservative. In this moment, her evaluation of him soared even higher. This young man was truly formidable. She envisioned him potentially becoming the next multi-talented superstar like Qing, excelling in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. In her imagination, she had sown the seeds of recognizing talent, which would blossom decades later. When the future Su Qing, now a great musician, faced an interview with CCTV, he would express his gratitude, saying, if it weren't for teacher Yuan's discovery, the music world would not have the name Su Qing. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuan Ziding is my mentor for life. Subsequently, she would be bestowed the title of the music matriarch, receiving countless invitations for interviews from various television stations and offers from top record companies, as well as professorships at music universities. The mere thought of it made her salivate. Teacher, Don and Appos, T-space out. Hey, wake up. Lost in her daydreams, Yuan Ziding found herself dazed on stage. Su Qing, unable to bear it any longer, hurriedly approached and tugged at the hem of her garment. Knowing that teacher Yuan was still a newcomer in her career, her somewhat erratic personality rendered her less than reliable. Aside from her pleasant singing voice and beauty, Su Qing wondered what qualified her for the role of host. It made one question whether her relationship with the school was ambiguous, perhaps trading favors for this opportunity. He recalled her previously addressing the principal as auntie or aunt, and thought, could it be? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any longer, merely lamenting inwardly, I truly misjudged you, teacher Yuan. I never expected you to be so much like an adult. At this moment, an invisible yet disheartening barrier seemed to rise between them. He stood on one side, while Yuan Ziding was on the other. Ahem. This program was co-created by me and this young friend Su Qing. What does everyone think? To alleviate the awkward silence caused by her daydreaming, teacher Yuan chose to engage the audience. Whether due to the quality of the song or Yuan Ziding's stunning beauty, the fathers in the audience enthusiastically cheered for them. It was as though they were competing to see whose applause was the loudest, clapping vigorously until their hands became sore. Yuan Ziding smiled sweetly and glanced at the program sheet, announcing, next up, we have Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao from Class 2 performing El Binghua. The world felt like a grand, makeshift stage. Su Qing had not even been aware of the program order until now. He was to perform with Shui Miao Miao immediately after the group song. As she left, Yuan Ziding discreetly winked at Su Qing and patted his head in encouragement. However, certain male parents, unable to discern the boundaries, let out boisterous shouts, mistakenly believing teacher Yuan was winking at them. Oh. Amidst the cacophony of cheers, a surprisingly melodious female voice stood out. It was a voice that Su Qing found oddly familiar. Turning his head, he realized it wasn't Appos, just the raucous male parents. The situation was made even more peculiar by the presence of a lady who seemed to be joining in the commotion. As the chaos unfolded, a voice called out, Meow Meow. Meow Meow, can I have your autograph? I've liked you for 5 years. A woman brandished a notebook and marker, while the other hand clutched a camera, glowing red. She resembled an overly enthusiastic fan of a celebrity. At that moment, Su Qing understood that in moments of utter disbelief, one might just find themselves smiling. Even Xue Miao Miao, who had just taken the stage, was taken aback by her mother and Appo's antics. Her face flushed crimson as she rushed over to shoo her mother away without a moment in Appo's hesitation. Although Su Qing's parents prided themselves on being open-minded and shared a friendly relationship with him, they still struggled to comprehend the unconventional parenting style exhibited by this lady. How to put it, they did not understand, but they respected it. Both children possessed exceptional vocal abilities for their age, managing to keep in tune despite minor imperfections, thanks to the overpowering sound system that masked many flaws, rendering their performance relatively flawless. After finishing, they exchanged glances and bowed to the audience of parents and teachers. Polite children are always endearing, and they garnered a significant amount of applause. After a brief farewell to their families, Su Qing took Xue Miao Miao and Appo's hand and returned backstage, for they still had Pei Xining waiting for them. Xiao Qinggij, here's some water for you. Pei Xining was attentive and caring. Having witnessed Su Qing perform 2 songs in succession, she worried he might be thirsty. So she had hurried to fetch water from the playground. Unfortunately, it seemed they had missed each other perfectly. The pink plastic water bottle was opened and presented to his lips, as if Pei Xining intended to feed him directly. This life of being pampered by a childhood sweetheart, where everything was handed to him on a silver platter, might be hard for others to believe, but it was indeed Su Qing's daily reality. Gulp, gulp. Wiping the water from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he found the sensation of quenching his thirst after singing to be incredibly satisfying. Only the first sip of a Coca-Cola or a post-meal cigarette could rival this experience, which he would consider one of life's greatest pleasures. Meanwhile, Xue Miao Miao was puffed up like a pufferfish, letting out sounds of indignation. Without a doubt, she was feeling jealous. Watching Su Qing being pampered by Pei Xining, she felt torn about whom to envy. Swallowing hard to ease her dry throat, she longed for water too, but found it difficult to ask Pei Xining for some. However, to her surprise, the next moment, the water bottle was held up to her mouth. As a little angel, how could Pei Xining treat her 2 good friends differently? This cup of water was meant for both of them. Yet, she seemed to have overlooked the fact that Su Qing had just used the bottle, leading to Xue Miao Miao's current dilemma. Suddenly, a multitude of tiny figures began to brawl within her mind, as her obsessive-compulsive persona fervently shook its head in denial. This is unhygienic. Xue Miao Miao, how could you drink from someone else's cup? Yet, before she could finish her thought, her cleanliness persona was trampled by her abstract persona, which proclaimed defiantly, precisely for this reason, I must drink. I shall gulp it down. I shall drink, 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 an absolute tempest of consumption. After a brief moment of madness, the proud Miao Miao, as the dominant persona, effortlessly concluded the skirmish. At that moment, the real Xue Miao Miao spoke up. You're merely thirsty. It has nothing to do with Su Qing drinking first. Understand this. The thoughts of Itsundara are all too transparent. One need only listen to her words in reverse to grasp the truth. However, this only left Su Qing further speechless, shaking his head to dismiss the notions swirling in his mind. Just a moment longer, and Miao Miao's facade would have shattered once more. After a brief respite following hydration, Su Qing hastily rushed to the restroom. It was not an urgent need to relieve himself, but rather to dampen a handkerchief and cleanse his face of the various cosmetics. One could only wonder what the makeup artist was thinking, as every child on stage bore a ghastly white visage adorned with bright red blush. One might assume they were cosplaying a monkey-esque backside. Whether this was a matter of aesthetic or something else entirely, Su Qing began to suspect that the teacher was enacting some form of social retribution. Reflecting on the footage from his previous life, he recalled a similar makeup style from his kindergarten days during performances. Was this a nationwide standard? Upon exiting the restroom and returning to the gathering of the trio, Su Qing transformed once more into the charming little boy. Seeing Xue Miao Miao and Pei Xining with their still monkey-like faces, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Hey, Su Qing, why have you removed your makeup? It looked awful. Cool me. Let me help you clean up. No, I still need to find my mother for photos later. Wait, are you saying You intend to take pictures with that makeup on? Uh-huh. The mischievous Su Qing promptly abandoned the idea of helping her clean her face. If all went according to plan, this video would become a permanent fixture of Xue Miao Miao's embarrassing history. As someone who relished in amusement, how could Su Qing resist such an entertaining prospect? Just imagine, decades later, reminiscing about the past, only to see the monkey-faced Xue Miao Miao flailing on screen. He burst into laughter, excitement bubbling within him. In that case, Sinian, do you want to wipe yours off? But I haven't gone on stage yet. That is all right. I still think you look better without makeup. A girl's blush surpasses a lengthy dialogue. Overjoyed to the point of nearly melting into a puddle, Pei Sinian grinned and readily agreed to Su Qing's suggestion. With meticulous care, he used a handkerchief to cleanse her foundation, glitter, and blush. The girl is already beautiful. The makeup is merely superfluous. At this moment, Xue Miao Miao began to feel a twinge of regret. Yet her tsundere nature rendered her incapable of backing down. Even on Children's Day, young Xue Miao Miao was irrevocably on the path of embarrassment. Chapter 44. The ceremony concludes now. Let us enjoy the performance of Class 2's Su Qing and Pei Sining, who will present the little bug. By sheer coincidence, Pei Sining's act has been scheduled as the grand finale. The already anxious little girl now feels an even greater weight of expectation, causing her to stumble awkwardly before stepping onto the stage, much to Su Qing's bemusement. In the audience, a few attendees recall Su Qing's name, sparking a brief murmur of discussion. Hearing praises directed at their son, Su's parents swell with pride, their chests puffing out in satisfaction. Backstage, upon hearing teacher Yuan's announcement, Su Qing takes Pei Sining's hand and walks to the center of the stage. For Pei Sining, this is undoubtedly her first time standing in such a spotlight during the Children's Day performance. Usually hidden at the back of the crowd, she now feels her hand, gripping the microphone, tremble slightly. Yet, whenever her gaze drifts to Su Qing beside her, a sense of calm washes over her. Facing the camera, Pei Sining takes a deep breath. Though timid and introverted, she does not wish to squander this opportunity to create lasting memories of graduation. Thus, she gathers her courage to face the moment. They are cabbages, radishes, roasted sweet potatoes. Just relax, she reminds herself. A rather cliché method of easing tension that Su Qing had taught her. Consequently, during each rehearsal, Pei Sining diligently practiced visualizing the audience as fruits and vegetables. As the prelude begins, Su Qing nods in time with the rhythm. However, before the prelude concludes, the little girl unexpectedly begins singing, a clear misstep. Realizing her mistake, her eyes widen in panic, leaving her momentarily frozen in confusion. The initial surge of confidence wanes, and for someone as timid as Pei Sining, this blunder could spell disaster. Without hesitation, Su Qing firmly grasps her hand, a slight pain jolting Pei Sining back from her nervousness. Just sing along with me. The stars in the sky shed tears, the roses on the ground wither. The cold wind blows, the cold wind blows. As long as you are with me. At first, Pei Sining's voice is barely audible, even amplified by the speakers. However, under Su Qing's encouragement, she gradually regains her composure, their youthful voices harmonizing beautifully and in perfect sync. No matter how dark it gets, I fear only a broken heart. No matter how tired I am, regardless of direction, although they merely sang a song, for Pei Sining, it felt akin to sprinting 200 meters. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She enthusiastically waved to the teacher, eager to draw the camera's attention. Wanting to announce something. I did it. She gleefully flashed a thumbs-up sign, and the next moment, a heartwarming image of her embracing Su Qing appeared on camera. The bewildered boy glanced at Pei Sining, then at the camera, stunned for a couple of seconds. The teacher raised an eyebrow, having captured the stage moment before swiftly shifting her focus to Xue Miao Miao for a quick interview about her experience in front of the camera. With her cheeks painted like a monkey's bottom, Xue Miao Miao sported an adorably pouting face, but the screen faded to black the next second. Thus, this image became the final snapshot before the camera's memory filled to capacity. This video was meticulously preserved by the teacher, initially burned onto a CD, then transferred to a computer hard drive, and eventually saved to her phone's gallery. Shui Miao Miao's Black history increased by 1. Next, I announced that the winner of the Best Performance Award for this Children's Day ceremony is, in a manner reminiscent of a talent show, Yuan Ziding playfully built suspense on stage, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Qing and the two little girls beside him, filled with amusement. Having spent so many days with Su Qing, she naturally understood the dynamics among the trio. Provoked by the jesters, Shui Miao Miao, having learned from past experiences, still fell for the trap. Like a mischievous cat ready to pounce, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she glared at Pei Sinning, hiding behind Su Qing. Pei Sinning perked up, unperturbed, and stuck out her tongue at Shui Miao Miao, making a silly face. However, her cuteness rendered her gesture utterly harmless. The awards were announced. Su Qing, Pei Sinning, and Shui Miao Miao, please come to the stage to accept your award. Su Qing barely had time to react. And before he could move, the two plastic sister flowers joyfully rushed to the stage. Their swift transformation left Su Qing astonished. Little Qing is leaving. Come and collect the certificate, Shui Miao Miao teased. If you don't go, we won't wait for you. Earlier, Su Qing had expressed his disdain for the certificates, viewing them as mere products of child manipulation with no real value. However, when he found himself standing before everyone to receive the award, he acknowledged his error. Bathed in the envious gazes of the little ones, the emotional value surpassed its actual worth, especially as he collected 4 awards alone. What a delightful feeling. Indeed, the lessons imparted by Su's father proved invaluable. Life's first lesson is to never forget one's roots. Thus, the morning swiftly passed. The kindergarten cafeteria was already overwhelmed preparing meals for the children, let alone the adults. Therefore, during the lunch break, everyone was dismissed. Before departing the school, Su Qing and the two little girls cast one final glance at the kindergarten, seemingly wishing to etch this scene into their memories. This farewell might very well be their last. Little Qing, having changed from a formal suit into a floral dress. Her hair styled in a whimsical manner reminiscent of anime characters, she exuded a mature aura despite her tender age. The teacher hasn't taken your graduation photo yet. Don't you want one? With that, she feigned a dramatic cry, making Su Qing appear as though he were a heartless scoundrel abandoning her. And you, Sinang and Miao Miao, you haven't taken your photo with the teacher either. You are all heartless, ungrateful little wolves, showing no longing for your teacher. Boo-hoo. Shui Miao Miao felt that teacher Yuan was entirely correct. She wanted to borrow her mother's camera for a photo, but alas, the memory was full, and some photos would have to be deleted. However, teacher Yuan shook her head, stopping her actions. With a playful wink, she produced a Canon digital camera from her pocket, seemingly conjured from thin air. She led the group to the most picturesque spot on the playground, where a signature flowering crabapple tree stood. Regrettably, the blossoms had already fallen, or they could have captured even more beautiful photographs. She felt a pang of disappointment. As her first batch of students, these 3 undoubtedly left a profound impression on her. She wondered if she would ever encounter such wonderful students again. With their singing talents and charming personalities, she truly adored the trio. The photos would be saved in the camera, and teacher Yuan assured them that she would develop them and mail them to their recorded home addresses. Su Qing was astonished. Weapons of mass distraction. Now it was truly time to bid farewell. Teacher Su's father had been waiting in the car for quite some time, and upon spotting the 3 children, he started the engine. Before leaving, Su Qing felt something being slipped into his pocket. Turning to look at teacher Yuan, she wore her usual warm smile. When he discreetly pulled it out, he found a note. My QQ number is XXXXXXXXX. If you're truly interested in music, do remember to reach out to your teacher. At that moment, Su Qing felt utterly helpless, overwhelmed by his own irresistible charm. A sultry summer breeze grazes his face as he settles into the car, relishing the cool air from the air conditioning while reclining comfortably in the passenger seat. Embarking on the journey home, the next task at hand is to prepare for the entrance examination of the experimental primary school. Chapter 45. Preparations on the eve of the examination during the holiday. Su Qing had been excessively lethargic, indulging in the luxury of sleeping in almost every day. To rectify this unfortunate habit, Su's mother took the initiative to purchase an alarm clock, placing it conveniently by his bedside, ensuring it would ring promptly at 8 o'clock each morning. Consequently, this necessitated Su Qing to retire earlier at night, as he often burned the midnight oil typing away to accumulate manuscripts, gradually restoring his routine to a more conventional rhythm. Given his notoriously poor lifestyle choices, any other child his age would likely have succumbed to a severe illness by now. Such resilience was a testament to the confidence instilled in him by the system. After shedding his pajama attire for a set of casual wear, Su Qing, still somewhat dazed, ambled into the bathroom to commence his morning routine. At that moment, his father entered as well, as was his habit, unceremoniously displacing Su Qing to occupy a significant portion of the sink space. "Old dang, can't you just ask for some space?" Su Qing muttered, feeling the jostle against his arm, causing his toothbrush to collide painfully with his teeth. In a stroke of ill fortune, one of his already precarious front teeth succumbed to the impact and fell out. Damn it, spitting out a mixture of mouthwash and blood. Su Qing grimaced, feeling a twinge of pain. Retrieving the fallen baby tooth from his mouth, he directed a fierce glare at the instigator, Old Deng, who had already vanished without a trace. It turned out that after washing his face, he had fled the bathroom post-haste, as if fearful of being implicated by Su Qing. "Men, you are truly shameless." Exasperated, Su Qing scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, his face, rich in collagen, confirmed he was undoubtedly a handsome young lad. That certain child star currently trending on television pales in comparison to me. He was indeed the embodiment of allure in the seaside kindergarten. However, when he opened his mouth to reveal his gaping front tooth, it somewhat diminished his overall charm. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the emerging permanent tooth beneath the gum. After all, losing baby teeth is a universal rite of passage. Su Qing did not dwell on it too much and proceeded to breakfast. With a resounding crunch, he bit into a large pancake, only to recoil in pain, nearly brought to tears. He resorted to utilizing his molars to consume his breakfast, all the while grimacing. What an ordeal! During this prolonged holiday following kindergarten graduation, most children were carefree, indulging in food and play. Yet, 3 diligent peers remained industrious, frequently visiting Su Qing's home for study sessions, all in preparation for the upcoming entrance exam at the experimental elementary school. Their shared ambition was to secure a place in the experimental class and continue as classmates. While it seemed a daunting task, it was not insurmountable. As the saying goes, a last-minute effort may still yield results. On the eve of this significant day, Pei Sineng and Xue Miao naturally returned to Su Qing's residence for an intensive review session. Upon their arrival, the customary greetings were exchanged. Su Qing's missing front tooth was highly conspicuous and amusing. Unsurprisingly, Xue Miao burst into laughter, having initially struggled to suppress her giggles. "Su Qing, you look just like a toothless old man." "Ha ha, easy for you to say, as if you've never lost a tooth." Su Qing shot back, striking a chord of fear in Xue Miao, who instinctively covered her mouth, terrified of resembling him. Imagining herself without front teeth. Yikes. She would undoubtedly be less attractive. If her attractiveness waned, would Su Qing still harbor feelings for her? She contemplated the beautiful girls surrounding Su Qing, Pei Sineng, Teacher Yuan, and Teacher Zhang, drawing a conclusion that Su Qing must indeed be the type of shallow man who only valued appearances. What to do? I can't let Su Qing see me like this. It's all right. Xiao Qing Ji, Sineng is also losing teeth lately, look. Perhaps out of concern that Su Qing might feel inferior or simply due to her innate kindness, Pei Sineng voluntarily opened her mouth to reveal her own missing lower tooth. With a kindred spirit, Su Qing might not feel disheartened about his own dental misfortune. After a brief exchange in the living room, the trio promptly relocated to Su Qing's bedroom, a space they were intimately familiar with, akin to returning home. Perhaps due to the impending examination, the 2 girls began to exhibit signs of anxiety. The atmosphere was palpable. An unusual silence enveloped the room, devoid of playful banter. They, seemingly under some enchantment, declared their intent to tackle a couple of practice papers first, leaving Su Qing feeling somewhat out of sorts. He scrutinized them carefully, searching for any signs of their true selves hidden beneath this facade. Where have you hidden the real Shui Miao Miao and Pei Sinning? No one acknowledged him. The only responses were the soft scratching of pencils and the murmurs of them discussing challenging questions. Something was amiss today. Their demeanor was decidedly uncharacteristic. Imposters. I can see you're not human. Reveal your true forms. He brandished an ancestral peach-wood sword, pointing it directly at the two diligent girls. Instead of revealing their true nature, he was met with bemusement and a heart-wrenching retort. How childish! Shout Qing Ji. Stop playing and come help us with the problems. He awkwardly chuckled, tossing the family heirloom to the corner of the room, abandoning the notion of theatrics. It was evident that their commitment to studying was unwavering and sincere. Su Qing recognized and respected their effort. What he initially thought would be a fleeting interest turned into a solid 2-hour study session. Su Qing, exhausted from continuous corrections and explanations, found himself empathizing with the struggles of teachers. This task, typically the responsibility of their respective mothers, had somehow transformed the girls into a study group, requiring only occasional checks and refreshments. Wait, are you two really treating me like a beast of burden? No, no, no. At least a working animal receives a wage, while Su Qing, engaging in tutoring duties, earned not a single penny. The thought would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Su Qing quietly resolved that once he became a father, he would not follow this same path. The responsibility of educating children would surely fall to their mother. As time passed, Su Qing felt parched, but the results were gratifying. Pei Sinning consistently scored high marks in mathematics, aside from a few extra credit questions, and her language skills required little attention aside from minor hiccups in expression. Conversely, Shui Miao Miao proved to be a source of concern. A quintessential wild card, she oscillated between brilliance and blunders, effortlessly achieving perfect scores one moment and stumbling over simple arithmetic the next. Beep, 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 when one is wholly engrossed in a task. External disturbances can be quite irksome. Although Su Qing perceives himself as a rather patient young lad, he found himself increasingly vexed by the incessant notifications from QQ. His brows furrowed into a tight frown. Who could it be, incessantly messaging me on QQ? As it stands, his social circle remains modest, with merely a handful of friends on QQ. Such disturbances have graced his life only once before. During the time when Pei Sinning and Shui Miao Miao had just registered on QQ, the two young girls, brimming with excitement over their newfound novelty, bombarded him with dozens, if not hundreds, of meaningless garbled messages. Su Qing could understand their exuberance. However, aside from that peculiar instance, who else would be messaging him? It is quite a mystery. Chapter 46, Yuan Zitting. Ah, nefarious capitalists, I shall stand against you. Future music matriarch. Hello? Is anyone there? Future music matriarch, please talk to me. If no one chats with me, I shall perish from boredom in this rented room. Su Qing, you wouldn't want your teacher to die, would you? Future music matriarch, would you like to come over to my place? My cat could do backflips. Her messages bore an inexplicable fragrance reminiscent of cherry blossoms, strikingly vibrant. Moreover, she delighted in employing an array of whimsical emoticons. Despite being a working adult, Teacher Yuan seemed to embody the spirit of a young girl in the digital realm. Age deception. If they were merely online acquaintances, Su Qing might have assumed she was a high school student. Thus, the internet is indeed untrustworthy. Who knows whether the person you are romantically entangled with online is a human or specter? People's entrepreneur. Studying, do not disturb. People's entrepreneur. If I fail to gain admission to the experimental primary school, you shall compensate me for my failure. Future music matriarch. Ah, nefarious capitalist. Take this copper belt. It remains uncertain whether her social skills were genuinely lacking or she was simply engaging in playful banter with Su Qing. A stunning beauty like her had resided in Tianjin for so long, yet had not managed to forge a few meaningful friendships. According to her account, she had spent nearly half a month of summer vacation confined to her rented room, basking in air conditioning and playing computer games, rarely stepping outside. Recently, she had grown weary of gaming, and to make matters worse, her air conditioning had unexpectedly broken down. The exorbitant electricity bills only exacerbated the strain on her already meager finances. Consequently, she found herself trapped in her stifling rented room, languishing in boredom. Finally, with a reliable friend to converse with online, she responded almost instantly, engaging in lively dialogue with Qing, future music matriarch. At this rate, I shall starve to death. The kindergarten salary is far too low. It's simply outrageous. Observing her nearly palpable frustration emanating through the screen, Qing fell silent. Once upon a time, he too had been a youth filled with complaints about the injustices of the world. Yet, in the final moments of his life, after being struck by the great train of fortune, Qing had come to a profound realization. The world is indeed unfair. People's entrepreneur. Sometimes, one must reflect on their own circumstances. After all these years, has your salary increased? Have you been diligent in your work? As the conversation threatened to spiral endlessly, the young girls around Qing urged him to return and assist them with their studies. Thus, he resorted to a rather blunt tactic to abruptly conclude the discussion. Without a doubt, working through formulas is the fastest route to solutions. Future music matriarch, please, no more scolding. Struck to the core by Qing's words, Yuan Zitting slumped into her chair, utterly defeated. People's entrepreneur, I must log off. I need to help Si Ning and Meow Meow with their studies. Future music matriarch, good luck on the exam. This message served as a closing remark, receiving no reply. The fleeting joy she had felt moments before evaporated, and she found herself envying the young girls surrounding Qing. They had someone to care for and accompany them. Unlike her, having been in Tianjin for half a year, she remained utterly alone. How unfair of God! Why could he not bestow upon me a childhood companion like Qing to stand by my side? Though Qing's words were piercing, they bore a certain constructive effect. At the very least, they reignited Yuan Zitting's waning enthusiasm for work. Seizing this fleeting motivation, she resolved to seek another part-time job, believing that any additional income would be beneficial. At that moment, China was experiencing a phase of rapid development, with people's pockets gradually becoming more affluent. Furthermore, Chinese parents placed great emphasis on investing in their children's education. This investment was not limited to core subjects. Families with a bit of extra money often enrolled their children in extracurricular skills to pursue alternate avenues of learning. For instance, the piano, often referred to as the king of music, was gaining immense popularity. This instrument, exuding an air of sophistication, was in high demand. Not only were there numerous students, but the cost of individual lessons was also steep, and the duration of lessons was relatively short. Importantly, the competition was not overly fierce. At this point, music students were still somewhat of a rarity. If a certified professional were to apply for a teaching position, they could command even higher fees. Upon grasping this market trend, Yuan Zitting was left in a state of shock. You mean to say, I earn a meager 250 yuan a month at the kindergarten, yet I could earn 80 yuan per lesson teaching piano at a music institution? The glaring 250 yuan in her kindergarten salary slip felt like a resounding slap to her face. Yet, overall, she was elated. It was as if fortune had suddenly smiled upon her, leaving her dazed and bewildered. She could not comprehend the situation, but she was profoundly astonished. Chapter 47. There must be a teacher among 3 people at this moment. The families capable of affording a car remained a minority, so the couple, Mr. Su and his wife, encountered virtually no congestion during their drive. This was during the morning rush hour, and Qing couldn't help but marvel at the rapid development of Huaxia over the next 2 decades, as the improvement in people's quality of life was indeed palpable. However, upon reaching the intersection near the school, an unexpected scene unfolded. The sight before him was one of overwhelming crowds. Parents and students arriving for examinations had filled the sidewalks to capacity, spilling onto the road itself. The once smooth asphalt was effectively barricaded by a sea of humanity. Qing quipped that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse must have arrived to instill a sense of order. Amidst the throng, a few security personnel in black uniforms attempted to restore some semblance of order, though their efforts were only marginally effective. Even with the majority adhering to the rules and forming orderly lines, it was insufficient to quell the chaos. There would always be those unscrupulous individuals who sought to exploit the turmoil, cutting in line as they pleased. As Q members felt their rights infringed upon, A cacophony of curses erupted, and a disturbance became inevitable. Ultimately, a police car arrived, and several officers disembarked to disperse the tumultuous crowd, finally clearing a pathway for the children to enter the school. Had the gates opened with everyone surging forward, a tragic stampede would have been all but certain. Not far from the parking area, Qing noticed an amusing sight. A Mediterranean man was earnestly bowing an apology to a middle-aged policeman adorned with 3 stripes. The school bore some responsibility for the chaos, and perhaps this man was a school administrator. As the time approached, 3 children hopped out of the vehicle, only to be met with the sweltering summer air that hit them like a brick, particularly for Xuan Miao Miao, who was accustomed to a life of comfort. The temptation to return to the car and enjoy the cool air conditioning was overwhelming. Yet, it was impossible by the time the thought crossed her mind. Her mother had already locked the doors with foresight. Mrs. Su knew her daughter all too well. How could a pure hero exercise restraint? Today, Qing donned a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Yet even after just a few minutes, he was drenched in sweat. He recalled hearing that black is the most heat-absorbing color and that one should avoid wearing it in summer. He could hardly remember if it was true. It was a regrettable oversight to realize this only now. There was no opportunity to change clothes at this point. The 2 little girls were clearly dressed with care. Xuan Miao Miao sported an adorable straw hat paired with a white dress, radiating youthful exuberance that seemed almost to overflow from the screen. Why had she forsaken her Lolita attire? It was simply too hot. Since summer arrived, Qing had not seen her wear again. This deprived Qing of many delightful views, for he particularly admired how beautiful Xuan Miao Miao looked in lovely dresses. After all, the appreciation of beauty is an intrinsic human trait. On the other hand, Pei Xining leaned towards a more androgynous style, her cap pulled low, nearly obscuring her face. She wore an outfit almost identical to Qing's, yet serendipitously in white, forming a striking black and white duo. Xining, lift your head. You look beautiful today. No, that's not it. Surrounded by unfamiliar adults and children, she felt acutely uneasy. Although her social anxiety had improved, today as circumstances felt overwhelming. Primarily, she wished to avoid sun exposure. She too aspired to be fair and lovely like Xuan Miao Miao. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and Qing felt compelled to lean in closely to catch her words. Otherwise, he could scarcely hear her. The latter part of her last sentence was nearly inaudible, and he completely missed it. This. If one were to trace it back, this was still the fault of those rascals led by Li Pangpang. Some might have forgotten him. Perhaps the authoress input method could no longer associate with that name, but let us not dwell on that. The nickname Black Hole Ball might also fade from memory. Yet the indelible harm it inflicted on Pei Xining's psyche remained. For over half a year, she had clung to those memories, feeling a sense of inferiority. Reflecting back, it seemed that after Qing had rescued her, she had deliberately avoided sunlight. Like a little vampire, it was initially assumed she merely disliked the sun. But now it was clear that there was a rationale behind it. For example, during outdoor activities, she preferred to linger in the shade, chatting with Qing and Xuan Miao Miao. Moreover, when seated by the window in class, she would always draw the curtains shut once given permission. So many little details now contributed to Qing's dawning realization of Pei Xining's intentions. His fists clenched. Li Pangpang, come out and face the consequences. Meanwhile at home, Li Pangpang, blissfully indulging in ice-cold watermelon and watching television while enjoying the cool breeze from a fan, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by something dreadful. Hastily, Qing's mother urged the children for a final check of their belongings, admission cards, pencils, erasers, to ensure nothing was forgotten before entering the school. This was the 3rd time anxious Mrs. Su had prompted them. Qing understood. After all, this would be their first formal examination. Not only was she nervous as a parent, but the 2 little girls also appeared to be on high alert, with the usually cheerful Xuan Miao Miao wearing a serious expression. This contrasted sharply with Qing's eager demeanor. As the school gates slowly opened, he quickly shouldered his backpack and took the hands of the 2 girls, leading them toward the entrance. Believe in yourselves. You are the best. After the exam, I'll take you both out for KFC. Unfazed by the embarrassment, Mrs. Su shouted encouragement from the crowd outside. prompting other parents to join in with their own words of praise. Hearing his mother's voice from a distance, Qing grinned and gave a thumbs up over his shoulder, reassuring her. At this moment, someone might ask, "What if you flop, streamer?" Rest assured, my friend, raising his hand was not an apology, but a reminder. You must practice. It was merely an elementary school admission exam. Such a competitor was hardly worthy of his earnest attention. Ahead lay the teaching building, and the trio paused before a large campus map. A relatively open space where they could converse without obstructing passers-by. Let us first check the class assignment list, then head to the corresponding assembly point, and finally reconvene here after the exam. Any questions? Understood. What if I and Oppos am late coming out? Don't worry, I will wait for you until you emerge. Just focus on your exam without overthinking. Gently stroking Pei Xining's little head as a gesture of encouragement. Qing felt a twinge of concern that her mindset might hinder her performance. If they could maintain their usual study habits during the exam, they would undoubtedly qualify for the accelerated class. At that point, scholarships, tuition waivers, and complimentary meal cards would be theirs for the taking. Although apart from Pei Xining's family, the others were not particularly in need of that money. Seizing the opportunity to benefit from the school was too good to pass up. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. As if to draw attention, Shui Miao Miao feigned a cough. Glancing from Qing's hand, gently patting Pei Xining's head to the expression of contentment on his face, frowning slightly. It is evident that she yearns for Qing to gently stroke her head, yet she remains decidedly reticent, embodying her character perfectly in this episode. If only she had golden locks and a pair of playful twin tails, it would have encapsulated the essence even more splendidly. At this moment, the exam class allocation chart affixed to the notice board has drawn a throng of onlookers. The arrangement appears rather unreasonable. Could it not have been inscribed on the admission tickets beforehand? Perhaps the school administration, in a bid to mitigate potential collusion and cheating, found themselves compelled to make such a compromise. Please remain still. I shall squeeze in for a glimpse, Qing confidently assured, patting his chest with unwavering trust in his memory. It was unmistakably apparent that Qing towered above his peers, his physique notably more robust. Like a formidable bull, he surged into the crowd, swiftly navigating to the front to search for a few names. Unfortunately, none of the three were allocated to the same class. Particularly disheartening for Pei Xining and Qing, who found themselves assigned to Class 1 and Class 15, respectively. These two classes, situated at the furthest ends of the same floor, represented the greatest distance imaginable. Upon relaying this news to the two awaiting individuals, a wave of despondency washed over them. However, they quickly regained their composure, proceeding to the assembly area to await the proctor who would escort everyone to their classrooms. After all, they were merely children, and the prospect of getting lost was rather daunting. As a candidate of Class 1, Pei Xining was the first to be taken away. Standing at the rear of the line, she resembled a solitary fawn, anxious and helpless. Witnessing this scene from the front row, Qing shut his eyes, preparing to take a leap of faith. "Xining, give it your all in the exam," he called out, despite the curious gazes of the surrounding children making him blush with embarrassment. Yet, when he saw Pei Xining and Oppos, his spirits lifted as she joyfully waved her arms in response. It made every moment worthwhile. His willingness to put himself out there was not in vain. She simply had to achieve a perfect score to repay his encouragement. When Shui Miao Miao from Class 5 set off, she deliberately lagged at the back of her class, her little head frequently turning back in anticipation of Qing's words of encouragement. This scene was reminiscent of a romantic drama, utterly thrilling and filled with expectation. What little girl could possibly resist such a scenario? Certainly not Shui Miao Miao. However, after a brief wait, silence reigned, and the little girl stood pouting in frustration, clearly determined not to move until Qing spoke. In response, Qing stepped forward once more, once again drawing astonished gazes from the onlookers as he bellowed, "Miao Miao, give it your best in the exam. Not making it into the rocket class means there are still delicious fruits for you to enjoy. Seriously, are you still at it?" One of the boys remarked, while two of the girls exchanged glances, both undeniably beautiful. A few male teachers supervising the group discreetly gave Su Qing a thumbs up. Truly, the adage holds. In a group of 3, there must be a teacher among them. Reflecting on their own youth, they mused that had they possessed Su Qing's talents back then, they might not still be single today. Although the expressions enjoying delicious fruits and not having any good fruits to enjoy seem entirely disparate, they convey an identical sentiment. Upon hearing his words, Shui Miao Miao puffed out her cheeks in a show of discontent, yet her heart danced with delight. She skipped along, buoyantly keeping pace with a larger group as they entered the school building. Chapter 48. The Legend of the Swift Sleep during the examination prior to entering the classroom. None were aware of the seating arrangement. The stern invigilator, a formidable female teacher, repeatedly urged the students to promptly take their seats according to their assigned numbers before she busied herself with unsealing the examination papers. This served as a rather startling introduction, transforming the previously raucous classroom into an eerie silence. It was evident that several unfortunate children seated in the front row donned expressions of anguish, their faces contorted as if they had just tasted something bitter, although they had no intention of cheating. The mere thought of facing the terrifying invigilator made their hearts feel as if burdened by a heavy stone. After all, the innate authority teachers wield over students is undeniable. Who among us can claim to have never feared a teacher in our childhood? The volume of questions on the elementary school entrance examination was not particularly daunting. Moreover, the language section did not include the time-consuming essay component, prompting the school to merge the 2 subjects into a single examination to save time. This was indeed a considered approach, beneficial for all involved. There were only 2 sheets of double-sided papers, one for language and one for mathematics. After the teacher counted the papers and distributed them to the students in the front row, he instructed them to pass them back in an orderly fashion, thus conserving both time and effort. At this juncture, a second invigilator entered the classroom. He was a tall, imposing middle-aged male teacher, whose countenance bore a somewhat intimidating demeanor. At first glance, he left an impression that he was not someone to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, he made his way to the last row and unceremoniously seated himself. Curious children turned to gaze at him, only to be met with a fierce glare that seemed to say, "What are you staring at? Don't even think about engaging in any foolish tricks. I shall keep a watchful eye on you." Su Qing surmised that he was likely a physical education teacher, and such threats did not faze him in the slightest. However, for the others, the effect was palpable. One could distinctly hear the anxious gulp of the nearby children, their trepidation evident. Clearly, they were oblivious to the fact that having a physical education teacher as an invigilator was often the most advantageous scenario. Despite their stern words, these teachers were accustomed to leniency, often indifferent to minor infractions such as passing notes. Should they catch someone cheating, what would be the benefit? A month's salary increase? It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Qing would even wager that this teacher would likely doze off midway through the examination. No need to inquire further, for this was merely a matter of experience. Above the blackboard hung a vibrant red national flag, alongside an electric clock. Uncertain of its accuracy, it nonetheless indicated that the time was already 9:30. "All right, children, you may begin your examinations. The duration is 1.5 hours, so please manage your time wisely." It was only upon this reminder that Su Qing remembered to check his examination paper, while others had already commenced their answers. He leisurely picked up his blank paper. He glanced around, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. Everything was in order. Both Pei Xining and Shui Miao's results were secure. A quick glance revealed that he had accurately predicted 7 out of 8 questions for the poetry recitation section. Next came the mathematics problems, and he had also foreseen the classic chickens and rabbits in the same cage question, even teaching 2 girls 3 different methods to solve it. Who could rival him now? After this, it was time for the regular answering phase, but first, he meticulously inscribed his name and examination number. A mistake in such a minor detail could lead to inconsolable regret. He decided to tackle the mathematics paper first. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were so simplistic that they barely required any thought. Su Qing navigated through them effortlessly, completing the entire section in under 10 minutes. His handwriting was neat, and his steps were thorough. Compared to the submissions of his peers, his paper could only be described as a visual delight. If this were a language examination, he could easily secure a perfect score for presentation. The sound of his papers being flipped, folded, and neatly arranged was not loud. Yet in the hushed classroom, it resonated distinctly. What? Someone finished the paper so quickly? Some students discreetly peered at Su Qing's paper, which was filled to the brim with pencil-written answers, clearly not the result of careless scribbling. In contrast, they had barely completed the last question on the front side of their own papers. Consequently, their mindset shifted, prompting them to hasten their pace. Whether this would lead to careless mistakes that could alter their fates remained to be seen, but such matters were beyond Su Qing's concern as he began his language paper. In comparison to mathematics, writing characters took considerably more time. Nonetheless, he reached the final question in less than 15 minutes. Due to their limited vocabulary, most children at this age struggled with composing essays. Instead, they were tasked with writing a story based on a picture. The minimum requirement was 50 words to adequately describe the scene depicted. There was no upper limit, so, in theory, Su Qing could let his imagination run wild and write several hundred words without issue. Why write less when he could indulge in creativity? As a web fiction author, once his thoughts began to flow, they seemed to cascade endlessly. In the end, he ran out of space in the designated boxes and continued his writing in the margins, managing to fit in his conclusion. The total length was approximately 400 words, adequate, if not exceptional. Even if the grading teacher were to skim through without delving into the content, it would be unreasonable not to award him full marks based on sheer length. Suddenly, a series of loud and rhythmic snores emanated from behind him. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicion. The physical education teacher had indeed fallen asleep. A true master. Su Qing had thought his answering pace was impressive, but it appeared that the teacher and Oppo's ability to fall asleep was even more remarkable. Chapter 49. Su Qing, I envy you. Immortal. In the ensuing moments, he meticulously reviewed the examination paper 3 or 4 times. After ensuring absolute accuracy, Su Qing confidently raised his right arm, poised to submit his paper ahead of time. However, the invigilating teacher, secretly listening to music on an MP3 player at the podium, misinterpreted his gesture, assuming that he urgently needed to use the restroom. Without even inquiring, she roused the sports teacher, who was lost in a delightful dream. Hey, this child needs to go to the bathroom. Perhaps due to a lingering grogginess, the sports teacher rubbed his eyes and furrowed his brow, his unwelcoming expression silencing those around him. Yet, Su Qing was unfazed. He had not disturbed the teacher, and he had no intention of going to the restroom. He clarified, "Teacher, I do not wish to use the bathroom. I intend to submit my paper early." Having completed his work, he felt it prudent to check his answers once more. Little one, you wouldn't want to lose points due to carelessness and face regret from failing, would you? I have complete faith in my abilities. Hey you. Perhaps it had been some time since she encountered a child bold enough to speak back. The invigilator's boredom transformed into a desire for amusement. The two proctors positioned themselves beside Su Qing, transforming into formidable pressure monsters, pointing and scrutinizing his paper. Multiple choice section, all correct. Fill in the blank section, all correct. The more they examined, the more astonished and elated they became. Look here, this question. Wait, who taught you this equation? The calculations, application problems, and even the final bonus question were flawless, with no trace of error. Su Qing had employed not the simplest method for the classic chicken and rabbit problem, but rather the more advanced technique of a two-variable linear equation, typically encountered in higher grades. Such prowess was terrifying. Su Qing had merely wished to partake in the examination as an ordinary student, yet he found himself under scrutiny from teachers and disdain from classmates. It was time to lay his cards on the table. He was the Dragon King returning from the mid-level of his second year. Initially, the female invigilator had intended to catch Su Qing out to discipline the disruptive student. To her surprise, she found herself astonished instead. Meanwhile, the sports teacher, harboring similar thoughts, remained ominously silent. Setting aside other matters, this composition alone surpassed anything he had written in his youth. Had he been in Su Qing's place, He would have resorted to klitsch about a stormy night when his mother took him to the hospital due to a high fever. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. As both educators realized they could not find fault in the paper, they began to preach to Qing about the larger truths of life. Adults always manage to find advantageous arguments in any situation, attempting to suppress you by declaring your actions erroneous. They inundated him with regulations, safety concerns, and well-meaning platitudes. Seeing that their lecture was becoming lengthy, Qing shrugged in understanding and remarked, "Then I shall submit my paper first. As long as I can leave directly once the exam concludes, that would suffice, wouldn't it?" Well, that might be possible. At last, she collected Qing's paper before the entire class. This act ignited a small uproar. The once quiet examination room buzzed with chatter, with some perhaps attempting to fish for answers. Silence. What is there to discuss? If you can all finish a perfect paper like Qing did, 40 minutes early, then you too may submit your work ahead of time. In an instant, the room fell into silence. Is it true? Finished 40 minutes early and with full marks. Is this even human? This question resonated in the hearts of the 37 children present, who for the first time recognized the vast chasm between the ordinary and the extraordinary. They were nearly drenched in sweat from the revelation, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Qing leaned his cheek against his hand, gazing out the window, lost in memories of his past life. In his youth, Qing's academic performance had been far from stellar. Perhaps due to the increasing temptations of adulthood, he had inevitably succumbed to various distractions, such as animations and video games, far more entertaining than the dreary pursuit of knowledge, gradually losing interest in his studies. It was easy to blame those wretched internet owners for his academic decline in his previous life. What? You say Qing's family now runs an internet CAF? Oh well, that's different then. Internet CAFs are wonderful. If everyone came to play at their establishment, that would be splendid. After all, he couldn't care less about others' academic achievements. If students stopped paying their internet fees, how would he ever afford a Bentley in the future? As these thoughts spiraled, a darkly entrepreneurial mindset took hold of him. It wasn't until someone patted his shoulder that Qing refocused, curious to see who had called him. Unsurprisingly, it was the sports teacher who had been sitting directly behind him. "You're Qing, right? My name is Chao Yong. I'm likely to be your teacher in the future at the rocket class." "Hello, teacher." Perhaps out of sheer boredom from invigilating or seeing Qing equally idle, the teacher felt compelled to strike up a conversation. He moved his chair closer to Qing's desk, and they began to chat quietly, striving not to disturb their peers. As they drew nearer, Qing took the opportunity to observe him more closely. The warm weather dictated his short sleeves, revealing a rather unremarkable left arm, yet his right arm boasted lean muscle, exuding an impression of formidable explosive power. This was indeed the fabled right-handed Qilin arm, while the left appeared weak, a clear indication of a badminton player. "Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, you're the physical education instructor, and you teach badminton, correct?" "Yay." The surprise and alarm on his face were unmistakable. Qing smiled slightly, surmising his thoughts. "What? How did you know? This is our first meeting, right? How astute." Continuing his analysis, Qing deduced that the teacher's personality was likely straightforward, yet adaptable in conversation depending on his audience. Since Qing was merely a child, he suppressed any vulgarities. He appeared devoid of guile, and Qing had always enjoyed the company of such straightforward individuals. At least he wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. In a mere exchange of words, Qing had nearly discerned all there was to know about the teacher. Say for his bank account password. "It's because of your muscles, teacher. Badminton requires frequent exertion of the dominant hand, and your legs are quite strong as well." Which led me to this conclusion. Given your reaction, I must have guessed correctly. In truth, another clue lay in the logo emblazoned on his attire. In the early 2000s, aside from professional badminton players, few would purchase such a niche Japanese brand for everyday wear. Subsequently, the boy flashed an innocuous smile, while Chao Yong's expression became somewhat strained. "TSK. This child is a bit unnerving." Yet he maintained a facade of calm. After all, he had navigated the complexities of society. The reason Su Qing had so easily penetrated his character was that his current guise as a child was incredibly deceptive. All right, you little rascal, I've already taken note of you. When my badminton class begins, I will ensure you receive ample practice. With that, he reached out to tap Su Qing's arm, which was merely a slight acknowledgement of strength, not more than a pinch stronger than that of an average child. His demeanor shifted to one of disdain, reminiscent of the "are you even capable?" expression often shared in jest. Upon envisioning this scene, with Chao Yang's bushy beard and broad face, an involuntary shiver coursed through me. My mind, please do not dwell on such bizarre thoughts. This illustrates that sometimes an overly vivid imagination can be a double-edged sword. Su Qing had no choice but to force himself to divert his attention and dispel the fantasies swirling in his mind. As he pondered badminton, he recalled that the system had offered him a rudimentary skill in the sport. Until now, he had yet to wield a racket, thus remaining oblivious to the true essence of this so-called beginner level. Guided by the principle that anything produced by the system is bound to be of exceptional quality, Su Qing harbored immense confidence in himself. There's a saying within badminton circles: the enigmatic Lao Deng, Kung Fu Panda, and Tong Zigong are collectively known as the three great bosses of the wild courts. Since his rebirth, Su Qing had long committed to the pursuit of physical fitness and the discovery of a beloved sport as one of his life goals. In his previous life, he held a modicum of interest in badminton and had tried it on several occasions with good friends, primarily motivated by the presence of many young ladies. Alas, the exorbitant court fees and the ever-increasing costs of badminton equipment became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, preventing him from indulging in the sport during his past life. Now that the system had bestowed upon him this opportunity, why not embrace badminton? Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The hidden system has temporarily returned. A flurry of fireworks erupted around him, startling Su Qing and nearly causing him to topple from his chair. Fortunately, the astute physical education teacher was quick to support him, sparing him from embarrassment. Skill levels are classified as beginner, proficient, master, and legendary. If we consider the relentless training of an ordinary individual devoid of talent as a measurement unit, it would take approximately 1 to 5 years to reach the beginner level, 6 to 15 years to attain proficiency, 16 years to become a master, and legendary status. Barring any extraordinary opportunities or innate talent, remains forever unattainable. The system's description may seem harsh, yet it undeniably reflects the stark reality. However, Su Qing would likely be spared the anguish of such limitations in this life. He understood the true value of possessing comprehensive, top-tier talent. Enough. Please refrain from conversing with Su Qing, Mr. Chow. Kindly focus on your invigilation duties. A voice interrupted. Okay, haha. Embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and slowly rose to meander around the classroom. It was time for him to stretch his legs, otherwise, he might fall ill after the school term commenced. The children in the classroom finally sighed in relief. Due to their age, their attention spans were already limited, and the carefree chatter around them made it all too easy to become distracted. Su Qing's mischievous antics had indeed led them astray. Sharing the examination room with him was their misfortune. When the bell signaled the end of class, Su Qing dashed out of the classroom without a second thought, devoid of any sentiment. Meanwhile, several affected children continued to scribble furiously, having been too engrossed in eavesdropping to complete numerous questions. Teacher, I implore you. It was all Su Qing's fault. I was so close to finishing. This young boy did not initially know Su Qing, but after this incident, he would likely never forget the name for the rest of his life. The female invigilator mercilessly extracted the exam paper from his hands, inch by inch. The boy's spirit seemed to be drained along with the paper, leaving him slumped in his chair. Given his performance, although admission to the experimental primary school was virtually assured, the standards for selection into the elite class appeared to be a distant dream. He recalled the expectations of his parents and teachers, the loyal companionship of his dog, Da Huang, and the chaotic scenes of the outhouse during the New Year festivities. A tear slipped from his eye, cascading down his cheek before falling to the ground. Ultimately, it crystallized into a single, poignant thought. Su Qing, I curse you. Chapter 50. The Echoes of a Love-Struck Fool. Life Achievement Task, Growth Ladder Task Description. After completing the transition from kindergarten to primary school, the host officially embarks upon a new phase of life. The initial goal of improving the family's living conditions during childhood has been preliminarily accomplished. The 6 years of primary school will focus more on the development of personal potential. Starting from today, an extensive 6-year task is initiated. The host must achieve progress in 5 areas: sports, music, academics, morality, and emotional intelligence. The system will quantify improvement and reward points accordingly. Based on the cumulative points, task rewards will be unlocked in real time. Task progress: 0 10,000 task rewards, 100 points. Golden Brain Nourishing Elixir, True, X10, 1,000 points. Physical Enhancement Pill, cannot exceed human limits, X10, 10,000 points. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. No living entities. The presence of this system has always been somewhat subtle, yet it often resurfaces just when everyone is about to forget it, as if it fears being overlooked in this reincarnation narrative. After years of coexistence, I recall how, in my infancy, I would engage in conversation out of sheer boredom. Now that I have matured, accompanied by my parents and childhood companion, its role has become less pronounced. Oh, how I miss being your darling sweetie. And now I'm referred to as Mrs. Ox. Qing, you have no heart. In that fleeting moment, a pang of guilt washed over me. Just kidding. This system has many hosts. It's far too busy to watch you constantly. Narcissist. I couldn't and oppose. Help but feel the urge to slap my past self for harboring expectations of this whimsical system. Yet, perhaps it is for the best. I wouldn't want to be under constant scrutiny, as that would leave me without any semblance of privacy. At this moment, I turned back to reread the description of this long-term task. The rewards were exceedingly generous, especially the storage space available only upon achieving full marks, a skill essential for both home and travel. Thus, I was determined to claim all 3 rewards without fail. The first 2 rewards were also quite beneficial, and the quantities offered were substantial. I could even share some with my parents and childhood friends. As I mulled over how to complete the task, I continued walking towards the large map I had seen that morning. Unsurprisingly, I was the first to arrive at the designated meeting spot. The other 2 girls were nowhere in sight. They were likely still busy submitting their papers. Like an outsider, I watched the stream of children exiting the teaching building, eagerly hoping to spot familiar little heads. I felt a sense of relief at having come out early. Otherwise, I would have been jostled in the crowd like everyone else. Guess who I am? Suddenly, a cool little hand covered my eyes, plunging me into darkness. There was no need to guess. The voice was unmistakable. Ning, when did you come out? I didn't see you. As she released her small hand, I turned to find her shyly smiling. The moment she exited the teaching building, she promptly donned her hat once more. I playfully forced her to lift her head and pretended to scold her by pinching her cheek. I confess everything. Her delicate face was ruthlessly tortured, rendering her speech incomprehensible. It turned out the main entrance of the teaching building had been secured with a chain, but it was not too tight. She managed to squeeze through a small gap. She seemed rather proud of her escape, and I could only chuckle. Meow Meow was probably not as clever as you. Just wait. With her temperament, she will only emerge once everyone else has left. Indeed, Meow Meow despises crowded environments, especially in this sweltering heat where the hallway reeks of sweat. As she spoke, Pei Ning pretended to fan herself, feigning disgust at the imagined stench. I couldn't help but be charmed by her adorable antics, smiling as I ruffled her hair. This gesture was becoming a habit. A day without it felt incomplete. Qing, don't think that just because you used a little cleverness to win this time, you can ride on my back forever. I will surpass you in the midterm exams after school starts. During our cheerful chatter, a peculiar little boy suddenly blocked my path, uttering a series of nonsensical words. Hey, who are you? Trying to pretend you don't know me? You think that will provoke me? Well, guess what? You succeeded. You may not know it, but you have awakened a slumbering lion. When I get serious, the entire experimental primary school will bow at my feet. Listening to his monologue left me bewildered. Not only was his speech disjointed, but it was also saturated with an air of juvenile bravado that led one to question his mental faculties. I quickly pulled Pei Ning back a couple of steps, maintaining a safe distance, lest he suddenly go berserk. Then, employing the tacit understanding we had developed over the past 6 months, we began to communicate through gestures. Qing, frowning in confusion, pointing at my head, a look of disdain. Pei, stroking her chin in thought, a light bulb appearing above her head. The truth is clear. He-s, a silly fool. Following this, I playfully tapped her on the head as a form of reprimand. Children shouldn't use foul language. Pei was genuinely taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, thinking, could it be that Brother Qing has mind-reading powers? I cannot read minds. Her astonishment deepened, her eyes reflecting a blend of navet and disbelief. You. Brother Qing, you claim you cannot read minds, yet I never said. Foul language. I was merely thinking. Thinking is not allowed. She adopted a pitiful expression, as if wronged. The issue of swearing was unavoidable, for one does not live in a sterile environment. Encounters with a few ill-mannered individuals are inevitable. All I could do was guide her towards proper conduct. Wait, we seem to have digressed. Who exactly is this little brat? Oh, it dawned on me. With a slap to my forehead, I finally recognized him. During the exam, you were seated in front of me to my left, weren't you? Damn it. Are you mocking me? The little boy was now utterly exasperated. He stomped his foot, stirring up a cloud of dust, and introduced himself with a fierce determination. I am Yang Fei from Class 1 of Binhai Kindergarten. Remember that. At first, both Pei Ning and I feigned comprehension, only to exchange glances and realize we were equally bewildered, erupting into laughter before shaking our heads in unison. Brother Qing, how mean of you. Clearly, you didn't know who he was, yet you pretended to remember. You're no different. I only followed your lead after hearing your ah. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. Endlessly mocked, Lil Yang Fei was truly flustered. Enough. I've had it with both of you. Listen closely. I am the leader of Class 1, the acknowledged genius of Binhai Kindergarten, the most loyal knight of Princess Shui Miao, and I have consistently ranked second on the Little Red Flower list. As for why he is the first genius child and why the Red Flower list has always ranked second, do not inquire further. The arrival of Qing has transformed everything, especially since he boldly claims to be the most loyal knight of some princess. Child, you are invincible. Please forgive Qing for his ungracious laughter. He faintly perceived the echoes of sycophants, and it is likely that even the original lickspittle, Jiang Jie, could not rival him. After all, he is Yang Fei. When read differently, it becomes Fei Yang. He is one of the 4 great sycophants of the internet, a status that requires no further elaboration. Those who understand, understand. Ah, I see now. You may leave. If you're afraid, just say it. Qing, I will be watching you closely. Our midterm examination will determine both our standings and our fates. Ah, yes, do hurry and leave. Your mother must be waiting anxiously. Regarding such youthful delusions, Qing suggested mixing in 24 units of concrete, and, after allowing it to cool, sinking it into the Bohai Bay for the best taste. He truly could not be bothered to engage further, for he could already see Shui Miao approaching from a distance. They needed to leave quickly after picking her up. After all, who would wish to stand outside in the sweltering summer heat? Are you in a hurry? Let's go. Upon arrival, Shui Miao casually greeted Qing, naturally taking his hand as they walked toward the school gate. Qing held Pei with his left hand and Shui Miao with his right. The experience was indescribable to outsiders. Meow, is that you, Meow? Woo-woo. It's so wonderful to see you again. Upon hearing her name called from behind, Shui Miao paused and turned around. Upon realizing it was merely a stranger boy, she dismissed him and hurriedly pulled Qing along toward the school gate. It's so hot. I can't bear to be in the car without air conditioning anymore. I feel like I'm going to die. Hey, Meow, don't you recognize that person? Just now, when he introduced himself, he said he was your knight. Upon hearing this, the anxious Shui Miao, despite walking on the gravel path of the campus under the summer sun, felt a chill of disgust wash over her. She then responded with an extremely disdainful tone. I don't know him. He is irrelevant. Her voice, carried by the wind, passed through the trees and reached the boy's ears. Crack! It sounded as though something shattered behind them, but the 3 of them paid no mind to the distractions. The parents gathered at the school gate had either departed or dispersed, leaving only Mrs. Sue and a few others standing prominently, their expressions a mixture of worry and confusion. Upon spotting the trio together, they finally felt reassured. The two little girls could hardly contain their excitement and rushed forward, throwing themselves into Mrs. Sue S. and Mrs. Sue S. embrace. Chapter 51. May I inquire? What a delightful duo, Shwem Meow Meow and her mother. Their bond remains as tender and affectionate as ever. Initially, the little girl merely intended to engage in a brief embrace, a fleeting formality. After all, standing outdoors in the sweltering summer heat for an extended period had caused both to perspire, leading to a somewhat sticky closeness as their skin touched. After a minute of this embrace, the girl sought to extricate herself, yet her mother was reluctant to let go. With such an adorable and fragrant daughter, akin to a plush pillow, how could she possibly part with her? Mom, you're being ridiculous. Let go already. If you hold on any longer, it will be quite impolite. Oh dear, has Meow Meow begun to feel annoyed with her mother? How heartbreaking. With that, the mother tightened her embrace, lifting Shwem Meow Meow into her arms. The unexpected turn of events elicited squeals of delight from the little girl, her face radiant with joy. It seemed she reveled in the moment. Subsequently, the mother, reminiscent of a playful stranger, carried her to the car, opening the door and gently depositing her inside. After closing the door, she discreetly adjusted her back, reflecting on the relentless passage of time. Meanwhile, Pei-Sinian, still at the school gate, climbed out of Sue's mother's embrace and inquired, "Andy, where has my mother gone? Remember this morning when she mentioned taking you out for a KFC feast? It was too cumbersome to go to the restaurant, so I asked your mother to pick it up instead. By the way, this treat was courtesy of Sue's father, who had driven Pei-Sinian's mother to the commercial district's KFC. Why not let Sue's father go alone? One often has certain aversions, and Sue's father particularly detested the mingling odors of fried food and floor cleaner that permeated fast food establishments, which invariably made him feel nauseous. Yet, Su Qing and Sue and Appo's mother were oblivious to this and teased him for being overly sensitive. Oh, now I understand. This means we can also visit Annie and Appo's house, right? Very clever. Let's go. I shall take you to Auntie's. With that, Sue's mother took the little girl's hand, swiftly catching up with the lively duo of Shwem Meow Meow and her mother, seemingly oblivious to the existence of her own son trailing behind. Su Qing observed the affectionate scene between the two mothers and daughters, momentarily feeling as if Pei-Sinian and Sue and Appo's mother were the true family. Has he become merely a substitute? In principle, children are not permitted to sit in the front passenger seat. Hence, it was naturally allocated to Sue's mother. However, such minor details went largely unnoticed, especially since the streets were devoid of surveillance cameras at this hour. Due to their petite statures, the three of them did not feel cramped in the back seat. Once inside the vehicle, they entered a more intimate space, and conversation flowed freely. As parents, their primary concern remained the performance of the three children on their recent examinations, pondering the difficulty of the test questions. Both little girls exuded confidence, particularly Shwem Meow Meow, who boldly declared, "Just you wait. This time, I will definitely make it into the advanced class. No one can stop me. Not even Jesus." Conversely, the more reserved Pei-Sinian expressed her admiration for Su Qing, showering him with compliments. "Brother Qing is so impressive. He predicted many of the questions correctly. And there was even a math problem where he didn't change a single digit. I remember it vividly." Caught between the two, Su Qing offered a modest smile, concealing his accomplishments. He raised his hand, not to apologize, but to remind the teacher that they needed to practice. Su Qing's guidance had been instrumental in their studies, as Meow Meow hardly touched her books at home. Naturally, he felt elated to receive accolades from Mother. Yet, he remained humble, insisting, "Everyone is working hard. This cannot be quantified." When the results were tallied, Su Qing was recognized as the MVP for teaching the two girls answering techniques and knowledge, earning a score of 13.0. Meanwhile, Meow Meow and Sinian merely needed to review questions, resulting in their scores being a modest 3.0. Yet, Su Qing asserted that such metrics were inadequate, as all had exerted tremendous effort. As the conversation shifted to the exam questions, The opportunity to compare answers arose once they exited the school. Unable to contain their eagerness, they began recalling the responses they had written on their papers. Meow meow. Do you remember what you chose for question 3 on a language test? It was C. No, wait, it must have been B. She belonged to the type that forgets her answers immediately after finishing. Now, she felt a twinge of regret, wishing she had memorized her answers before leaving, allowing her to consult Qing, the perfect score achiever, to identify any mistakes. However, Qing had always discouraged such practices. What's done is done. The papers have been submitted, and all that remains is to wait, he advised, noting that such anxiety was futile. Brother Qing, do you recall the correct answer to the math bonus question? The one about chickens and rabbits in the same pen? Even as Pei Sinian gazed at him with pleading, shimmering eyes, Qing steadfastly held his ground, his resolve wavering but unbroken. Steel, our history is quite lengthy, and we have a robust workforce. What's steel? Qing, we're discussing the chicken-rabbit problem. I believe spaghetti should be mixed with number 42 concrete, as the length of this bolt. His irrelevant responses extinguished the girls and Oppo's fervor for scoring, leaving Pei Sinian with wide, bewildered eyes directed at Qing. Had there not been several passers-by nearby, Shui Miao Miao, sporting a toothy grin, would have been tempted to bite him. Cough cough. Even their mother, driving, could not suppress her laughter. Failing to notice the traffic light had changed from red to green, the vehicles behind them began to honk impatiently. Hey. It's all Qing's fault for making me laugh. Having been in first gear while waiting, the sudden flurry of activity caused the car to jolt noticeably. The tachometer dropped to 0, indicating the engine had stalled. Consequently, the honking from the cars behind grew increasingly frantic. Come on, move already. Upon returning home, their mother slumped onto the sofa, her face flushed with embarrassment. The children, however, were unconcerned, as their eyes fell upon the coffee table adorned with 3 large bags emblazoned with Colonel Sanders' visage. The 2 little girls eagerly rushed over to tear them open, retrieving numerous small boxes. Qing, however, was less enthused, perhaps having outgrown an interest in junk food. Remember this phrase, it will be on the test. Adhering to the principle of not wasting money, Sue's father had purchased mostly value-oriented combo meals, inevitably leading to an unequal distribution of food. The 3 of them assumed a triangular formation around the food, uncertain of how to proceed. It was Qing, the de facto leader, who broke the silence by recounting a fable. Once, there were 3 explorers who became lost in the Sahara Desert. By the 4th day of their trek, they had only 1 bottle of water left, which meant that whoever drank it would increase their chances of survival. And then, what happened next? Did Qing and his companions discover an oasis and survive? The 2 of them eagerly awaited Qing to finish the remaining story, but Qing deviously grinned. Swiftly, he brazenly snatched the only 2 pieces of original recipe chicken from the table, displaying a lack of chivalry. The moral of the story: he who hesitates is lost. Despite having just pondered that he had outgrown junk food, he was now the most enthusiastic consumer. Alas, men's words are deceitful. Confound it, Qing. I had my eye on that piece of original recipe chicken first. Qing, you scoundrel, fraudster, may you be cursed and never find a wife. Heavens, that's quite a malevolent curse. Witnessing Qing happily devouring the fried chicken, the 2 young girls couldn't resist joining the fray. In essence, whoever grabbed something first got to eat it. Yet, remarkably, food pilfered from others tasted superior to one's own, for reasons unknown. Could this be a case of the grass being greener on the other side? By the way, would you care for a drumstick? Qing inquired, feigning sincerity as he brandished a large chicken leg. This tactic is known as offering a courtesy before engaging in conflict. On the surface, he appeared harmless and considerate, but in reality, he was brimming with mischief. The mere anticipation of his impending actions nearly caused Qing to burst into laughter. I'm all right, I have my own. Very well, if you insist, I shall partake. With that, Qing brazenly seized the drumstick from in front of Shui and devoured it. Not content with merely eating, he mumbled between chews, you explicitly stated you didn't want it, so I'm reluctantly obliging you by consuming it. This maneuver astonished Pei Sinian, who wondered if such a tactic was permissible. Shui, in turn, was successfully amused and infuriated by Qing. Thus, she mimicked his actions, brandishing a box of unopened fries. Su Qing, would you like some fries? I would. And just like that, Shue's fries were confiscated. Not only was her drumstick lost, but her fries were also forfeited due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. She lost everything. Having been intellectually outmaneuvered by Su Qing's cunning, Shue exasperatedly questioned, "Are you a Pepsi person or a Coca-Cola person? Do you believe chicken legs should be paired with sweet and spicy sauce? I ask you." Displaying a remarkable feat of mental agility, Su Qing suddenly perceived Shue's head as becoming somewhat pointed. Chapter 52. Win. 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 On one side, children delightedly indulged in fried chicken and sipped cola while the television played the animated series Pokemon, brought by Shui Miao Miao, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the parents enjoyed tea and snacks, engaged in their own lively conversation, a quintessential tea gathering for mothers. The only individual detached from the scene was Su Fu, a man resembling an eagle who had quietly departed from home at some unknown time, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. Given his limited recreational activities, the probability was high that he had ventured to an internet CAF to join his group of friends, so let him be. As the conversation flowed, Su Mu produced a stack of promotional flyers she had collected while waiting at the school gate, distributed by various tutoring centers seeking to attract business. There were no fewer than 6 or 7 establishments represented, each offering a diverse array of programs. Amidst such fierce competition, the value for money was exceptionally appealing, causing Su Mu to feel a surge of interest. However, overwhelmed by the options, she found herself uncertain about which one to choose. "Ru Yan, your Miao Miao has been attending tutoring classes since childhood. Could you recommend one for me?" At this point, the lady had finally acquired her own name, Shui Ru Yan, with Miao Miao taking her mother's surname. To this day, the whereabouts of her father remain a mystery. I believe it's essential to consider the child's opinion. Let us ask Xiao Qing what activities she is interested in. From a distance, upon hearing this, Shui Miao Miao immediately perked up, ready to interject. "Huh, you never asked me when you signed me up for classes before, woman. Your name should be hypocrisy." This was a bad habit she had picked up from spending too much time with Su Qing. Despite often being at a disadvantage within their trio, she still managed to wield her influence effectively in the outside world. "Su Qing, Si Ning, and Miao Miao, why don't the 3 of you come over? It's a perfect opportunity to sign up together, and you'll have company." The mother was clearly a bit irritated, especially as she emphasized Shui Miao Miao's name with each syllable. Instantly, the little girl sensed trouble and hid behind Su Qing, using him as a shield, retorting, "But Mom, I already have several tutoring classes. My weekends are completely booked. Adding more would be overwhelming. Mom, I think you're just being a bit unreasonable. I have Su Qing to protect me. Go ahead, hit me if you dare." The mother and daughter bantered playfully, unaware of the troubled expression on Pei Mu's face as she sat nearby. This moment was keenly observed by Pei Si Ning, who, though disappointed, did not want her mother to feel burdened because of her. The underlying issue stemmed from the increasing disparity in the family's financial situations, with the Pei family being the only one of modest means, currently grappling with the economic strain of a newly purchased home. Although being admitted to the elite class could waive tuition fees, Si Ning tended to think pessimistically, knowing that she needed to set aside a significant sum for the tuition of experimental primary school. However, contemplating the additional expense for extracurricular classes posed a significant dilemma for her. Meanwhile, Su Qing contemplated which subjects to choose. His mother's suggestion aligned with his own thoughts, serving as a means to fulfill his system tasks. Had today's events not unfolded, he would have eventually sought to enroll in interest classes himself. "I don't need tutoring for my main subject for now. I'll sign up for a badminton class and then perhaps a piano lesson." In truth, Su Qing had initially desired to learn the guitar. Back when he had just entered university, he impulsively purchased a cheap guitar online, only to abandon it after a few days due to painful strings. Now, seeing his delicate frame and short stature, the idea of wielding a large guitar seemed unwise. So he decided to try piano for 2 years first. "That's wonderful. Miao Miao is also learning piano. You both can join." Su Mu joyfully sifted through the stack of flyers and discovered one prominently featuring the words Red Star Interest Development, which turned out to be the piano tutoring class Meow Meow had just enrolled in. Su Mu took a closer look, her eyes drawn to bold headlines proclaiming, "Don't let your child fall behind at the starting line. And if you don't enroll, that's fine. We'll help nurture your child as competitors." Regardless of the ethics involved, Su Mu was captivated by the allure of these promises. Without hesitation, she made a decision. This is the one. In a few days, let Su Qing attend a couple of trial lessons. The offer of buying 50 lessons and getting 5 free is quite appealing. Indeed. The instructors are all graduates from reputable universities and colleges, so their expertise is guaranteed. By the way, what about Ning? At that moment, Pei Mu glanced at the flyers, noticing the hefty fees for each class, and let out a weary sigh. "Mom, I don't want to learn these things. I'll be happy just to visit Su Qing often." The sensible Pei Ning spoke up at just the right moment. Seeing her daughter's sincere expression and words, Pei Mu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as a mother. Noticing her own inappropriate remarks, Su Mu quickly sought to rectify the situation, but was at a loss for words. She could only convey her urgency through glances towards Su Qing, silently imploring her son for a solution. Receiving the signal, Su Qing nodded in understanding, ready to act. "Mom, you can't play badminton alone. I want to join Ning." "Ah, son, it's not that your mother is unwilling. It's Ning who doesn't want to. You must respect her feelings." The tacit understanding developed between mother and son over the years allowed Su Mu to seamlessly join in on Su Qing's performance. I think. The ensuing scene proved to be exceedingly embarrassing for Su Qing, placing him in a difficult position. Yet, with Su Mu's persistent glare and a subtle gesture indicating money beneath the table, he felt his resolve crumbling. Embracing a mindset of desperation, Su Qing took a deep breath and dramatically collapsed to the floor, rolling around. "I don't want to. I just want to be with Ning." The mother, who had just taken a sip of tea, nearly spat it out in laughter. "This boy, his facade has crumbled." Shui Meow Meow struggled to contain her laughter. Her mimicry of the mother's expression and reaction strikingly similar, leading one to marvel at the power of genetics. "Ning, how about this? You accompany Su Qing, all right? Annie will help you sign up together." Pei Ning helped the fallen Su Qing to his feet, her eyes shimmering with tears as she clung to him, unwilling to let go. After all, she proudly claimed to be the best little girl in the world with Su Qing. How could she not see through his act? Ultimately, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. What mattered was that Pei Mu had an exit strategy, and Su Mu had a reason to provide financial support. The situation reached a satisfactory conclusion, culminating in a joyful collective experience. From now on, Su Qing would attend 2 hours of badminton lessons with Pei Ning every Sunday and 3 hours of piano lessons with Shui Meow Meow every Saturday afternoon. The remainder of their summer holidays promised to be far more fulfilling. As a result of this incident, Su Qing received a monetary reward from his mother. Pei Ning gained access to free tutoring classes, and Shui Meow Meow would no longer feel lonely in her piano lessons. A triumvirate of victories. Chapter 53 Reunion. In the early 2000s, the piano was regarded by most parents as a symbol of elegance and sophistication. In their own youth, such luxuries were beyond reach. Both parents felt a sense of novelty and curiosity, prompting the entire family to accompany Su Qing to the Hongxing Tutoring Center to explore the offerings. On a Sunday, Su's father drove them to the entrance of the Youth Palace, though their true destination was a 7-story building directly across the street. Upon reaching the 4th floor via the elevator, they found the entire level dedicated to the tutoring center, offering a plethora of courses, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The diverse selection was complemented by luxurious and stylish decor. As they passed the dance studio, they glimpsed through a vast glass wall, witnessing young men and women in practice, clad in training outfits and large socks, captivatingly demonstrating the art of dance. Su's father and Su Qing found themselves momentarily entranced, sharing a silent understanding, a tacit bond between them. Dancing is wonderful. It must be learned, they mused, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Su's mother, who pinched their ears, leading them towards the prearranged office. Su Qing winced in pain, distractedly colliding with someone. His instinctive reaction was to apologize. "Oh, excuse me, I didn't TC. Teacher Yuan, what are you doing here?" Upon witnessing the incident, Su's mother released her grip, allowing Su Qing some relief. As he opened his eyes to recognize his collision partner, he was surprised to find an old acquaintance. No wonder the scent of perfume felt familiar. "Ouch, it hurts." "Hey, Su Qing, how come you're here?" she exclaimed, having been preoccupied with her performance report, which left her disheartened as she compared her meager commissions with those of her colleagues. Indeed, no profession is devoid of challenges, and she found herself reminiscing about the carefree days of kindergarten. Lost in thought, she had failed to notice the small boy in her blind spot. "Is it my fault for being short?" Su Qing thought. In fact, Su's mother had felt a sense of recognition upon spotting Yuan zitting from afar. But the name eluded her, stuck on the tip of her tongue. Now, with Su Qing's call of teacher as a reminder, she finally recalled their brief encounter at the graduation ceremony of Binhai Kindergarten, where Yuan Zitting had called over Su Qing for a photo. Yuan Zitting offered a polite smile, inquiring about their visit. Su's mother replied candidly, "Oh, our Su Qing wishes to learn the piano, so we can't have a look." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zitting's expression turned sly, her gaze towards Su Qing taking on a more ambiguous tone. "So this little fellow has been playing hard to get. I knew it. He has been silent on QQ. Yet here he is, eager to seek me out." Clearly, she had misinterpreted the situation, but there was no need for Su Qing to clarify. His mother would handle it. "Isn T Schwem Miao Miao, also studying here? I brought Su Qing along, and they can keep each other company." "Ah, I see." Yuan Zitting's earlier buoyancy deflated as she realized that Su Qing had not chosen this place for her sake. She cast him a look reminiscent of a heartbroken lover, hoping he would deny the truth. Yet, reality is often harsh. Su Qing met her gaze and resolutely nodded. "No." She nearly collapsed to the ground in despair, reenacting a scene of dramatic dismay. Why are the students from Binhai Kindergarten so cruel? She half-squatted to meet Su Qing's eyes, her emotions palpable. It was as if she were demanding to know how he could betray her as a mentor, committing such an act of treachery. "Please, can I be absolved of blame? I had no idea you were teaching here." Despite maintaining intermittent contact, Yuan Zitting had never mentioned her resignation. Their playful bickering transported them back to the days of kindergarten, where time had seemingly stood still, yet everything had changed. "Teacher Yuan, we need to register Su Qing, so we must take our leave for now." "Indeed, I have matters to attend to as well." Yuan Zitting's smile was a facade, reminiscent of a villain orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The inevitability loomed. Su Qing was destined to fall into her clutches once more. "Clearly I arrived first." Whether discovering Su Qing's musical talent or offering free lessons, why didn't he seek me out when he truly wanted to learn the piano? I cannot allow this prodigy to be taught by another. Was this not a form of betrayal as well? Yuan Zitting was unwilling to accept such a narrative. As Su Qing contemplated, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that Schwem Miao Miao was indeed in this woman's class? Surely not. Why had she never mentioned it? In truth, it was entirely plausible. Both girls had long designated Yuan Zitting as a significant threat in their minds. Schwem Miao Miao would hardly bring her name up in casual conversation. Following their appointment, the Su family entered the designated office, where a kindly elderly lady greeted them. She handed them a registration form, indicating that they needed to pay for 2 trial lessons up front, with the remaining balance to be settled if they decided to continue. After reviewing the printed details on the A4 sheet and finding everything in order, Su's mother readily produced the cash. "The piano lessons are in room 8, taught by a talented graduate from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, starting in half an hour. Please take your child to prepare." As she spoke, she retrieved a backpack emblazoned with a logo of the Hongxing Tutoring Center. Carrying it down the street would serve as a mobile advertisement, demonstrating her business acumen. She also presented a shiny little card, a water card that granted complimentary access to water at the front desk. Following the map, they found room 8. Su Qing opened the door, and indeed, the anticipated scene unfolded before him. The classroom was sparsely populated, but already filled with the duo of Schwem Miao Miao and Yuan Zitting. He could easily envision the dynamics of future piano lessons, foreseeing challenges from his esteemed teacher. At the podium, Yuan Ziding appeared engrossed in her performance, not even glancing at Su Qing, yet secretly observing his reactions through narrowed eyes. Everyone harbors a desire to impress, and Yuan Ziding was no exception. She thought to herself that during their kindergarten days, she had always played nursery rhymes, never having the opportunity to showcase her true talent. Surely, this piece, the third movement of a poignant composition, would be childish play to captivate Su Qing, the young lad. In my mind, I have already envisioned the scene of Su Qing kneeling down, imploring to become a disciple. During this reverie, my thoughts wandered aimlessly, resulting in several erroneous notes being played. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd consisted entirely of novice children who could not discern the quality of the performance. They only recognized that teacher Ziding played with remarkable fluency and charisma, and thus, they clumsily applauded in appreciation. I wonder if she blushed as a result. Su Qing, as Shui Miao Miao, who was idly leaning on the desk, turned to the side. She unexpectedly spotted the little bamboo horse she had been yearning for. For a moment, she thought she was experiencing an illusion. Are you real? Silly. Have you forgotten that just a few days ago, after the exams, my mother inquired with my aunt about tutoring classes at my home? And it's been so many days. Who could possibly remember that? Naturally settling beside Shui Miao Miao, they began to converse, with faint laughter wafting into Yuan Ziding's ears. The ignored teacher Yuan continued to diligently provide background music for the pair until the piece concluded, at which point she leaned back against the chair to rest. Were it not for her belief in completing tasks with diligence, she would have long since discarded her sleeves and retreated to her office to indulge in a moment of leisure, in an attempt to capture Su Qing's attention. She had played the piano before class, inadvertently increasing her workload. Ultimately, her objective remained unfulfilled, leaving her on the verge of tears. As the number of children entering the music classroom gradually increased, filling every seat, she mustered her spirits and began to teach. In reality, there were only about 10 students. Any more would severely compromise the quality of instruction. Yet, even so, her lingering, resentful gaze was perpetually fixed upon Su Qing, as if she wished to make him feel embarrassed. However, with a skin thicker than city walls, he effortlessly withstood her stare, prompting her to sigh in resignation and return to the piano with a heavy heart. It remained uncertain whether the lesson was tailored to accommodate this new classmate, as the content consisted solely of very fundamental music theory, some of which he had encountered during his kindergarten years. Treating it as a review, Su Qing listened attentively. Chapter 54. I will supplement your education unlike a dance studio. The piano classroom is equipped with only a small window embedded in the door. Many parents, either intentionally or inadvertently, pretend to pass by, peering through it to quietly observe their children's learning progress. Despite their ordinary attire, often consisting of the most commonplace of items, they are willing to spend extravagantly to enroll their children in the pursuit of ostentatious, yet superficial piano skills. Mr. Su finds this perplexing. With such funds, even a month of selling goods at a market could yield significant profit. From his current perspective, these parents appear foolish. Ultimately, this is a consequence of aggressive marketing that has entwined the piano with notions of aristocracy, skillfully manipulating parents' aspirations for their children. Little do they realize that nobility is innate. Mastering an instrument will not transform one's fate. Despite substantial investment of time and money, only a minuscule fraction of exceptionally gifted individuals achieve success, rendering the endeavor futile for most children. Even if one gains admission to an art university, the fierce competition that follows ensures that only a rare few can sustain a livelihood in this field. One only needs to observe the numerous talented female piano bloggers on a certain platform, whose trajectories often culminate in either abandonment of their pursuits or descent into less noble endeavors. The harshness of the environment reveals itself in subtle ways. After over an hour of foundational learning in the classroom, the students finally had a chance to rest. It was evident that Yuan Ziding exhibited greater patience towards Su Qing, even going so far as to approach him and inquire if he had any difficulties he wished to address. Su Qing shook his head, indicating he understood, and she nodded in satisfaction. Ah, It seems you haven't forgotten the lessons I taught you in school. I am quite pleased with your progress. The ensuing time was designated for homework review, where the new transfer student Su Qing was only required to observe from his seat. Teacher, I would like to go first. Today, with Su Qing beside her, Shui Miao Miao transformed from her usual reticent self, eagerly raising her hand to be the first to present. Let us all applaud and welcome classmate Shui Miao Miao. Indeed, seated before the piano, her demeanor shifted dramatically, her expression taking on a serious tone. Her delicate fingers danced across the black and white keys, producing a familiar melody that Su Qing recognized as Ode to Joy. Due to her practice being less than 2.5 years, her performance was somewhat halting, yet Su Qing offered her enthusiastic applause as encouragement. Returning to her seat, the little girl blushed and said, I didn't perform well this time. Next time, I won't make a single mistake. You've done wonderfully. I still don't know anything, Su Qing assured her, gently stroking Shui Miao Miao's round, collagen-rich face, which felt surprisingly warm. Of course, I've been learning for 2 or 3 months longer, and I've taken many more lessons. With a hint of pride, the little girl's nose rose high. Today marked a significant victory for Shui Miao Miao, as she finally surpassed Su Qing in some regard. Once all the children had taken turns presenting their homework, they transitioned into a much-anticipated leisure segment. As their teacher, Yuan Ziding approached the 2 little ones to chat, ostensibly to gauge Su Qing's learning progress. Teacher, do you remember when you said you would teach me piano for free? Can you still do that? Upon hearing Su Qing bring up their previous agreement, Yuan Ziding and Appo's expression shifted, losing some of its luster. Indeed, the promise made by the 2 near Daming Lake had ultimately become mere words. One side presented a lucrative commission fee, while the other lingered as a distant, elusive dream of fame and prestige. Weighing the two, Yuan Ziding showed no hesitation in choosing the tangible benefit of financial gain. I believe in speaking the truth, my dear. What you hold in hand is what is real. Do not be blinded by illusions. This was the wisdom she had gleaned after a year of work post-graduation. With a radiant smile, Yuan Ziding knelt to gently pat Su Qing's head, expressing her sentiments with a starkly contrasting tone. I will supplement your education. Supplementing is acceptable, Su Qing replied playfully. But I want to provide you with anything. Do you want a golden egg or a silver one? I want to even give you a quail egg. After class, under the inquiring gaze of his parents and the teacher's admonishing eyes, Su Qing made a decision and signed a contract for 55 lessons. No longer burdened by performance anxieties, Yuan Ziding grasped Su's mother's hand tightly, expressing her earnest expectations for Su Qing's development. She emphasized the 4 primary objectives: skill enhancement, recognition improvement, elevated standards, and heightened learning awareness. Once the formalities were completed, a significant weight was lifted. After paying all the requisite fees, Su Qing's previously empty backpack was now filled with an array of perplexing sheet music and music theory books. It seemed that the upcoming period would not be dull. These materials would surely provide ample opportunity for exploration and study. Chapter 55, Insomnia. I simply cannot sleep. On a sultry summer night, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the later era where every household enjoys the powerful cooling of air conditioning. In Pei Xining's modest bedroom, a solitary electric fan tirelessly whirs, providing a unique semblance of coolness to the stifling summer evening. Tomorrow marks the day she will embark on her first badminton lesson with Su Qing. Thus, on the eve of this eagerly anticipated event, Pei Xining meticulously organizes all the necessary equipment, diligently checking each item. Seated cross-legged on the cool marble floor, she picks up and sets down various items, softly murmuring to herself. The towel for wiping little Qing Ji's sweat, the water for when he gets thirsty, the racket, the shoes, and the sports attire gifted by her uncle. Pei Xining understands that her opportunity to attend this interest class is largely thanks to Su Qing's generosity, and she is determined not to falter. Remarkably, she has incurred no expenses for her sports gear. All were procured by Su's father while shopping for Su Qing. She is not the type to take kindness for granted. Each gesture of goodwill is etched in her heart, and though they may seem trivial, she strives to reciprocate Su Qing's kindness in her own modest way. With a departure set for 9:30 in the morning, it is already 10 o'clock at night, and she resolves to retire early to replenish her energy. Convinced everything is in order, she confidently turns off the lights, quickly donning her pajamas. She climbs into her small bed, setting her alarm for 8:30, allowing herself to finally lie down and close her eyes. Her body, indeed weary from a day spent playing with Qing, welcomes the prospect of a delightful dream to conclude her day and usher in a new routine tomorrow. However, despite her intentions, insomnia ensues. Pei Sinning tosses and turns in bed, unable to find solace in slumber. She has tried counting sheep and dumplings, as Qing once taught her, but to no avail. With wide-open eyes, she stares blankly at the ceiling, faint dark circles beginning to form around her eyes. In a flurry, she rises to check the clock on her bedside table, revealing it is already 10 past 11. How has so much time elapsed? Anxiety and excitement surge within her. Despite her overwhelming fatigue and the heaviness in her eyelids, her heart races, pounding ever more fiercely, further hindering her ability to sleep. Surely everyone has experienced a similar predicament, perhaps due to a promise made to a friend or the exhilaration of an upcoming school event, rendering them wide awake. The following day, however, one finds themselves in a daze, with only thoughts of catching up on sleep. With a sudden burst of energy, Pei Sinning flings off her covers, transforming into a super scion, her hair standing on end due to static electricity. Without hesitation, she leaps from her bed and rushes to her desk. She begins to sift through the towering stack of books Qing gifted her, a pristine set of practice workbooks from 1st to 6th grade. Initially, she had deemed the gesture a cruel joke from her dear Qing. Yet now, these tomes serve as her unexpected lullabies. Qing, did you foresee this moment? How astute of you! During their study sessions, he has already guided her through the first semester of 1st grade. Therefore, tackling the exercises, though somewhat clumsy, is manageable. After a few pages of questions, Pei Sinning finally succumbs to sleep at her desk. A small victory indeed. Yet, she cannot expect high quality from such an unconventional method. Throughout the night, she awakens repeatedly, only to drift back into a deep slumber, succumbing to the weight of her fatigue. At 6:30 in the morning, Pei's mother rises early, as is her routine, to procure breakfast and takes a moment to peek into her daughter's room. A tinge of concern lingering in her heart, since this is still the first month Pei Sinning has enjoyed her own independent space. As she gazes upon the transformation her daughter has undergone since befriending the peculiar Qing, she marvels at the positive changes. Her once timid demeanor has blossomed into a more vivacious spirit, and she seems increasingly independent, as if everything is progressing in a favorable direction. With a smile of satisfaction, she gently pushes open the door, only to discover that her daughter is not nestled in her bed, but rather bent over her desk in slumber, using an open 1st grade workbook as a pillow. The pencil-drawn equations have imprinted on her cheek. In her dreams, she appears troubled, seemingly beset by nightmares, and a hidden line of text is partially revealed. Hurry and sleep, or you'll miss tomorrow's badminton lesson. So this is what preoccupies your mind, my silly daughter. Through the evident words of concern penned by Pei Sinning, her mother deduces her daughter's thoughts with ease. Thankfully, the summer warmth keeps the indoor temperature high. Otherwise, her daughter, clad only in her pajamas, might catch a chill. With a sigh, Pei's mother gently lifts Pei Sinning, intending to place her back in bed for a proper rest. Sensing the movement, her daughter, still in a light slumber, stirs slightly, opening her eyes just a sliver. Recognizing her mother, she peacefully closes her eyes once more, murmuring, "Mom, what time is it? It's still early, dear, so just sleep a little longer." Whether Pei Sinning comprehended her mother's words is uncertain, but her furrowed brow relaxes, and her breathing becomes steady. As Pei's mother prepares to leave, she glances at the alarm clock. With the intention of allowing her daughter some extra sleep, she casually switches off the preset alarm. Knock, knock. Knock. Having arranged to meet at Qing's house at 9 o'clock, Pei Sinning's mother waits anxiously as Qing's absence lingers. Concluding that the distance is minimal, Qing takes it upon himself to walk over, knocking on the door of the Pei residence. "Oh, little Qing, you're here. Come in and sit." Upon opening the door, Pei's mother greets Su Qing, suddenly recalling the time as she checks her watch, realizing how late it has become. My apologies. Our Sinning was so excited last night that she fell asleep at her desk. She is probably still catching up on her sleep. No worries, Annie. Please go wake Sinning. We need to leave in 10 minutes. While in the past, it was common for little girls to wake Su Qing in his room, the roles have shifted, rendering such actions awkward. Though children may not harbor such reservations, he remains mindful of boundaries, particularly under the watchful eye of the authorities. Out of respect, he politely requests Pei's mother to awaken her daughter while he patiently waits on the sofa. Opposite him sits Pei's father, who has finally taken a day off, resulting in a somewhat uncomfortable silence between the two. Ah, little Qing, don't just sit there. Here, have a drink. Thank you, Dad. No, thank you, Uncle. This boy. Could it be he has let slip his true feelings? To be candid, Pei's father has long harbored suspicions about Su Qing's intentions towards his daughter. Receiving the blue and white canned beverage, Su Qing refrains from opening it, as he cannot abide the taste of almond milk. Strangely, despite its unpalatable flavor, the drink remains wildly popular in this region, even surpassing the popularity of 8 treasure porridge and farm-fresh eggs. It has become an essential gift during festive occasions. Yet, Su Qing has never indulged in it. In moments of discomfort, he tends to seek distractions, a tendency in which he is not alone. Grasping the slightly warm canister, his fingers restlessly tap against its surface. Why isn't he speaking? What am I supposed to say? Uncle, what is your profession? Xiao Qing, how are your studies? Almost simultaneously, they uttered questions devoid of substance. Both had intended to enliven the atmosphere, yet their efforts backfired, rendering the situation even more awkward. Fortunately, this discomfort did not linger for long. A sudden shout from Pei Sining's room interrupted the air. Hey? Upon closer inspection, one could hear the rustling of clothes and a flurry of anxious chatter. It was indeed a rare sight to see the typically shy Pei Sinong, whose emotions usually remain concealed, so flustered. Clearly, she was in a hurry. Mom, where's my alarm clock? Why didn't it ring? Oh, I turned it off because you look so exhausted. Wow, Mom, you made me embarrass myself in front of brother Xiao Qing. This time, I admit my mistake. Once you finish your studies, I'll treat you to a small cake. It seemed Pei Sinong hesitated for a moment, perhaps preoccupied with other matters, before responding. One ISNT enough? I want to. All right, little ancestor, hurry and get dressed. Brother Xiao Qing is waiting outside. Mom, I love you the most. As the door handle turned, Pei Sinong appeared in her sports attire, anxiously rushing out with her backpack, her cheeks flushed. Upon entering the living room, she immediately spotted Su Qing, who was sitting motionless on the sofa. She approached him, tugging at him insistently while exclaiming, If we don't leave now, we'll be late. I'm not worried. Why should you be? What's that saying? The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are. Su Qing remained unperturbed, seemingly enjoying the playful banter with the little girl. There was no urgency to reach the gym. If necessary, Su's father could drive faster. It's the eunuchs who are anxious. Pei's mother chimed in from behind, trailing a step behind. She walked over to Pei Sinong, gently pulling her sports t-shirt out from her shorts, as the girl had hastily tucked it in during her rush. It resembled the attire of a middle-aged school supervisor conducting routine inspections. Once her outfit was properly arranged, Pei Sinning and Su Qing dashed out of the house, leaving her with a cheerful, I'll be back for lunch, Mom. Bye. The sound of the iron gate slamming shut followed. At the dining table, Pei's father pointed at himself, and then at his already departed daughter, his meaning unmistakable. What about me? It was evident that his daughter was being whisked away by the young lad surnamed Su, while his wife seemed unconcerned and even pleased by the turn of events. Enraged, he stormed off to the restroom to smoke, frustrated and without appetite. Chapter 56. Bad news for Pei Sinning in badminton class. The car traversed a road long neglected, the surface uneven and jarring. It is uncertain whether there exists any scientific rationale for this phenomenon. Yet it seems that such conditions effortlessly evoke a sense of drowsiness in individuals. Indeed, Pei Sining's small head began to droop, seemingly on the brink of slumber. Meanwhile, Su Qing, unable to restrain himself, let out a prolonged yawn. Their father, the driver, also felt a wave of fatigue and thought to engage Su Qing in conversation to stave off the encroaching drowsiness. Why are you interested in playing badminton? Xiao Qing. Haven't you heard the saying? Which saying? Real men should play football. Perhaps due to the limited entertainment options of the time, the enthusiasm for football among the populace remained fervent. One could often witness throngs of children playing in vast open spaces. Su's father was a seasoned football fan, faithfully watching every match of the national team during the recent World Cup qualifiers, often boasting to Su Qing, "I predict that this year the national team will secure a spot in the World Cup." As fate would have it, they achieved that very goal, making their first entrance into the World Cup finals, although they did not score a single goal, nor draw or win any matches. This marked a historical pinnacle for the national team. Subsequently, a series of disappointments followed, and by the year 2024, when Su Qing was reborn, the national team remained in a state of decline. For various reasons, Su's father had ceased to watch their matches. And then there was that fateful little lottery ticket. If the misfortune brought by this unexpected windfall was too great for Su Baoshan to handle, then it would be left to Su Qing to take charge. What are you thinking about, kid? Huh? You think badminton is so great? In my memory, it's merely a pastime for girls during gym class. Football is far superior. After a series of exchanges, it was evident that Su's father was attempting to steer him back to football. At that moment, Su Qing could no longer contain himself, wishing that in the future, when the national team faced a 1-3 defeat against Vietnam, his father would still be able to laugh and make such remarks. To borrow a phrase from General Fan, one must not lose face. TSK, 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 old man, you truly don't understand. I don't understand? The key is to have more talented girls around. Initially, the car was enveloped in an eerie silence. Eventually, Su Qing noticed through the rearview mirror that his father's smile resembled a comical meme. His father's face beamed with joy, but inwardly, he regretted. How did I not possess such clarity of thought as Su Qing in my youth? It is as if a dreamer has been awakened. He discreetly gave Su Qing a thumbs up from the back seat, silently commending his son. Clearly, with Su Qing's emotional intelligence and intellect, he need not worry about finding a girlfriend in the future. Just as he pondered this, Su Qing found himself unexpectedly interrupted. Ouch, that hurts. Sinung, wherein and oppose. To you asleep? Oomph. Her cheek was pinched fiercely by Pei Sinung, distorting her face. She had been in a half-asleep state, but upon hearing Su Qing and Oppo's words, she instantly became alert. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and her little tuft of hair stood on end, as if her radar, inherited from Shui Miao Miao, was frantically warning her of the impending storm. How could she possibly continue sleeping? The task of guarding Brother Qing is entrusted to me. Don't worry, Miao Miao. The car finally halted in front of the People's Gymnasium, beside which lay a spacious free sports ground where many elderly individuals and children were playing. Having pre-registered and paid in advance, the two need only report to their designated area without the hassle of additional procedures. The badminton hall on the second floor was expansive yet poorly ventilated, making it quite stifling in the summer. Numerous children had already gathered in organized formations. Divided by age group, Su Qing led Pei Sinung to the beginners area, blending into the crowd. Including themselves, there were only 10 participants. And just as Su's father had mentioned, the number of girls playing badminton was indeed quite substantial. The gender ratio was roughly equal, a rather striking figure compared to other sports. All participants were peers and beginners, and they were not overly reserved, most eagerly wielding their rackets in anticipation of the upcoming lesson. Clap, clap, clap. A petite female instructor clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention and began to discuss court safety. She outlined rules such as not crossing the court and waiting for the shuttlecock to stop before retrieving it, with any accidents being the responsibility of the offender. Like attentive students, Pei Sinning nodded earnestly in response to the teacher's instructions. Next came the explanation of basic rules, grip, and swinging techniques. Armed with the foundational skills imparted by the system, Su Qing naturally knew all this, transforming into a personal coach to guide Pei Sining's movements one-on-one. Big brother, can you teach me too? Me too. Big brother, why did the teacher say we can't make a fist while holding the racket? Perhaps seeing Su Qing's attentive guidance towards Pei Sinung demonstrating and personally instructing her. A few nearby girls who had not quite understood earlier gathered around him, inquiring about various aspects of the game. They gradually became encircled by the crowd, and one might have mistaken Qing for the assistant instructor. The official teacher, pleased with this development, sat back on the sofa and began to relax. I'm teaching my sister. You can all watch and learn. I'm not his sister. Pei Sinung, her cheeks puffed up adorably, was quite dissatisfied with Qing's introduction. Clearly, they shared a bond far deeper than mere siblings. Yet, she fell back into her old habit of shying away in a crowd, the timid version of herself resurrected from the past. Thus, as Pei Sinung observed Qing patiently addressing the myriad questions posed by the other girls, she silently apologized to the distant Shui Miao Miao. Sorry, Miao Miao. This is still a bit too challenging for me. Is there a simpler, yet more effective way to protect Brother Qing? Chapter 57. You see, he ought to thank us. They were merely a group of novice badminton players who had attended just one lesson. Thus the singles match lacked any semblance of competitiveness. Qing and Pei Sinung stood at opposite ends of the court, with Qing dutifully acting as an unyielding ball machine, deftly feeding the shuttlecock directly above Pei Sinung's racket. This allowed her ample opportunity to pose and execute the arm rotation for striking the shuttlecock, as taught by their instructor. After Qing's relentless feeding of the shuttlecock, she began to see improvements. Gradually accustomed to the sensation of exertion, her movements started to flow seamlessly. Remarkably, she managed to produce several commendable strikes, demonstrating rapid progress. Whether it was her innate talent or simply the fact that children learn swiftly remained uncertain. Qing recalled how he took several days just to rectify his grip on the racket back in the day. Truly, the comparison was disheartening. As the class drew to a close, the children were informed that the gymnasium was equipped with a lounge for showers. If they preferred not to wash up, they were urged to quickly change in the locker room and head home for a relaxing bath, with a reminder to avoid catching a cold. Did everyone understand? The children's voices in response were sparse and fatigued. Several boys had already plopped down on the floor to rest. Their female instructor, brimming with energy, swiftly took attendance before releasing the children. They all migrated towards the locker room, each one drenched in sweat, Qing included. This was truly his first serious workout since his rebirth. At that moment, he yearned to collapse onto the ground. Despite possessing exceptional talent and physical attributes, he was, after all, not superhuman. Without prior training, he was only slightly stronger than his peers. Do not underestimate badminton. Its physical demands are substantial. Moreover, as a sparring partner, Qing had to dart around the court, retrieving Pei Sinung's errant shots and unexpected wild swings, which significantly increased his energy expenditure. His feet ached from walking, likely due to blisters forming. Trailing behind the group, Qing was supported by the equally perspiring Pei Sinung as they made their way to the sofa outside the locker room to rest. He had no intention of changing just yet, as the crowd was overwhelming. It seemed more prudent to wait until the others had finished before entering. Although this meant they would be delayed in leaving, the prospect of tranquility without the throng was appealing. Numerous training classes had concluded simultaneously, and many shared Qing's sentiment, resulting in a crowded resting area. The two managed to secure a single seat, forcing them to sit closely together. In the sweltering summer heat, their sweaty bodies pressed against each other, creating a rather sticky situation. At this moment, Pei Sinung's mysterious tool came into play. She had been carrying a small backpack since their dismissal. After taking a brief respite, she slowly unzipped it and retrieved a towel and water bottle. Here, Xiaoqinga, have some water. You go first. I'll take the remainder after you're done. All right. The little girl did not hesitate. After an hour of running and jumping, she was equally exhausted and parched. She unscrewed the cap of her pink plastic bottle and drank eagerly, with the cool water replenishing her. Pei Sinung's previously dry lips became hydrated, and the fatigue from her exertion seemed to diminish. As the dopamine from her activity kicked in, she felt a special sense of satisfaction. After finishing, she extended the water bottle towards Qing, who thanked her before eagerly gulping down the refreshing liquid. He had brought a cup in his backpack as well, but it contained only lukewarm water, a thoughtful gift from his mother, infused with maternal love. Alas, Such love could not dispel the summer heat, especially after the exertion he had just endured. He was far from inclined to drink it. Thus, he shamelessly accepted Pei Xining's water. "Xiao Qinga, let me help wipe your sweat." Without waiting for Su Qing to respond, Pei Xineng began to wipe his forehead, neck, and even his exposed arms with her towel. Then it was her turn, and she repeated the process. Her innocent act of kindness caused Su Qing, the reborn soul, to feel a flush of embarrassment. The disparity in their capabilities was astonishing, as she effortlessly outperformed him, leaving him feeling quite inadequate. "What the predicament? Someone quick! Come to the aid of Shui Miao Miao." Su Qing and Pei Xining's lessons were scheduled for the last session of the morning, with a break for lunch before the afternoon classes. By the time they changed and returned to the court, it was nearly empty, save for two cleaning ladies diligently mopping the floor, erasing the remnants of sweat and stray feathers. This starkly contrasted with the previously lively scene, now appearing quite desolate. It had been agreed that Su Qing's father would not wait at the sports center for their class to end. Being a businessman, he had matters to attend to. Before departing, he generously handed Su Qing 100 yuan, instructing him to take Pei Xining to grab a bite at the restaurant within the gym to tide them over. He would return around 1 o'clock to wait for them at the main entrance, and they would head home together. The two resolved to follow his advice and seek sustenance. Pei Xining had accompanied Su Qing to the sports center right after waking, and having only consumed a few pieces of chocolate he had given her, she was genuinely famished. It was unclear who had conceived the brilliant idea, but a long corridor connected the sports center to the entrance, flanked by shops that had transformed it into a bustling food street. Indeed, the seemingly unrelated concepts of sports center and a food court had been ingeniously intertwined. Imagine, after an arduous workout, you are keen on concluding your calorie-burning day on a high note. However, as you exit, you are met with an array of tempting culinary delights: barbecue, bubble tea, grilled meats, and more. With your stomach growling, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air seductively beckon you, tempting you to succumb to indulgence. "I can always diet tomorrow," you reason. "After all, I've been overweight for years. A day's difference is inconsequential, having exerted so much effort in your fitness journey. Shouldn't you reward yourself with a delightful meal?" Most people would undoubtedly yield to such temptation, and thus, the day would be squandered. This was precisely the predicament faced by the two children, as Su Qing and Pei Xining could no longer resist the allure and boldly entered a barbecue stall to place their order. "Ah, little customers, we do not extend credit here. Do your parents have any money for you?" Yes, I have plenty. Now give me a menu. I'm starving." Perhaps it was the intense aroma of cumin and chili wafting from the grill that made Pei Xining's stomach audibly rumble. She shyly hid behind Su Qing, a habitual action that provided her with immense comfort. "Look and see what you'd like to eat." "Xiao Qing, I only hope for a mild flavor. I simply cannot tolerate excessively spicy food." The little girl found the front desk owner somewhat intimidating, which made her even more hesitant to speak, ultimately entrusting all decisions to Su Qing. This sense of reliance was immensely gratifying, akin to entering a realm of comfort. She merely needed to hide behind him, acting as a mere ornament, content to exist without exertion. "That owner, let us go for medium spiciness on our skewers, and be generous with the cumin." All right. Their table was number 32, a modest order that catered to their ample appetites. During the meal, they ventured to a nearby tea shop to procure 2 cups of traditional milk tea, made with powder ingredients. It evoked memories of a distinctly technological flavor, and Pei Xining savored it joyfully. "My mother never allowed me to have this. It's so delicious. Each sip is filled with pearls." As she spoke, she bit down on a brown sugar pearl that had slipped in her mouth, displaying it proudly to Su Qing. However, Su Qing wrinkled his nose at her, prompting the little girl to reluctantly chew it down with a hint of grievance. When the barbecue arrived, the two children sat comfortably at a 4-person couch table, delighting in their skewers. Their unique pairing attracted the attention of many onlookers in the restaurant. At that moment, Pei Xining felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have been so stubborn earlier. Had she known, she would have simply told Su Qing that she couldn't eat spicy food. Now, as she gazed at the fiery meat skewers, her mouth watered uncontrollably as if her body were warning her of the impending torture that awaited her. Yet, she thought, this was in front of Qing. If she backed out now, wouldn't it prove she was a girl of little integrity? Amidst a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts, Pei Sinung resolved to persevere. Let us do this, my friends. Contrary to her expectations of simply closing her eyes and eating, she cautiously tore off a piece of lamb meat. She chewed, yet failed to detect the tenderness or the savory aroma of the roasted meat. Instead, her mouth was engulfed by a singular sensation. Intensely spicy, exceptionally so, indeed far too spicy for a girl of her palate. Her eyes instantly welled with tears, and she could barely contain the flood of emotions. Amusingly, she forced a semblance of calm, mustering a smile and giving Qing a thumbs up. It's so good. Unfortunately, her misfortunes compounded as she bit her tongue, prompting her to weep even more. Qing, bemused yet sympathetic, swiftly handed her a napkin to dab away her tears. Why pretend to be tough? If you can't handle the spice, just say so. I could have asked the owner to prepare something milder. Thank you, Qing. Your kindness is something I can never repay, Pei Sinung exclaimed, resembling a little puppy panting for relief, though it was only marginally effective. Recalling the memory of the intensely spicy chicken from their breakfast shop, she guzzled down her milk tea, finding some solace. Could this technological milk tea truly alleviate the spiciness? Don't mind it. Cream is still dairy. As long as you're satisfied. With the remaining skewers on the table, Qing knew he couldn't finish them by himself. In the spirit of not wasting food, he promptly decided to pack the leftovers for his father. By the time they had eaten their fill, the clock struck 1. As they exited the restaurant, Pei Sinung appeared to have regained some energy. With no one around, she freely expressed her youthful nature, playfully walking along the seams of the floor as if on a tightrope. The path was short, and soon she turned a corner to see her father, Su Fu, resting at the front desk. Qing hurried over, beaming, and promptly handed the bag of food to his father. Sniffing the enticing aroma wafting from within, Su Fu felt a swell of emotion, realizing that his son had indeed not disappointed him. He hasn't forgotten his old man amidst his meal. It's clear he knows I have no time to eat your thoughtful. Qing replied, did you see? You should be thanking us. Chapter 58. The exam results are out, and the three shall strike in the form of primary school students. As July dawned, the long-awaited exam results from the experimental primary school were finally released. It must be said, in an era devoid of computers and card readers to assist in grading, the task of correcting countless papers truly tested both physical endurance and mental fortitude. While paying the courier for the cash-on-delivery package, Sue's mother eagerly tore open the envelope that symbolized Qing's future, grumbling, this is taking far too long. If he fails, it would be quite a hassle to enroll him in another school at this stage. Though she harbored unwavering confidence in her son's abilities, the uncertainty before the final verdict still stirred feelings of anxious anticipation within her. The envelope was thicker than she had anticipated, and upon opening it, she uncovered a wealth of contents. The first item Sue's mother extracted was a vibrant red and gold certificate, inscribed with the words, "Congratulations to Qing for achieving first place in the entrance examination. We hope that during the next 6 years of study and life, you will strive to become an even more outstanding version of yourself." The signature at the bottom belonged to a certain principal, elegantly penned. Upon seeing this, Sue's mother immediately felt her anxious heart settle. This was a clear triumph. Suddenly recalling something, she called for her husband, who was napping in the bedroom, to share in this joy. Without a word, he hurried into the room, shaking her husband awake from his slumber. The man, still in a daze, blinked at the dimly lit room, the curtains drawn tight. Sue's mother, brimming with excitement, paid no mind to his groggy state, shaking his shoulders vigorously and exclaiming, Qing. Our Qing has passed. At this, Sue's father's befuddled mind, already muddled, felt as though it had turned to mush. He passed. My dear, is our little Qing headed to Tsinghua or Peking University? No, wait. Isn't he just preparing for primary school? Has he traveled through time? Oh dear, where am I? Is this still the same country? He thought, bewildered. I must still be dreaming. Let me just take a moment to gather myself. His wife's exuberance doused his excitement with a cold splash of reality, yet it did rouse her somewhat. She realized she had perhaps lost her composure. Giving her husband a playful smack on his backside, she stormed out of the room. The mother and son returned to the sofa, Sue's mother unable to contain her joy. Education operates on a principle of advancement, and her decision to relocate the family back to Tianjin was primarily for the sake of her son's education, which she held in the utmost regard. "Mom, I just looked at the results. In Chinese, I got." "Silence, you ungrateful child." Her mouth was swiftly covered, preventing any spoilers from tainting this exhilarating moment. As she gently pulled the corner of the results slip, revealing the text slowly was akin to the thrill of scratching a lottery ticket. Name, Su Qing. Rank, one-tied. Chinese, 100. Mathematics, 100. Extra questions, 40. Total score, 240. Wonderful, wonderful. Double perfect scores. Mother will go fetch your reward. She dashed to the wardrobe, rummaging through her husband's secret stash of money. And without a twinge of remorse, she presented Su Qing with 200 yuan as a reward. Over the years, Su Qing's little treasury had accumulated a considerable sum, and the interest was compounding steadily, providing him with a sense of security as he watched the numbers grow each day. Though 200 yuan was not a fortune, it was received with grateful acceptance. Meanwhile, the slumbering Su father felt an unsettling sensation, as if something untoward had transpired. For the next half-day, Su's mother did not cease her praises for Su Qing. Every little thing he did appeared commendable, whether he was eating when hungry or rushing home in the rain. Each action warranted her admiration. Honestly, if he went to the restroom, I believe she'd say, "He is so smooth in his movements. My son is truly remarkable." Su Qing thought, bemused. In the past, he had been schooled by her loving discipline, and this newfound adoration was quite the adjustment. Suddenly, the landline beside the computer rang, and Su Qing moved to answer, but his mother's long legs swiftly intercepted him. Why the rush to answer the phone? Quite simply, what parent wouldn't relish the chance to show off their child? Su Qing climbed onto the desk to see the familiar number flashing. It was from Shui Miao Miao's home. Before they even registered on QQ, Shui Miao Miao had memorized their landline number, often calling just to chat with Su Qing. "Hello, hello, is this Su Qing? Has your report card arrived at home?" "It's Miao Miao." The little girl on the other end clearly panicked for a moment, then switched to a charming tone, causing Su's mother's eyes to gleam with delight. "Hello, Andy. I hope I'm not interrupting your time." Su Qing, eavesdropping near the phone, widened his eyes in astonishment. Is this really Shui Miao Miao? I never imagined she could exhibit such duality." "Not a worry, but how did you fare in your exams?" "Oh, nothing extraordinary. Just the usual double perfect scores. Even the extra questions were full marks." In no time, her pride began to seep through her facade, her true nature revealed. "That's splendid. You tied for first place with our little Su Qing." The relief on the other end was palpable as Shui Miao Miao twirled her hair, finally exhaling a sigh of relief upon hearing Su's mother confirming her success. "That's wonderful, Andy. I can continue being classmates and desk mates with Su Qing for the next 6 years. Of course, if he dares to bully you, come tell Annie." Before long, the conversation shifted to Su's mother, and the two women engaged in an endless chat, while Su Qing, uninterested, returned to the envelope to explore the remaining contents. There were 3 more items inside. The first was an admission notice for the accelerated rocket class due to his excellent exam results, accompanied by a small print explaining the rules, a system of elimination based on the lowest rankings after every term exam, study groups of 3 for mutual supervision, eligibility for selection as exemplary students at the school, district, and city levels. The text was rife with the implications of competition. In addition, there was a meal card granting free meals and a scholarship voucher worth 500 yuan, both rewards for being among the top 10. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon this unexpected bounty, cash rewards. However, redemption would have to wait until the start of the school year. Having finished an episode of Pokemon, Su's mother finally concluded her conversation and hung up the phone, realizing the time was late and hastily heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Ding, 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 the phone rang once more, and this time there was no competition for Su Qing. He ambled over to answer. Leaning closer to the receiver, he heard a familiar, soft, and sweet voice. Big Brother Qing. I got into the rocket class. Chapter 59. Can the Dragon Rider lose? On the morning of September 1st, Qing once again entered the grounds of the experimental primary school, blending into the throngs of students. This time, however, he was not merely wandering aimlessly. He scrutinized every building with utmost seriousness. It was evident that the paint on the walls of the teaching buildings had been freshly applied during the winter break. And the absence of peeling paint alone surpassed that of over 99 of schools. Adjacent to the main path leading from the school gate to the playground were two small gardens, and the outdoor seating in the corridor was impeccably clean. At that moment, numerous individuals were seated there, taking a respite. The first thought that came to mind was one of considerable wealth. To accommodate thousands of students across 6 grades, the school had constructed 3 distinct teaching buildings, each designated for different age groups, with a strict prohibition against inter-building movement. This approach was aimed at mitigating instances of older students bullying their younger counterparts, a significant concern in a primary school with 6 grades. The disparity in development, coupled with immature mentalities, often led to potential incidents of violence. In this regard, the experimental primary school deserved commendation for its measures. However, replicating such a structure in other schools proved challenging, primarily due to the lack of similar financial resources. As a reborn individual, Qing unconsciously began to compare it to the primary school he attended in his previous life. Upon graduation, they hastily renovated, reduced burdens, and reprimanded teachers for accepting bribes. It was as though they treated that cohort of students as mere playthings. According to the temporary notice posted on the bulletin board upon entering the school, students were instructed to gather on the playground and find their respective class positions. Once the attendance was complete and the opening ceremony concluded, teachers would escort the students back to their classrooms. Each absurd regulation was undoubtedly birthed from an equally absurd incident involving a senior student. This particular rule arose from a new student who, on the first day of school, could not locate his class and inadvertently wandered into the administrative building. Unsurprisingly, he stumbled upon the scene of the vice principal engaged in dubious activities with a certain teacher. At such a tender age, he had never witnessed such a situation. After a single scream, chaos ensued. The principal was promptly dismissed, and it was rumored that the woman's husband sought a divorce. Such incidents cast a negative shadow over the school, prompting the establishment of the current convoluted procedures. The young student was simply too naive. If Qing had been in his position, he could have used that leverage against the vice principal for a lifetime. Mr. Principal, surely you would and oppose. Do you want this matter to reach the Education Bureau? Would you? At long last, the illustrious Qing stepped into his beloved experimental primary school once more, where the principal would personally conduct a solemn coronation ceremony for him. In layman's terms, the top 3 students from the entrance examination were to take the stage to deliver speeches. They would also receive awards, and media representatives would capture the moment, with the photographs possibly gracing the school newspaper. Amidst the grand promises, Shui Miao Miao found herself swept up in genuine enthusiasm, displaying an unusually high level of seriousness. She nervously recited her prepared speech, her gaze toward Qing brimming with competitive spirit. Her desire to outshine him was ignited like a raging fire. Today, she was determined to overshadow Qing in her speech. However, Qing, well aware of the true nature of the school newspaper, merely chuckled. It was merely another manipulation by the school administration. Apart from serving as a cleaning tool during spring cleaning, he struggled to see any other purpose it might serve. Perhaps it was a means to swindle funding. Cough, cough, best left unsaid. Backstage, the trio from Benhai Kindergarten was unable to reunite. The third student who tied for first was a bespectacled, slender boy. Pei Xining ultimately could not achieve this milestone and found herself watching her 2 friends deliver speeches from the sidelines, feeling a mix of envy and helplessness. It was already pushing her limits to sing at the graduation ceremony on Children's Day. Asking Pei Xining to read an entire A4 page of tedious speech in front of thousands of people, with school leaders and teachers watching attentively, was simply out of the question. She thought it might be better to end her life than endure such humiliation, though she narrowly escaped this ordeal. It was not her intention. Circumstances had merely conspired to create the current situation. Su Qing's greatest fear materialized. Pei Xining's supplementary language exam question about interpreting an image had indeed flopped, resulting in a dismal 6 points out of a possible 20 for straying off topic. Fortunately, she still managed to secure a spot in the elite class with an overall score of 218, ranking 35th, albeit nearly by the skin of her teeth. It was all about the thrill. According to the girl's later recollections, she vividly described her thoughts at that moment. Upon seeing that she had lost over 10 points on the supplementary question, her heart nearly stopped. She was terrified of the dreadful consequences of not being able to enter the elite class, such as Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao gradually becoming strangers to her. No, not this. Please, not this. Ultimately, everything turned out for the best. She did not need to deliver a speech, and both Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao achieved their desired first-place results. Everyone had a bright future ahead. Since the assembly for the flag-raising ceremony was held on the playground at the beginning of the school year, the students within the same class formation were unfamiliar with one another. Perhaps in an attempt to leave a good impression on the teachers, everyone stood quietly, gazing ahead without distraction. The national flag was raised, the national anthem was sung, and all young pioneers saluted. A group of older students raised their arms in unison, with a few first-grade students awkwardly following suit, resulting in a small commotion. Not only did their movements become chaotic, but it also sparked a debate over the appropriateness of saluting. Quiet down. This is a solemn flag-raising ceremony. If you continue to chatter, you might as well go home. And you first graders, you don't have to salute. The bald-headed director's admonition silenced the thousands of students below, as the representatives of the outstanding new students took the stage to speak. The order seemed to follow the initial letters of their surnames, along with a preference for ladies first. The sequence began with a stranger boy, followed by Shui Miao Miao, and naturally, Su Qing would be the grand finale. The boy appeared to be one who studied diligently, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. His speech was punctuated with stutters and heavy breaths, and, after only 5 minutes, the audience grew restless, their murmurs escalating into a cacophony due to the sheer number of people present. My speech ends here. Thank you all. In truth, he had only read a third of his draft, but the overwhelming pressure from the audience compelled him to hastily conclude. He had prepared for this opportunity since last month, eager to make a remarkable impression. Yet, the reality of public speaking proved far more daunting than he had anticipated, leaving him on the verge of tears. Nevertheless, for a first-grade student, achieving such a level of performance was commendable. Now, it was Shui Miao Miao's turn to shine. Respected teachers, dear classmates, hello everyone. Her opening was typical. Yet in light of the previous speaker's stumbles, Shui Miao Miao's otherwise unremarkable speech suddenly stood out. What followed was unexpected. Her speech was clearly well-crafted. She shared her imagined primary school life from the perspectives of family life and daily friendships, with content that was humorous and filled with positive energy. In the final summary, a bow was taken, earning resounding applause from the audience. The script bore a distinct formulaic tone. If I'm not mistaken, it seems the lady utilized her extraordinary abilities to have her subordinates compose it. As Shui Miao Miao descended the steps, she brushed past Su Qing, her face adorned with the mischievous smirk of a small fox, confident of victory. So this is how we play, is it? Even the stand-ins do not perform. When it was finally Su Qing's turn to stand at the podium, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. In that moment, he sincerely admired Shui Miao Miao's formidable heart, far more resilient than that of her peers, as the pressure he felt was much greater than anticipated. Even Su Qing, with a mindset of an adult, could not help but feel an overwhelming tension, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Taking a deep breath, he calmly adjusted the microphone to the appropriate position and tested it with a few tentative words. Esteemed teachers, holding the script in his hands, Su Qing appeared poised to recite it verbatim. In that instant, the young students in the audience seemed resigned to their fate, fearing yet another lengthy and tedious ordeal. Did you think I would say it this way? An unexpected rhetorical question left everyone momentarily baffled, including several school leaders seated on stage, uncertain of what this child intended. Their expectations were modest. As long as there were no further incidents akin to catching the vice principal in a compromising situation, they would reluctantly accept whatever unfolded. Thus, The boundaries of what is acceptable began to erode. A great figure once said that we young people are vibrant and full of vigor, akin to the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Yet, I observe a rather lifeless demeanor among everyone here. How can hope be placed upon us in such a state? I too am not fond of lengthy and tedious speeches, so I have decided to speak candidly. This script is better left unread. With that, Qing acted on his words, crumpling the sheet of paper in his hand and casually tossing it onto the empty ground of the playground. The audience, initially taken aback, responded with a thunderous applause almost instantaneously. A simple emotional engagement transformed the setting into his own stage. Only Shui Miao Miao appeared utterly incredulous. How could this happen? To lose like this? This speech was undoubtedly a resounding success, as the school leaders found Qing to be an intriguing young boy, at the very least remembering his name. The unyielding little girl stealthily slipped out from backstage, seemingly inadvertently approaching the discarded draft. With remarkable speed, she bent down to pick it up, smoothing out the crumpled paper. It was then that Shui Miao Miao discovered. This rascal Qing had not written a script at all. Oh, how cunning. There is no way to triumph over this trickster. Chapter 60. Just now, there were many people outside, and I knelt down for you here. The children in the class gradually chose their seats, and the latecomer Qing sat down with two little girls in the so-called protagonist seat. Positioned at the back, by the window, it was a place reminiscent of a royal homeland. Of course, the choice of this location was not solely based on mere superstition. The primary reason was its proximity to the radiator, ensuring warmth in winter, while in summer it boasted the advantages of fans and curtains. It was truly a coveted territory, warm in winter and cool in summer. These little kids, embarking on their first genuine school experience, had no idea what they were doing, foolishly crowding toward the front row and wall seats, allowing the three of them to easily claim this territory. However, something felt amiss. As Qing glanced around after sitting down, he realized he was entirely surrounded by girls. Oh no, he was encircled by girls. On the first day of school, the essential ice-breaking activity was undoubtedly self-introductions, allowing the teacher to become acquainted with each student's face. They introduced themselves in rows from left to right. Teacher Liu had even set a requirement. No one could be perfunctory, and each person had to say at least 5 sentences, which left little Pei Ning feeling quite distressed. She could dodge speeches, but this time there was no escaping. Attempting to prepare her speech in advance, she found her mind blank when the moment arrived, rendering her unable to recall anything from the previous introductions. As her turn approached, she still hadn't managed to string together 3 sentences. Next, let's invite little Pei Ning to the stage. Can everyone encourage her? The applause startled her, and surrounded by the sound, Pei Ning felt her eyes widen in panic. With a determination akin to facing death, she took a last glance at Qing and Shui Miao Miao. Little brother Qing, if I don't come back, please tell my mom. I love her. Her nonsensical words struck Qing's funny bone, and the little girl seemed to slip into a daydream. Like a robot lacking lubrication, she approached the podium with a stuttering gait, nervously beginning, I am Pei Ning, a graduate of Binhai Kindergarten. Why excel at this? For her, self-introduction was undoubtedly a monumental challenge, perhaps even more daunting than the entrance exam. Without Qing beside her providing support, she felt as though she had lost her language editor, leaving her to stammer aimlessly. The little girl frowned, appearing utterly lost on the stage. Unconsciously, she glanced towards Qing, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Help me, Mr. Su. What a predicament. I shall assist you. The boy from a distance mouthed words to her, and with her keen eyes and their mutual understanding, she managed to decipher his hints. I excel at badminton, and my favorite thing is Qing. Yet, there was a slight twist to her words. Upon hearing the latter part, he widened his eyes in shock. While everyone puzzled over what Qing could be, the little girl quickly dashed back to her seat, her eyes filled with gratitude towards him. Meanwhile, the teacher, glancing at the list in her hand, suddenly chuckled upon seeing the name beneath Pei Ning, none other than the subject of everyone's discussion, Qing. As he made his way to the stage, his expression was one of embarrassment, hearing whispered comments from his classmates. Wow, that's right. He asked the Su Qing who just spoke at the opening ceremony. I told you, Su Qing is nothing special. It turns out he is in our class. Upon hearing this, the boy nearly stumbled in disbelief. He strongly suspected that this unnamed classmate was mocking him, but he had no proof. Hey, look, why is he sitting with us girls? Someone noticed the peculiarity and began chatting with their newly acquainted desk partner about it. Exactly, and don't boys typically dislike playing with girls? Why did Pei Ning say she likes him? Though the classroom was not large, compared to the usual 40 to 50 students crammed into a class, the 36 students in this elite class made it feel quite spacious. Once on the podium, Su Qing could distinctly observe everyone's little actions. He also noticed something intriguing. There seemed to be an invisible line dividing the boys and girls, who naturally sat apart, avoiding interaction. This appeared to be an unspoken rule among the children. This created a stark contrast for Su Qing, the lone black sesame seed in a bag of white sesame seeds. Some boys were already casting him looks of disdain, as if he were a traitor. Most parents in this era had a conservatively traditional approach to shaping their children and Oppo's values, often bordering on feudal remnants. A similar situation had occurred in kindergarten, where children instinctively believed mingling with girls was undesirable, often teased about losing their masculinity or becoming overly sentimental. Perhaps this was simply a hallmark of the times, in contrast to his original, creative speech at the school-wide assembly. Su Qing's self-introduction was rather mundane. I, along with Pei Ning and Xue Miao, hail from Binhai Kindergarten and are the best of friends. I also hope to make more like-minded friends at experimental primary school. Thank you. After bowing, Su Qing intended to leave the podium, but teacher Lu placed a hand on his shoulder, halting him. Without uttering a word, she kept him by her side until Xue Miao completed her introduction, at which point she revealed her true intention. Having ranked first in the entrance exam and left a profound impression during the assembly, I, as your teacher, nominate them for the positions of class monitor and vice monitor. Do you all agree? Though it was phrased as a question, it felt as though the matter was settled, leaving no opportunity for others to contest. According to school regulations, the election of class officers should be conducted fairly through voting. However, under the invisible pressure of teacher Lu's authority, whether they agreed or not, all hands were raised. How could this not be considered a form of democracy? All right, since everyone agrees, let us congratulate the two on their successful election as class monitors. Teacher, who is the actual class monitor, me or Su Qing? You didn't clarify. Excited to engage Su Qing in a new round of competition, Xue Miao's enthusiasm was evident, while the boy appeared distinctly disinterested. You two can sort that out among yourselves. Next were the elections for the learning committee, various subject representatives, and other roles, with everyone encouraged to volunteer and participate in a secret ballot. After sending the two back to their seats, they were immediately met with encouragement and playful banter from their classmates. Su Qing humbly expressed a desire to work together, while Xue Miao basked in the newfound adoration of her peers. Class monitor, please be gentle with me in the future. Can you collect my homework last? Class monitor Miao. You're so pretty. Can we be friends? As the class monitor, I feel it is my duty to unite my classmates and foster mutual assistance. Without considering whether I could fulfill their requests, I impulsively agreed to everything. Over there, Xue Miao found herself surrounded by others, while Pei Ning, puzzled by the situation, quietly whispered to Su Qing about her confusion. Brother Qing, what does a class monitor do? Is it fun? Observing that no one else was paying attention, he leaned closer and revealed the harsh truth. If you take it seriously, you'll be seen as the teacher's lapdog. If you don't, you'll be scolded. It's thankless work with no rewards. Dogs wouldn't even do it. Pei Ning was perplexed. If Brother Qing painted the role of class monitor in such a negative light, why did Xue Miao seem so enthusiastic? Miao is quite a peculiar child. Hello, everyone. I would like to be the representative for Chinese class. Could you please vote for me? Pretty please. A little girl in front turned around to solicit votes. Pei Ning, uncertain about whom to choose, inquired her name and promptly cast her vote for her. Thank you, Ning. You are simply adorable. No need to thank me. Hee. Great. Since you called Pei Ning cute, we are all in agreement. Su Qing also cast his vote for her. Thank you for the endorsement, class monitor. I will selflessly serve the people and diligently cooperate with your work. With that, she beamed and saluted him. The intricate web of alliances within the elite class began to take shape, with Su Qing's small group firmly taking control of the power dynamics. The next step in their plan was tentatively set, to undermine Teacher Liu. Though it was declared as the first day of school, no actual classes would be held. The primary task was to have the students conduct a thorough cleaning and distribute the new textbooks. Once these tasks were completed, it would be close to noon, and school would be dismissed. With boys and girls working together, the class monitor organized the boys to carry the books while the girls focused on cleaning the classroom. All right, the books are numerous and heavy, and first-grade students lack the strength, so we must rely on speed. With a group of over a dozen making multiple trips, they eventually piled the books in the classroom, resembling a small mountain. Shui Miao Miao was the only girl in the book-carrying team. As a pampered young lady, she certainly lacked the strength. Each time, she merely pretended to help, carrying only a few books, effectively coasting on the efforts of others. Moreover, she secretly influenced her classmates to do the same. Brother Qing, after the book transport was successfully completed, Shui Miao Miao intercepted Su Qing in the fire escape on the route back to the classroom. The rivalry between the class monitor and vice monitor was far from over. In an effort to persuade Su Qing, she softened her demeanor and began to ingratiate herself, without elaborating on the shoulder massages and leg rubs. Even her voice transformed into a saccharine tone. Brother Qing, I beg you, let me be the head class monitor. What a stark contrast. It resembled that joke. There were too many people outside just now. Now, I'm here kneeling before you. Chapter 61. Su Qing and Amp. Oppos. As undertakings, the school days seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness. In the blink of an eye, several months had elapsed. Significant events unfolded both in Huaxia and at home. With the public launch of the game Legend on September 28th, the internet CAF business experienced a new surge in popularity. Su's father officially transitioned from one pit of despair into another, even deeper one. Countless times, Su's mother lamented the need to take him to a rehabilitation center for internet addiction, but it was only through Su Qing's tearful pleas that his father's fate was spared. With a son like him, Su's father must surely find joy in secret. On October 7th, during the match between the national football team and Oman, a decisive goal was scored, allowing the national team to qualify for the World Cup 2 round ahead of schedule. This also foreshadowed a substantial lottery income for Su Qing. Although this windfall of over 100,000 yuan might not drastically change their family circumstances, it was money that could not be ignored. Life continued as usual. Under the persistent urging of Shui Miao Miao, Su Qing finally agreed to relinquish the class monitor position to the young girl. She was simply too eager to advance. Little did he know, this was all part of her cunning scheme. She feigned weakness, and once her plan was successfully executed, she flipped the script on Su Qing with a complete change in demeanor, abandoning any pretense of previous affection. Shui Miao Miao, taking advantage of her slightly elevated status, began to boss him around, commanding him to perform various tasks at will. Initially, in those early days, Shui Miao Miao's lips were stretched into a grin that reached her ears. This feeling was utterly delightful. However, Su Qing was far from falling for her tactics. He played the role of obediently complying on the surface while doing nothing in reality. This led to her, the grand class monitor, being perpetually overwhelmed. Every morning upon arriving at school, she had to collect homework and compel reluctant classmates to clean up. Failure to comply would result in deductions from their class's quantitative score during inspections by upperclassmen. A low score would jeopardize their chances of being selected for the young pioneers in the future. Determined not to fall behind, Shui Miao Miao had long since devised a plan to achieve her childhood aspirations, including being among the first selected as a proud young pioneer. Su Qing is my deputy. You must help me maintain class discipline. Shui Miao Miao diligently assisted her classmates in cleaning, showcasing her significant growth since entering elementary school. In stark contrast, the other deputy monitor was often found lazily slumped over at her desk, lacking the vitality expected of youth. She even relied on Pei Xining to complete her assignments, justifying it as a means to deepen her understanding of the material and prepare for midterm exams. Shui Miao Miao observed Su Qing from a distance, who seemed to bask in the attention of the young girl, exhibiting no trace of guilt. She felt a sense of shame at being associated with him. Su Qing, stop pretending to be dead. Someone will come to check on cleanliness soon. You need to organize your boys to start cleaning. Since both were class monitors, they had naturally divided their responsibilities early on. Shui Miao Miao managed the girls, while Su Qing oversaw the boys. However, he often approached his duties with a lackadaisical attitude. The boys, relishing his demeanor, no longer viewed Su Qing as an adversary, but rather as their leader. The boys' acceptance of Su Qing stemmed from an incident involving their stern math teacher. The teacher was a serious, seasoned educator with a reputation for strict discipline, often resorting to corporal punishment for incomplete assignments. As a result, the entire class, including Shui Miao Miao, held a healthy fear of her. However, she distinctly favored Su Qing, treating him with the affection typically reserved for a cherished grandson. Whenever class commenced, her demeanor would transform, exuding warmth and kindness towards him. Far removed from her usual strict persona, Su Qing cleverly utilized her fondness to extricate several boys from the impending punishment. He believed that a verbal reprimand sufficed, and physical punishment was excessive. His boldness in confronting the class's common adversary, coupled with the influence of popular films like Gangster, inspired the children to form alliances. Thus, in a twist of fate, Su Qing once again ascended to the status of leader among the boys. The very title clung to him like a stubborn stain, and even recalling the events left Su Qing speechless. Had he known, he would have refrained from intervening. Su Qing, what are you thinking? Don't ignore me. Shui Miao Miao stomped over to his desk and playfully tugged at one of his ears. She was careful to exert just the right amount of pressure, ensuring it was not painful. Reluctantly, he stood up, sighing at the sight of this young lady, who had been so thoroughly influenced by the school environment that her critical thinking seemed to have waned, yet she wore an air of pride. Tugging your ear is my royal privilege granted by Aunt Sue, so you mustn't be angry. She extended a slender finger, poking his nose, transforming it into a comical pig's snout, much to her amusement. Before Su Qing could respond, the girls seated in front and behind began to stir with excitement. Ever since they occupied their seats, they had incessantly engaged in discussions about their favorite pairings, splitting into factions, the Qingmiao faction and the Qingming faction, each fervently defending their preferences. Today appeared to be a triumphant day for the Qingmiao faction. Hey, does this mean you've met Brother Qing's parents? The ambiguity in her words was evident, crafted to ensnare Shui Miao Miao in a playful trap. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the implications and candidly affirmed, yes. My mother says we've known each other since we were babies. Wow. The revelation sparked even more lively gossip among them, filling the morning air with joy. After a moment, as Shui Miao Miao processed the information, her cheeks flushed as she engaged in a spirited debate, insisting that this encounter was entirely different and emphasizing their special bond as childhood sweethearts, which elicited laughter from her peers. As the classroom buzzed with merriment, the first class was about to commence. Su Qing finally sauntered over to the boys to collect their homework. Perhaps due to his lax leadership or the sheer volume of assignments in the accelerated class, these young students had already begun neglecting their homework at home. Such behavior was unacceptable. As the deputy monitor, he felt compelled to address this troubling trend. Brother Qing, can I copy your math homework? I can't possibly finish 2 pages of practice problems. A frail boy with a woeful expression called out to Su Qing, shocked to find that the once top student with thick glasses had succumbed to bad habits as well. Here you go. Just remember to make a few mistakes. And make sure you pay attention in class. The boy felt a rush of gratitude as Su Qing handed over his homework. To have the class monitor risk his own standing to help him was the true essence of brotherly camaraderie. You're the best, Brother Qing. Next time, I'll help you with your homework. Su Qing merely smiled and remained silent, while Pei Sinning, who had been covertly observing, reacted quite strongly. How dare that infuriating boy attempt to snatch my Xiao Qing Gige away? It is my duty to safeguard Xiao Qing Gige's assignments. It seemed a similar situation had befallen Shui Miao Miao, as she clutched a stack of collected homework, intending to return to her seat. She was intercepted by a slightly plump girl. Class monitor, could I borrow a copy of your homework to copy? Typically, Xue Miao Miao, renowned for her strict demeanor, had often been the subject of whispers among those unfamiliar with her, who referred to her as the teacher's pet, suggesting that Su Qing would be a more suitable class monitor. She had overheard such remarks before, leaving her deeply saddened and perplexed about her shortcomings. Thus, Xue Miao Miao felt an internal conflict as she hesitantly handed over her practice book. Don't forget to return everything once you're done. Understood, teacher. The clandestine act was caught by the teacher on the spot, nearly bringing Xue Miao Miao to tears, feeling utterly unfortunate. The teacher might consider her a troublesome child, potentially stripping her of her class monitor position and reinstating Su Qing above her. Would that not render her previous efforts utterly futile? No, please, not this. Teacher Lu, appearing to have just arrived at school, still bore her bag on her shoulder, yet to place in the office. With a stern expression, she instructed Xue Miao Miao and the girl to wait in the office. Like a soulless husk, Xue Miao Miao lowered her head and walked silently toward the classroom door, seemingly resigned to her fate. Just then, voices arose again in the classroom. Why am I the only one being called? Su Qing did the same. He had been organizing a pile of homework on his desk when his name was called, looking up in bewilderment. Upon hearing the full statement, he regarded the girl who had audaciously reported him with an expression akin to having consumed something foul. Su Qing and teacher Lu exchanged awkward glances, managing a sheepish smile. Unsurprisingly, he too was summoned to the office for a lesson. This unexpected twist of fate, reminiscent of a farcical scenario, had befallen him. Truly, what an ironic turn of events. Standing at the door, Xue Miao Miao began to quietly sob, her tears flowing when she noticed Su Qing approaching to comfort her, instantly lifting her spirits. Her nose was running, producing bubbles of considerable size. Chapter 62. The first midterm examination, the student sat upright, facing the warm examination papers still exuding a faint scent of ink. The atmosphere in the rocket class was unusually tranquil. The midterm examination at the primary school level was hardly formal. It merely involved spacing out the previously aligned desks to prevent cheating, without any rearrangement of seating or mixed class testing. Due to a recent scandal that had caught her red-handed, Xue Miao Miao, the class monitor, could not escape the disciplinary measures imposed by their homeroom teacher. Yet, the repercussions were more bark than bite. Her position remained intact. According to teacher Lu, they were now in a probationary period. Should Xue Miao Miao's performance falter during the midterm exam, the role of class monitor would be handed over to Su Qing. This tactic was undeniably astute, as it demonstrated her profound understanding of Xue Miao Miao's character. Truly, teacher Lu, capable of leading the rocket class, possessed an impressive grasp of human nature and social dynamics, applying these insights effectively in her class management. Simply suspending Xue Miao Miao from her duties would cause her discomfort for a while, but she would eventually forget it. However, the idea of Su Qing taking her place was far more unbearable, akin to a death sentence. In the following days, Xue Miao Miao embarked on a relentless journey of self-competition, to the extent that she no longer accompanied Pei Xining to the restroom. This shift indicated her complete immersion in her studies, temporarily rejecting all forms of entertainment. Every effort was directed toward the day of reckoning, the exam, a pivotal moment determining success or failure. Yet, a slight misfortune appeared on the horizon. Since arriving at school during the early study period, Xue Miao Miao's face had been flushed, and she lay on her desk, devoid of energy. She did not even greet Su Qing and Pei Xining, despite her usual emphasis on politeness. Su Qing immediately sensed something was amiss, and, considering it was the peak season for autumn flu, suspected Xue Miao Miao had fallen ill. She was escorted to school daily by her mother, who, given her mother's affection, could hardly have overlooked her daughter's unusual condition. The truth was evident. Su Qing boldly surmised that Xue Miao Miao had insisted on attending school for the exam. After all, having put in so much effort only to falter at the finish line, how could a determined child like Xue Miao Miao accept such defeat? Drink more hot water, Su Qing suggested, placing her water bottle on Xue Miao Miao's desk. With a silly smile, Xue Miao Miao muttered a thank you before returning to rest her head. Something was definitely off. She appeared dazed, perhaps even feverish. Gently lifting her head, Su Qing placed his palm on her forehead, which felt quite hot. Perhaps you should take a sick leave. Even if you take the exam, you won't be able to perform at your true potential. No. Qing, do you think I am foolish? Don't try to deceive me. I'm quite clever. She proudly pointed at her flushed cheeks, seemingly unaware of her condition. If I don't take the exam, wouldn't that mean you win without a fight? Her words flowed effortlessly. Yet it was perplexing how her tongue remained agile despite her fever. All right, I suppose I'm the villain here. But you are unwell. If it becomes unbearable, just tell me, and I'll take you to see the teacher. Who is sick? I'm not sick. Her defiance echoed that of a drunken man who, despite staggering, insisted he was sober, a most fitting metaphor. After such declarations, Shui Miao Miao once again laid her head on the desk, and Qing, unable to engage her in conversation, soon found the exam commencing. To Qing, the questions appeared even simpler than those from the entrance examination, devoid of any additional challenges. He completed his answers with ease. Attempting to submit his paper early, he was predictably rebuffed by the supervising teacher, Liu. Resigned, he slumped back into his seat, idly staring in Shui Miao Miao's direction, still concerned for the feverish girl. However, she seemed to experience a resurgence of energy, vigorously writing on her paper without pause. Had her brief rest been a strategy to conserve strength? Qing was bewildered but impressed. Suddenly, an unusual noise broke the silence, emanating from Pei Xining's direction. Although the examination rules prohibited looking around, Qing enjoyed a good rapport with teacher Liu, so he turned to observe. The little girl, furrowing her brow, appeared to be grappling with a particularly challenging question. Meanwhile, her mouth was busy, nibbling on her pencil like a small hamster. With his keen eyes, Qing noticed that the pencil's end was riddled with various bite marks, clearly made by her little incisors. If memory served, it was his pencil. Amused, he began to observe Pei Xining as she engaged in her myriad of subconscious gestures, finding them quite entertaining. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, her eyes lit up. She excitedly wobbled in her seat, smiling as she wrote her thoughts on the reading comprehension task. In a moment of delight, Pei Xining even playfully licked the wooden edge of the pencil, savoring a strangely familiar, refreshing scent. Her attention abruptly diverted. The little girl began to ponder the source of the aroma. It seemed reminiscent of mint, but where have I encountered this scent before? The answer felt tantalizingly close, yet Pei Xining could not grasp it. Thus, she remained fixated on the pencil tip, contemplating for a considerable time, until the teacher's voice broke her reverie. There is half an hour left in the exam. Please be mindful of the time, and do not forget to write your name and student ID. This reminder jolted Pei Xining back to reality. To her dismay, she noticed half a page of her Chinese exam remained untouched. Oh no, this is terrible. In her fluster, she accidentally knocked the eraser to the floor, which Qing had previously given her. Thank you, Brother Qing. Qing, do not disturb others. Whispering is not allowed during the exam. As she took the eraser from him, Pei Xining was promptly called out by the teacher, her expression morphing into one of shock, unable to utter a single word. Refocusing on her paper, Pei Xining was startled to discover that the last essay analysis question was identical to one she had encountered in her practice exercises. Thanks to Qing's encouragement, having tackled this question twice before, she had a vivid recollection of it. A triumphant smile broke across her face. She did not need to ponder, simply transcribing the correct answer from her memory onto the exam sheet. I knew it. Brother Qing could never be merely malicious. He genuinely cares about my studies. He truly does. I could just cry. To become a qualified childhood companion, she had to learn the art of self-encouragement. Since the beginning of the semester, Qing had not completed any assignments. Yet here Pei Xining found herself grateful to him. Once the exam concluded and papers were submitted, there would be another math test in half an hour. During the break, the little girl sat in her seat, playfully shaking the pencil, now marred by her bite marks, revealing her relaxed state of mind. However, in the next moment, a hand forcefully snatched the pen from Pei Xining's grasp. Startled, she lifted her gaze and found Qing, clad in a blue and white school uniform, standing beside her with a mischievous grin. The morning sunlight illuminated his face, casting a charming contour on his still slightly chubby cheeks. Despite their long acquaintance, Pei Siling could not help but find Su Qing utterly adorable, even more so than herself, rivaling the charm of Xuan Miao Miao. Though they possessed distinct styles, both radiated a dazzling brilliance, leaving her, who was shielded between them, feeling remarkably ordinary and inconspicuous. Being in the company of such exceptional individuals inevitably led Pei Siling to frequently experience a sense of inferiority. Yet, this was a mere underestimation of herself. She was indeed among the most outstanding of her peers. Pei Siling was on the verge of slipping back into self-doubt when she once again scrutinized Su Qing. At that moment, the pencil he held, its dark green exterior glistening faintly under the sun due to a touch of saliva, caught her attention. Is there something wrong with this pencil? Pei Siling still failed to grasp the crux of the situation. Is my pencil delicious? Before the thought could fully form, a rosy hue crept across her cheeks, even more vibrant than the flushed face of Xuan Miao Miao. Were this a world of anime, Pei Siling would surely be enveloped in steam, shyly curling up into a ball at this moment. Chapter 63. Little rascal, look in my eyes. Xuan Miao Miao seemed utterly defeated, her spirit waning as she lay slumped over her desk, her complexion ashen and her eyes brimming with unshed tears. It appeared that her fever had intensified, rendering her dazed throughout the examination. The outcome of her efforts was all but predictable. She was bound to fail. Alas, such misfortune. In stark contrast, her peers, merrily packing their bags, reveled in the joy of having no classes in the afternoon following the exam. Having grown close to the boys, they casually extended an invitation to Su Qing. Hey, Su Ge, would you like to go roller skating at Riverside Square? There is so much to do there. Su Qing politely declined with a smile, and they paid no mind to his refusal. After exchanging farewells, they dashed out of the classroom, leaving only their fleeting silhouettes behind. The senior students, burdened with an additional English exam, remained in the classroom, basking in the envious gazes of their juniors. The midday sun seemed less oppressive, and the gentle breeze bestowed a sense of freedom upon them. Su Qing once belonged to their ranks, yet now he was accompanied by someone of greater significance. Upon reflection, perhaps Su Qing and his former classmates were not so different after all. Both were simply indulging in their desires. As the classroom emptied, only the three of them remained, alongside a plump girl with long bangs obscuring her face, whose identity eluded Su Qing. Just as he pondered her presence, Teacher Lu entered, her wide eyes surveying the nearly deserted room. Where's everyone gone? Normally, Xuan Miao Miao would be explaining the situation as the class monitor, but her feeble state rendered her immobile. All she yearned for was a comfortable sleep, wishing to awaken before the exam, hoping fervently that this day was merely a dream. You mentioned we would have half a day today and that we would leave school right after the exam. Is it possible for me to organize your departure instead of you leaving on your own? Her gaze fell upon her two diligent assistants, one of whom was dreadfully lazy, while the other lacked finesse in managing relationships. Just as well that you haven't left. Would you like to engage in something enjoyable? With a snap of her fingers, she concocted a brilliant idea. The towering stack of papers in her office was overwhelming, and here were 3 willing hands to assist her. Would you care to help me grade papers? It simply involves checking answers against the key with a red pen. What do you say? After all, it is often said that exams are a teacher's weapon, and grades are a student's lifeline. She believed no child could resist such an enticing opportunity to wield influence over another's fate. Instantly, Xuan Miao Miao was ensnared by the proposition. As she feigned sleep, the mere mention of the task jolted her upright, resembling a zombie struggling to rise from the dead. Fool! Su Qing playfully tapped her on the head, prompting her to let out a pained yelp and collapse back onto the desk, unable to rise again. Do you remember the vow made at the end of Chapter 3? Better late than never. Teacher, you cannot deceive us into doing your work. We learned long ago that one must tend to their own affairs. Ah, cough cough, dear Su Qing, please do not regard me in such a negative light. I wish to let them help, but I wouldn't dream of preventing them from doing so. Her words echoed the classic rhetoric of a goddess manipulating her admirers. Yet Su Qing could see through her facade. Her experience was insufficient. Exactly. Xuan Miao Miao mumbled in agreement, burying her face in her arms. The girl in the back chuckled at the playful exchange between Su Qing and teacher Lu, surprised by the camaraderie shared among the class monitor, vice monitor, and teacher. Hey, Sun Ningning, why haven't you gone home yet? Lu noticed her only now, as she had been bent over organizing her belongings. Situated at the back of the room against the wall. By the way, you can start preparing for the bulletin board. Gather a few more hands to help. Just inform me when you do. With a sly glance at Su Qing, she hatched a plan. For instance, Su Qing would be perfect for writing on the blackboard. Then I want to join too. As anticipated, Su Qing found himself coerced into participating in an activity, and his ever-attached companion, Pei Sinung, would surely accompany him. Mission accomplished. Even the exhausted Shui Miao Miao weakly raised her arm, signaling her desire to partake. Thank you. Thank you, teacher, and thank you, class monitor and Sinung, for your assistance. Having expressed her gratitude, Su Qing was left with no choice but to cast a bemused glance at teacher Lu, silently conveying his discontent. Working on the bulletin board is fine, but we must leave now. Miao Miao is unwell, and we need to take her home. What? No wonder Miao Miao has been so subdued since entering. I thought it was merely exhaustion from the exam, but it seems she is truly ill. Should we take her to the infirmary, or perhaps directly to the hospital? In 2016, the Health Committee prohibited schools and village clinics from administering intravenous drips. Yet the elementary school's infirmary was still equipped to do so. Teacher Lu's first instinct was to send Shui Miao Miao for treatment. But she quickly recalled the subpar performance of the infirmary's staff and reconsidered. Previously, a student had undergone a grueling experience of 6 needle pricks before finally receiving the correct placement, resulting in tears. Since then, students had only sought minor treatments for cuts and bruises, and no one dared to request an injection again. Then you should hurry along. If Miao Miao is severely ill, please take leave and do not attend school in such a condition. Understood, teacher. She regretted the day's ordeal, realizing it was entirely unnecessary. As they exited the campus, Pei Sinung and Su Qing supported her, drawing curious glances from passers-by who speculated about the ailing girl being assisted. In any other circumstance, Shui Miao Miao would have felt mortified, but at that moment, her heart swelled with gratitude. Cough, cough, Su Qing and Sinung. I feel so fortunate to have you both as friends. The boy produced a new disposable mask from seemingly nowhere, carefully placing it over Shui Miao Miao's face. With all this coughing, you might lose your voice. Don't spread your illness to us. Summoning unexpected strength, Shui Miao Miao steadied herself, gazing intently into Su Qing's eyes. Little rascal, look into my eyes. If I'm contagious, then let us both succumb together. Chapter 64. Bulletin board. As the physical education teacher at the experimental primary school, Chao Yong's job could hardly be described as demanding. Most days, he found himself exempt from teaching, as the core subject teachers had already assigned responsibilities well before the semester commenced. On this particular day, however, with the main subject teachers preoccupied with grading papers, he seized a rare opportunity to engage this group of young children in some physical exercise. Once the bell rang for class, he led them through a series of simple warm-up exercises. This generation of delicate primary school students were all only children, cherished and protected by their parents. No accidents could be allowed to happen. After completing the warm-ups, he began to take attendance. Logically, one would expect the children to clamor for participation in his physical education class. Skipping would be unthinkable. Yet, as he counted, he found 4 students absent. How could this be? Counting again, he wondered if his long-dormant brain was failing him. Report, he announced. Su Qing, Pei Sinung, Shui Miao Miao, and in Sun, what was it? A student skipped class to work on the bulletin board? What? His dismay was palpable. It turned out the student often seen mingling with girls had chosen to absent himself, other than the entrance examination and a few rare physical education classes. He had occasionally encountered Su Qing while playing badminton at the sports hall. They had played a couple of matches, all ending with Chao Yong's substantial victories as the teacher. Thus, he had been eagerly awaiting a spirited match with Su Qing at school, a welcome diversion from his otherwise mundane day. He had even donned his sneakers early and grabbed his racket, only to be met with such disappointing news. Well, perhaps he was merely itching to showcase his skills against a novice. Thoughts of dominating primary school students filled his mind, which now felt rather petty. You mean Su Qing skipped physical education class for the bulletin board? This was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. In the next instant, he felt as disheveled as a frostbitten eggplant, his shoulders sagging under the weight of disappointment, and his bag of sporting goods fell to the ground with a thud. A few shuttlecocks that had been carelessly stored in the school and Oppo's warehouse rolled across the plastic grass of the playground. The fleeting moment of a man's helplessness struck him as his promising badminton partner had been so easily swept away, and with the teacher's permission, no less so. How wicked these core subject teachers were. They not only commandeered class time, but now obstructed his plans for the day. Fuming, he stomped his foot, sending numerous black rubber pellets flying, causing the boys in the front row to scramble for cover. Teacher, you used bad words. Good children shouldn't speak that way. TSK, he lamented his miscalculation. If an observant individual caught wind of this scene, his class would indeed be rendered futile. The experimental primary school had stringent expectations for its teachers. Cursing during class could lead to salary and bonus deductions, exacerbating his already meager finances. With frustration boiling over, Chow Yong gazed at the young children before him, growing increasingly irked. Now that we've warmed up, let us begin the testing. Boys will run 500 meters, girls 400 meters, to the track. It was an unmistakable act of personal vengeance, yet the students could do little in retaliation. Amidst the chorus of complaints, they reluctantly lined up at the starting line, grimacing as they assumed their positions. Though they grumbled, their bodies remained obedient. At the sound of the whistle, they began to circle the track, internally grumbling that they would rather be seated in the classroom learning mathematics and language arts. Meanwhile, they envied Su Qing and the others who had evaded the running track. In comparison, drawing in the classroom seemed blissful. The sunlit campus in the early morning cast a warm glow through the gleaming windows onto the blackboard at the back of the classroom, revealing its deep green hue. The wind rustled the leaves, producing a soothing sound, as Sun Ningning and Xue Miao Miao engaged in a spirited discussion about the bulletin board draft. Oh, and beside them was Pei Sinung, the silent mascot. Initially, one might have assumed Sun Ningning to be a socially anxious character akin to Pei Sinung. However, once the topic of drawing arose, she transformed into a veritable social butterfly. Even Xue Miao Miao, the only socialite among the trio, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Autumn who is thinking of me so early? Su Qing sneezed and rubbed his nose, and immediately, Xue Miao Miao handed him a pack of tissues. Ever since he had fallen ill, she had taken to carrying tissues in her pocket for emergencies, and it seemed to serve a dual purpose of boosting Su Qing's favor. The exam had taken place on a Monday, and it wasn't until that Friday that Su Qing saw Xue Miao Miao again. She had taken 3 consecutive sick days. Despite her mild symptoms, she had pushed herself too hard, leading to a high fever that required 2 days in the hospital and an additional day of rest at home. As she humorously remarked, she had nearly kicked the bucket. Finally back at school, she was met with the task of creating the bulletin board. Though she had initially agreed when the teacher mentioned it, she seemed to have forgotten, gazing at Su Qing with an inquisitive look. Is that true? It appeared that her fever had muddled her memory. Su Qing had never studied art and held no interest in it, opting instead to remain seated and await instructions. After a brief interval, he observed a rough draft sketched on A4 paper, simply divided into sections with lines and labels. Su Qing signaled his understanding. After all, he was merely a poor writer. The artistic endeavor should be left to the talented young girls. With only 45 minutes for class, their painting time was limited. The initial discussions and drafting had already consumed a significant portion of that time, leaving insufficient time for completion. Yet this suited Su Qing just fine. He was delighted to have such an opportunity to relax. He lounged on the bench, watching the girls stand on stools or desks, using colored chalk to enlarge the sketches on their drafts. What he initially assumed would be hasty scribbles surprisingly resulted in a commendable half-finished product. Given that the theme centered on the sports meet, it naturally included various sports icons: soccer, basketball, volleyball, and badminton. However, with only these, the board still appeared too bare, prompting them to embellish it with flowers, clouds, and medals. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. The more space they filled with illustrations, the less he would need to write. Krika. The blackboard was still a bit high for these little ones, To reach the upper sections, they had to stand on their desks, tiptoeing. Shui Miao Miao was just about to do the same. However, whenever she looked down at the floor, a debilitating fear would surge through her legs, rendering her unable to move. The little girl had a fear of heights. Not to mention, the desk emitted a groaning sound under the strain, intensifying her fear that it might collapse. Her imagination spiraled, conjuring vivid images of herself tumbling to the ground, splattered like tomato sauce. Thus, Shui Miao Miao was paralyzed by fear, opting instead to squat on the desk, too terrified to move. However, how could she, as the class monitor, allow herself to be the one dragging the team down? Her gaze shifted towards Su Qingling, and a brilliant idea struck her. Su Qing, please come and assist me. By the time she approached Su's desk, Shui Miao Miao finally mustered the courage to stand up again. Seeing you idle, I and Oppos. VE found some work for you. Just help me steady this table. Yes, yes, she replied, feigning reluctance. Yet her hands diligently supported the table leg, preventing it from tilting or wobbling. This moment revealed Shui Miao Miao's true feelings, as she felt reassured with Su Qing by her side. Yet, how could the proud little girl ever vocalize such sentiments? Chapter 65, You actually did this behind my back. As the bell rang, the children, exhausted from the grueling physical education class, returned to the classroom. The once refreshing air was quickly tainted by the odor of sweat. The bulletin board work was momentarily paused, and the borrowed desks and chairs were returned to their rightful places, meticulously cleaned. Once seated, Shui Miao Miao wrinkled her nose and leaned closer to Su Qing, her eyes clearly expressing disdain. In contrast, Pei Sinung maintained an air of indifference. During the badminton class and their extracurricular activities, the students had perspired far more than during a mere physical education session, and she was nearly accustomed to the scent. After all, it was a natural consequence of human physiology, unavoidable in essence. Perhaps only the particularly fastidious Shui Miao Miao would exhibit such sensitivity to it. What are you doing so close to me? Su Qing, engrossed in doodling on a piece of scrap paper, was momentarily disturbed by Shui Miao Miao and Oppos as presents. Without turning his head, he attempted to push her away, muttering, "It stinks." She leaned closer to his ear, whispering her grievances. Her emotional intelligence somewhat lacking, but still present enough to know that such words were not meant to be spoken aloud. Sweating is perfectly normal. I sweat much more than they do after playing badminton. Are you going to complain about me when that time comes? She posed this teasing question, only to be met with silence from Shui Miao Miao. Sensing something amiss, Su Qing set down his pencil and turned to look, only to find Shui Miao Miao slightly blushing. Wait, why are you blushing? The changes on the blackboard were so pronounced that they could not be overlooked. After gulping down some water, still catching his breath, they began discussing animatedly. Is my drawing really that good? The artwork on the blackboard is impressive. Indeed, our class's art representative is quite talented. I just passed by another class's bulletin board, and oh, it was simply unbearable to look at. At this elementary school stage, children held a strong sense of identity with their class, particularly among their elite group. Their unity surpassed all expectations. For those at this age, the only forms of comparison were grades and awards bestowed by the school, and the bulletin boards could be considered among them. A class with an attractive bulletin board could boast about it, while one that resembled scribbles would inevitably face ridicule. How dull, you might think, but that was precisely the reality. In an era before the prevalence of online gaming, elementary students were simply this way, possessing a pure, endearing innocence untouched by the mundane world. During the afternoon class meeting, as all the teachers were summoned for a meeting, the entire building felt as if it had been unsealed from a spell. The raucous noise from the neighboring class could be heard within their own. However, the students, exhibiting commendable self-control, diligently worked on their assignments, some quietly engaging in a game of Gamoku in their notebooks, ensuring not to disturb others. This was largely thanks to Shui Miao Miao's presence at the podium, making their class the only oasis of tranquility in the building. The supervising teacher had even praised them. Ahem, everyone, let's keep this up. When Teacher Liu returns and sees us so quiet, she will undoubtedly be pleased. The collective response was a cheerful yes. After all, Finishing homework at school meant they could indulge in playtime at home without delay, a simple truth they quickly grasped. Shui Miao Miao felt a wave of joy at being able to manage the class discipline in place of the teacher, a sense of satisfaction enveloping her as she surveyed the classroom. However, upon noticing her two close classmates' behavior at their desks, she felt a pang of jealousy. Having already submitted her homework to Pei Sineng, Su Qing, free from such concerns, was instead distracting her friend. Not only is he not putting in any effort, but he is also bothering Sinning. Su Qing is truly incorrigible. In truth, it was merely jealousy. The two were huddled together, their heads nearly touching, completely blocking Shui Miao Miao's view of their activities. The classroom door swung open, revealing Teacher Lu, who had been absent for most of the day. "Thank you, Miao Miao, for maintaining order." After expressing her gratitude, Shui Miao Miao eagerly descended from the podium to return to her seat. She was impatient to discover what her two childhood friends were secretly doing behind her back. However, her anticipation was thwarted. The swift movements of two lifelong singletons could hardly be matched by a mere girl. In the blink of an eye, a notebook was swiftly tucked away. "What's wrong, Miao Miao?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Her gaze was fixated on the bookshelf, yet her words contradicted her emotions. Su Qing raised an eyebrow at Pei Sinning, signaling that all was well. The little girl let out a relieved sigh, having feared that the two had prepared a surprise for days that would be discovered. Unaware of the specifics, Shui Miao Miao felt heartbroken at their secretive actions. Although the three of them were the best of friends, the other two now shared a clandestine bond without her. It hurt too much. She wished to perform a handstand, believing it might prevent her tears from falling. "Ahem, everyone, hold off on your assignments for a moment. I have an announcement to make." Chapter 66. Astonishing Wisdom as Expected. The content revolves around the various matters concerning the forthcoming sports event. The autumn sports meet is set to commence next Thursday for a duration of 2 days, and there is an earnest hope for enthusiastic participation. Following this, a lengthy list of events is presented, with participants expected to raise their hands to signify their involvement. Unfortunately, the enthusiasm displayed by the students is rather tepid. Despite her fervent calls, only a mere handful of names appear on the registration sheet. There are instances where the timing is simply unfavorable. Having just completed a 500-meter run that morning, the exhausted elementary school students likely feel queasy at the mere mention of sports. Asking them to voluntarily sign up? Impossible, utterly impossible. "Xiao Qing, would you like to sign up for an event?" whispered Pei Sinning, leaning close to Su Qing's ear. Her inquiry was straightforward. Whatever sport Su Qing chose to participate in, she intended to follow suit. "Foolish girl, the events for boys and girls are separate. Signing up for the same event would be futile," Su Qing pointed out, highlighting the crux of the matter. Sining's eyes widened in shock. "Oh, is that how it is? I've learned something new," she exclaimed, simultaneously relieved that she had refrained from raising her hand prematurely. "I'm only planning to sign up for badminton. I actually encourage you to join in for fun," Su Qing expressed, wishing for her to engage more in activities, not wanting Sinning to remain as withdrawn as she currently was. The sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from standing on the podium is the finest stimulant. Perhaps it could greatly motivate the timid Pei Sinning. To date, Sinning's only friends remain Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao, a fact that Su Qing has observed with concern. "No one in our school can surpass you in our age group. The first place is within easy reach. Treating it as a casual game would be quite enjoyable." I'll think about it," Sinning replied, while Shui Miao Miao, still simmering with anger, listened in with perked ears. On the podium, Teacher Lu continued to read the event list, and when badminton was mentioned, Su Qing raised his hand. This instantly brightened Lu and Appo's expression as she swiftly wrote down Su Qing and Appo's name, inquiring, "Oh, Su Qing, I've always valued you highly. Why not sign up for a few more events? It's all about participation." "No need, teacher," Su Qing responded with a smile. To everyone's surprise, when it came to the girls' events, badminton emerged as the only highly sought-after option, with 3 participants signing up. Sinning panicked, her small hand hovering uncertainly, unsure whether to raise it or not. "Teacher, Pei Sinning wants to sign up for girls and Appo's badminton." Eh. before she could fully comprehend. An external force lifted the little girl into Appo's arm. Sinning, do you truly wish to participate? Teacher Lu asked, concerned it might be a jest among children. It would be unfortunate if the girl were to embarrass herself. Yes, teacher, I want to sign up. All right, I've noted you down. Once all the events were read out, a significant number of spots remained empty on the registration sheet. Teacher Lu, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, inquired again, is there anyone else who wishes to sign up? The classroom fell into an eerie silence, with some students even burying their heads in their desks. Hey, Miao Miao and Su Qing, as class monitors, you should set an example. Shui Miao Miao, seated next to Su Qing, trembled at the prospect, her greatest fear unfolding before her eyes. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Why did I recover from my fever so quickly? If I had known, I would have taken more sick leave. That way, the teacher 1T put you in a bind. Su Qing, just participate in the 50 meters, 100 meters, and 300 meters. Miao Miao, you can sign up for either high jump or long jump. Teacher, do you truly understand what not putting someone in a bind means? Translate that for me, please. As is well known, during sports meets, students are required to sit on chairs near the track on the synthetic grass, thereby drawing the most attention to the running events. This proximity makes it nearly impossible to look away, leading to heightened competition and the burden of feeling embarrassed if one fails to place. Simultaneously, the physical exertion is universally acknowledged as considerable, rendering it an unwelcome event unless participation is mandatory. Thus, few willingly sign up. Meanwhile, Shui Miao Miao's expression turned grim. Since kindergarten, she had always avoided physical activities whenever possible due to her obsession with cleanliness, detesting the sticky feeling of sweat. This aversion has resulted in her having a rather poor constitution and average immunity. After all, she was the only one in class to catch a cold and fever this autumn. What should I do? If I participate, I'll surely embarrass myself. But I can't reject the teacher's reasoning. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she was on the verge of summoning the courage to refuse. Yet, Teacher Lu quickly followed up with, it's all right. Rankings aren't too important. Just filling the slots is sufficient. This left Miao Miao speechless. Faced with such a predicament, Shui Miao Miao reluctantly nodded, managing to squeeze out a few words. Okay, then I will. Her smile was painfully stiff. When school let out, Shui Miao Miao maintained a somber demeanor, biting her thumbnail in silence. Her slender willow leaf brows knitted together, forming a frown. It was the first time Su Qing had seen her look so troubled, which in a way was rather endearing. The other two were busy packing their bags, shoving only the necessary textbooks for their homework into their bags, while leaving the rest in the storage box. Carrying a multitude of books back and forth was simply too cumbersome. The thought of arriving at school with heavy bags day after day raised concerns about whether they would grow shorter from the strain. Dingling the students filed out of the school orderly, leaving the duty students behind to clean. Yes. However, children seldom heed their teachers' words, foolishly lining up in the classroom. One by one, they shouldered their bags and bolted out of the classroom, merging into a sea of students in the hallway, bustling toward the school gates. Only the true champions could be the first to escape. As duty students, Su Qing and Pei Sinong were still slowly tidying up, while a dazed little girl had already mindlessly shouldered her bag and was heading toward the door. Fortunately, Su Qing noticed her before she could slip away. Sinong, Miao Miao wants to skip cleaning. Hurry and catch her. Understood. With a playful salute, Pei Sinong dashed up from behind and seized Shui Miao Miao's hefty bag. The sudden weight felt like a burden of dozens of pounds, rendering her immobile. Yet, she continued to shuffle in place mechanically, muttering, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Xiao Qing, it seems Miao Miao has completely zoned out. Su Qing, broom in hand, found this amusing and leaned closer, shaking her hand to rouse her from her stupor. Hey, why are you daydreaming? You still have cleaning duty today. You can't escape. As she snapped back to reality, tears glistened in Shui Miao Miao's beautiful eyes, ready to spill over. One would almost think Su Qing had bullied her. Su Qing, you're my last hope. Her eyes reflected a desperate longing to maintain her perfect persona. As a class monitor, she had always strived to be flawless, excelling in academics and embodying the ideal student image. a paragon of beauty and grace in the eyes of her peers. Yet, the higher the expectations, the heavier the psychological burden became. Shui Miao Miao's perfect facade was irrevocably shattered, leading her to place all her hopes upon Su Qing. Confronted by such fervent gazes, Su Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. A cool autumn breeze seeped through the window crevices, raising goosebumps along his arms. Although Shui Miao Miao's persona had long since crumbled in his eyes, what was happening now? Was she no longer even pretending? Instinctively, he took a step back, creating a slightly larger safe distance between them. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial action struck a devastating blow, piercing through the last vestiges of her defenses. She thought even Su Qing was about to abandon her. In a desperate bid to retain his attention, Shui Miao Miao attempted to step forward, her small hand reaching out to grasp the hem of his clothing. However, she evidently forgot that Pei Sinian was still behind her, clutching her backpack. As she stumbled, her knees buckled, and she found herself half kneeling on the ground, still gripping Su Qing's garment. "Please don't go. Invincible Su Qing, help me think of a way. I will do anything to avoid embarrassing myself at the sports meet." In this critical moment, Shui Miao Miao unleashed a remarkable surge of wisdom that rendered the other two occupants of the classroom motionless in astonishment. Just then, the classroom door swung open once more. Teacher Lu entered, accompanied by several elementary students wielding mops, capturing this peculiar scene in her gaze. A seismic shift rippled through Su Qing's pupils as he locked eyes with her. Everything was conveyed without words. Although Teacher Lu was somewhat unclear about the situation, she promptly closed the classroom door. She did not comprehend, yet she chose to respect the moment. The students trailing behind her, puzzled, clutched their mops and attempted to enter the classroom, only to be halted by Teacher Lu. "Why can't we go in, teacher?" "Ah, the situation inside is quite intricate. In short, I understand your eagerness, but you must remain patient for now." Inside the classroom, Su Qing and Pei Sinian found themselves in a flurry, trying to assist Shui Miao Miao in rising, yet she resolutely refused. I promise. Please, just get up." If she did not stand soon, both of them would face a social demise together. Chapter 67. Dog Egg Lost Biao Dog Egg early on Saturday. Su Qing had planned to sleep until the sun was high in the sky, but he was abruptly awakened by Shui Miao Miao, who had come to seek his guidance. He intended to bargain with her for a moment, but was promptly pushed out of the house by his mother, who scolded him. "Miao Miao has come all the way here to play with you in the morning, and this is your attitude? Hurry up and go out to accompany her." Su and Appo's father followed suit, holding a half-eaten pancake. "And you, get out and watch the kids. I and Appo's am about to do a thorough cleaning, so you two won't be able to disturb me." "Ah, mother." After dashing to the neighboring building to summon Pei Sinian, the trio successfully reunited for the weekend. It seemed that due to the newly opened city park nearby, children had shifted their gathering place there, leaving the morning exercise facilities devoid of any activity. This was precisely to their advantage. "May the grace of my master be remembered for 1,000 years. I humbly bow to you, my teacher." No need for formalities. A simple apprenticeship ceremony was held on the slide in the community, marking Su Qing's official role as Shui Miao Miao's master. A master of long jump and high jump. It is often said that once a teacher, always a father. Their relationship, however, had grown rather complicated. "Brother Xiaoqing, since I was the first to bow to you as my master, does that mean Miao Miao is now my little sister?" Pei Sinian initiated a pivotal moment, resulting in Shui Miao Miao taking on 100 of the damage. What? Sinian, you secretly bowed to Su Qing as your master without me knowing? How many secrets are you hiding from me?" The girl produced a small handkerchief from somewhere and bit down on it in frustration, amplifying the scent of her disappointment. Coughing, Su Qing interjected, "This is all beside the point, Miao Miao. You should focus on your training, or you will surely embarrass yourself at the sports meet." All right. Her previously uplifting mood was swiftly overshadowed by clouds of anxiety at the thought of the upcoming sports meet. "First, tell me your goal, so I can devise your training plan." "Of course, it must be first place." Su Qing looked at her with a questioning gaze, wondering if it was he who was deluded or if she had lost her mind to speak such grandiose words. Ha. The atmosphere grew awkward as the little girl chuckled nervously to amend her statement. "I was just joking. You all truly don't understand my sense of humor. Well, second place, what do you think? Third and fourth are acceptable too. Fifth is my limit. Fine. As long as you're not in the bottom five, I can agree to that. Finally, Schwem Meow Meow articulated a feasible goal, and Su Qing nodded in approval. Watch how I demonstrate. Learn well. Swing your arms back and forth, and at the right moment, exert force with your legs. Truth be told, Su Qing had always found the standing long jump to be rather clumsy, and the two little girls watching intently made him feel a bit embarrassed. Unbeknownst to them, a few pairs of eyes in the nearby grass were fixed on their every move. Do you remember the small dog that had once scared Pei Cindy into tears, but was humiliated during the New Year? Since then, it had seemingly become indifferent to the human world, breaking free from its shackles after experiencing disgrace, abandoning its family, and adopting a new identity as the Dark Emperor of the community. Now, it had shed its youthful and innocent appearance, transforming into a rather shabby, rural dog. Its fur was unkempt and dirty, yet it paid no mind, merely a sign of life's wear and tear. Oh, and it had taken on a new name, Lost Biao. As for Dog Egg, he had perished amidst the firecrackers of that winter. Lost Biao was presently lurking with his gang, preparing to ambush Su Qing on his path. However, as they waited until noon, not a trace of the boy appeared. Panting with his tongue lolling out, he grew anxious, fearing the skeptical glances of his followers. Damn it, come over here. As he failed to achieve his goal, he instead encountered his owner, bringing him food. Lost Biao immediately wagged his tail with a sycophantic grin, eagerly licking the man and Oppos. As cheek. Good boy, Dog Egg. Eat more today and grow strong. Upon hearing his former name, Lost Biao glanced back in alarm, and indeed, his assorted canine companions began whispering amongst themselves. Woof woof, wasn't his name Lost Biao? Why is this human calling him Dog Egg? Woof, we're all just trying to eat. Being a dog for humans is no shame. Lost Biao nudged the man toward the building, anxious that he might inadvertently reveal some embarrassing secrets that would prevent him from holding his head high among the pack. The reign of the Dog Emperor nearly came to an end. With no dog food available, he was fed leftover scraps, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, rice, and stewed pork bone soup, creating a delightful meal for Dog Egg. Woof, let's eat first. As mealtime approached, Lost Biao heard the rumbling of bellies beside him. Realizing his little brothers had yet to dine, embracing his style, he decided to share his food with the pack to solidify his position. Unbeknownst to him, the trio he had been anticipating was finally drawing near, racing toward him. Throughout that morning, Schwem Meow Meow's efficiency of resting for an hour and exercising for 10 minutes left Su Qing in despair. At this rate, achieving their goal would be exceedingly difficult. However, seeing the little girl drenched in sweat, oblivious to the dirt on the floor as she plopped down to rest, Su Qing resolved to let her take a break. Hey, it's almost time for lunch. We should head home. Cindy and Meow Meow, Aunt Sue has prepared watermelon, ice cream, and air conditioning set at 25°C for you. Let's go back and rest. Upon hearing of the delectable treats and air conditioning, Schwem Meow Meow, whose stamina had been depleted, suddenly sprang back to her feet, bursting forth with remarkable speed toward the building. Pei Sinian and Su Qing exchanged amused glances as they followed her, bemused by her sudden resurgence after appearing so fatigued moments ago. Was she acting, or was it genuine? Whoa, stop. In her haste, Schwem Meow Meow accidentally kicked something away. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the food bowl belonging to Lost Biao. A deluge of food spilled across the ground, and Schwem Meow Meow recoiled in disgust, for her pristine white shoes, which she had worn specifically to meet Su Qing, were now sullied. It would be a challenge to clean, and surely she would face Aunt Sue's wrath. Thankfully, after a brief survey, aside from the dust she had just kicked up, there was no significant mess. Lost Biao, stunned, wondered, is nobody concerned about my dog bowl? In the blink of an eye, he was bewildered. Where did my large dog bowl go? What has happened? Oh, isn't that Dog Egg? Upon seeing Su Qing approach, a primal fear surged within him, recalling the terror he had experienced on that fateful New Year's Eve. Woo instinctively, he lay on his back, exposing his belly in submission, allowing Su Qing to freely pet him. Good dog, now extend your paw, sit. Upon receiving the command, It obediently complied without hesitation, only to realize later that its companion had vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and a group of its loyal followers gradually retreating. Woof, woof, woof. What have I done? No. Fortunately, Su Qing's conscience prevailed, as he still remembered the bowl of rice that Shui Miao Miao had accidentally overturned when he descended the stairs, holding a basin of leftover rice and stir-fried meat to feed the despondent and life-weary creature. The dog's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. I remember now. I recall everything. I am not a mere hapless dog. I am the devoted dog Dan of Lord Su Qing. Thus, a meal of stir-fried meat reconciled old grievances and transformed the forlorn creature into a loyal companion. What a splendid verse, truly delightful. Chapter 68. The Friendship Crisis of the Plastic Sisters. Shui Miao Miao has learned one profound lesson in her brief 6 years of life. The harder one strives for a particular endeavor, the more apparent the limitations of human capability become, unless one transcends humanity. Thus, Su Qing, Shui Miao Miao, am opting for a laid-back approach. At that moment, the little girl appeared utterly drained, drenched in sweat, yet she proclaimed her declaration with remarkable vigor. Are you certain? What about the sports meet? It doesn't matter anymore. A moment of relaxation brings endless joy. After enduring 2 grueling days of training over the weekend, Shui Miao Miao felt as if she were a rubber band stretched beyond its limits, completely worn out. Even on Monday, her legs remained weak and sore, requiring support from the walls to walk. Observing the girl beside her, who was now skipping morning exercises, she internally ridiculed her as a mere weakling, unable to cope with such a trivial amount of physical exertion. How could she possibly withstand the rigors of fortifying her physical constitution in the future? Time swiftly passed, and 2.5 days later, it was Wednesday afternoon during the second lessons break. After such a lengthy period of rest, Shui Miao Miao seemed to have forgotten all about the upcoming sports event, indulging instead in a carefree routine of eating, drinking, and playing. However, as the day of reckoning approached, anxiety began to creep in. Practice makes perfect, right? Xiao Qing, tell me it's not too late to put in some effort. Her pretty face was alarmingly close to Su Qing's, almost allowing him to count the delicate, elongated lashes that glimmered with unshed tears. Shui Miao Miao's tearful pleas had become her ultimate weapon, perfectly calibrated to exploit his gentle nature. Yet, today it appeared to have lost its efficacy. The teardrops reflected nothing but Su Qing's gentle headshake, reminiscent of a doctor delivering grim news to a patient, cruelly devoid of compassion. This was precisely the outcome Shui Miao Miao dreaded, nearly causing her heart to falter. Though the past 2.5 days of indolence had been delightful, she found herself unwilling to face the bitter consequences. A child remains a child, still too immature. Had she known this would be the outcome, would she have acted differently? With a sigh, she gently touched Shui Miao Miao's head, as if feeling powerless to change her fate. Nevertheless, Su Qing harbored a method to hasten her growth, albeit with no guarantee of success. He had no intention of passively allowing the little girl to embarrass herself publicly. The motivation behind this was that success obtained too easily would only foster a sense of entitlement. Thus he resolved to let her worry for a day to impress upon her the importance of this lesson. He hoped she would learn from her mistakes. Yet outwardly, he feigned a benevolent lie. There's no hope left, just await your doom. Wait, he inadvertently raised his voice, causing the previously lively classroom to fall into an uneasy silence, as everyone assumed a teacher had arrived. Soon realizing nothing was amiss, the chatter resumed, while Shui Miao Miao slumped despondently at her desk, embodying a dreamless fish out of water. Pei Sinning found Shui Miao Miao's current state amusing. Unlike the flawless, untouchable figure she remembered, she too could falter and feel disheartened. Prodding the lifeless Shui Miao Miao's cheek with a pencil, she received no reaction whatsoever. Hey, Sinung, why did you chew on the pencil I lent you? Is it that delectable? Su Qing, observing the intimate interaction between the two, couldn't help but chide Pei Sinning for her bad habit. I tend to do that when I'm thinking while doing homework or during tests. I'll buy you a new one, I promise. In his childhood, Su Qing had been novelly frightened by adults who told him that pencil lead was poisonous and could be fatal. He had never dared to take a bite. However, when it came to scaring Pei Sinung with the same tale, it fell flat. The little girl was adamant about her intentions. She would heed advice, but she could not change her ways. Every time Su Qing witnessed Pei Sinung's bashful, flustered demeanor, he found it hard to scold her. Just indulge her. No need. I want this one. Pei Sinung was taken aback by Su Qing's assertive response, her eyes widening in disbelief. She blinked, struggling to comprehend. Initially, she thought he was upset about her saliva tarnishing his pencil. But to her surprise, it was quite the opposite. He seemed to actually relish it. That's not the point. I mean, I don't mind, but if you poke Shui Miao Miao with that pencil, won't she object? Oh, right. Pei Sinning immediately cast an apologetic glance at Shui Miao Miao, folding her hands in a sincere gesture of remorse. Wow, what? It was as if she had just emerged from a trance. Shui Miao Miao sat up straight. Incredulity etched across her face as she regarded the pencil covered in bite marks. Touching her own, slightly damp cheek, her pupils constricted in shock. This was indeed Pei Sinning's saliva. No wonder she felt a chill earlier. Fuming, she retrieved a handkerchief from her bag to wipe it clean, her cheeks reddening from the friction. Yet, she continued to repeat her actions in frustration. Xiao Qing, do you think Miao Miao dislikes me? Such a trivial action had inflicted significant emotional pain on Pei Sinning, who had always felt slightly insecure in their trio. She had believed that their close bond rendered such trivialities unnecessary. Ultimately, she had miscalculated. The little girl was quick to tears, and as she blinked, droplets cascaded down her cheeks, filling her eyes with sorrow. Fearing this incident might fracture the friendship between the two girls, Su Qing found himself playing the role of both father and mother, mediating their youthful disputes. But for the sake of his grand 20-year plan, such minor sacrifices were worth it. As for the specifics of this plan, don't ask. Those in the know will understand. Don't think like that. You know Miao Miao's personality. She's a bit of a neat freak. Just watch. In an effort to comfort the wounded Pei Sinung, Su Qing decided to demonstrate right then and there. Miao Miao, if the pencil were covered in my saliva, wouldn't you find that particularly off-putting? With that, he turned back with confidence, continuing to soothe Pei Sinning. This little girl simply lacked self-confidence. See, I told you, Miao Miao dislikes everyone. Before he could finish, Pei Sinning pointed behind Su Qing, her nose slightly sniffled, urging him to look in that direction. Su Qing's smile froze on his face. Surely not. He could already envision what was unfolding. The girl's face was flushed with embarrassment, her shyness palpable, yet she showed no signs of aversion. Goodness, little princess. Why must you deviate from the norm? Upon reflection, it was entirely unacceptable. She rubbed her now rosy cheeks, which appeared even more radiant than the autumn clouds at dusk. The blush on the girl's face spoke volumes, but it was not the outcome Su Qing had anticipated. Let us shift gears a bit. Su Qing could only force a chuckle to ease his discomfort. Navigating between a sobbing child on one side and a proud little girl on the other was indeed exhausting. By the way, if your mother wanted to kiss you, what would you do? Such occurrences were not uncommon, and instinctively, Shui Miao Miao scrunched her face in distaste. No need to elaborate. Her feelings were abundantly clear. Learning that she was not alone in facing disdain, Pei Sining's sobs turned into a watery chuckle. It was under Su Qing's influence that the fragile friendship between these superficial sisters was precariously maintained. Chapter 69. Shui Miao Miao? It is actually me, Su Qing. Is it inevitable that this day has come? My life has been like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side? Early Thursday morning. Due to the sports meet, the security guard opened the school gate at 6:30. Shui Miao Miao entered the empty classroom, her eyes glimmering, and sat at her desk in a daze. The night before, overwhelmed by anxiety about the competition, Shui Miao Miao had tried countless methods to feign illness and escape the sports meet. She attempted to sleep without covering herself, washed her feet with cold water, and even considered taking a cold shower, but gave up after shivering uncontrollably. How frustrating. Why does my body choose this moment to rally? With no one around, Shui Miao Miao could freely express her distress, shaking her head vigorously, unwilling to accept this dreadful reality. Little brother Qing, Perhaps we should just not go in. She murmured. I hope Meow Meow is still sane. Amen. Coincidentally, two individuals who arrived at school together early that morning witnessed Shui Meow Meow's episode. With a glance exchanged, they decided to act as if they had never seen her. On their way to school, they had stopped to buy breakfast, intending to find a place to sit and eat, for soon they would be participating in physically demanding activities. An empty stomach could lead to fainting, which would be disastrous. This was a tidbit Qing had shared with Pei Sixing during their first badminton class, and she had evidently retained his advice. Like a primary school student who hopes to win parental favor through chores to avoid punishment, Shui Meow Meow inexplicably grabbed a broom and began cleaning. By the time Qing and the others returned, most of the students had gathered in the classroom. Ahem, if there is nothing else, let us prepare to move the chairs. The assembly point has been marked. Please do not get lost. The expression was one of unspoken seriousness, as if fearing the repetition of some past event. Understood. For first-grade children, the weight of a chair was indeed substantial, but fortunately, their classroom was on the first floor, alleviating concerns about stairs. Thus, they huffed and puffed as they transported the chairs to the playground, each eager to sit and rest, breathing heavily. Qing, acting as the laborer for the two girls, carried one chair under each arm, effortlessly transporting them with ease. The boys accompanying him raised their eyebrows, perceiving Qing as a Superman. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? This idea had initially been proposed by Shui Meow Meow, who had dragged Pei Sixing onto this dubious venture. All right, I brought some delicious chocolate. I will compensate you when we get there. A mere piece of chocolate cannot sway me. Since he could only carry 2 chairs at a time, Qing dashed back to the classroom for another round. Thankfully, the 2 girls accompanied him. However, upon returning to the classroom, he was astonished to find a stranger lurking by his desk, stealthily moving his chair. What is this? A chair thief. Such characters were common in school, secretly swapping their rickety chairs for better ones from other classes when no one was watching, an act deserving of scorn. You too, stay put. Watch me catch this chair thief. With that, he strode out of the classroom without hesitation, the loud noise startling the intruder. Stop! The boy froze, standing at attention, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Only upon realizing that the newcomer was not a teacher did he relax. Qing, why are you shouting? I haven't done anything wrong. Then tell me, what are you here for? You even know my name. You seem somewhat familiar. You have forgotten me again. This seemed to irritate him greatly, as he flushed and began to question Qing. Should I remember you? I am Yang Feifei. He emphasized his name twice, but Qing searched his memory in vain, finding no recollection. The silence stretched on, the 2 locking eyes in a prolonged stillness. Yet this silence was, in fact, Qing's response. All right, so this is how it is. It does not matter if you do not recognize me. I'll just tell you directly, I am here to help Meow Meow move chairs. You dare call her Meow Meow? Yet, at that moment, Yang Feifei had already moved Meow Meow's chair to the venue, leaving Qing puzzled about his intentions. I already inquired with your classmates. This is indeed Meow Meow's chair, and I even checked the signature on the book cover. I am certain. The smug grin on his face was nearly impossible to conceal, as he almost burst into laughter. Oh, Qing finally grasped the situation. These little rascals were quite cunning. However, he did not mind, for someone was doing his work for him. He was rather pleased. Qing, why are you still not done? Who is he? A cute little head peeked in from outside, unable to resist the curiosity about what Qing had been doing in the classroom. Shui Meow Meow. I am Yang Feifei from Binhai Kindergarten. We met during a break once. Many people had crossed paths with her, and this mere hint did not jog her memory. It does not matter if you are forgotten. I am here to help you move chairs. He concluded his statement with a flourish, bowing like a gentleman from a drama, a comically absurd sight. But my chair. As she spoke, she noticed Qing behind him, rapidly blinking to signal her not to expose him. The unspoken understanding between childhood friends allowed her to grasp Qing's scheme, and a mischievous smile crept on her lips as she replied, fine. If you want to move it, go ahead. Don't blame me for not warning you. Hee, first come, first served. Qing, you should be envious of me. Suppressing laughter was no easy feat, and Qing was exerting tremendous effort to maintain his composure. The 2 girls, not particularly adept at this, intentionally lagged behind, pretending to enjoy a lively conversation while bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Surely the goddess has been moved to tears by my efforts. With this thought, it felt as if the chair in his hands had lightened, and the heavy breaths transformed into trials that a knight must endure to rescue the princess. Until, thank you, little brother. You've helped me carry the chairs despite being so exhausted. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Just seconds after placing the chair down, Qing boldly sat upon it, right in front of Yang Feifei's astonished gaze. You, how can you sit in Miao Miao and Appo's chair? The little boy stuttered in indignation. This was my chair all along. What is the problem? I do not believe. I knew it, just watch. As Qing flipped the chair over, the carved words on the wooden backrest became visible, boldly displaying the name Qing. In an instant, it felt as though his very soul had been siphoned away, and the spark in Yang Feifei's eyes extinguished. But Miao Miao understands my sincere intentions, right? Yes, indeed, this is what they call the essence of goodwill. With this self-soothing thought, Yang Feifei cast a pleading glance toward Shui Miao Miao, yearning for the reassuring response she so desperately desired. However, all she could discern were the subdued exchanges between Shui Miao Miao and her classmates. Are you joking? How could I possibly be happy about someone secretly helping me move a chair? It's actually quite disgusting. Who knows what he would have done if he hadn't been caught? Such sentiments were rampant, with countless instances of petty mischief, like stealing someone else's pencil eraser or discarding their notebooks and textbooks. As the class monitor, Shui Miao Miao had witnessed her fair share of such trivial misdeeds. One must harbor no malicious intent while remaining vigilant against the schemes of others. Chapter 70. The guerrilla warfare at the sports meet. It appears that on days devoid of academic obligations, this group of mischievous children can revel in merriment for an entire day. Whether intentional or not, they coincidentally brought numerous contraband items into the school on this particular day, seeking diversion. After all, most of them had not registered for any events, which meant they were condemned to remain seated for 2 consecutive days, an utterly tedious prospect. Thus, a scene reminiscent of the 8 immortals crossing the sea unfolded, each displaying their unique talents. The items included, but were not limited to, playing cards, martial arts novels, and even leftover fireworks from the Lunar New Year. There seemed to be no limit to their creativity. The school authorities were well aware of the students' antics, and thus arranged for the head of discipline to patrol the premises every couple of hours. However, they often turned a blind eye, unless they encountered particularly strict teachers. In essence, play was permissible, but it had to be conducted discreetly. It was during such moments that the true test of their class solidarity emerged. Typically, just before the teachers were about to approach their classroom, a few well-informed students would discreetly alert everyone to hide their contraband and engage in guerrilla tactics. Yet, should they be caught, there was little recourse but to surrender, perhaps with the hope of reuniting 6 years later at graduation. Seizing the opportunity while the teachers assembled to listen to the head of discipline, the children in the formation began to unleash their exuberance, surrounding their backpacks filled with various distractions. For instance, Shui Miao Miao was a bold and audacious child. At that moment, she brandished a renowned brand MP3 player in her hands, eliciting a chorus of gasps from those around her. Miao Miao, that can play music, right? I want to hear J Cho and Appo's, S and Appo's, Nunchucks and Appo's, Wee Wee Ha Hey. It was mid-October 2001, and with the release of Jay Chou's second album, Fantasy, it felt as though a new monarch was about to emerge in the realm of Mandarin pop music. Having paid little attention to the entertainment industry, Qing was momentarily stunned to hear such a familiar name. What? Is he famous already? Of course. I've already downloaded it on here for you. But please don't lose it. Perhaps due to the privileged upbringing by her mother, Shui Miao Miao and Appo's words exuded a naive yet generous spirit, entirely unconcerned about the fate of this precious gadget, her eyes only reflecting a primal desire to show off. As Pei Xining often accompanied Shui Miao Miao in the girls' circle, it was inevitable that she too was drawn into the conversation. However, Xining felt somewhat out of place. Her limited social circle left her oblivious to the myriad complexities of a sports meet. The teachers surely didn't say we could read novels or snack during the sports meet logically. Such behavior constituted serious misconduct. Yet Shui Miao Miao, the class monitor, was brazenly flouting the rules. Today, she had even come unencumbered, carrying only her badminton racket needed for the competition. This left her unable to contribute to the discussion, standing awkwardly in place. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted towards Su Qing, who was conversing with a group of boys, now encircled by them. One of the boys boasted loudly, "How clever am I?" I could tell that young Fei Fei was trouble at a glance. "Absolutely. If you need help with morning study sessions, just come to me." The two instantly resembled long-lost brothers, sharing conspiratorial laughter as a nefarious deal was struck amidst their banter. Xining, bewildered, pondered whether the class monitor's authority could be wielded in such a manner, her mind reeling from the revelation. "Xining, don't daze off. Did you bring anything fun?" Boss, what goodies did you bring today?" "I should let you in on our poker stash." The implication of the latter statement was clear. Their words resonated with a similar undertone. Yet while Xining was mulling over how to respond, Su Qing blurted out, "I didn't bring anything." Are you kidding?" The boys scrutinized Su Qing, eyes filled with disbelief. "Lauda, you have such a big bag on your chair. Don't lie to us. Why would I deceive you?" He replied, lifting his badminton bag to show them. As the zipper was slowly pulled down, the contents gradually revealed themselves. Most notably, the badminton racket prominently displayed at the forefront. "Oh!" the boy exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, eagerly requesting to inspect the racket. Su Qing readily obliged. "Wow, this is so much cooler than the ones we use in gym class." The aluminum alloy rackets provided by the school paled in comparison to Su Qing's branded carbon fiber racket. There was simply no comparison. Beneath the morning sunlight, the racket gleamed brilliantly, its textured surface inviting to the touch. The boy, unfamiliar with badminton, opted to hold the racket awkwardly under his armpit, pretending it was a gun, as he made sound effects, mimicking an action scene, an image that perfectly aligned with Su Qing's stereotype of elementary school students. This inspired Pei Xining, illuminating her with a new idea. Without hesitation, she showcased her own badminton racket, hoping to mimic the excitement. Yet, it was evident that her presentation lacked the same impact, her enthusiasm waning in comparison. As they grew older, the divergence between boys and oppos, and girls and oppos, interest became ever more pronounced. Perhaps the allure of Shui Miao Miao's MP3 player cast a shadow over Xining's racket, rendering it less remarkable by comparison. Feeling disheartened, Pei Xining lowered her head, resigned to yet another day of social failure. At that moment, Shui Miao Miao and oppos, SMP3 had been commandeered by the other girls, diverting their attention away from her. Noticing Xining and oppos, despondence, which she felt partially responsible for, Shui Miao Miao contemplated how to console her. This was typically Su Qing's role, and now she realized the effort it required. "Xining, don't pay attention to them. Your badminton racket is really cool. You must win the championship today and bring glory to our rocket class." Initially, she believed her words would be uplifting, yet upon hearing them, Xining's spirits sank even lower as a palpable sense of oppressive gloom settled around her. Shui Miao Miao's encouragement struck a nerve, repeatedly aggravating her distress. The pressure of the word champion became the final straw that broke Xining's already fragile composure. Sitting in her chair, eyes closed, her expression bore an uncanny tranquility, reminiscent of a sage poised for ascension. This state persisted until just before the competition began, even during the school leadership and oppos' speeches. She remained in a daze, absorbing none of the discourse. "Well, it seems listening or not makes little difference. It's all just empty rhetoric," she mused, likening it to the lengthy, tedious wrappings of an elderly woman's bound feet. The badminton competition was unique, being one of the few events that required hosting within the school gymnasium. Thus it was scheduled first on the agenda. Xining, if you don't open your eyes, Su Qing will run off with Shui Miao Miao." "What?" Without bothering to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Pei Xining's initial reaction was to lock her gaze onto the empty space to her right front and the spot right next to her. Nothing, no one. Su Qing and Shui Miao Miao were nowhere to be seen. They had actually left. This was too painful. This couldn't be happening. "Ha ha! I knew this trick would definitely wake Xining up. What do you think, Su Qing? I know her better, right? I admit defeat. Familiar voices echoed from behind her, belonging to the very two people she had been searching for. Ugh, you two scare me. It's all your fault. You were out cold. Nothing could rouse you. As she spoke, Su Qing held up a name card with the 3 characters Pei Xining printed on it and fastened it securely to the back of her shirt with a paper clip. There, I and Oppose. V fixed it for you, silly. Len Oppose. Esco. The competition is starting soon. Hey, wait. I and Oppose am not ready yet. Her gaze dared not linger on Shui Miao Miao, fearing she would utter the words champion or first place again. Still, she was extremely nervous, fidgeting and refusing to follow Su Qing. I need to use the restroom. Procrastinating again. Then we need to hurry even more, or we'll be late. I'll take you to the restroom first. He forcibly dragged the little girl, who was trying to stall for time, toward the gymnasium. Shui Miao Miao cheerfully skipped along behind them. Miao Miao, are you competing too? Silly. I'm here to cheer you on. Pei Xining wanted to say, then maybe you shouldn't, but ultimately, it was Shui Miao Miao's kindness, and she couldn't bring herself to refuse. I've decided. I'll use the same technique I used during the Children's Day performance and imagine Shui Miao Miao as a cabbage. Chapter 71. Repaying Su Qing with hard work, the gymnasium of the experimental primary school remained locked on ordinary days, accessible only to physical education teachers and students attending club activities. Shui Miao Miao found this rather novel, as a girl disinterested in sports. It was her first time stepping into such a grand arena, filled with curiosity about everything. Following the signs, she arrived at the badminton courts located on the 3rd floor, where 8 courts were visible, currently divided into 2 sides, with first-grade boys and girls beginning their registrations. To ensure fairness, the sports meet was organized by gender and grade level. The boys singles event for first graders likely had the fewest participants, with only 8 vying for the top spot. Anticipating this situation, Su Qing had no intention of holding back. He believed that showcasing his true abilities was the utmost respect he could offer his opponents. However, the young competitors did not share his sentiment. In their minds, badminton was a game where hitting the shuttlecock demonstrated prowess, striving to make it difficult for the opponent to return the shot. They wondered what it meant to smash or slice the shuttlecock. The first serve from Su Qing left them dumbfounded. He served with such force that they were left reeling, as their return was both high and close. How could one not seize such a splendid opportunity? Su Qing and Oppose, as shuttlecock soared through the air, propelled by an alarming speed that seemed to pierce the very wind. Was it merely an illusion that he could hear the sound of the air rushing by? The young boy, overwhelmed, fell to the ground, his expression shifting from confusion to fear. Was this badminton or a deadly game of tennis? This description, however, felt inadequate. By any measure, the boy was akin to an unfortunate bystander caught in a chaotic skirmish. The match continued, and Su Qing's serve posed a formidable challenge for the novice players. Their movements were sluggish, their reactions delayed, and none of their actions seemed competent. He wondered why they were even competing on the same court. I don't know. The teacher said I would receive a little red flower, so I came. Once in university, that little red flower would transform into credits. A reliable pattern indeed. Thus, within a mere 12 minutes and 59 seconds, Su Qing swiftly advanced through the top 8, the final 4, and the championship match, effortlessly claiming victory and securing his first gold medal. A chocolate medal. His rapid advancement was due to the fact that he only played 2 matches. In the final, his opponent withdrew, claiming an upset stomach. He finished the day without even breaking a sweat, while Shui Miao Miao, hoping to garner his favor, took a towel and wiped his face clumsily. This was what they meant by, since I'm here, I might as well clean up. Su Qing found it impossible to refuse such a request. In contrast to the boys' group, Su Qing's effortless performance, the girls' group presented a greater challenge. Pei Xining had to begin her matches from the round of 64, facing several opponents who clearly possessed foundational skills. However, Su Qing assessed that if Pei Xining could unleash her full potential, her chances of victory stood at approximately 90%. Truly a series of arduous battles ahead. The main challenge did not lie with the opponents, but rather within Pei Xining herself. The girl, unable to release her movements, made several errors in her returns, sending the shuttlecock into the net. Although she maintained a significant lead, Su Qing could see her struggles and felt anxious on her behalf. Su Qing, while sipping water and watching Pei Sining compete, he felt a gentle poke on his arm. Turning, he found a little girl gazing curiously at the chocolate medal around his neck with her sparkling eyes. Su Qing, indifferent, removed it and handed it to her. She held it in her hands, inspecting it from every angle, spinning it around to see all sides. In a moment of mischief, a certain unnamed Shui Miao Miao, claiming to be curious about the taste of a sports meat gold medal, took a big bite, devouring most of it. Shui Miao Miao, give me back my medal. Too late. I've already eaten it, she replied, sticking out her tongue, smeared with chocolate, looking quite pleased with herself. Fine. I'll wait for you to win a medal in high jump or long jump before I get it back. Though she was about to convince herself to forget about it, Su Qing's mention of it brought back unwelcome memories. Suddenly, Shui Miao Miao became despondent, lamenting as she playfully pounded her tiny fists against Su Qing and Appo's chest. If you bring it up again, I will. After a moment of thought, she realized she had nothing that could truly threaten Su Qing. If you mention it again, I want to talk to you. All right. I want to say another word. Just don't make such mistakes in the future. Ugh, mighty Su Qing. Please help me think of a way. I'm doomed. I sent there any hope? Words cannot convey the essence. Just await the competition, he replied, adopting an air of mystique. Shui Miao Miao found herself slightly convinced. Could it be that he truly had a solution? Sports were not like exams, where one could cheat. Everything depended on consistent training and hard work. At least, Shui Miao Miao couldn't and Appo's fathom any method to instantly enhance her athletic abilities. Could it be that Su Qing was resorting to bribery? Perhaps persuading the physical education teacher to skew the scores? Given Su Qing and Appo's mischievous demeanor, the thought seemed increasingly plausible. Almost instinctively, Shui Miao Miao felt compelled to express her gratitude, exclaiming, "If I succeed today, I can only repay you in the next life by toiling like a beast." Why a beast? ISN and Appo's, that Howard and Appo's. As portrayed in dramas? The two gazed at each other in silence, evidently oblivious to the essence of their conversation. Chapter 72. Pei Sining. No one understands gold medals better than I. Do the terror of one's own failures pales in comparison to the heart-wrenching pangs of witnessing a friend's success. At this moment, Shui Miao Miao profoundly grasped this truth. As she and her companion had been engaged in casual conversation, they momentarily overlooked Pei Sining's competitive performance, inadvertently allowing the young girl to feel at ease. This sense of relaxation enabled her to perform at about 50% of her usual capacity, leading to a surprisingly effortless victory over her opponent. Soon after, Su Qing was set to compete, and after a brief farewell to Shui Miao Miao, he hurried towards Pei Sining. Thus, Shui Miao Miao found herself alone in the resting area, her gaze fixated on Pei Sining and Su Qing, both of whom were crowned champions and ascended a rather perfunctory podium to receive encouragement and deliver remarks from a certain physical education teacher. A wave of envy washed over Shui Miao Miao and Appo's heart. Feeling a stiffness in her body, she feigned indifference as she stretched her slender legs, lowering her head to scrutinize her sporty shorts and the new athletic shoes adorning her feet. It was in this moment that she recognized her own inadequacies. But I can do nothing on my own. In a role reversal, Pei Sining appeared radiant, standing side by side with Su Qing for a commemorative photograph, whereas Shui Miao Miao could do no more than observe the beauty of others from the shadows of the resting room. This was not the outcome she had desired. Of course, this perspective was tinted by the filter of Shui Miao Miao's emotions, rendering the scene before her unexpectedly warm. But how was the actual situation? Pei Sining, having just completed several intense matches, was utterly exhausted, yet there was no opportunity for respite. Lost in her thoughts, she stood on the podium, scarcely hearing the teacher's monologue. It was not until a particular keyword emerged that the dormant girl was jolted back to reality. In a moment, you will be called to the podium to deliver a speech to the entire school. The sudden shock caused Pei Sining's legs to buckle, nearly sending her tumbling from the modest 20-centimeter-high award platform. But thankfully, Su Qing was there to support her. Yet, this was of little significance now. No one had informed her about this additional step. There was to be a second round? In her mind, perhaps the difficulty of winning a badminton match paled in comparison to the challenge of addressing the entire school. Su Qing, you have led me astray. If I had known, I would have avoided taking first place altogether. Woe is me. Her body trembled slightly, and her speech became halting. Su Qing tilted his head in curiosity, noting that this had become a customary practice at the school sports event. The host would announce, Student XX from Class XX has won first place in XX event, followed by some cliché remarks, after which the winner would be invited to the stage to impart some grand wisdom. Although, in reality, hardly anyone paid attention to such speeches. Despite having offered various reassurances to Pei Sinning, she remained fixated on Su Qing with a resentful gaze, deeply suspicious that all of this was part of his scheme. With little left to do, they prepared to return to their class for a break. Particularly exhausted, Pei Sinning found it difficult to walk and required Shui Miao Miao and Appos as support to rise from the soft sofa in the resting area. During sports events, some astute vendors would set up stalls selling icy beverages at the playground railing, typically charging an extra 50 cents, yet customers continue to flock to them. Unable to bear Pei Sinning's longing gaze, Su Qing awkwardly excused himself to attend to their business, allowing the two young girls to conspire loudly in the secluded pathway. Meow meow. I will give you my medal. Will you speak on my behalf at the podium? Though such words might sound like mere boasting from another's lips, they carried a weight of sincerity when uttered by Pei Sinning. Is this for real? Shui Miao Miao's eyes widened. Her gaze filled with uncontainable yearning as she instinctively swallowed. It felt as though a devil whispered in her ear, urging her to comply. After all, Miao Miao adored the limelight. She was on the verge of acquiescence when, thankfully, her better nature triumphed over temptation, preserving her wavering moral compass. Phew, that was close. If Su Qing found out, he would surely despise me. I cannot do this. Adopting a righteous demeanor, Shui Miao Miao firmly declined and even chastised Pei Sinning in the process. At that moment, she seemed a stark contrast to the indecisive girl from mere moments before. Although your proposal is alluring, I, Shui Miao Miao, excel at rejecting such propositions. Sinning, your thinking is misguided. Upon hearing this response, Pei Sinning and Appos' disappointment was palpable. The once seemingly feasible plan had crumbled, leaving her feeling utterly drained, akin to a deflated balloon. And upon returning to her seat, she lay down as she had done that morning, not daring to open her eyes, hoping this was merely a figment of her imagination. Surely I must still be dreaming. Ha ha. She even attempted to deceive herself, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not awaken from this so-called dream, resigning herself to this mournful reality. Simultaneously, as an on-the-ground reporter, Shui Miao Miao informed their homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, that the rocket class had secured a dual championship, with the first place in the first-year gold medal tally seemingly assured, allowing for premature celebrations. Naturally, this information was overheard by nearby classmates and soon spread like wildfire, morphing into a distorted tale. Ultimately, it evolved into the narrative that Su Qing had claimed dual championships in both men's and women's badminton, and that Pei Sinning had challenged a physical education teacher to a tie, boldly proclaiming, "No one understands champions better than I do." The power of rumors is indeed formidable. How could the truth become so twisted? When Su Qing returned, he sensed something was amiss as a group of boys gazed at him with fervent eyes, as if trying to see through his uniform. They resembled a gaggle of besotted admirers. What are you all staring at? It's disgusting. Irritated, he lightly tapped a familiar classmate on the head with a water bottle. Yet their curiosity remained unabated as they urged Su Qing to stop pretending and reveal the 2 medals for their admiration. 2 medals? Where did that come from? I only have 1, and I ate the chocolate medal. Here, you can settle for the ribbon and foil wrapper. Initially, the boys were quite animated until Su Qing tossed them a lump resembling kitchen waste, and not a single one dared to catch it as it thudded to the ground. Hey, are you all seriously disrespecting my hard work? You think this lump is the championship medal? Su Qing nodded earnestly, forcing them to confront the reality. Someone from the group found a small twig, poking at the unsightly mass in disdain. This isn't what the intel suggested. Intel? You boys shouldn't underestimate our network. What exactly had transpired? It wasn't until they could no longer contain their curiosity and explain the situation to Qing that he helplessly dismissed the gaggle of boys who had idled away their time around him. Do you not think? How could I possibly register for the girls' competition? And what kind of official school event would offer an actual gold medal? It seemed their so-called network was far from reliable. Meanwhile, Pei Xining's state appeared even more dismal, as the persona of the girl in the rumors had completely shattered. Is this something Pei Xining could utter? Moreover, no one understands XXX better than I do. This phrase reminded Qing of an old acquaintance, comrade Chuanjiang Wo, who played the accordion while dodging bullets, swaying his head. At this moment, the socially anxious Pei Xining found herself surrounded by a group of girls, their eyes seemingly sparkling with admiration as they praised her for her bold and cool remarks. Yet, the ultimate aim of their conversation was singular. Could their rocket class truly secure the first place? Overwhelmed by social interactions, Pei Xining felt like a mere mosquito coil. Yet they were actually complimenting her. How cool, how impressive. Hee, I'm not that great, but first place seems quite attainable. A few simple words of praise had Pei Xining utterly charmed, as if she would acquiesce to anything said, her mind rendered incapable of rational thought. Seeing Pei Xining reveling in the adulation, Qing could only smile wryly and refrain from intervening. After all, she had finally achieved first place. Let her bask in this moment. Meanwhile, Xuan Miao Miao, who usually stayed by her side, had mysteriously vanished, leaving Qing to ponder where she might be. Deciding it was time, Qing quietly approached Pei Xining from behind, retrieving a chilled bottle of mineral water from her bag. With her eyes blinking in coded signals to the surrounding girls, she hoped they would comply with her plan. The girls, stifling giggles, clearly signaled their approval with an okay gesture. So apparent was their excitement that an oblivious Pei Xining remained unaware of any peculiarities. Here, Xining, your water has arrived. To her surprise, Pei Xining did not jump in shock as anticipated. Instead, she turned her face away, feeling the coolness against her cheek, and curiously glanced back to see what was happening. Upon recognizing Qing, her face lit up with joy. Qing, isn't it super cool and impressive that I can secure first place? Of course. As Pei Xining accepted the water, Qing affectionately ruffled her hair, the texture as delightful as ever. The dimples on the little girl's cheeks were particularly endearing when she smiled. In her heart, 100 praises from strangers paled in comparison to a single compliment from Qing, making her beam with delight like a little puppy, swaying her body in joy. However, the arrival of teacher Lu abruptly shifted Pei Xining back into an emo state. Xining, Qing, prepare yourselves. It's almost time for you to take the stage and speak. I have prepared the speech for you. Just follow along. Chapter 73, The Oral Solution of Brain Gold. She's well, and so am I. The high jump event was set to commence in half an hour. Lu, the teacher, inquired about the whereabouts of Xuan Miao Miao. Realizing she had vanished, he instinctively turned to Qing, curious about how the other perceived their relationship. Never mind, just take the number card and the paperclip. I entrust this matter to you. The idea of delegating the task seemed to displease Qing. With a cryptic demeanor, he waved goodbye to Qing, leaving him standing there, realizing he had underestimated the other's perceptiveness. With Xining gone, their speech had already been delayed by 10 minutes. If they didn't hurry, the audience would surely grow impatient. Just 5 more minutes, please. I am far too nervous. Her plea was reminiscent of a child promising to rise after a brief slumber. Yet the reality often contradicted such promises. Qing had little faith in her words. Let us go. If you don't move, I'll head up there alone. You wouldn't want to face the stage by yourself afterward, would you? Why, you're so mean. Like a sulking wife. She was dragged along by Qing toward the podium. Behind him, Pei Xining clutched a small note, silently rehearsing, hoping to avoid stammering once on stage. As they passed by the administrative building, Qing noticed a familiar silhouette through the gaps in the trees of the flower bed. He instinctively covered Pei Xining's mouth and whispered, urging her to approach quietly. Uncertain of Qing's intentions, the little girl protested with muffled sounds, only to be silenced by his stern gaze. With no means to resist his authority, Pei Ning resorted to a silent protest. Fine, fine. If you're going to cover my mouth, I'll just lick your palm. How disgusting. As Qing felt the dampness on his hand and caught her sneaky glance, he was momentarily speechless. Was she truly a child? It seemed she was. He finally released his hand, signaling her to be quiet while pointing toward the concealed spot across the flower bed. Is that Meow Meow? The figure in the distance was indeed Meow Meow, who had only remembered to seek help at the last moment, too embarrassed to practice in front of others, thus retreating to this secluded area. She and T informed either Qing or Pei Ning. In the beginning, before the kindergarten relocated, despite her lack of athletic talent, Meow Meow had diligently played and practiced under Qing's guidance. However, everything changed after the move. She lost touch with her old friends and social circles, compounded by her mother's thriving business. During that time, Meow Meow found herself engulfed in loneliness. Although accompanied by a nanny and her aunt, they were not peers, and many of her topics were beyond their comprehension. Eventually, in a misguided attempt to make friends, she began to buy affection with money, seemingly successful in acquiring superficial friends who merely sought snacks. Yet, despite this, she continued to be ridiculed for her slow running, frequent tumbles, and tears, forever lingering at the periphery of the children's group in her community. This was the root of her reluctance to engage in physical activities and her shame at exercising in public. Recalling the techniques Qing had taught her days prior, she swung her arms and crouched, attempting to harness her leg power. Furrowing her brow, she calculated her jump against a brick measuring 25 centimeters, only to find her best effort fell short at around 1 meter and 20. Every step had been correct. What should we do, Brother Qing? Should we go greet her? Of course we should. Meow Meow has been rather pampered and is overly proud. If she hadn't been so stubborn, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. I don't want to see Meow Meow sad. Brother Qing, can you help her? Oh, how thoughtful. I always thought you two were merely superficial friends. Teasingly, Qing elicited a slight blush from Pei Ning. After spending so much time with him, she had grown accustomed to his playful banter. Enough with your nonsense. Meow Meow and I are the second best friends in the world. And who might be the best friend? That's a tough riddle. If you keep this up, I might just punch you. After some playful banter, Pei Ning's tension began to dissipate. They no longer hesitated and confidently approached Meow Meow, who was engrossed in her practice for the standing long jump. The little girl, lost in her determination, only noticed their presence when shadows fell upon her, halting her jumping preparations. Like a cat defending its territory, she fluffed her fur and turned defensively toward them. Amused by her comical stance, Pei Ning nestled behind Qing, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he quickly concealed his hands behind his back, his fingers awkwardly entwined. Regardless of your posture, when did you start sneaking peeks? Probably when you first arrived. Wow, what? You were following me? Qing's words were easily believed, causing her to instinctively step back, glaring at him as if he were a criminal. Just kidding. We arrived about 5 minutes ago. Oh, I see. Relieved, she suddenly realized the implication. Didn't you see everything? Frustrated, she kicked Qing's leg. He felt nothing, but the little girl crouched down, hugging her own legs. Your bones must be made of iron. That hurt. Is it my fault? Crouching down to meet her gaze, Qing gently brushed aside the sweaty strands of hair clinging to her forehead, smiling warmly at Meow Meow. Now, my dear, have you recognized your mistake? Are you going to mock me? Go ahead, as the strong must humiliate the weak. Though she feigned resignation, her expression betrayed her unwillingness. No, I'll ask again. Meow Meow, do you realize your fault? Ugh. At that moment, Qing appeared to her as a demon, his mouth opening and closing as she struggled to utter the simple admission of guilt. I was wrong. Wah, I want to be lazy again. Qing, save me. Goodness. The little girl finally unleashed her pent-up emotions, bursting into tears as she threw herself into his embrace. I'm here to help you. Here, drink this before the competition. What is this? Brain Gold Calming and Cognitive Solution. Brain Gold Calming and Cognitive Solution. True. X10 functions. 1. Instantly induces a state of flow, unlocking peak concentration. 2. Permanently enhances memory and intelligence by 1, one-time use. 3. Improves coordination by 3 and muscle explosiveness by 5 for 1 day. He also handed Pei Si-ning a bottle, suggesting she treat it as a sweet drink. She clutched the small vial that shimmered with iridescent golden light. Feeling somewhat at a loss, convinced that it might contain something extraordinarily precious, she refrained from opening it, insisting that she would wait for Xue Miao Miao to do so before they would partake together. It was unclear what thoughts were swirling in Pei Si-ning's little mind. Did she truly believe that sharing a liquid remedy necessitated toast? Su Qing, my mother says that these kinds of health supplements are all a scam. You should just give it a try, with a heart full of doubt. The little girl sobbed in Su Qing's embrace for quite some time, while the identification card was handed over to Pei Si-ning, asking her to assist in putting it on Miao Miao. Meanwhile, the announcer seated at the podium was visibly agitated, her lips twitching as she aimlessly scribbled with her pen on the paper. Where on earth is everyone? Chapter 74. We are champions. Hey, why has the broadcast been silent for so long? Not even a song. Haha, you all sound like you were actually paying attention. Forget about all that. Come over here and witness something extraordinary. With that, the young boy mischievously adjusted his pants, and then he pulled out a thick stack of cards from his pocket. These were none other than the most popular collectible card game of the moment, Game Emperor. The vibrant illustrations of various monsters and characters on the cards drew a chorus of awe from the crowd around him. Everyone eagerly gathered, yearning to experience the thrill of shouting, "It's my turn. Draw a card," as the protagonists do in animated series. After all, who among us did not fantasize about becoming the hero of a cartoon during their childhood? What elementary school boy could resist such temptation? Even college students would struggle to say no. Quiet, I'm trying to think. You're disturbing my homework. Seated nearby, young Fei frowned deeply. Ever since he had been humiliated that morning, he wore a gloomy demeanor. As the class monitor, he seemed somewhat aloof, never participating in the games of his classmates, even during a lively sports day. Instead, he sat under the blazing sun, clutching a mathematics workbook, pretending to study, though hardly turning a page. In reality, the problems were merely passing through one ear and out the other as he replayed his earlier missteps in his mind, regretting his actions. Damn, if I had done it this way, I could have slapped Su Qing right in the face. If I had just, but the more he thought, the angrier he became, and the angrier he got, the more he berated himself for being so foolish as to be rendered speechless by Su Qing's words. But it doesn't matter. He gripped his pencil tightly, the wood creaking under the pressure, a smile of impending revenge creeping onto his face. Knowledge of his rival's participation in the 300-meter race had reached him early on. Moreover, there was even better news. Su Qing was also signed up for the 50 and 100-meter events prior to the race, which would surely deplete his stamina significantly. With fortune favoring him in this way, how could he possibly lose? Just contemplating this filled young Fei with such joy that he imagined popping champagne and took a big swig from a bottle of Coca-Cola he had bought from the convenience store. Ah, refreshing. It seemed everything was heading in a favorable direction. Cough, cough, dear classmates and respected teachers, hello. Lost in his daydreams, young Fei was suddenly jolted awake by that familiar voice. Even though the speaker's tone was distorted through the loudspeaker, he immediately recognized who it was. His lifelong rival, Su Qing. Even Xue Miao Miao, upon hearing that indistinct voice, paused for a moment, but she quickly identified it. If this wasn't true love, then what was? Soon, Su Qing finished his meaningless speech and stepped aside, allowing the visibly trembling Pei Si-ning to take his place, her lips pressed together, unable to utter a word. Due to their slight height difference, the microphone was positioned at the little girl's nose. Moreover, since Pei Si-ning spoke very softly, her ramblings did not carry across the entire campus, which was a small mercy in an otherwise unfortunate situation. Let me adjust the microphone for you. Thank you, Brother Qing. The microphone on the podium was hit or miss, and unfortunately, her words were captured, leading Su Qing to hear his own voice echoing back to him. How embarrassing. Once everything was adjusted, Pei Si-ning, with Su Qing's assistance, managed to stammer through her script, exhaling a sigh of relief afterward. She looked like a prisoner finally released after serving her sentence, her expression one of newfound freedom. Finally done. Brother Qing, let us go. I don't want to stay here for another second. Hey, 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 your microphone is still on? The announcer, witnessing this adorable exchange, couldn't suppress her smile. It was simply too sweet, reminiscent of readers engrossed in romantic tales. But in the next moment, returning to the grim reality, she braced herself to resume her monotonous duties, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. Why doesn't the universe assign me a childhood sweetheart? Her lament echoed like a shout, momentarily forgetting her surroundings. Naturally, this statement was also faithfully picked up by the microphone broadcasting across the campus. Upon realizing that she had made a blunder, the girl's face flushed, and she hurriedly cut off the school's broadcasting line, as if this desperate measure could rectify her mistake. Brother Qing, is that older sister okay? She should be fine, though she might lose this job. Wait, does that mean we did something bad? I looked at the flustered announcer. It hardly mattered now. Hearing the abrupt end to the broadcast, Pei Sinong and Amp. Oppo's face turned crimson, clutching Su Qing and Amp. Oppo's sleeve, she followed him toward the long jump competition area, determined to cheer for Shui Miao Miao. The announcer was a fleeting acquaintance, quickly forgotten as they focused on the upcoming competition. Brother Qing, is Miao Miao's performance really okay? Is this potion you gave me reliable? She recalled the mysterious potion Su Qing had given her, currently warmed by her body in her pocket. Holding the small glass vial high, sunlight filtered through, illuminating the liquid inside as it swirled gently. In truth, Su Qing was not entirely certain. After all, the brain-boosting elixir was a reward he had recently received from the system. Shui Miao Miao was his first test subject, and only the results of the competition would reveal its efficacy. He could only hope it lived up to its promise. When they arrived at the field, the duo scanned the area for Shui Miao Miao. Since long jump did not require conspicuous equipment, it was a bit challenging to locate her. Brother Qing, over there. Let us hurry. Once they reached the long jump area, they found it surrounded by spectators. A few teachers were recording scores with wide eyes, but most were simply enthusiastic elementary students clapping and cheering. 1 meter 45. That's already the maximum score for boys. Wow. Today's girls look so slender yet incredibly formidable. Shui Miao Miao stood frozen at the measuring mark, unable to believe her score, fearing it might be disqualified. This was her best performance since training began, and after the initial thrill, she felt something was amiss. Setting aside the fantastical notions of mutations and awakening systems, the only plausible explanation lay in the brain-boosting potion Su Qing had given her. Could it be this miraculous concoction actually works? At that moment, Shui Miao Miao gazed out at Su Qing and Pei Sinong, who were cheering for her, nearly moved to tears. She dashed toward them, throwing her arms around both. We are champions. While feeling gratified by this heartwarming scene, the physical education teacher couldn't help but temper the moment with a splash of cold reality, stating, "This is merely the quarterfinals. To seize the championship, you must triumph twice more, my dear girl. Oh, fret not. Judging by your remarkable jump, there's truly no one who can rival you," he added. Nevertheless, Shui Miao Miao remained hesitant about maintaining such performance in the future, reaching into Su Qing's pocket. "I want more of that mysterious little potion you gave me." Upon hearing this, several elementary school competitors erupted in chatter, accusing Shui Miao Miao of cheating and demanding the annulment of her results. It was puzzling how they had even come across the term stimulant in relation to a mere elementary sports meet. Yet, the teacher, wary of any unforeseen incidents, casually inquired, "Children, could you tell me what it is you drank?" "Brain gold oral liquid. See, teacher?" Su Qing said, presenting an empty glass bottle with an innocent demeanor, reminiscent of an unworldly child. "Ah, dear child, such health products are often deceptive. Do advise your family not to purchase them any longer." This was a gift from a relative during the new year. We didn't buy it, she replied. That is good, that is good. Subsequently, this easygoing physical education teacher provided clarification to all, establishing a definitive conclusion as a responsible adult. Although a tinge of discontent lingered in their hearts, the group of young girls did not dare to question the validity of Shui Miao Miao's achievements any further. After the competition, during a brief intermission, Shui Miao Miao, while replenishing her strength with water, leaned closer to Su Qing and whispered, "That brain gold is truly effective. Do you know where I can purchase it? I'll ask my mother to buy a few boxes for you." Raising an eyebrow, Su Qing was speechless, hoping that this little girl would not genuinely fall for such health products, and promptly gave her a playful knock on the head. Foolish child, if that were truly effective, wouldn't China have already mass-produced superheroes? But do not underestimate yourself. You have always been exceptional, just never serious about it. Wow, Su Qing. So you think that way too? Su Qing had initially worried that this hastily concocted excuse would not convince Xue Miao Miao. But to his surprise, she accepted it quite readily. With the rain now ceased and the skies cleared, Xue Miao Miao felt invincible once more. Once my competition concludes, Su Qing, I will challenge you. Let us make it badminton. With her head held high in a proud demeanor, she looked down her nose at Su Qing, believing herself to be extraordinarily impressive. Challenging Su Qing? Someone needed to clarify who the real contender was. She was the reigning champion. Su Qing was merely ordinary in comparison. Only Pei Xining, observing Su Qing's unervingly cheerful yet sinister expression, thought to herself, Miao Miao is in for a tough time. Every time Su Qing wears that mischievous look, Miao Miao ends up facing defeat. Meanwhile, the little girl couldn't and oppose. Help but ponder the extraordinary power of this mysterious potion. Could it truly elevate the athletic underdog, Xue Miao Miao, to the pinnacle of the sports meet? And then, a crucial question emerged in her mind. Little Qing, why didn't you give me the potion before my competition? Instead, you waited until just before Miao Miao and Oppo's turn. Do you perhaps favor her more than me? While contemplating how to impart a painful lesson to Xue Miao Miao, she was interrupted by Pei Xining's jealous inquiry. Faced with the envious little girl, Su Qing could only patiently explain the rationale behind his actions. However, Pei Xining still appeared sulky, suggesting that nothing short of a generous KFC meal would suffice to appease her. Today, Su Qing found himself ensnared in a web of youthful affection, struggling to extricate himself. Chapter 75. Yang Feifei's Goddess. Su Qing's maid as anticipated, Xue Miao Miao triumphantly claimed the championship in a long jump, while the more technical high jump was strategically relinquished. Nevertheless, this achievement far surpassed initial expectations, and while receiving her award, the corners of her mouth curled into a grin reminiscent of the Nike logo, unable to be contained. Adorned with a sash and medal, she eagerly posed for photographs, playfully requesting the female teacher in charge of the camera if she could take an extra picture with her friends. The teacher, unable to resist the adorable antics of Xue Miao Miao, nodded in agreement. In the final commemorative photograph, Xue Miao Miao stood on the podium, significantly elevated above her two companions, radiating prominence, truly a little girl who loves to steal the spotlight. With a gold medal chocolate clasped between her teeth, she draped her arms over Su Qing and Pei Xining and Oppo's shoulders, exuding an air of triumph that could easily mislead one into believing she had participated in the Olympics. Now it's my turn to devour your chocolate medal. I senti it. Su Qing jested, adopting a wolfish demeanor, eyeing the medal with exaggerated hunger, as if he could hardly wait to indulge. In response, Xue Miao Miao showcased her double standards, shielding the medal from his gaze, as if fearing he might snatch it away at any moment. Wah, I still need to show it to my mom. She would never guess I could win. Next time, I promise, dear brother Qing, please. Feigning distaste, Xue Miao Miao playfully pushed the little girl away, fully aware that Su Qing was sparing her medal from his appetite. You're the best, she exclaimed, her smile brightening. Su Qing's kindness had not gone unnoticed. In gratitude, the two little girls resolved to cheer for him at the running competition. The 50 and 100-meter races required little time, yet they were undeniably exhausting. As others gasped for breath at the finish line, they turned to witness a heartwarming scene. Brother Qing, are you thirsty? Here is some water for you. Oh my, you're quite sweaty. Here, I brought a handkerchief. Wipe yourself quickly. The two girls busily offered water and wiped sweat, drawing envious glances from those around them. Why didn't they receive such treatment? What set them apart from Su Qing? Was it merely his handsome appearance, which was only slightly superior to that of the readers of this book? Was it his athletic prowess, being a mere 3-time champion? Or Perhaps his academic excellence. Having topped the entrance exams. Well, they had exhausted their reasons and had nothing more to add. Yang Feifei, who had long been warming up nearby, nearly ground his back teeth to dust upon witnessing Shui Miao Miao tending to Su Qing. Ah, indeed, he is her goddess, and Su Qing is merely her servant, he thought, seething with determination. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. I shall ascend to the highest heights like the protagonist of Cursed Sky. With such fierce resolve, Yang Feifei's anger peaked, and he vowed to decisively outperform Su Qing in the 300-meter race, demonstrating to Shui Miao Miao who the true champion was. A devoted admirer, he still failed to comprehend what truly captured Shui Miao Miao's affections. As the first-grade boys gathered for the 300-meter race, a teacher responsible for the whistle found herself astonished upon seeing Su Qing, whose forehead was merely glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. According to the record, he had already secured 3 championship titles. Truly, this was a year of immense promise for Huaxia sports. Chapter 76. Reduced to a disdained wretch long-distance running. Does one possess the courage to defy the gods? Today, Yang Feifei is determined to slay the divine before your very eyes. Standing at the starting line, his heart raced like a revving engine, his mind pressuring him, causing a surge of adrenaline, igniting his spirits. As this was the final event of the morning, the area was crowded with classmates rallying in support, but the most captivating presence was undoubtedly Su Qing's cheerleading squad. After all, just having Shui Miao Miao, there was a victory in itself. Not to mention Pei Sinong, who quietly prayed for him from behind, illustrating the strength derived from bonds. With a confident smile, Su Qing gestured for them to remain calm. Observing this, Yang Feifei's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for classmates to cheer him on. Yet found none. Those rascals can't still be playing cards, can they? A momentary distraction, and he quickly refocused on the teacher blowing the whistle, fearful of missing the start. He had wagered everything on this event. Losing was not an option. On your marks. Hush. Just as the teacher uttered the words, someone darted forward. None other than the desperate Yang Feifei, who was willing to do anything for victory. This was a classic case of seizing the advantage. Damn it. How can someone disregard the rules like that? In this informal school sports event, such minor infractions were overlooked. Besides, the start of a long-distance race was not as critical as that of sprint, and the teacher did not intervene. Most competitors followed suit, trailing behind Yang Feifei in a chaotic rush. Amidst the scramble, a few competitors stumbled and fell, sobbing on the ground. Su Qing remained unfazed by the commotion. The 300 meters, less than a single lap, posed no challenge to his stamina, and he maintained his own pace, regulating his breath. He contrasted sharply with the younger kids who gasped for air after just 100 meters, swiftly leaping from the last position to second place. Ahead of him was only Yang Feifei, whose running form was unsteady. Utilizing the advantage gained from his early start, Yang Feifei chose to accelerate, which drained his energy significantly. Hearing footsteps rapidly approaching from behind, his heart raced, and he felt a churn in his stomach, threatening to bubble over. Oh no! It was that bottle of cola. The drink he had gulped down earlier became a foreshadowing of trouble, and Yang Feifei's expression turned grim. Despite his discomfort, he refused to surrender, clutching his abdomen while maintaining his jogging pace, as the finish line loomed ahead. This presented Su Qing with an opportunity, and he surged past Yang Feifei. Why is it him again? Yang Feifei thought, watching Su Qing stride effortlessly, his forehead scarcely glistening with sweat, only to see his back and the dust kicked up beneath his feet. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, his legs faltered, and he collapsed into the depths of night before dawn, a literal fall. As he neared the finish line, Su Qing gradually slowed, even finding the leisure to glance back at his rival. Observing that the nearest competitor was still a considerable distance away, he felt an exhilarating sense of triumph. Crossing the white line, he was met with a playful ruffle of his hair from Chao Yong, who exclaimed, "You little show-off. Did you know you almost broke the school record? Look back again, and I'll mess up your hair." His words were laced with a sense of affectionate reprimand. Their camaraderie was evident, allowing for such familiarity in their banter. Chow Yong, knowing Su Qing could outcurse him, refrained from holding back. This is just modesty. Breaking the school record is nothing special. The double entendre hung in the air. Hey, give you a compliment and your tail shoots up to the heavens. Are you asking for trouble? As the two men engaged in light-hearted banter, Su Qing was suddenly enveloped from both sides by two little girls, forming what could only be described as the legendary lowly armor. They proceeded to hydrate him and dab his forehead, although he hardly broke a sweat and felt no thirst. In fact, their incessant water offerings sparked an urge to relieve himself. Chow Yong watched this scene in silence, his mouth filled with envy as he waved goodbye to the trio of kids huddled together, moving on to record the results of other competitors. Out of sight, out of mind. At 25 or 26 years old, he had yet to find a girlfriend, while Su Qing, still young, radiated an aura of a heartthrob. He may not understand now, but when he grows up, he'll find himself in quite the predicament with two women vying for his attention. The thought of a future choice between them made this grown man chuckle mischievously. Surely, Su Qing could not expect to have both. Yang Feifei persisted in his efforts to reach the finish line, yet as he watched one competitor after another surpass him, his mindset collapsed entirely. Unable to suppress the rising nausea, he succumbed. The scene turned chaotic, with competitors skillfully avoiding him, as he unwittingly became the protagonist of Cursed Skies, once a despised genius, now reduced to a derided wretch. In the end, he received a mere sixth-place consolation prize, denied even the chance to step onto the podium. Watching Su Qing, radiant with 3 gold medals around his neck, and the adoring gaze of Xue Miao, Yang Feifei begrudgingly acknowledged his defeat, dejectedly returning to his class. He took his seat only to discover that the practice booklet he had brought that morning was nowhere to be found. No way. Which little thief has no shame? Even stealing homework? Class monitor, we borrowed your booklet to use as a dueling board. It was so much fun. Care to join us? He heard a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. What? No, what did you say? His face flushed slightly. He coughed to mask his earlier vulnerability. Following their gaze, he saw his cherished mathematics practice book carelessly placed on the dirty grass, 2 colorful cards resting atop it. 2 little boys, fingers splayed wide, maximized their contact with the air, then slammed down with gusto. The powerful gust lifted the cards, flipping them over, as one boy gleefully declared, "I win," scooping up all the cards on the ground. Wait, you're playing Game Emperor? How come it's different from what's on TV? TSK. That's just your ignorance. The scene was filled with various illegally printed cards, and the overly complex game rules led the impatient boys to invent a new way to play. This was card slapping. Shaking off his previous disappointment, Yang Feifei feigned reluctance to join the boys in their game. His once sacred practice book had become a battlefield for their card duels, and even its owner seemed indifferent, watching the others revel in their joy. Wasn't this a form of betrayal? After experiencing this incident, Yang Feifei, somewhat resigned, underwent a subtle transformation. His animosity towards Su Qing and his relentless pursuit of Xue Miao became less pressing. Perhaps letting it be would be a more fitting description. Stripped of many trivial distractions, he found himself able to cherish those around him more deeply. At least today, for the first time, he connected with the boys in his class. Is this not a form of growth? Until after school, when the 3 of them boarded Madam's small car to head home. Earlier, while cheerfully showcasing the gold medal they had received that morning, Xue Miao rummaged through her backpack and realized something was amiss. Where's my MP3? In a frenzy, she emptied her bag and searched through its contents, but to no avail. Naturally, she did not overlook the pockets of her shirt and trousers either. Could it be that they didn't return it to you? Su Qing questioned. Impossible. I agreed with them that they would put it back in my backpack after we finished playing. Su Qing was speechless. She was incredibly naive. This young lady, despite her intelligence in academics, seemed rather gullible when it came to interpersonal relationships. It felt as though a mere compliment would suffice to make her acquiesce to anything. If this continued, Su Qing mused he could easily deceive her into having 8 children. Do you remember who borrowed it? Madam, who was driving, interjected, directing attention to the crux of the matter, making Xue Miao even more anxious. A few people. The atmosphere in the car turned silent, as Su Qing regarded her with the eyes of someone observing a fool, causing Shui Miao Miao to grow increasingly uncomfortable. Eventually, she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Who could have known there would be ill-intentioned people among the crowd? Chapter 77. It turns out you corrupted my husband. Time flies, and it seems that the days following the sports meet have passed in a blur. If one were to inquire about recent significant events, the only answer would be the World Cup. Fans, including Sue's father, rejoiced, and even certain officials at a televised press conference declared that the national football team's goal was to win a match, earn a point, and score a goal. This appeared to be an easily attainable objective, leading Sue's father to mockingly refer to it as lacking ambition. However, Su Qing, fully aware of the impending outcomes, remarked that his father was still too naive. Ultimately, none of these goals were achieved, and when the national team lost without scoring a single point or goal, countless households across the nation smashed their televisions in despair. As a pseudo-football fan, Su Qing was indifferent to the outcome of the matches. His primary concern was profiting from the games. That small lottery ticket, destined to change the family's fortune, would soon become a boon in his father's business endeavors. Brother Xiaoqing, isn't it inappropriate for us to sneak off with Shui Miao Miao like this? Unfortunately, Shui Miao Miao missed the gathering due to her numerous tutoring classes. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Su Qing discreetly took Pei Xining to the nearby supermarket to buy some snacks. However, this was merely a clever pretext. The true intention was to visit the adjacent lottery shop to purchase tickets. Fortunately, at that moment, regulatory scrutiny was lax, and with the excuse of helping his father, even the seemingly stern store manager had no suspicions. Brother Xiaoqing, Miao Miao has told me that what you are doing, known as lottery playing, is an especially bad behavior. You must not acknowledge your mistakes. Upon entering the shop, the little girl was frightened. It was nothing like what Su Qing had described. In Pei Xining's mind, the lottery shop resembled a den of iniquity, a place where few virtuous individuals would venture. The sight of the intimidating clerk only reinforced her apprehensions. This is undoubtedly not a place for decent people. Leave it to me to protect Brother Xiaoqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned all her strength to drag Su Qing toward the exit. Fearing she might accidentally trip, Su Qing complied and exited the store alongside her. The middle-aged store manager, amused by this peculiar duo, leaned over the counter, intrigued by the debate unfolding outside the sheer curtain. Xining, the uninformed are the true fools. While I am certain to succeed this time. Ironically, his confidence only deepened Pei Xining's suspicions as she clutched Su Qing's sleeve tighter. Brother Xiaoqing, you must have been deceived. I will certainly inform Annie when I return home. Xining, are you trying to condemn me? Realizing that a forceful approach would be futile, Su Qing opted for a softer tactic, casting a beseeching glance that swayed the little girl. No, absolutely not. I cannot allow Brother Xiaoqing to make a mistake again. But he did plead with me. Perhaps just this once? Next time, he must never engage in such behavior again, absolutely. Thus, deceiving herself. The little girl followed Su Qing with a pouting demeanor, repeatedly insisting that this would be a one-time occurrence. She resembled a wronged little wife, as if she were the one in the wrong. Once back inside the shop, Su Qing finally had the chance to observe the bustling crowd. Perhaps due to the national team's advancement to the final 32 in the World Cup, the atmosphere was electrifying, significantly impacting lottery sales. Riding this wave, the National Lottery introduced various exciting options, with more people participating in prediction for the round of 16 and quarterfinals beyond the typical win-loss betting. Equipped with the system's accurate list of the final 4 teams, Su Qing felt confident in his prospects. He knew he could potentially earn even more by extrapolating this list to predict the final 8 or 16, but he understood the adage of moderation. Hence, he planned to purchase tickets solely for the final 4, later betting on the Samba team to secure a modest profit of around 20,000. Little one, you must be mistaken. Did your father truly allow you to bet on the underdogs making the final 4? That seems rather fanciful, as they're considerably weaker than the top teams, especially against European powerhouses. The shopkeeper chuckled unkindly. Indeed, that is my intention. Very well, once sold, we will not entertain returns or exchanges. Su Qing handed over a stack of cash, receiving a handful of tickets in exchange, thus sealing the transaction. Pei Xining sighed heavily, glaring at the shopkeeper like a furious little cat, her instincts telling her he was not a good person. On the way home, Su Qing persistently implored Pei Xining to keep this matter from their parents. Once the deed was done, the money would not be shared. He would simply fulfill a request within her limits. After a moment's contemplation, Pei Xining agreed without hesitation, directly utilizing her wish fulfillment coupon. I wish Brother Xiaoqing would never engage with lottery tickets again. Su Qing was taken aback, having expected a request that catered to her personal whims. Not this. All right. Xining, I promise. Ruffling the girl's hair, he could see how genuinely concerned she was, as if she feared Su Qing might become embroiled in vice. Upon returning home, Su's mother promptly inquired about their day out, causing Su Qing to break into a cold sweat. Want to buy? Oh no. Su Qing was bracing for a reprimand. We ate rainbow candy. The little girl mischievously winked at Su Qing, clearly enjoying teasing him. Moments later, Su and Appo's father returned home, laden with bags of treats. Su Qing approached to see what delectable items his father had brought, only to notice a familiar slip of paper in his hand. Dad, what's this? Lottery tickets. Are you interested? Here, take a look. He handed over about 10 tickets, a trivial expenditure for his father's pocket money, more a pastime than anything. To Su Qing's astonishment, he spotted the very ticket that could change their family's fate, yet something was amiss. The presence of the Huaxiao team on it. Is this the butterfly effect? Haha, my son, I assure you that this year the national team will at least reach the quarterfinals. This is insider information from my old buddies at the internet CF. Su Qing awkwardly forced a smile, only finding an escape when Pei Xining leaned closer. Upon seeing the tickets in their hands, her eyes widened, and she pointed at the father-son duo. So it was uncle who corrupted brother Xiaoqing. Chapter 78. I am Qin Shi Huang. 4 to 5 years have swiftly passed, and the children have now arrived at the final summer vacation of elementary school. In a year's time, they will face the entrance examination for junior high school. The defunct study group has recently been revived, and they occasionally gather at Su Qing and Appo's home for study sessions. However, as far as Su Qing knows, the trio and Appo's assignments remain untouched, pristine as if fresh from the factory, as they have been preoccupied with play. During this stage of elementary school, girls generally develop faster than boys. Both of the young girls have surged past Su Qing in height, though they still fall slightly short. Particularly, Shui Miao Miao seems to have an obsession, insisting on measuring their heights back to back every time they meet, determined to compare every aspect with Su Qing. The outcome is invariably the same, often resulting in her being playfully chastised by Su Qing. This has nearly become a staple entertainment within their small circle, much to Pei Xining's indifference. Aside from this, it seems there is little else of novelty. Becoming a young pioneer? Membership is mandatory for all in elementary school, and once the initial excitement wears off, the two girls find tying their scarves bothersome, constantly pestering Su Qing for assistance. It is an utter inconvenience, yet they do not feel ashamed, justifying it by claiming that it is the responsibility of the group leader to care for the members. Confronted with a thick leather-bound notebook, Su Qing sits at his desk, deep in thought about what amusing anecdotes to pin down. His diary entries have been sporadic, seemingly contradicting the pact made with the two girls in 3rd grade to share everything and document their daily lives, culminating in an exchange of diaries upon graduation. With the deadline approaching, Su Qing hastily attempts to remedy the situation, employing his literary prowess to fill several pages and demonstrate that he has not been negligent. After all, who in their right mind maintains a diary? At least, Su Qing has not cultivated such a habit. Who would truly express their innermost thoughts in a diary? During these 5 years, Su Qing and his friends have successfully upgraded their stationery from pencils to black ink pens. The cap of his pen rhythmically taps against the paper, and his brow furrows deeper. And there is this matter. In these past few years, Shui Miao Miao has made quite a few new friends. While most are merely superficial acquaintances, one stands out as a genuine friend, Sun Ningning. Despite her unremarkable appearance, perpetually with her head down, concealing her features beneath a thick fringe, she appears quite unassuming. However, Once one becomes familiar with her, they discover she possesses an unquenchable enthusiasm for conversation. This seems to resonate with Shui Miao Miao, and their friendship has quickly blossomed, even inciting a hint of jealousy in Pei Xining, who worries that Miao Miao might distance herself due to her new friend. Such is the peculiar plight of elementary school students. Quite endearing, indeed. Recording this in his diary allows Shui Miao Miao to see what the other is feeling, which is one of the purposes of writing it. With a smile reminiscent of a benevolent aunt, Su Qing writes, "Suddenly, the computer screen emits a sound akin to a knock at the door, signaling a friend's online presence. Unsurprisingly, several messages soon follow. Su Qing first organizes his thoughts to conclude the last segment of his diary before leisurely preparing to respond to the QQ messages. It seems that the moment one speaks of a certain person, they appear. The sender is none other than Shui Miao Miao, who has found new affection and forgotten her past loves. Water King, are you there? People's entrepreneur. If there is business to report, do so. If not, retreat. Water King. Middle finger. Strangely enough, upon seeing that gesture, Su Qing feels a sense of nostalgia, recalling the tale of how their friendship began with a similar gesture. Water King. Today is QQ boss Tony Ma's birthday. Forward this message to your 10 most active friends, and tomorrow your account will automatically upgrade to a sun level. Su Qing cannot help but burst into laughter, finding this scheme to be rather antiquated yet amusing. Who would have thought such a blatant scam would still circulate? And that Shui Miao Miao would genuinely believe it? Once QQ levels were introduced, they became a tool for many internet users to boast about their status. And even Pei Xining has succumbed to the trend, pleading with Su Qing to help her boost her QQ level. It appears Shui Miao Miao is not immune to this folly either. She likely did not even know who Tony Ma was before receiving this message. Yet, upon seeing the opportunity for an upgrade, she mindlessly forwarded it. An idea strikes Su Qing as he recalls the absurd marketing of future promotions, reminiscent of KFC's Crazy Thursday. And he revises the message before sending it off to her. The essence of his message is encapsulated in 4 words. Vimi 50. Water King, are you really Qin Shi Huang? And if I give you 50 yuan for a point card, will you unlock the key to the tomb of the Qin King and Shi and Amp? Oppos. And for me? Water King. But I and Amp. Oppos. Am just a child. I can't and Amp. Oppos. To go that far. People's entrepreneur. Are you an idiot? I am joking. Water King, fool. I am joking too. People's entrepreneur. Su Qing's lips twitch. He suspects she is feigning ignorance, but he has no proof. However, this time, he misjudges the situation. A few kilometers away, in a villa community, Shui Miao Miao is typing away with a knowing smile. How could someone as intelligent and astute as her fall for such a crude ruse? Reminiscent of those ridiculous ads seeking a healthy youth to fulfill a dream, she is merely seeking an excuse to chat with him. Engaging in light-hearted banter with the bored Shui Miao Miao, time passes quickly, even though the conversation lacks substance. When Su Qing sends a message and receives no immediate response, he realizes that Shui Miao Miao has likely been reprimanded by her mother for spending too long on the computer. Water King, whoa, Su Qing, I can't chat anymore. Help me. School is starting soon, and Mom said she will check my homework. What should I do? I'm gonna panic. People's entrepreneur. One night, one lamp, one miracle. Water King. People's entrepreneur. Good luck to you. After a considerable wait, without any further messages from Shui Miao Miao, Su Qing feels a bit tired and prepares to log off, only to see the chat box light up again. Water King. It and Amp. Oppos. Me, Shui Miao Miao. Do you know where I hid my homework? I haven't written a single piece of summer homework. Su Qing bursts into laughter at her blatant fishing for attention. He would bet that the person on the other side of the screen is indeed her mother, while Shui Miao Miao sits nearby, trembling as she anxiously watches the screen, silently pleading that Su Qing does not expose her secret. Thus, the wicked Su Qing smirks, tempted to betray Shui Miao Miao. However, ultimately, he refrains from being malicious and instead provides her with a cover. People's entrepreneur. How could that be? Did you not complete your homework when we had our study session at my house? Have you forgotten? Shortly thereafter, Shui Miao Miao logs off, and Su Qing feels he has done his part. He decides to turn off the computer and retire to bed. Currently, his already cramped bedroom feels even more constrained, with a piano occupying the most prominent position, blocking part of the passageway. Seeing it makes Su Qing's backside ache with remembrance. After purchasing a World Cup lottery ticket and winning, his parents were far more concerned about his act of gambling than the prize itself, resulting in a stern reprimand over a dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat. That year, his father questioned his life choices and, perhaps disillusioned with the national football team, has not watched a match since. In the same year, he could often be heard murmuring his lamentations over the changing seasons. How can there be a strong contender among the weak? After completing his nightly ablutions, he would contentedly recline in bed, preparing to drift into slumber, utterly unconcerned about the impending summer vacation assignments, peacefully surrendering to sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui Miao Miao's predicament was inevitably exposed. Her mother had discovered 3 untouched volumes of Joyful Summer Vacation hidden beneath the bed, her smile failing to conceal her displeasure as she demanded an explanation. Thus, the tearful little girl embarked on a painful journey of late-night study sessions to catch up on her assignments, no longer daring to shirk her responsibilities. Chapter 79. Yang Feifei aspires to be Su Qing's dog. On this particular day after school, a group of young children tugged at Su Qing, insisting on introducing him to the adult world. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. What were these children babbling about? Such precociousness was astonishing. In an effort to preserve the innocence of the nation's youth, Su Qing resolved to thwart their nefarious plans, leading him to a well-known internet CAF street near the school. There, he observed 3 little boys standing at the entrance of the White Whale Internet CAF, each retrieving their coins and loose change. After a brief calculation, triumphant smiles crept onto their faces. Rest assured, today you shall enjoy yourself. My little brothers have it all arranged for you. They meant well, and Su Qing could only smile helplessly as he took the lead, guiding the trio into the CAF, eliciting awestruck gasps from behind. Wow, it seems like Lauda knows what he's doing. Unlike what they had anticipated, Su Qing did not approach the front desk to pay for usage. Instead, he nodded at the cashier and proceeded into a private room. The 3 boys hesitated, unsure whether to follow. What are you standing there for? Come inside. But we haven't paid yet. We can't use the internet without payment, and the private rooms are expensive. We don't have that much money. Fear not. Spending too long in a lobby can lead to the smell of smoke. The private room offers a better environment, and your brother Su has a membership card. Awesome. Their faces broke into wide grins, for children like them were often at risk of being bullied for their computers in the CAF's lobby. Although the White Whale Internet CAF was known for its excellent atmosphere, societal prejudices remained a formidable barrier. Once inside the private room, the trio marveled at the pristine table, the unblemished mouse, and the responsive keyboard, nearly brought to tears by such luxury. At that moment, the popular game Audition was in full swing. Finding a computer with an intact space bar was no small feat. We cannot repay your kindness, Lauda. We can only... Silence. Su Qing interjected, bemused by their lack of understanding. Time flew by swiftly, and after a few rounds of kart racing, Su Qing excused himself, deeming it more pressing to respond to Shui Miao Miao's QQ message. Upon witnessing Su Qing's departure, the trio simultaneously relaxed, realizing how formidable he was, not only academically adept, but also remarkably skilled at gaming. Initially, they had assumed Su Qing, the bookworm, had never used a computer, which was why they had invited him to indulge at the White Whale. Little did they know he was a frequent visitor, possessing a membership card. After being soundly defeated 3 times in a row, their spirits nearly shattered. They contemplated abandoning the prestigious realm of kart racing for the embrace of Audition. However, when they beheld Su Qing and Oppo's extravagant avatar in Audition, they fell silent once more. In truth, Su Qing engaged in this game solely to accompany the 2 little girls, harboring numerous negative impressions of it, primarily associated with the Shamate and Zong AI families. He worried that the 2 girls might lose their way, led astray by the vile internet. Just imagine, the adorable little girl with her innocent demeanor suddenly sporting green hair and a face full of piercing, akin to pain. Quite a curious thought. They had arranged to go online together, but upon logging in, Su Qing immediately received a team invitation from her. likely having awaited him for some time. This young girl had a profound addiction to the internet, yet her gaming skills left much to be desired. She still needed to glance at the keyboard while typing, unable to touch type. Children run. The hat uncle is coming. Not only was he responsible for collecting payments, but the internet CAF manager also had the task of alerting others. At that time, the internet landscape in China was growing wildly, with regulations fluctuating between strictness and leniency. Most owners opted to take risks for greater profits. Su Qing's father, naturally, could not afford to pass up on opportunities, for that would be foolish. Nonetheless, he endeavored to create a safe and comfortable environment, employing security personnel through connections and dividing the CAF into smoking and non-smoking areas, as per Su Qing's suggestions. However, matters had become urgent. The three children acted swiftly, neglecting to log off as they dashed towards the back exit of the CAF. One of them noticed Su Qing still leisurely shutting down their computer and, demonstrating camaraderie, turned back to drag Su Qing along in their escape. Are you trying to get caught? If we get caught, our parents will have to come pick us up, but you haven't logged off yet. Who cares about that? You really don't understand the gravity of this situation, do you? It's not your computer, and you have to pay for the electricity wasted. Hurry up and run. Actually, it is my family's computer. You run ahead. I'll stay back and cover for you. Wow, what? Class leader. Are you really that noble? It felt like a scene of life and death to him. He had already envisioned the scenario in his mind, nearly brought to tears. I and Oppos. LL make sure to Pang, and Xiao Pang remember you. My good brother for life. With that, he dashed off, a tear rolling down his cheek, expressing the gratitude swelling in his heart. Su Qing, unhurried, peeked around the corner to assess the whole situation. He noticed several young children had been apprehended during this surprise inspection, some of whom were of similar age to him, while others were in their junior or senior high school years. They stood in a line like condemned prisoners, their spirits visibly deflated. We will call your parents one by one to come collect you. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Su Qing strode confidently out, traversing the corridor to use the restroom, a move that left the hat uncle and two assistants utterly bemused. Xiao Li, once he finishes in the restroom, bring him to me. What a bad influence. Among the captured crowd stood a familiar figure, Yang Feifei, in his fallen state. Following the gaming card duel, he had developed a keen interest in various games. Initially starting with the Zaibaowang game console, then progressing to arcade games, and now sneaking into internet CAFS. Little did he know how unfortunate his luck would be. On his third visit, he was caught red-handed, as he contemplated how to explain this to his parents. Seeing Su Qing also present and on the verge of being caught instantly brightened his mood. They always say, I only compare myself to the bad ones. Now even the top student of the whole school has come to the internet CAF. Let us see what excuses my parents will come up with to scold me. Had Su Qing been privy to his thoughts, he would have likely laughed aloud. Silly child, what reason do parents need to discipline you? At this moment, the internet CAF manager stepped forward to clarify the situation to the hat uncle and his aides. It's a misunderstanding. This young man is the son of our CAFS owner. He is here waiting for our Su to pick him up after school. It's all a misunderstanding. As he spoke, the manager offered a cigarette to the men, politely providing an escape route. However, Yang Feifei's smile froze on his face. Is it true? Su Qing's family is in business, and they run the largest chain of internet CAFS in Tianjin Dam. It was no exaggeration to say he had long outgrown the age of being infatuated with girls. Gaming was the true romance for a man. He regretted once being foolish enough to be captivated by Xuan Miao Miao's beauty, serving as her devoted admirer for several years without reward. Had he devoted his affections to Su Qing instead, would he not have gained a friend with a family-run internet CAF? Imagine the sheer delight of surfing the internet without incurring any expenses. Now, all that lingers in my heart is regret, and more regret. Had I known that the Su family would establish an internet CAF, I would not have so eagerly sought the favor of Miao Miao in the first place.